Chapter 12. Warning. The crowd shouted. Acoma soldiers escorting their mistress fought to keep even ranks against the relentless press of bodies, all calling out in awe and appreciation of the lady who was servant of the Empire, and all straining with outstretched arms to gain even a touch of the curtains that shrouded her litter. Legend held that the touch of a servant could bestow good fortune. Since the lady herself was not within reach, her soldiers had learned that the commoners would settle for her clothing or, barring that, for the curtains of her litter. After one time caught off guard, when Mara had gone out with what had seemed a suitable escort before the title had been bestowed by the Emperor, and arriving at an appointment across the city with both her robes and her litter hangings in soiled disarray, her officers had learned better. Now, Mara did not venture forth in public with fewer than an escort of 50. Lujan decided in a sweat even 50 were barely sufficient. The folk loved their good servant, to the point where they would risk crushed toes, bruises, and even a blow from a spear butt to get close to her. The worst, the most unnerving aspect of her popularity was that the masses took no offence at the soldiers' roughness in holding them back. They shoved willingly into abuse that came near to serious injury, cheering and crying Mara's name. Muffled in a plain robe and out of sight beyond heavy curtains that trapped the heat uncomfortably, Mara lay with closed eyes on her cushions, her hands cradled upon her swollen middle. She could barely smell the temple incense that was particular to the holy city and carried so many memories. The perfume of the flowering trees reached her not at all, nor the musical calls of the vendors. She could only endure the jostle of the masses and hear their deep-throated shouts. Wistfully, she recalled the days of her youth, when, as a novice of Lashama's temple, she had walked these very streets on bare feet. She tried not to think of another late time, when a tall, red-haired barbarian had strode by the side of her litter, filling her ears with impertinent comments and her eyes with his smile. In the suffocating darkness behind drapes dyed red in deference to the death god and the passing of Hokkanu's father, she pondered instead upon her husband, gone alone to attend the state funeral, to face enemies and plotting, and to determine which of his father's friends would stand by him now that he assumed the mantle of House Shinzawai. Heirless, he would become scrutinized by the merchants who sold courtesan contracts. He would be flirted with and flattered by unmarried younger daughters who sought to elevate their status by the chance to bear a powerful man's bastard. She wished, thinking of her husband, that their leave-taking had not needed to be so hasty. But her birthing time was very near, and with the passing of a lord so high in the imperial power structure, more than House Shinzawai must be secured through the change. The death of Komatsu left vacant a prominent post in the Emperor's Council, and political machinations would follow until that power had been redistributed into other hands. More than her personal safety required Mara to visit the Emperor's family, and although the palace's imperial whites would guard her young son Justin with all of the vigilance they showed to the light of heaven's own children, she worried. For since the abolishment of the warlord's office, with the High Council hall filled only with the echoes of the past, the palace had become the centre of all intrigues. Arakasi had agents there. They would keep watch to scent out plots. But her life would be more confined, more chained to ceremony, and bereft of the day-to-day challenges of commerce she enjoyed while at home. Although Jekan was more than trustworthy to handle trade matters in her absence, that fact did not console. Beneath lay the true apprehension. She did not wish to lie in childbirth in a strange bed, in the absence of Hokkanu's loving protection. Were the child to come due before she could return home, her time in Kentasani must of necessity be prolonged until the young infant was able to withstand the rigours of travel. Mara's fingers tightened over her damp robes, as if to stifle the unborn child's healthy kicks. She was visited by an indefinable dread of the forces at work against them all. Akoma, Shinzawai, and the Emperor that would neither wait nor rest while the babes who were in line to inherit spent the necessary years growing up. The litter swooped down and came to rest with barely ajar. Mara pushed herself upright as the curtains were parted, letting in a dazzle of light off sun-washed marble. She had reached the palace, and so deep was her preoccupation that only now did she notice that the din of the crowd had become distanced. The commoners shouted and called still, but from outside the wood and gilt gateway that led into the imperial quarter of the city. "My lady?" questioned Sarek. The Akoma First Advisor offered his hand to raise her. Nkomo was not along on this trip, but had accompanied Hokanu to help assess the machinations of the guests that would descend upon the Shinzawai estates for the funeral. Though still in his 30s, Sarek had learned much since he had left soldiers' ranks to take office with the Akoma. Mara had hesitated long before formally bestowing the office, and, for a while, had considered Nkomo for the position, as he had served in that role with the Minwanabi. But, in the end, she had trusted his predecessor's first judgment. Despite her constant scolding of him, Nakoya, Mara's previous first adviser, thought highly of his nimble wit and quick apprehension. Sarek was proving a good choice. Mara looked up, measuring the hazel eyes of the man who looked steadily back, a smile very like his cousin Lujan's upon his lips. "What are you thinking, my lady?" he asked as he raised her from her litter. A gleam in his eyes belied the innocence of the question, and seeing that his mistress observed as much, he chuckled under his breath. Like Lujan, he often dared informality close to insolence. Dryly inspecting his well-made but otherwise plain travelling robe, she said, "I'm thinking we need to work upon your perceptions of formal garb."
"I have been too busy since gaining my office to find time for tailors, my lady. I'll see to formal garb at once."
Then he grinned.
"I doubt the old grandmother's ceremonial regalia would fit me yet."
Meaning he had not an aged stoop to his shoulders nor nearly enough grey hair. Touched by a pang for old Nakoya that held more of memory than grief, Mara said, "You have a free, loose tongue to speak of your responsibilities when, as far as I can see, you have already lost charge of my heir." "Justin?" With a startled raise of eyebrows, Sarek half turned. The boy was indeed gone from his side, when he had been there just a half instant sooner. Sarek hid an impulse to swear behind a stony expression. He ought to have anticipated the boy's restlessness after the tantrum that had erupted earlier, when Justin had been forced to ride in a litter rather than his preferred seat of conveyance, perched upon Lujan's broad shoulders at the head of the procession. That in the open streets, jammed with hordes of people out to admire the good servant, a boy left exposed offered a tempting target for enemy assassins, did not signify to his childish penchant for adventure. A fast glance around the marble courtyard with its beautiful trees festooned with flowering vines showed several archways the boy might have dashed through to hide. "Well," said Mara regretfully, "he's unlikely to get himself killed in the palace, surrounded by 2,000 imperial whites." She did not need to add that he was sure to get himself neck-deep into other mischief, and, with the Emperor himself come out to greet her, to order soldiers out searching before completing the proper formalities of welcome would be an insult. She straightened her sash, raised her chin, and stepped forward, prepared to make her bow before the light of heaven. Ichindar himself offered his hand to help her back to her feet before her gravid form caused her awkwardness. His touch was warm, as if every bone in his hand could be felt. Mara smiled and gazed into his face, which was lined early by care. Although still in his prime, Ichindar bore the weight of his mantle and the mark of his responsibility. He had grown stooped since she had seen him last, and his eyes seemed larger, for his face had thinned. Never a warrior, he relied on the cut and richness of his robes to lend his figure the necessary majesty of his office. Today he seemed drowned in a diamond sparkle of cloth interwoven with priceless silver threadwork. His hair lay limp under a massive golden-plumed headdress, and at throat, wrist and waist he wore shining gold. His eyes were warm and bright as he studied her in turn and gave her the imperial greeting. Then, formalities dispensed with, he freed her wrists and removed his massive headdress. A servant ran forward, bowed to earth and accepted its weight in silence. Ichindar, 91 times Emperor of Suranuani, raked hands that sparkled with rings through honey-brown hair and grinned. "I've missed you, lady. It has been long since you have brought us your company." His tone rang genuine, although it was no secret that he preferred male company. Driven by the need for an heir, he shared his nights with an endless succession of wives and consorts, all chosen for beauty and their prospects of bearing children, rather than for wit. But Mara he had named Servant of the Empire for her service in securing his power upon the Golden Throne. She had brought stability to the Empire at large through her help in abolishment of the Warlord's office, contention for which had dragged the nations to the brink of civil war far too many times. Although the course charted since was still unsteady, and although the traditionalist faction won itself more supporters daily, Ichindar counted Lady Mara a powerful ally and, more, a friend. Her coming brought him rare joy. He studied her closely, saw her surreptitious glances toward the archways and laughed. "Your son ran off just a moment ago with my eldest daughter, Jehilia. He's in the fruit gardens with her, probably in a tree picking green jomach. Shall we go there and slap sticky hands before both of them give themselves bellyaches?" Mara's face softened. "Bellyaches would be the least of it," she confessed. "If I know my boy, there are probably centuries under dishonourable bombardment." But by the time Mara had extricated herself from her train of servants and baggage, and the Emperor's personal staff had rearranged themselves around her presence, a high, boyish shout of rage echoed over the sunlit serenity of the courtyard. As one, Mara and Ichindar hurried their steps, outdistancing their escort through the leftward arch. They rushed down a path lined with bushes and beds of rare flowers and reached the garden courtyard in time to hear a splash. The boy, Justin, stood on the marble rim of a fish pool, his hands on his hips and his chest puffed out like a jiggerbird cock's. At his feet, dragged back by a sodden mess of white and gold robes, the girl sat in the water, her blonde hair plastered to her head and expensive makeup dribbled in smears down her furious face. Mara's face assumed its sternest maternal expression, while the Emperor choked back laughter. But before either could intervene in what was about to develop into a wrestling match, a third figure raced into the fray, trailing robes as expensive as the girl's, but redolent with exotic perfumes. She also was blonde and radiantly beautiful, despite her hand-wringing protestations and an evident uncertainty about the more forceful aspects of parenthood. "Ah!" she cried. "Oh, miserable boy, what have you done to my jewel?" Justin turned red-faced upon her and said glibly and clearly over Jahilia's shouting, "She slugged me in the face, did your jewel?" "Oh!" cried the woman, "she would not have my jewel." At this point, Mara strode forward, grabbed Justin by the arm, and hauled him off his perch on the pool rim. "So, you tripped her, is that it?" She received for her answer an insolent grin and a flash of blue eyes amid a sun-freckled face. Her open-handed slap across the boy's cheeks ended the smile, and although his eye showed the beginnings of a purple bruise, Mara gave him no quarter. "You will give the princess your hand, help her out of the fish pool, and apologize." As the boy opened his mouth to protest, she shook him briskly. "Do this now, Justin. You have sullied Akoma honor and must make amends." The offended Jahilia dragged herself to her feet. Fish darted in agitated swirls around her ankles as, glowering with temper, she prepared to be indulged. "Ah, my precious, get out of that water!" wailed the woman, whose resemblance identified her as Lady Tamara, Ichindar's first wife and mother to the girl. "You could take ill, standing about, soaking wet." Jahilia scowled, her rose and gilt complexion flushed crimson. She stared at Justin's extended hand as though it were a viper, while her father, Emperor of all Suranuani and Light of Heaven, looked on in helpless amusement. He was better at ruling between warring lords than at managing disputes between his offspring and those of his adopted family. Mara assessed the impasse and crisply admonished the girl. "Take Justin's hand, Princess. It is the only right thing to do, since you shamed his pride by striking him. It is cowardly to strike a man, since he will not hit a female in return. If Justin tripped you, you earned your ducking first, and I'd say you must both learn manners from the misfortune. Act like a grown lady, or else I'll see your nurses thrash you both like the children you most certainly are." "Oh, my darling should never be thrashed," cried the mother of the Emperor's eldest. "Were anyone to try, I should faint." At this, Ichindar turned hazel eyes bright with irony upon the lady of the Akoma. "My life is made miserable by a surfeit of frail women. The children cannot be thrashed, or they will faint." Mara laughed. "Thrash the children as they deserve, and let the ladies swoon all they wish. It might serve to harden them." "Oh!" The lady paled. As angry now as her daughter, she retorted, "Our Light of Heaven would not dare. He is a gentleman, and his wives all adore him." Ichindar's mouth curved with distaste. Plainly, he would withdraw rather than endure further disharmony. Women confounded him, Mara knew. Saddened that he seemed so browbeaten, and also given insight into how it must feel to have been forced into matrimonial duty at the age of 12, with a different wife or concubine sent to share the imperial bed each and every month thereafter, she again intervened. Justin completed his apology to Jahilia. He spoke his words without sullenness or rancour, as quick to forgive as his barbarian father. When he completed his bow, Mara caught the girl's icy fingers and bundled her firmly toward her distraught and angry mother. "Jahilia," said the lady of the Akoma, "take Lady Tamara inside and see her in care of a good maid. Then change your clothes and come visit me in my garden court. I will show you, as my brother showed me, what to do when importunate boys try to trip you." Jahilia's fury dissolved into delighted surprise. "You know how to wrestle, good servant." Mara laughed. "I'll teach you. And if Justin agrees to keep you clear of fish pools, he will help." At her side, the heir to the Akoma mantle gave a whoop of contentment, and Jahelia, no less restrained, shouted like a warrior. Then she spun in a whirl of wet hair and chivied her distraught and protesting mother from the garden, while Ichindar stared after in astonishment. He turned toward Mara with a look of mystified respect. "I should command your presence more often to marshal the conduct of my harem." Mara's smile died. "Great gods, no! Do you know nothing of women? The best way to foment dissension among them is to give them into the power of another female. I'd find myself marshal of a nasty, robe-tearing rebellion, my Lord Emperor. And the only problem I can see between your august self and your harem is that they outnumber you 537 to 1. The Emperor of all Shiranuani laughed. "True enough. I am the most jigger-hen-pecked husband in all of the nations. If the ladies were not all so beautiful, I might find it easier to chastise them." Mara made a sound through her nose. "According to my force commander, who cuts a swathe through the maidens in his leave time, the prettier the face, the greater the need for chastisement." Perhaps. Ichindar allowed a trace of wistfulness in his voice. "If I knew them better, I might be more inclined. Only those who bear me a child remain, you must remember. Of those 500, however many wives and consorts, I have spoken to only 7 on more than a handful of occasions." His troubled tone was not lost on Mara. Palace walls were no protection from the gossip of the streets. Even the light of heaven had heard the whispers of his lack of manly power in fathering a son. Though almost 20 years a husband, he had but 7 children, all girls, the eldest only 2 years older than Justin. Ichindar gestured toward the coolness of the foyer. "Refreshments await, my Lady Mara. In your condition, it would be insult to keep you on your feet in the sun for an instant longer." A haze of smoke from the funeral rites hung heavy upon the air. The acrid scent of ash stung Hokanu's nostrils where he stood, elbow braced on the rail of a gallery that overlooked a courtyard filled with guests. After the opulent gardens of the Akoma estate and the imperial residence, the Shinzawai garden looked tiny. Guests moved along the crowded narrow paths, speaking in low voices, partaking of light refreshments provided by servants at every turn. With Komatsu's rank and honour, many had come who had no clan or family ties with him, straining the hospitality of the house. The ceremony to honour the Shinzawai departed had been rushed, owing to the heat. The body of the patriarch had been kept waiting only until the arrival of the heir. Many of the guests had reached the estates ahead of him. Those more polite or less brazenly curious had waited to come until after Hokanu was in residence. Late afternoon sunlight slanted through the smoke that coiled still from the fire. The recitation of Komatsu's honours had been long, lasting well past noon. Now, the ashes were yet too hot to scrape into the ceremonial urn Hokanu would carry to the sacred contemplation grove that sheltered the family Natami. The air smelled of citrus and cloves and almonds to sweeten the stench of death, and of other rarer scents, of the ladies' perfumes and the sweet oils used to sleek the hair of the dandies. Now and again, the breeze would part the smoke, and the scents of the flowers bundled in the crockery pots throughout the dooryard won out. Fainter was the ink-like pungence of the dyes in the crimson death hangings. Sometimes there came the redolence of cooked meats, new bread and cakes. The kitchen staff were busy. Hokanu lounged in his red robes, his eyes half closed. He could have been a man lost in daydreams, except for the fist clenched white against the balustrade. Below him, conversation centred on political topics. Two subjects predominated: the eligibility of the bachelors who vied for the 10-year-old Princess Jahilia's hand, and which lord was most likely to be appointed by the light of heaven to take up the staff of office left vacant by Komatsu's death. The avaricious carrion-eaters might have waited until the old man's ashes were cold, Hokanu thought with resentment. A step sounded upon the worn plank floor behind him. His back tautened in expectation of another servant who would address him as "my lord." But the title was not forthcoming. Touched by vague dread, Hokanu half-turned. His hand closed in reflex over the heirloom metal sword he wore to honour the day, and with which he had cut the red cords around his father's wrists in the ceremony to free the spirit into the halls of Turakamu. But he faced no assassin. A man of medium stature awaited him, robed anonymously in dark fabric. Hokanu released the silk-wrapped hilt of the weapon with guilty speed. "I'm sorry, Great One. I heard no chime to warn of your presence." "I did not come by arcane means," said the magician in his deep, familiar voice. He pushed back his hood, and sunlight flooded over features that were lined and today looked almost bitter. The line of his cheek and brow bore a marked resemblance to Hokanu, and if the mystery in them had been less, the eyes would have been almost identical. The Great One, whose name was Fumita, crossed the space to the gallery rail and gave Hokanu a formal embrace. By blood, the two were father and son, but, according to the strictures of the assembly, ties of blood could not matter. Cautious of the weariness in the older man's face, Hokanu whispered, "You should not be here." Conflicting emotions, barely contained, raged within the warrior. His father had come late to his powers, a rare but not unheard of event. As a man in his prime, he had left his wife and young son to don the black robe. Hokanu's early memories of Fumita were few but vivid. The roughness of his cheek in the evening as a young boy threw his arms around his father's neck. The smell of sweat as he removed the armour worn in the soldier's yard. The younger brother of the lord of the Shinzawai, Fumita had been marked as the future Shinzawai force commander until the day when the magicians had taken him away. Hokanu remembered with pain how his mother had never laughed again. Fumita's peaked brows twitched, a frown suppressed. "A Great One may go anywhere at any time." And the dead man was his brother. Power had separated them, and mystery had kept them apart. Of the wife who had given up name and rank to enter a convent, the magician never spoke. He looked into the features of the son he could no longer acknowledge, and his silken robe that the breezes fluttered without effort seemed to drag at his stiffened shoulders. He did not speak. Hokanu, whose gifts of perception at times skirted the edge of arcane talent, spoke for him. "If I intend to endorse my father's policies and stand at the hand of the Emperor, I must announce my intentions plainly and soon. Then the enemies who might otherwise ally against the light of heaven must show themselves to me as his shield." He gave a short, humourless laugh, as if it matters. "If I stand down and let the house of the Imperial Chancellorship be awarded to a rival house, the enemies will strike next at my wife, who carries the heir to our name." Coarse laughter lifted over the buzz of general conversation. A servant passed the screen that led to the gallery. He saw the young lord in conference there with a magician, bowed and silently left. Preternaturally sensitive to the sense, his surroundings, and the grief for his adoptive father that left every nerve-end raw, Hokanu heard a cousin call out loudly in argument. By the slurred consonants, Devakai had wasted no time in sampling the wines. Small need to speculate what would happen to Shinzawai honour and fortunes were the distant branch of the family to inherit. Somewhere deep in the estate house, a maid giggled and an infant cried. Life went on. And, by the intentness of Fumita's gaze, he had not come just to honour the funeral pyre of a departed brother. It isn't pleasant, I see. But you have something to tell? Hokanu said, his throat made tight with the effort it took to find the courage to broach the subject first. Fumita looked troubled, a dire sign. Even before his donning the black robe, he was normally master of his expression, which made him a wicked opponent at cards. He twisted his thumbs in his cord belt and sat, perched awkwardly on a flower urn. Blossoms crushed beneath his weight, lending the thick scent of greens to the sultry, smoke-tinged air. I bring you warning, consort of the good servant. The choice of title told much. Hokanu longed to sit also, but sap stains on his mourning robes might be interpreted as a sign of weakness, as if he had forgotten himself or been overcome with prostration. He stood, his feet hurting with the strain. The assembly is troubled over my wife? He prompted. The silence stretched out, broken by the voices of the guests, raised now as the wine heated their conversations. At length, not looking at Hokanu, but at the boards, as if they might harbour unseen flaws, Fumita spoke carefully. Heed these things. First, the assembly is as any other body of men when trying to forge an agreement. They argue, they deliberate, they splinter into factions. No one wishes to be first to suggest the ill luck of compromising the life of a servant of the Empire. Hokanu sucked a fast breath. They know about Mara's toymaker. And Jiro's ventures in experimental engineering. Fumita looked up, piercingly. There is little in the nations my kind do not know. If they equivocate, it is because they cannot agree upon any one course of action. But provocation of any sort will unite them. Fear that. The smokes and the scent seemed cloying enough to drown in. Hokanu held the Great One's gaze, and behind stiff features read anguish. I hear. What else? Fumita blinked. You will recall that a former member of the Assembly, the barbarian Great One Milimber, once visited great destruction upon the Imperial Games. Hokanu nodded. He had not been present, but Mara had, and Lujan. Their descriptions of the event were the stuff of nightmares, and nobody who had seen the tumbled stone, the scorched timbers where fires had fallen from the sky, and the riven buildings from the inner precinct to the dockside quarter where earthquakes had shaken the holy city, had forgotten. No Great One has the powers of Milimber. Most have far less. Some are more scholars than spellcrafters. Fumita fell silent, his eyes expectant. Hokanu caught the cue and added the telling surmise. Some are argumentative, petty, and perhaps too embroiled in self-importance to act decisively. If it comes to trouble, Fumita said softly, you were the one who said this, never I. Very softly he added, the best you can hope for is a delay of the felling blow. Those who wish an end to these changes in tradition are growing stronger.
Forcing debate will buy time, but none of us who would aid you may stay the hand of another.
He fixed his former son with a gaze that held unvoiced feelings.
No matter what, I cannot protect you.
Hokanu nodded.
Say farewell to my brother Komatsu in my stead, the magician finished. He was joy and strength and wisdom, and his memory remains my inspiration. Rule wisely and well. He often told me he was proud of you.
He withdrew a small metal object from his robe and thumbed a switch. A low-pitched, unnatural buzz soared across the murmur of conversation, and Hokanu was left alone on the gallery above a courtyard that seethed with relations and guests. Among them were enemies, seeking weakness to exploit or strengths for the means to undermine. Such was the way of the game of the council. Only the newest lord of the Shinzawai thought, as he gazed through the haze at their finery, that never before had the stakes been so high. This time, the prize, the bone of contention, was the empire of Suanoani itself. The last, most private rite for the departed Shinzawai patriarch was completed at dusk as a low-ground mist settled over the contemplation glade. The new ruling lord lingered in the sanctity of his family's sacred grove, soothed by the deepening shadows and by the chance to be alone. The shadows spilled long and purple between the fruit-laden trees of autumn. Hokanu chose a stone bench and sat down, but the heat still oppressed. No breeze came to cool him, and ash from the burning drifted still in the air, describing shafts through the foliage where the sun struck through. Hokanu fingered the ravelled edges of the garment he had rent for Komatsu's ceremonial farewell. His hands closed hard, bunching the fabric. He had an estate filled with guests that he should be thinking of. It felt selfish to steal a moment of peace for himself. But the stillness of the contemplation glade and the lazy drone of the insects that fed upon windfall fruit allowed him space to think. Fumita's warning had not been only for Mara, her consort perceived. Hokanu's brows drew together. The magician's spare words had been for the Shinzawai, and the son who now wore the lord's mantle. When he had said, "I cannot protect you," the you was not plural but singular. For if, as lord of the Shinzawai, Hokanu chose aggression against the Anasati on Mara's behalf, the assembly of magicians would have no choice but to act. Because he was Mara's consort, not her ruling lord, but half a Koma in heart, if not in name. He was not servant of the Empire. He did not have Mara's rank and honours as his shield. No, the core of Fumita's warning had not been for his lady. It had been for himself. A caution against trying the patience of an assembly divided in opinion over issues that had no precedence. Hokanu understood with a flash of cold sweat that he must at all costs keep the Shinzawai clear of the feud with Lord Jiro. He saw, with the family's talent for perception, just what Fumita had left unsaid. That he was now lord of one of the most powerful houses in the Empire, and, while not officially clan war chief, would inherit the leadership of Clan Kanazawai at the next council. If, through ties of marriage, Shinzawai and Akoma forces were seen to unite in common cause, leading Clan Kanazawai and Clan Hadama, no counterforce in the nations could stop them. The fragmented assembly would end their contention, forced by most desperate circumstances to act. That reason must never be given, or Akoma and Shinzawai would both be ground down into the dust, never to rise, never to recover. Hokanu had seen the death of 200 warriors, followed by the annihilation of an honoured house, all at the hands of one magician. Hundreds of them, united, no army in the Empire could oppose. Hokanu arose to leave. The sacred grove of Shinzawai no longer seemed a haven of peace, and the sweat on his skin gave him chills. The place at his side where Mara might have stood felt colder and emptier still. Chapter 13. Twist. Arakasi waited. Below him the sentry moved silently, upon feet clad in padded stockings designed for stealth. He wore the traditional short black robe and trousers of the Hamoi Tong assassins, and his head covering masked all but his eyes. Across his back a short bow was slung, and at his belt a hip quiver of arrows and a variety of hand weapons were hooked within easy reach. He moved beneath the tree where the spy master perched, barely breathing, and vanished into the dusk like a shade of the dead. Arakasi counted in his mind, his numbers a complex formula he had devised over years that fixed an exact passage of time independent of breathing, heart rate, or any other condition that might influence the count. Practice with sand-filled hourglasses had perfected his system to a fine point. When he reached the number that signified 10 seconds, his searching eyes caught a movement at the far end of the trail. He knew satisfaction heady as triumph. The second sentry had arrived exactly as anticipated. The most perilous task he had ever undertaken was off to an auspicious start. Arakasi held no illusions that such luck would long continue. He was one man alone, and in a position where even the favour of heaven could not safeguard a man's life. Arakasi lay motionless on a tree branch in the garden of the Hamoi Tong's Obajan. Below him paced a guard who would kill him without hesitation. Like his predecessor, this new sentry scouted grass, paths and bushes for the telltale signs of an intruder. The spy master had left no tracks, yet he sweated. The guards were uncannily thorough. The second assassin moved along his beat. Counting for a specific interval, Arakasi judged his moment, then noiselessly lowered himself from tree to ground. Taking care to step only on the flat ornamental stones between flower beds, he scurried off to a small depression within a drainage ditch where he had secreted his few belongings. There, behind a masking of khadi brush, just beyond the limit of the Hamoi Tong sentry's line of patrol, he breathed deeply and settled taut nerves. At the edge of the woods, 100 paces west, his own backup man waited, knife already in hand, to answer unwelcome discovery. Arakasi lifted a stripped branch and used gestures to indicate that the patrol was moving according to schedule. The garden he sought to infiltrate was protected by 18 assassins, all alert, cautious sentries, but human enough to be fallible. The guard pattern they followed was complex, and at first appearance seemingly random, but few observers had Arakasi's icy patience or his keen fascination with mathematics. He had thought nothing of the days spent crouched in dirt, bitten by insects and lashed by sun and rain. What mattered was that he had unravelled their measure and worked up formulas to predict their routes. His backup man wore the garb of a Lashiki bowman, a mercenary guard from the northern province. As with Arakasi, his outer trappings came no closer to his true identity than any of a dozen guises he had worn and then shed over the years. Nor was his real name Sabota. Arakasi never pressed him on this foible. His true origin was his own affair, for he had proven himself a reliable courier countless times over. Of all the agents near Ontoset the Akoma spy master could call upon, Sabota was the most trustworthy, and Arakasi had to give this man a mission as critical to the lady's survival as his own. A month's beard masked the spy master's face. He appeared more like a beggar than anything else from the week spent in the countryside. Yet there had been a watcher close enough to see his eyes as he began a second, more complex signal with the stick. He could never have been mistaken for other than what he was, a supremely dangerous man about to embark upon a mission he did not expect to survive. At the tree line, the man called Sabota studied the spymaster's message. His memory was impeccable. He nodded once and left without a glance backward. Crouched behind a thin screen of thorn, Arakasi closed his eyes. He did not pray. He substituted hope. For Sabota took with him instructions to the second-in-command of the Akoma spy network, a man Mara had never met, whom Arakasi had designated his replacement should he fail to return from this endeavour. The stakes were now set. If a counter-message was not sent within a specified number of days, a new spymaster would present himself to Lady Mara. Every detail on the Tong that Arakasi had managed to uncover would be passed along, and plans would begin afresh to seek the destruction of the Hamoy Obajan and counter the infiltrations attempted by Chumaka of the Anasati. Arakasi closed his eyes. His head ached from tension, which was not normal. Life to him had always been a bloodless, calculated dance, with danger his dispassionate partner. It bothered him to think he might have held Sabota with him longer than necessary. He had discerned the key to the patrols 2 days ago. The waiting he had done since had not been for precaution. In fact, it had only increased the risk that the Tong might alter its habits to foil just the sort of study he had finished. Arakasi rubbed his temples. Unused to self-conflict, he drew a series of breaths to calm himself. Arakasi had been driven by an abiding loyalty to Mara, since his long-sought vengeance against the Minwanabi had been completed by the Akoma. Concerns for his lady's safety haunted him now, for if he died in this insane task, a man of even lesser gifts would be left to undertake his post. After the attempt to infiltrate the city of the magicians had been abandoned, signs of tampering had surfaced since the agents in Jamar had returned to active status. This could only be the work of Chumaka of the Anasati. Through sleepless nights, watching the Tong's patrols, Arakasi had worried on the timing. With the net compromised, who knew how deeply, this was a frightening moment to contemplate handing over the reins. Arakasi gave himself a mental jab of reproach. Were he to die, what did his life matter? Never before had he wasted himself with worries that had no bearing on circumstances outside his control. It was past time to be moving. Pushing aside another maddening incongruity, a memory of his hand sliding through the honey-gold hair of a courtesan he should have forgotten, he forced his thoughts to track the immediate. The next lull in the patrols was upon him. If he was to act tonight, he must not tarry, for by every indication gleaned through the weeks of observation, the high, painted litter that had arrived at the estate house that afternoon had carried the long-absent master. The Obajan of the Hamoy Tong was once again in residence at his pleasure retreat. Arakasi wormed out of the ditch, pressed through the low bushes, and raced bent over down a garden path. He threw himself belly down in the shadow of a low tile wall, aware now that he was irrevocably committed. There were no more gaps in the patrols along the perimeter, and would not be until daylight made it impossible to cross without being observed from one of the guard posts set in wooden balconies that jutted from the house's peaks. The wait under the wall would last an hour. To use the time, Arakasi reviewed all of his preparations, turning over each success and frustration that had marked his mission to its current moment. It had been a painstaking trail, which had begun with the tracking of the honey-haired courtesan's sister. The slave trader who had brokered the girls had been easy enough to find. But at the market where Camleo's siblings should have been turned over to her Tong purchaser, all traces of her vanished. The work then had been hampered by its proximity to Ontoset, where the new network begun to replace the one disrupted by the silk warehouse mishap was still in its building stages. Weeks of following false leads had yielded the conclusion that girls selected for the Tong never reached the Ontoset marketplace. Arakasi had backtracked along the route and, from a drunken driver's chance remark, had learned that slave wagons bearing girls of unusual beauty were on rare occasions diverted into the rolling foothills to the north of the city. More weeks had been spent scouting out that area to follow and map each footpath, game trail and swamp in the wide lands north of Ontoset. Sabota and 3 other agents had done this, living off the surrounding land like bandits, stealing jiggerbirds or vegetables from farmers, fishing the brooks, even eating berries and nuts. One had been killed as he attempted to purchase grain in a village miles to the northwest, which had been a loss that yielded knowledge, for it marked that settlement as subject to the Tong's control, where strangers were not welcomed. The farmer, who had done the killing, had taken the Akoma agent from behind with a knife. An expert in his own right with daggerwork, Arakasi had examined the corpse fished out of the river. The murder was the work of a trained assassin. Arakasi had lain in the loft of a mill downstream listening to gossip. The villagers who had observed the death never commented, but continued with their daily affairs as if nothing untoward had occurred. No one had caught wind of the spy master's presence. No one had noticed the trail he had erased when he left. He reviewed again the checks he had run in Ontoset, counting the farm carts that entered, and noting what coloured dust filmed their wheels as they presented themselves at the guard gate. He had not been followed for a certainty. More weeks had been spent in a roadside ditch, living off dried cakes and fruit. Months after the murder of his agent, Arakasi had traced 3 carts from that village. Back in Ontoset, he had worn a drover's robes and gone out for hard nights of drinking. Carts came and went, until finally one of those he had been seeking pulled in. A trip outside the tap with 3 swaying, singing companions, he had leaned on that wagon to piss, and, with a knife concealed in his other hand, had notched the hardened leather that bound the cartwheel's rim. Sabota, watching at the roadside, had waited more days for rain. Then, at last, that distinctively marked wheel's track had led to the location of the Tong's pleasure palace. Arakasi knew his work was good. No one should have connected his drunken binge in the tavern with another poor travelling labourer walking between harvests with his head drooping in the heat. Still, he sweated. The man he sought to take was the most secretive individual in the Empire, and by far the best guarded. There were lords who had died for merely beholding the Obajan's face. Tasayo of the Minwanabi had been the singular exception, and the bribes he had paid in metal were the stuff of legend. If a man did not know he had purloined illicit contraband during his years of war service across the rift. The break in the patrol would come soon. Arakasi chewed a strip of dried meat, though his appetite had fled. Food was for survival now, or else this would be the last meal of his life. He swallowed the last of his stores and lay flat upon damp soil. Eyes closed again, he tuned his senses to the night, hearing every sound and insect and smelling the moisture-laden air. Any change would find him instantly at the ready. His timing required absolute concentration. He waited, sweating harder. His thoughts sought to wander, marred by some new, formless apprehension he could not name. That anomaly troubled him sorely, but could not be examined, for the moment had come. The crunch of sandals crossed the gravel path just the other side of the wall. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30. Arakasi flowed through the night like a phantom. Over the wall in a vault, he crossed the garden, leaping over the paths and keeping to slate borders of the flower beds that his step not disturb the raked gravel. Light flickered through the trees. Arakasi dove belly down and scraped under the arch of an ornamental bridge. The water in the little stream was high at this time of year, its trickle hiding his splashing. He barely had enough headroom under the centre beam to keep his face clear of the surface. The sound of current over a rock underneath masked his fast breathing as he froze, his heartbeat racing. Up the path came a group of men. 4 were wearing the black of assassins, white sashes proclaiming them to be of honoured rank. 2 more moved through the garden, flanking the party as guards. Of the pair they protected, one was thin, clad in silk woven in the hamoi flower pattern, his eyes roving back and forth in nervous review. But it was to the other man that Arakasi's attention was drawn. This one was massively built, his wide girth carrying not 1 ounce of fat. He wore a flowing brown robe, the hood thrown back to reveal the face that would never be uncovered away from home. The man who might earlier have posed as itinerant priest or monk proudly displayed the long topknot and fall of hair that proclaimed him of supreme rank. His shaved scalp bore the complex red tattoos that adorned only an aubergine. In the darkness under the bridge, as footsteps thumped and creaked across the boards above, pressed tight between the structure and damp mud, Arakasi grinned to know his work had not been wasted. He was within striking distance of the ruler of the Hamoi Tong. But now was no time to strike. The flanking guards were beating the bushes on either side of the path. The abnormally high water made the cranny under the bridge too small to shelter a full-sized man without backing up the flow. And, indeed, no ordinary skulker could have wedged himself clear of the streamlet by bracing his elbows on the side beams. Arakasi ignored his aching muscles. Now there were 24 assassins in residence at the estate. He held back elation. Even a chance gleam of light on his teeth could betray him. 18 or 24 assassins. He was sticking his head into the mouth of a Harulth and daring the most dangerous predator in Kelewan to bite down. The aubergine's party passed, probably on its way to enjoy the evening in the covered gazebo near the wall. Arakasi had the night left yet to wait. At the last hour before sunrise, he would attempt to enter the estate house, for there was only one way he had determined to infiltrate this nest of murderers, and, after that, he grimly acknowledged, he had no safe way out. As deep night at last began to fade, Arakasi trembled with fatigue. Lying now half in the water, he thanked Chochakan, the good god, that the guard patrols had not changed their routine with the aubergine in residence. He forced himself to gorge his belly with water. The single most desperate act of his life lay ahead as he prepared to gain entry to the estate house. The next sentry arrived on schedule. Arakasi peered out from under the bridge. As the guard reached the limit of his vision, the spymaster slithered silently into the open. Heavy dewfall would mask the drips that scattered from his wet clothing. He moved fast, knowing that he must maintain an equal distance between 2 men intent on killing anyone they found. If the one ahead paused to scratch an itch, or the one behind walked slightly faster than normal, Arakasi might die before he knew he had been discovered. The spymaster resisted the temptation to hurry. Few situations demanded such precise control. Scrambling as quietly as possible, he moved sideways, forearms, knees and toes alone touching the ground. The toll on his already depleted strength was tremendous. After 200 feet of progress, Arakasi collapsed to the ground. He made himself dizzy, choking back his gasps for air, but forced his ears to listen for any indication that they had seen. No alarm was sounded. He studied the sky. The pre-dawn grey was brightening now. From experience, he knew that sentries had the most difficult time seeing at dawn and dusk, when all was reduced to blurred shadows. Footfalls passed. The guard who had been to his rear passed within a yard of his position. But the sentry had his attention directed toward the outer wall, not upon the ground to the left of his feet. And it was a shadow in the grass beside the main house that Arakasi had become. His breath stopped, and his hands braced to move. The sentry paused. Arakasi counted, dripping sweat. On a certain number, the guard moved on. At once, Arakasi leapt to his feet, removed a cord from his belt, and threw its weighted end upward over a tree branch that arched toward the house between the balconies that housed more guards. Exposed on 3 sides, he had only seconds before the next patrol appeared around the corner. Luck must be his mistress here. Arakasi hurled himself upward, staying close to the thick trunk to avoid any rustling of leaves. He threw himself prone on the branch and reeled in his cord hand over hand. His observations were now useless. He had had no way to penetrate the life inside the house, and so had no knowledge beyond an estimated floor plan gained by watching the goings and comings of the servants. Arakasi heard voices and knew the house staff awakened. Soon, cooks and body servants would be about their duties, and he had to be in place. Arakasi pulled himself along the limb. He had to be careful. This was a takai tree, grown for its lush fruit. The branches of bearing trees were weak and tended to break when more weight was added. The foliage was thin and provided little cover as he shinnied under the beams of a guard balcony. The need to keep quiet knotted his muscles and made his suppressed breath like fire in his chest. Houses in Kelewan were usually constructed with a breathing space between the inner ceiling and the roof to let the heat under the eaves escape. This house should be no different, but a grating of wood might have been added to increase security. No clear, safe haven remained to him, and he was too far inside the estate to turn back with any chance of safety. The sky might be lightening to silver, but the gloom under the rafters was complete. Arakasi groped into the shadow. The way inside he had hoped to find did exist, but, as he suspected, thin slats of wood barred his way into the crawl space between the tiled roof above and the plaster ceiling of the rooms below. Arakasi drew one of his rare metal throwing knives. The steel could endure the punishment of prying the slats out at their pegged ends, where a Surani blade of laminated hide would have snapped. Arakasi worked quickly. He garnered scrapes and splinters as he wormed his way through the small opening, then used the grease of his own sweat to ease the pegs back without squeaking. He allowed himself a moment of silent exultation. He had done the impossible. Although cramped in a space too small for comfort, he was inside the building. He rested while the guard changed in the platforms outside. Then he groped his way across the beams until he located the roof tree. He settled in to wait. The day before him to spy out the arrangement of the rooms unseen beneath. Arakasi lay supine, listening closely to the dulcet tones of women's voices below him. His success now depended on the chance that the Obajan would be visiting his women, for the spy master doubted he could survive another day of sweating in the airless space beneath the roof. The coarse-cut wood of dusty rafters bit into his thighs and arms and chafed him through the light cloth of his robe. He endured, flexing one limb at a time to relieve cramps from impaired circulation. The air had grown stifling as the sun heated the roof tiles. Although he had gone without sleep for nearly 2 days, he fiercely resisted the need to rest. To fall victim to the body's needs in this place was to die. Should he doze, he might roll off the narrow crossbeam and come crashing through the thin plaster ceiling below him. With grim humour, he also considered how the sound of his exhausted snores might lead the vigilant guards to his hiding place. Now, ready, with his steel in darkness, his cheek and hands tickled by the aimless wanderings of crawling insects, he felt a heady mix of exhilaration and regret. Exhilaration that he had won so close without discovery. Regret that so many tasks remained undone. Below him, cracks in the plaster admitted an orange glow of light. Servants had lit the lamps, which meant that night had fallen outside. He could hear the silvery laughter of women. Among them now and again sounded a voice that reminded him of another girl, and an afternoon entanglement in silken sheets. Arakasi shifted, irked at himself. Camleo was on his mind far too much. The feel of her rich hair under his hands, and her creamy skin, and her kisses. The very memory of her made him sweat with longing. Yet, what haunted his mind over and over was no simple coupling of flesh. He dreamed of her deep eyes, the intelligence in them, alternately dulled by boredom and made cunning by abuse. Her manner seemed hard, but it was a cynicism that roofed over a chasm of pain. He knew, as surely as his hands and his body had pleased her, that given time he could reach the sweet nature hidden like treasure within her. If he survived this evening's endeavours, he would buy her freedom, maybe show her the headier joys of a free life. If she would have him, after a lifetime of pandering to the whims of many masters, if she did not find men distasteful. Arakasi's lip curled in self-contempt in the dark. He dreamed. He dreamed like a lovesick boy. Had life not taught him never to give credence to the unpredictable desires of the heart? He smothered an impulse to curse. It was irony of the blackest and bitterest sort that the mission that had caused him to know her might itself bring her to ultimate harm. With stark logic, in the stifling heat under the roof tree, he knew. He would require a miracle of the gods to emerge from his mission alive. The odds now favoured his getting the strike at the aubergine he had planned for, but even should his blow prove deadly, evading the best of the Tong's assassins, and after them the vengeful wrath of the Tiranjan, Aubergine's successor, was an impossible expectation. Arakasi shivered from fatigue and tension. He changed grip on a knife handle gone strangely sweat-slick with doubt. How could one enchantress of a courtesan have tempted him to place her well-being above the will of Mara, his sworn mistress, whose life he loved above his own? Yet Camleo had. For Mara, the aubergine of the Hamoy Tong would die, but if the spy master who undertook the deed escaped the consequences alive, he recognized that a small, secretive part of himself must remain his own. His care for the courtesan, which might or might not be love, and could easily be rooted in foolish pity, begged to be explored. The self-respect recovered with the destruction of House Minwanabi demanded this, that he hear his own needs as a man, and reconcile them with the duties that daily led him into danger. 1,000 times he might have died nameless in the guise of beggar, itinerant priest, sailor, fortune-teller, spice merchant, costermonger, messenger. And 1,000 times he had faced those risks without hesitation, for he had stared into the abyss and did not fear death. But now, when he needed hindrance the least, he found that it suddenly mattered. If death took him, he wanted his ashes honoured on Akoma lands, and the pretty, sullen-eyed courtesan crying his name by his pyre. Now he found himself shackled by sentiment, when, at any cost, his identity must remain secret. The continuance of the Akoma, whose beloved lady had restored him to honour, and perhaps even the Empire itself, depended upon flawless self-restraint. Arakasi had lived such a disjointed existence that love had but once before fettered him, and then more through loyalty to the woman who had restored his pride and honour. And, though he adored Mara, she did not trouble his dreams. Arakasi cherished her as a priest loved his goddess. But Camleo had touched a piece of him that had been hidden from all others, especially himself, he rued silently. The laughter of the women subsided. Arakasi tensed, jerked from reminiscence by a tread that grated as it crossed the floor. The sound indicated studded leather sandals and the weight of a large man. A female called out a welcome, and bare, perfumed feet lisped over tile. Cushions and refreshments were being brought for the master's comfort, Arakasi surmised. He shifted position infinitesimally, his grip on his knife hot and dry. The closeness of his attic perch seemed suddenly unendurably stifling. He fought the instinct to gasp for more air, to move, to act prematurely. He willed himself against pain to force each muscle to relax and hold position. The mingled scents of perfumes wafted through the heated air, admitted through the gaps between plaster and beams. Presently, Arakasi heard the clink of fine crystal as serving girls brought refreshment to their master, and later a viol player who accompanied a singer for his entertainment. He smelt sweet oils then, and heard the deep-pitched sighs of contentment of a man being attended by skilled masseurs. The spy master's own abused body obliged him by trying to cramp. "Patience," he reminded himself inwardly. Later still, a light tread betrayed a towel girl's departure, her steps shortened by her hamper of soiled linens. His eyes half closed, Arakasi pictured the tableau in the chamber below his rafter perch. The musician had slowed his rhythms, and the singer abandoned lyrics, her voice sliding into a languorous humming. The crystal jug that held the spiced sa wine chimed as it was set on its polished stone tray. Nearly empty now, Arakasi judged by the ring of the glass. Wax candles had burned low. The faint light that escaped through the tiny cracks in the ceiling had taken on the warmer tone cast by an oil lamp. He heard the sigh of fine fabric as it fell away, and the master arose with a creak of knees. His sigh was huge as he stretched. For the first time since his entry into his pleasure harem, the Obajan of the Hamoy Tong spoke.
"Yes, sir."
He paused after the name, his eyes perhaps glittering with lust.
"Alamena. Tori?"
He waited, cruelly drawing out an interval of palpable tension, while the other unsummoned women, arrayed at his feet, waited to know whether they would be chosen or spurned, their disappointment or their joy at their appointed turn of fate carefully hidden. The Obajan sighed again. "Kamini," he finished.
"The rest of my flowers are dismissed."
Arakasi blinked to clear the sting of what he hoped was sweat. Not Kamini. The gods were not kind tonight. Kamini he wished far away from the master's bedchamber through this hour, for she was sister to Camleo, the girl who haunted the spy master's dreams. Fiercely, Arakasi wrenched his thoughts from the image of Camleo's face. Daydream and grow careless, and he would die here. A screen swished closed in the chamber below. Presently, another slid open, and Arakasi heard the chirps of evening insects over the hiss of the oil lamp. The attic had not cooled. The roof tiles held the day's heat yet, though the sun had long set, and the night was old enough for dew. The musician and the singer subsided to the barest whisper of a melody, over which Arakasi could hear the slither of silken sheets and the muffled giggle of a girl. He waited, still as a predator, listening avidly for his prey's contented sighs to become the quickened breaths of passion. And waited yet as a girl began to moan in the throes of pleasure, or what seemed like pleasure. Arakasi banished thoughts of another girl who had been taught since childhood to feign all the subtleties of joy. Arakasi reproached himself silently. He had sweated too much, and dehydration was making him perilously light-headed. He forced concentration, every muscle corded with tension. The knife in his hand felt like an extension of his living flesh as the aubergine entwined in hot girls and damp silk opened his mouth and cried out in the fulfilment of his release. In that instant, the spymaster shoved off, plunging downward through warm air. He struck the plaster ceiling and broke through, in a shower of fragments and chips and dust. His eyes, long used to the dark, saw clearly in the lamplight the humped mass of entangled forms on the mat below as he fell. He chose the uppermost, the most massive, and angled his knife accordingly. He had but one instant to pray that the only time the aubergine of the Hamoy Tong would be more than a hand's reach from his weapons and guards would be in the nakedness of the act of coupling. Then he crashed atop the sweating mass of the aubergine and his women, and sheathed priceless steel in flesh. Arakasi felt his blade turned by sinew and bone. He had missed a killing blow. The aubergine was huge, but none of his bulk was fat. His groan of pleasure became a shout of pain and alarm. Arakasi was thrown off his prey like a fish tossed from a bait boat. His heel caught on a woman's leg, and he fell. Besides being strong, the master of assassins was fast. His hand shot out to a pile of weapons beside the bed. 3 darts smacked into silken sheets, even as Arakasi rolled away. A girl screamed in pain and fear. The oil lamp went out. A vielle fell with a crash, and the singer broke off, screaming. Feet pounded in the corridor, while Arakasi shoved free of entangling bedclothes and threw off a girl who clawed his shoulder with her nails. His second knife slid into his hand, as if it had life and breath and a desire to match his need. He flicked his wrist and released, and the blade flew true into the aubergine's neck. The master of the Hamoy Tong bellowed again, enraged, but the blade kissed the artery, and blood fountained. He raised his hand to staunch the flow, and all but lost his thumb on the keen edge still exposed. Against the pale square of the door screen, Arakasi saw the man's shoulders quiver in the stress of ebbing life. His scalp lock fell loose over his back as he crashed to his knees, his chest wet with the fast flow of blood. Arakasi twisted around, flinging girls and sheets one way and another in the darkness. He rolled, tossed a cushion in the direction of pursuing footsteps. Someone tripped and hit with a fleshy smack against the tile. Mistaking him for the assailant, 4 incoming guards sprang and bore the unfortunate man down. His protests masked Arakasi's movements as, hand to the wall, the spymaster scuttled to the far side of the chamber. He had just enough starlight to see by. Careful to keep any chance gleam of steel from betraying his position, Arakasi drew another knife from his belt loop. He threw, and one of the guards went down clutching his belly and howling. His noise distracted the rest, allowing Arakasi to draw more knives and dispatch the 4 guards who entered from the outer hall. They died, one after another, between the screaming of the pleasure women and the cries of the wounded sentry on the floor. The aubergine lay in the sheets, motionless in death. Arakasi slipped through the screen and ducked out of sight around the lintel. He dared not wait to see if any of the girls had seen him go, nor if they had the wits to make outcry. With a leap driven by adrenaline, he sprang up and caught the corner beam of the roof. Dangling by his hands, he pulled himself into the shadows under the eaves, his last blade gripped between his teeth. He was barely established in his hiding place when feet pounded into the room from the direction of the adjoining hallway. "Outside!" shouted one of the assassins. "The man who killed our master fled into the garden!" Desperate, Arakasi clawed a fragment of shingle from the gutter. With an underhand toss, he pitched the bit of tile into a flower bed. The sharp-eared sentry who bolted through the door dashed headlong into the bushes, hacking the vegetation with his sword. Arakasi could have brushed the man's head with his fingertips as the man passed below. More assassins rushed out. "Where is he?" The swordsman paused in his slashing. "I heard movement." "Quickly," called the second guard. "Bring torches. The killer makes his escape while we delay." They fanned outward, combing the garden, while men with lights converged to aid in the search. Arakasi slung himself off the roof. A moving shadow in darkness, he sidestepped and ducked into an adjoining screen, back inside the house where the pursuers had not yet thought to check. More men exploded from the bedroom. They met the first man returning. "He must have gone over the wall. Patrol the perimeter quickly before he gets away." Shouts of inquiry issued from inside the harem. News of the Obajan's death roused the servants, some of whom gave way to panic. The Tong was swift and merciless in retribution, and in a house this well guarded, the members would suspect that whoever killed their master must have an inside accomplice. The entire staff might be put to death to ensure elimination of any traitors. The more intelligent servants understood their best course of action was to flee. Fear alone bound these wretches to service with this murderous brotherhood. Most preferred to chance an uncertain future than face dishonourable death. Arakasi could only hope that the confusion caused by dozens of terrified servants would lend him opening, for while a saner man might seek escape, his mission was yet incomplete. For Mara's sake, he must return to the Obajan's study and steal the record journal of the Tong. Stillness had fallen over the adjacent bedchamber. Arakasi risked that the guards had left their dead master in the heat of the search. He re-entered the screen he had broken earlier and stepped into a scene of carnage. Blood splattered everything within 10 feet of the bed. Beside the bulk of the slain master, a pair of naked girls remained, starlight limning their forms faintly silver. One of them stared at him, silent. With crazed, repetitive motions, she sought to wipe blood from skin smeared hopelessly scarlet. The other writhed in the sheets, moaning. Struck down by a poisoned dart, she was unable to rise. With grim purpose, Arakasi recovered 2 metal knives, one from the neck of the Obajan and another from the stomach of a guard who lay sprawled at his master's feet. Arakasi stepped past the foot of the bed, his glance passing over the wounded courtesan. He stopped, his attention unwillingly arrested. The girl's hair pooled like spilled oil in the moonlight, pale gold and glistening. Her face was upturned, exposed to the flicker of torchlight spilling in from the garden. Like a wound to the heart, he saw that her features were the exact same as her sister's. They were twins. Logic could not stay the lurch of Arakasi's heart. In moonlight, her slim hands worrying at the dart that pierced her breast, she could not be distinguished from the girl he had touched and bedded. Jolted by a pain of the spirit that threatened to choke his breath, Arakasi fought to recapture his icy, analytical nature. He was a coma spymaster on a mission for the servant of the Empire. He must keep his wits and locate the Obajan's scrolls. But when he most needed steady nerves, his objectivity forsook him. Before one dying courtesan, his own survival suddenly seemed as meaningless as trying to capture sunlight with bare hands. Arakasi's intellect screamed that he must keep faith with Mara, while his heart drove him to his knees beside the stricken girl. Time and circumstance were blurred. He could no longer separate which was the courtesan who had bound him to her and which the twin sister. In the dark, in the moonlight, in the aching loss of the moment, their identities seemed to merge. Against every instinct of self-preservation, Arakasi gathered her body into his arms. He cradled her, wide-eyed and motionless, until she quivered, gasped, and, after what seemed an eternity, finally ceased breathing. Arakasi felt as if he had been beaten. His nails had gouged his palms, and his teeth had drawn blood. The salt-rich taste on his tongue and the death stink that pervaded his nostrils pushed him to nausea. He barely noticed the living woman who muttered amid blood-stained sheets. His mind recorded but did not comprehend her babble. Arakasi snatched a tearing breath and forced himself to unlock his rigid limbs. His heart seemed frozen as the dead girl slipped from his grasp. By rote, he reacted to a sound behind him, turned and whipped out a knife. His throw was almost true. The servant who sought entry was a castrate, who served the harem, returned to look after his charges. The knife caught him a glancing slash across the neck. He gagged and slammed into the doorpost. Fast Arakasi had always been, but tonight his limbs were clumsy as he stumbled across the dropped girl. His feet caught in soggy sheets and hooked upon cushions. He struck the castrate with a wrestler's move in the middle and knocked him sideways. The dying man's strength was uncanny. Arakasi's hands sought a grip and slipped. He dug his fingers into the wound and, by the spray of blood on his face, knew he had torn his enemy's artery. Using his knuckles to stop his victim from crying out, he received a bite to the bone. Had the dead Obajan's guards not been sweeping the outer grounds for an assassin who, by rights, should be fleeing for his life, the struggle would have brought notice. As it was, hanging on to a dying man who careened into wall hangings and crashed against chests and tables, Arakasi felt a sense of the unreal. The castrate took a long time to bleed to death. When he at last fell limp, Arakasi reeled out of the room. He had never seen the inside of the house. What sense of direction he had garnered during his wait under the roof tree now deserted him as he sought the journal that was the heart of the Tong. Such a book recorded each contract and its disposition in a cipher known only to the Obajan. Intermediaries were told nothing beyond the name of the victims directed to die. The Tong's records were the inheritance of the Tiranjan, who must take over rulership for the leader just assassinated. The journal would not be unprotected, and even before the commotion of the search died down, the Obajan's flower-robed advisor would be sending the Tiranjan to collect it. Arakasi heard distant voices and a scream. His time in the house was now limited to less than a handful of minutes, and his mind remained muddled by the memory of a girl's tormented death. He whipped himself to review his past surmises, made through the hot hours of waiting under the roof tree. This was the pleasure palace. The Obajan was on sabbatical. The record book that was never beyond his reach would be here in a place set aside for it. The door screen with the stoutest construction must be the strong room where the Tong scrolls would be kept. Arakasi flitted down the corridor, keeping to the shadows as much as possible. He doused lanterns where he dared, shivering and starting at every distant noise. He rounded a corner and all but collided with a man whose back was turned. The chink of steel as he drew his last knife caused the man to whirl. He was a warrior assigned to guard a locked door. Arakasi launched himself forward and sliced the tendons in the man's wrist, even as his foe reached down to draw his sword. The spymaster felt no pain himself as he chopped bitten, bleeding fingers into the guard's windpipe and rammed him with a crash against the wood. Someone shouted at the noise. Out of time, Arakasi bashed his enemy through the panel. The guard resisted, eyes widened in soul-deep terror. As he overbalanced backward into the confines of the strong room, the hand that still functioned scrabbled in desperation at the wall. Then he went down. Trip wires mired his ankles, and darts were released from the walls. The floor where he struck dropped down with a grinding sound, and stakes of sharpened, resin-hardened wood erupted through pierced patterns in the tiles, impaling his twitching remains. Arakasi paid his victim's death throes no mind. Clued by the man's last living act, he surveyed the wall and found a niche between the murals. He recognized the hole for what it was, an opening for a locking pin that would disable the mechanical traps inside the room. He jammed his knife into the gap and rushed ahead. Chills chased across his skin. He could hear running feet in the corridors converging upon his position. Ahead of him, lit by a single lamp, stood a tall, desk-like structure with a heavy book resting on the top. He leapt over the corpse of the guard, his thoughts racing. If the door had been trapped, so the desk must be also. It followed that a thief who survived the defences to get this far must be gifted and a master of intricate mechanisms. Therefore, Arakasi chose the unpredictable tactic. He would make his attempt by force. He swallowed the metallic taste of panic. He grasped the heavy ceramic lampstand, bent down and bashed through the inlaid panelling at the bottom of the desk. He looked up to locate and disarm the maze of fine threads and levers that would set off the snare were the book to be lifted, and beneath them found something else. A tightly rolled scroll lay beneath the trip mechanism. He pulled it from its resting place and glanced at it. The outer parchment was written over in cipher and tied off with ribbons marked with the flower of the Hamoi Tong. The book on the desktop was a fake, set up in plain view as a trap. In his hand he held the true accounts of the Tong. The cries of alarm were now closer. Arakasi thrust the scroll into his robe and hurried to the doorway. He yanked his knife from the hole and ran, away from the voices that converged around the corner from behind. He made blind haste, shaken to fresh fear by his success. As much as he had planned, as carefully as he had arranged his safeguards, he had never anticipated surviving beyond the moment of the Obajan's death. Now the stakes were redoubled, for without the journal scroll, the Tiranjan could not assume leadership of the clan. Contracts would go unfulfilled, and the Hamoi assassins would lose honour. In effect, Arakasi held the murderous Brotherhood's Natami in his hands. Without it, the Tong would lose credibility and eventually drift away like smoke. Shouting erupted in the corridor Arakasi had just vacated. The broken doorway was discovered, and screams followed as guards rushed inside and fell to the traps reset when he had removed the dagger used as locking pin. Pursuit was immediate, as the survivors scattered, searching through the house. Arakasi barely slipped out the window ahead of one hard on his trail. A stinging in his shoulder marked a hit by an assassin's dart. It would be poisoned, surely, yet he had no choice but to ignore it. The antidotes he had brought on the chance he might get hit lay with his stores hidden outside the perimeter. He rushed across the garden, leapt into a tree, and flung himself over the first wall. Poised for a moment, he heard darts and the heavier rattle of arrows flying through the branches above his head. He looked frantically for opportunity. A panicked party of servants hurried past. Attempting to steal from the estate, they hugged the wall in silence as they sought a clear avenue of freedom. Arakasi insinuated himself into their midst, causing one woman to scream and a man to throw himself on his knees and beg mercy. The spy master's black clothing had caused them to mistake him for an assassin, he realized, with near hysterical glee. Drawing a breath, Arakasi screamed, "The servants have murdered the Obajan! Kill them all!" His ragged shout sent the menials scattering in all directions, and he sprinted as they did toward the outer wall. Let the tongue trackers pick out his spoor from this confusion, he thought, as he skinned his palms, leaping over. At the edge of physical and mental exhaustion, he made his way to a sheltered place he had selected against the faint chance he would complete his mission. There he had hidden his antidotes and a cache of drugs that would force him to continued alertness and energy until safety or death greeted him. He would pay a terrible price for their use, and weeks of rest would be needed, but survival would be worth the price. He dosed himself quickly and stripped off his bloodied clothing. He left them under a large rock. From another of his vials, he poured a pungent liquid that caused his eyes to water. It was the essence of a slewleaf, a large swamp creature that other beasts found repellent. No dog known would track one, and indeed, exposure to its musk would ruin the animal's sense of smell for days. As he started rubbing the stinking ointment on his skin, the sting in his shoulder reminded him he still had a dart in his flesh. He drew the barbed shaft out and slipped on a fresh shirt. The bitten knuckles he could do nothing for, and he cursed at the certainty that the hand would swell and infect. He could do nothing more but trust that the antidote he had swallowed would counteract the poison. He had made a fair guess at those required, a legacy of the knowledge gained from his inspection of Korbach's shelves. Arakasi began to lope through the night, sandal-clad feet slapping steadily over the rocky trail that led to safety. Now, as he coursed through dew-drenched grasses, memories of Korbach's end and another death made him acknowledge the changes in himself. Never again could he take such measures against a man, not for Mara, not for duty, not for honour. Not since he had held a dying courtesan and confused her for a moment with another girl. Irrevocably, he had perceived his own heart. If Korbach's antidotes and the poison in his body were not a match, Arakasi was fatalistic, until another memory surfaced. The mad girl in the Aubergine's chamber. Her tearful hysterics replayed in his mind. Her mumbling resolved with frightening clarity. She had said, "He knows Kamini." Kamini, who was but one half of a pair of twins, one belonging to an impotent old man and the other dead with the Aubergine. Arakasi began to run then, out of breath and hurting before he started. For the first time ever, he prayed with fervour to the gods of Kelewan, begging Sibi, who was death, not to call him to her brother Turakamu's halls. He needed luck or a miracle, most likely both. For his lapse into distraction back in the Aubergine's chamber was sending death to Camleo's door. He had left the mad girl alive and still babbling, and a search was on for an assassin. The Aubergine's guards who remained alive might not cover every cranny of the estate grounds in the dark, but come daylight, when the Tiranjan arrived to direct the aftermath, a more methodical hunt would begin. The courtesan would be questioned. Arakasi recognised a second ugly truth. Because of Camleo, he could be made to talk should he be taken. He choked back anguish. The only way to save the twin that he loved was through Mara, and the only way to protect his lady was through the girl. Who knew he had worked for a powerful mistress with great wealth? There were few such ruling ladies in the Empire. The Tong would redouble their attacks upon Mara. Where once the Tong struck for honour, now they would attack for survival. Arakasi would be only minutes ahead of the assassins in his race to reach Camleo. If he could find one of his new operatives in Ontoset, he might pass along his precious burden, but he had no moment to delay. From the instant the fact came to light that the Aubergine's murderer had recognised Kamini, the Brotherhood would investigate, working back along the trail from the estate to the slave broker to the surviving twin. They would leave corpses after their inquiries. If their agents in Kentasani received word before he could recover Camleo... Sweating, Arakasi increased his pace through fields and gardens and over the beaten earth of a game trail that led in the direction of the main thoroughfare. Ah, if he could have one of Hokanu's accursed horses now! Even in his affirmation of service to Lady Mara, he also moved as he must to meet his own need. Arakasi became filled by a strange exhilaration, as if only now had it registered that he was alive. His intense assault upon the Obajan had succeeded, and he held the Tong's records in his possession. That victory made him giddy. The jarring of the road under his feet, the sting of splinters in his skin, the burning of each laboured breath were all sensations to be cherished. Part of his mind recognised the effects of the drugs he had taken, but he also knew this preternatural awareness arose from his discovery of the true stakes at risk for him. As he hurried through the night, he analytically examined this epiphany. As son of a woman of the reed life, he had never regarded love between man and woman as any sort of mystery. He had lived always by his wits, his perception, and his skills derived from level-headed study of his fellow human beings. He had seen Mara's involvement with the barbarian Kevin and been intrigued. He had attributed the fire in his mistress's eyes when the man had been present to a female's need to romanticize relationships. Why else go through the encumbrance and the bother of childbearing, he had coldly rationalized. Now, running as if his heart would burst, his throat congested with unshed tears, he thought of a honey-haired girl still living and her dead identical twin sister. He saw, as he bashed through dew-drenched branches and stumbled with startling carelessness into the open moonlight on the road, that he had been wrong, stupidly, pitifully wrong. Half a lifetime he had lived, and almost missed the significance of the magic that poets called love. He skidded to a stop, and glanced in both directions to locate the litter prearranged to wait for him. He pondered as he gasped for breath whether if he survived to spare the other living girl from the Tong's vengeance, as this night's work was traced back to her, he wondered if the cynical nature born of crushed dreams would ever permit her to teach him what he now most wished to know. He ached to see whether the emptiness he had discovered within himself could ever be fulfilled. He spun around, and, in the empty road, realised a second thing as fearful as any other in this night of reckoning. This was the last mission he could undertake in the belief there would not be personal consequences. For, irrevocably, he had lost the detachment that had set him apart from his fellows, and had given rise to the ice-clear objective vision that had made him a genius in his craft. A need had wakened in him that changed him from what he was. No longer could he look upon others through his lens of unfeeling indifference. No longer could he mimic their ways and assume any identity at will. The pale-haired courtesan had forever changed that. A night bird sang somewhere off in the wood. The foliage overhung the thoroughfare, dimming moonlight and the fine-grained scattering of stars. Left in drifting mist, with an empty roadway and no clue, not even a flag of dust to determine which way the litter might be waiting, Arakasi chose a direction at random. Tortured to wry observation, he considered whether his opponent at the game of intrigue, Chumaka of the Anasati, had also possessed that flaw of human nature and lived in the absence of love. Or, if he had not, would Arakasi's newfound vulnerabilities leave him open to attack by a man that already had an uncanny penchant for spycraft, and who was Mara's implacable enemy? Arakasi agonized as the sound of night creatures seemed to mock him. Feeling more anguish in minutes than he had known all the years of his life, the exhausted, frightened, yet exultant spymaster hurried on, toward a future and a goal more fearful than any he put behind him. Chapter 14. Revelation. The fog lifted. Arakasi walked through the river quarter of Jamar in bone-numbing fatigue. Although he had shed all signs of pursuit nights past, he dared not stop for rest. The Tong was behind him somewhere, following him like hounds on a game trail. They would lose him in this city among 10,000 strangers, only to turn to their other lead, the clue that led to Kamini's sister. He had only a matter of days before they found Camleo. With Mara still in residence at the Imperial Palace, he would forfeit what precious lead time he had gained. The fastest commercial litter with 2 extra crews of runners had carried him from Ontoset to Jamar in a week. He could not sleep through the jouncing ride, but his drug-depleted body had fallen into a stupor for the few hours a day the bearers required to rest. Now, 6 days after he had killed the Obajan, he had paid off the exhausted crew of litter-bearers by the entrance to Jamar's main market, then lost himself amid the workers who set up the merchant stalls and laid out the day's wares. Jamar was the busiest trading port in the Empire, and the dockside quarter formed a small community on its own, where sea-going ships met rivercraft. Arakasi found a beggar boy sitting before a brothel, closed at this early hour of morning. He held up a shell worth 100 centis, more wealth than the boy would beg in a year.
"What is the fastest way upriver?"
The boy sprang to his feet and, with gestures, indicated he had no voice. Arakasi motioned for the boy to show him. Darting through the early morning crowd that collected by the sausage seller's shack, the boy led him upriver to a pier where a half-dozen small craft were tied up. There, in plain view of a stout riverman, the boy pantomimed that this was where Arakasi wished to be. The spymaster gave him the shell. The transaction was not lost upon the riverman, who, until that moment, had counted the filthy man another beggar. Seeing that shell, he reassessed his evaluation and smiled broadly.
"You, seek quick passage upriver, sir."
Arakasi said, "I need to reach Kentosani in haste."
The man's chubby face showed pride.
"I own the swiftest craft in the city, good sir."
He pointed toward the river, indicating a low, trim messenger boat with a tiny cabin, moored some distance from the pier.
"I call her River Mistress. 4 banks for 8 oarsmen and full sail."
Arakasi assessed her lines and efficient lateen sail. She might not be quite as good as her master's boast, but he would lose any time he might save in looking for one that might be marginally faster.
"She appears worthy," Arakasi said neutrally. "Are the rowers aboard?"
The captain said,
"Indeed. We are waiting for a merchant from Pesh who desires transport to Sulankeur. He has the cabin, sir, but if you are willing to ride on deck, you may take over the accommodation from Sulankeur to Kentosani. Their price would normally be 500 centis, but as you are sharing the boat halfway, I'll take 300.
Arakasi reached into a hidden pocket in his sleeve and withdrew a slug of silver the size of his thumb. At the glint of metal, more wealth than any riverman might expect to see in one place, the captain's eyes widened.
"I will have the cabin," Arakasi said firmly, "and we leave now. The merchant from Pesh can make other arrangements."
Whatever ethical protestations might have been made died in the captain's mouth. Offered incalculable riches, he all but fell over backwards in his hurry to escort Arakasi to the dinghy that bobbed at the bottom of the pier. Down the ladder they went, and the captain cast off and rowed as if 10,000 demons pursued him, lest the discommoded merchant appear and raise outcry. Arakasi boarded the River Mistress while the captain made fast the dinghy and cast off the mooring. The green hull was sloppily painted, but there was no rot or other signs of slack care. The captain might be a frugal man, but he kept his boat sound. The rowers and tillermen were given their orders, and the captain escorted Arakasi to the tiny cabin as the river mistress swung around into the current and began making her way upriver. Little more than a low shack amidships, the cabin was large enough for 2 people. The interior was dark and stale with the smell of lamp oil mixed with the lingering perfume of its previous passenger. The ports to admit light and air were covered with silk curtains, and the cushions were worn, but Arakasi had often endured worse. He said, "This will do. Now, one thing I demand. No one is to disturb me. Anyone who enters the cabin before we reach Kentosani will die." Arakasi was not the first strange passenger the boat owner had accommodated, and, given the price he had paid, no objections were raised over conditions. Arakasi sat and closed the louvered doors, then removed the bundle he carried inside his robe. The Tong's journal had never been out of touch of his skin from the moment he had fled the Aubergines' estate. Now, as he had his first chance to scan the pages, he began his study of the encoded entries. But the strange characters blurred before his eyes. With his head bent over yellowed parchment, he fell into exhausted sleep. When he next regained consciousness, a glance through a porthole showed that they were halfway to the holy city. He had slept for 2 days and a night. Snacking from a basket of fruits presumably left for the merchant from Pesh, he began to unravel the Tong cipher. It was a clever code, but not beyond Arakasi's gifts to solve, given that he had nothing else to do for 3 more days. He saw 4 columns and surmised that each entry was comprised of 4 pieces of information: the date of the contract, the price agreed upon, the name of the target, and the name of the person buying the contract. Next to all but the last few were check marks. Arakasi scanned backward through the records until he found another entry without a check mark. He assumed this to be the name, Mara of the Akoma, and the person paying the price, Desio of the Minwanabi. Another missing checkmark farther back in the record would be Mara's name again, with Desio's father Jingu beside it. Comparison of the characters revealed that the code was a complex substitution, using a key that was modified with each use. For hours, Arakasi studied the pages, attempting one solution then another, discarding a third. But, after a day and a half of work, he began to identify the pattern of change. By the time he reached Kentosani, he had translated the journal and reviewed its entirety several times. He secured pen and paper from the captain and made a key for Mara, not trusting to transcribe the text lest the journal fall into other hands. But he did mark one entry he had disclosed in some distress, for its ramifications demanded his lady's attention. When the boat reached the holy city, Arakasi leaped from deck to pier before the owner had fully tied up the craft, disappearing into the press of the crowd without a word. He paused only long enough to acquire suitable clothing and made his way to the palace. There, he sent word, enduring the torment of waiting with the imperial guards as his message made its way from servant to servant, at last reaching Lady Mara. Had he more wits or time, he might have devised a disguise to approach her more directly. But the scroll he carried was too important, and he could not risk being killed as an assassin by the imperial whites. When, at last, he was escorted into Mara's presence in her private garden, she smiled, though her gravid condition prevented her from rising to greet him. An afternoon breeze blew, whipping dust across the stones between the planters as the spymaster arrived before Mara and bowed. With emotion that belied his usual dry manner, Arakasi said, "Lady, the task is done." Mara did not miss the change in her spymaster. Her eyes widened, and she motioned for the servants to leave, then indicated that her spymaster should sit beside her upon the bench. Arakasi obeyed and handed his mistress a bundle wrapped in silk. She opened it and saw the scroll with its red ribbons and hamoi flowers stamping. Mara said, "The tongue is destroyed." Arakasi's voice reflected unprecedented weariness.
"Nearly. There is a small matter left to resolve."
Mara glanced at the cipher, saw the key, and put the journal aside for later study. "Arakasi, what is wrong?" The spymaster found words difficult.
"I discovered something about myself on this journey, mistress."
He took a deep breath.
"I may not be the man I once was. No, I am not the man I once was."
Mara resisted the impulse to look into his eyes. She did not try to read his doubts, but waited for him to continue.
"Mistress, at the time when we are most challenged by the Assembly and by Jiro of the Anasati, I am not sure I am equal to the tasks before us."
Mara touched his hand in gentle affection. "Arakasi, I have always admired your resourcefulness and the amusement I took whenever you would appear mysteriously in this garb or that." She regarded him with seriousness underneath her light warmth. "But for each curious garb there was a story, a mission in which you endured danger and pain." Arakasi said,
"A girl died."
Mara said, "Who was she?"
"The sister to another."
He hesitated, painfully unsure of himself. "She is important to you, this other girl?" Arakasi stared at the green sky above the garden, inwardly recalling a face that seemed to shift from that of a taunting courtesan to a dying, frightened girl's.
"I don't know. I have never known anyone like her."
Mara was silent a moment. "I have said that I admired you the most among those in my service." Her eyes looked into his. "But of my closest officers, you have always seemed the least in need of affection." Arakasi sighed.
"In truth, my lady, I also thought myself without that need. Now I wonder."
"You feel that the spy master of the Akoma cannot afford friendships?" Arakasi emphatically shook his head.
"No, he cannot, which leaves us with a problem."
"How much of a problem?" she asked. Arakasi rose, as if giving rein to restlessness might ease his turmoil.
"The only man I would trust to have the skill to keep you safe in my place is, unfortunately, the one who is trying to destroy you."
Mara looked up at him, a spark of humour in her eyes. "Tumaka of the Anasati?" Arakasi nodded.
"I must continue to seek out his agents and destroy them."
"What of this unfinished matter of the tongue?" Arakasi saw at a glance that she would have all the tale. So he told her of his trip to the south that had led to the death of the Obajan. He mentioned the risk the courtesan Camleo posed to them.
"As long as the Tong holds out any hope of regaining their journal, its assassins will torture and kill anyone they suspect of having information. Only after their honor is compromised publicly will they begin to wither and die. That scroll is the only means they have of ascertaining who they are contracted to kill. Once it is learned that the journal has been stolen, any man may claim the Tong owes him a death, and they have no way to prove him a liar. More. It is their Natami, and its absence shows that Turakamu no longer looks upon their efforts with favour.
Arakasi tucked his fingers in his sash. He paused as if choosing words, then said,
Once you have reviewed the records to your satisfaction, I will ensure that every rumour-monger in the Holy City is aware of the theft. As word spreads, the tongue will disperse like smoke.
Mara once again was not diverted from the underlying issue. This courtesan, she is the one who has caused such a change in you? Arakasi's eyes betrayed confusion.
Perhaps, or perhaps she is but a symptom of it. Either way, she is a danger to your safety. Out of prudence, she should be silenced.
Mara observed her spymaster's posture and manner, then made a judgment. Go and save her from the tongue, she ordered. Silence her by bringing her under Akoma protection.
It will require a great deal of money, Mistress.
His voicing a practical concern barely hid his relief and embarrassment. More than you have asked for before, she said with mock alarm. Arakasi had been her most expensive retainer over the years, and the lavish provisions she had allowed him had earned her many a scolding from Jikan.
This is not something I do on behalf of the Akoma,
he revealed, an implied plea that somehow won past his iron control. He was not the sure servant, but a supplicant. Only once before had Mara seen him like this, when he had thought himself a failure and begged her permission to take his own life with the sword. She arose and gripped his hand tightly. If you do this for yourself, you also act for the Akoma. That is my will. Jikan is inside. He will provide whatever funds you need. Arakasi started to speak, but found no words, so he simply bowed and said,
Mistress.
She watched him depart, and, as he entered her apartment in the palace, she beckoned to a servant hovering in the doorway. She needed a cool, soothing drink. As the maid came to attend her, Mara pondered upon the consequences of countermanding Arakasi's judgment. She took a risk encouraging him to spare the courtesan. Then, she thought with a bitterness left over from past losses, what would the future bring for any of them if she made no allowance for matters of the heart? Light shone through the dome. It caught like fire on the golden throne and cast triangular dapples across the pyramidal dais. 20 levels down, it warmed the marble floors and flashed on the rail where the supplicants came and knelt for audience with the light of heaven. Despite the small slave boys swishing plumed fans, the emperor's throne room was airless. Officials sweltered under their finery, and the younger of the two present, Lord Hopara, sat still. It was too hot even to fidget. The elderly Lord Frasai reclined upon his cushion, now and again nodding under his ceremonial helm as if he fought off sleep. The 5 priests in attendance murmured and tended their censers, adding the reek of incense to the already stifling atmosphere. On the golden throne, weighed down beneath layers of fine mantles and the massive plumed crown of the Empire, Ichindar looked too worn and thin for a man in his late 30s. The day had been fraught with tense decisions, and the session was not over. Once weekly, the Emperor held a day of appeals when, from dawn to sunset, he was available to his people. He must sit in his chair of state and give judgments for as long as supplicants should appear, until the hour of sundown, when the priests sang their evening invocations. Once, When a warlord had held office over the council, the day of appeals had been ceremonial. Beggars, low priests, commoners with petty grievances, these had gathered to hear the wisdom of a ruler who shared mystery with their gods. Ichindar often had napped in his chair while the priests acted as his voice, dispensing alms or advice as their gods allowed in righteousness. Since then, the nature of the Day of Appeals had changed. The supplicants who came to beg audience were often nobles, and many times enemies, seeking to weaken, extort, or break the imperial rule over the nations. Now, Ichindar sat rigid on the golden throne and played the deadly game of the council, in words, in judgments, in the knowledge that the stakes were often his own supremacy. Sundown always found him exhausted, and many days he could not be trusted to recall the name of the consort selected that week to share his bed. Today he dared not bend his head more than a fraction, lest the weight of his crown of state bow his neck. He flicked fingernails dusted with guilt toward the woman who sat on the white and gold cushion at his feet. "Lady, you should not be here, but resting in the cool gardens by the singing fountains." Heavily pregnant and tired enough that her skin looked transparent, Mara dredged up a smile. "If you try to command me, I'll spoil your image of authority by refusing to leave." Ichindar muffled a chuckle behind one wing of his pearl-crusted collar. "You would do, you insufferably willful woman. When I named you servant of the Empire, I created a monster." Mara's smile vanished as she inclined her head toward the floor below, where the next supplicant approached and made his bow. Her eyes turned hard as precious metal, and the hand on her lap fan clenched white. Ichindar followed her glance and muttered what might have been a profanity under his breath. One of the priests twitched around in annoyance, then quickly faced front as the voice of the Emperor rang out through the domed chamber of audience. "Lord Jiro of the Anasazi, know that you have the ear of the gods through our ear. Heaven will hear your plea, and we will answer. Rise, you have leave to speak." The slight snap to the consonants warned of Ichindar's irritation. His hazel eyes were chilly as he watched the Anasati lord straighten up from his obeisance and stand at the rail, his avid scholar's gaze trained intently upon the golden throne and also the woman who sat before it, at the Emperor's feet. Jiro bowed. Although he observed the forms of courtesy, his graceful delivery somehow managed to mock. "The Imperial Dais holds company today," he opened, shifting to Mara. "Good day, Lady of the Akoma, servant of the Empire." His lips thinned in what a friend might have construed for a smile. An enemy knew better. Mara felt a chill chase across her skin. Never before had a pregnancy made her feel helpless. Now, under Jiro's predatory regard, she felt her clumsy heaviness, and that unnerved her. Still, she did not lose control and allow herself to be baited. Ichindar's voice cracked across the interval that followed as Akoma lady and Anasati lord matched stares. Slender and worn as the Emperor was, his authority was real, a palpable air of force even in that enormous chamber. "If you have come to us as supplicant, Lord Jiro, you will not waste our time in idle social chat." Ever the smooth courtier, Jiro waved aside the reprimand with a flash of gold. He wore metal rings, his one affectation to flaunt his wealth. The rest of his attire was plain. "But my sovereign," he protested in gentle familiarity, "I do come as supplicant, and my reason, I must admit, is a social one." Mara resisted an urge to shift uneasily on her cushion. What could Jiro have on his mind? His informal tone was itself an insult to the light of heaven, but not one that could be noted without setting shame upon Ichindar's dignity. To react to Jiro's presumption was to give weight to him as a man. No one who sat on a god's throne could acknowledge so petty a slight. The light of heaven maintained a frosty silence through the minute that Jiro stood with his brows suggestively raised. The subject under discussion would have to be pursued by the Anasazi, were it to continue. Jiro tilted his head as if he only then recalled his true purpose. His face very subtly leered, and one eyelid drooped suggestively toward a wink. "I came because I have heard many rumours concerning your daughter Jehilia's famed beauty. I ask a boon, my sovereign, that you share your joy in her with your people. I ask to be presented to her." Mara reined back a burst of fury. Jehilia was but a girl, barely 10, and not yet come into her womanhood. She was not a woman of the reed life, to be gawked at by men who were not relatives. She was certainly too young for courtship, or even for the suggestion that she should be entertaining suitors. Jiro's subtleties were twisted and deep, that he should come here and dare such a thought in public. The ramifications were endless, not least the implied slight to the light of heaven's manhood. Without sons, he must secure the imperial line through his daughter's marriage. But how presumptuous the Anasazi lord was to imply credence to the gossip of the streets that the emperor would have no son, and that the 92nd crowned head of the nations would be the man who won Jehilia's hand. But angry words could not be spoken. Mara clamped her teeth, aware of Ichindar's advisers standing red-faced with fury to the sides. Made sensitive to her own vulnerability, she was mindful that the 3 priests on the pyramid dais were affronted, but powerless to intervene. Lord Hopara had taken a stranglehold on the place at his sash where a sword should hang, were weapons not forbidden in the presence of his emperor. As father of the girl, Ichindar sat stone still. The jewels on his mantle were frozen sparks, as if he had restrained himself from breathing. For a long tense interval, nothing stirred in the grand audience hall. With unprecedented audacity, Jiro ventured a lazy-voiced addendum to his petition. "I've done some interesting reading recently. You do know, my sovereign, that before your reign, several imperial daughters were presented on or before their 10th birthday. I can tell you names if you like." Mara knew this was a second slap against a man whose office had once revolved around memorization of his family pedigree and other issues of religious context that had nothing to do with rulership. Ichindar would know of those 7 girls, if not the mitigating circumstances of history that had forced their public presentation before puberty. And his office was much more now than religious ceremony alone. The sun shone hot on the topaz and marble floors, and the imperial guards stood like statues. Then, with icy deliberation, Ichindar set his clenched fists on the arms of the golden throne. Anger stiffened his face like a cameo against the mantling weight of his collars. Yet his voice was controlled to its usual regal pitch when he deigned to give answer. "My lord of the Anasazi," he said, precise consonants echoing off the high dome overhead, "it would please us better to present to you our son, when the gods choose to bless us with an heir. As to our daughter Jehilia, if the lord of the Anasazi enjoys paying heed to the gossip of her nurses, who boast that every infant they dote upon is blessed with extraordinary beauty, Then we grant permission for a portrait to be made by one of the artists we patronize and to be sent to the Anasazi estates. This is our will." The traditional phrase rang into silence. Ichindar was not the figurehead his forebears had been, but an emperor fighting to retain his authority. Mara sat back, limp with relief. His handling of Jiro's aggression had been exemplary. A portrait of a child. Ichindar had neatly taken the blade out of the dilemma. But, sadly, the greater issue remained. Jiro had dared to be first to voice the thought that Jahelia would become a husband's path to the Golden Throne. She would not remain a pretty royal child for much longer, but would become a hotly contested prize in the great game. Once a girl torn wholesale from the goddess Lashima's order into the throes of the Empire's bloody politics, Mara felt her heart go out to the child. Ichindar's hold upon the reins of rulership would slip on the day his eldest daughter married. Unless he could conceive a male heir, the traditionalists would use Jahelia as a powerful means to undermine him, especially if her husband was a well-placed, powerful noble. On the floor below, at the supplicant's rail, Jiro crossed both arms over his breast in time-honoured imperial salute. He bowed before the Emperor's honour guard and arose smiling. "I thank my sovereign lord. A portrait of Jahelia to hang upon my chamber wall would be very pleasing indeed." The dig was petty. Jiro had not quite dared to say bedchamber wall, Mara noted with vindictiveness. But that he had stooped to so mean a comment in public hearing demonstrated his contempt for the man who sat upon the golden throne. And Mara realised, with a stab of intuition, that Jiro would not have been quite so vicious had she not been present. The taunt to Ichindar had been intended to goad her as well. "I fear this day I have not been a benefit to you," she murmured as the great doors boomed closed behind the Lord of the Anasazi. Ichindar started to reach out to her in sympathy, recalled his formal audience, and restrained himself before an adviser needed to step forth and intervene. "My lady, you are wrong," he murmured back. His hair clung to his forehead, too damp with perspiration to be stirred by the fanboy's efforts, and his fists had not loosened on his thrown arms. "Had you not been present, strong as rock at my feet, I surely would have lost my poise." He ended with a viciousness he had kept back from the enemy who had angered him. "It is a very unscrupulous man who will stoop to attack through a father's love for his child." Mara said nothing. She had known many such unscrupulous men. Her memory turned poignantly to 2 murdered children, a boy and a girl both 5 years of age, the children of the late Minwanabi lord, who died as a direct result of her actions. Her hand rested upon the mound of her belly over the swell of her unborn child. She clenched her teeth in resolve. She had lost a son, and another child by Hokanu she had never had the chance to know. Again she swore that the deaths of all the young ones must not be for nothing. She would die, and the Akoma name be as dust before the wrath of the Assembly of Magicians before she let Jiro reinstate the warlord's office and bring back the unconscionable bloody conflicts that had comprised the game of the council in the name of honour. Now that the first steps toward change had been taken, she was determined not to give back old ground. Her eyes and Ichindar's met, as if the thought had been spoken aloud between them. Then the doors opened, and the Imperial Herald announced the next supplicant. It seemed a long time until sundown. Hokanu stripped off his sweaty leather riding gloves. "Where is she?" he demanded of the white-clad personage that stood blocking the doorway. But the immensely fat servant did not budge. His gleaming, moon-round face went stiff with displeasure at the Shinzawai lord's poor etiquette in showing such unseemly haste. The Imperial Hadonra was a man attentive to nuance, and he ran the vast complex of the Emperor's private apartments in the palace with unflinching, cold-hearted proficiency. Moths did not infest the imperial closets. The servants went about their duties like oiled clockwork, and anxious husbands did not disrupt the Hadonra's morning round of inspection with commands better suited to the battlefield. Fixed squarely in the vestibule's entryway, the huge man folded meaty forearms. "You may not pass at this time, my lord." Hokanu restrained himself from a pointed comment. "My wife, I was told, went into labour 2 days ago. I have been riding on horseback at speed from my estates beyond Silmani since then and have not slept. I will know if my wife is safe and well, and whether my heir was born whole, if you will kindly let me pass through to her apartment." The Imperial Hadonra curled his lip. The redolence of the barbaric creatures that permeated Hokanu's presence was an offence. No matter how powerful the lord, no matter that he was a staunch supporter of the light of heaven, he stank of his horseflesh, and he should have bathed before making an appearance in these hallways.
"You may not pass," said the servant unperturbed. "The Emperor has commanded a performance of Sobato for this morning."
He referred to a form of classic opera in the grand high style, of which only 10 had been composed. Then, as if Hokanu were not educated and the son of a preeminent house, the servant added, "The Imperial Shalotobacco troop are using the chambers beyond for their dressing, and as I need not remind you, none may lay eyes upon them but the Emperor's immediate family." Hokanu bit back his irritation. Too hurried and too proud to argue over nuances of genealogy with a servant when he had yet to know the status of his family, he held himself rigid lest he reach out of rage for his sword and resort to threats. "Then, good and faithful servant, you will do your duty by the Emperor's players and show me another way around the wing that they are using." The Hadonra dug in his toes and jerked his larded chin up another notch.
"I may not leave, my lord. It is my duty to watch this doorway and see that no one passes who is not of royal blood." The comment was more than an anxious father's patience could stand. Hokanu bowed at the waist, as if in accord with the Hadonra's pompous adherence to etiquette. Then, without warning, he charged forward. His leanly muscled shoulder drove hard into the fat servant's belly. There was an explosion of air and a grunt. Then the Imperial Hadonra folded like a fish and dropped, deprived of wind to give voice to his outrage. Hokanu was beyond hearing in any case, having broken into a run the instant he gained access to the vestibule. 2 nights and a day spent on horseback had not stiffened him to the point where he could not command his body. He dashed through a bustle of men in bright costumes, some wearing the provocative robes of courtesans, and all, without exception, painted with layers of gaudy makeup. He leapt over the humped back of a Sanganjan, the beast out of the legend that past Tsurani heroes fought. The masked head turned to watch him go, while an inattentive midsection was jerked into an ungainly trip. The player dressed as the forelimbs twisted to stop disaster, while the belly section behind him stepped in the opposite direction. The concoction staggered, and a moment later the whole length went down in a muddle of kicking legs and curses muffled under scales sewn of fabric and leather. Unmindful that he had downed a dragon, Hokanu forged ahead through a gaggle of girl vocalists wearing little but feathers. Plumage unmoored by his passage drifted in flurries in his wake. He ducked a wooden sword tied with streamers and sidestepped a lacquer-masked Karagabouge which reached out dwarf hands and tried to trip him.
He cursed and avoided stepping upon what looked like one of the imperial daughters, sucking her knuckles and staring at the surrounding panoply with huge 3-year-old eyes. She spotted Hokanu, remembered him for the man who had amused her with stories of monsters, and, obligingly, shouted his name. Some mornings, Hokanu concluded, the god of tricks had a man's measure, and no act of appeasement could bring respite. One bad moment leading to the next without let-up. He was going to have to pay a stiff fee to compensate the honour of the imperial Hedonra, not to mention whatever extortionate worth could be set upon the bruised dignity of a Saganjan. He was red from embarrassment and stinking of sweat as well as horse by the time he left the chaos of the opera troupe behind and gained access to the corridor that led to his lady's quarters within the imperial palace. Outside the ornately carved screen that led to the women's chambers, he met Misa, Mara's personal maid. Unable to contain his anxiety, he blurted, "How is she?" The maid gave him back a brilliant smile. "Oh, my lord, you will be proud. They are both doing well, and she is beautiful." "Of course she is beautiful," Hokanu said, stupid with relief and loosened nerves. "I married her, didn't I?" And he never thought to pause or question Misa's explosion of giggles as he hurried on into a chamber filled with sunlight and breeze and with the gentle song of a fountain in the gardens outside. There he felt his unwashed state most sorely as he skidded to a stop on the waxed floor in the longed-for presence of his wife. She sat on embroidered cushions, her newly slender body robed loosely in white. Her hair was unbound, her head bent, and a smile of rapture curved her lips as she raised her face and saw her husband restored to her. And yes, another white-wrapped bundle kicked in her arms, with dark eyes like hers, and rosebud lips, and swaddling ties of Shinzawai blue, his own blood heir, by the lady he loved. "My lord," said Mara in delight, "welcome back. Let me present to you your daughter and your heir, whom I would call Kasuma, after your brother." Hokanu's excited step forward checked in mid-stride. "Kasuma," he said, sharper than he intended, but surprise made him clumsy. "But that's a girl's—" He stumbled to a stop, comprehending. "A girl?" Mara nodded, her eyes dancing with happiness. "Here." She raised the little bundle, which made a sound of contentment. "Take her and let her know her father." Stunned, he stared unmoving at the infant. "A daughter?" The words would not sink in. He could only stand in mute shock, caught in outrage that the gods should be so cruel. That Mara be allowed only one child, and that he should be deprived of the son he needed to continue the greatness of his house. Mara saw his confusion, and her smile died. The babe in her arms waved in abandon, making her difficult to support in an extended position. Yet still Hokanu made no move to accept her warm weight in his arms. "What's wrong?" Mara asked, distress creeping into her voice. She was still weary from childbirth and unable to fully master her poise. "Do you think she is ugly? Her face will be less red and wrinkled in a few more days." Helpless, cut by his wife's growing distress and by his own hard knot of rage that fate should be so unkind, Hokanu shook his head. "She is not ugly, my beloved lady. I have seen newborns before." Still holding the baby out toward the father, Mara stiffened with the beginnings of outrage. Baffled by her husband's distance, she flared. "Then this one displeases you, my lord?" "Oh, gods!" Hokanu burst out, annoyed with himself for losing all vestige of tact, but unable to rein back his disappointment. "She is very lovely, Mara. But I wish she could have been a son."
I need a strong heir so very badly.
Now Mara's eyes flashed hurt, which slowly turned to anger. She withdrew her upraised arms, clutched little Kasuma to her breast, and stiffened in regal affront. Coldly, she asked, "Do you imply that a woman cannot assume the mantle of a great house and make the name of her ancestors prosper? Do you think House Akoma could have been led to greater glories by a man? How dare you, Hokanu? How dare you presume that our daughter should become any less than I have? She is not deformed or stupid. She will have our guidance in her upbringing. She will embody Shinzawai honor, no less, and she does not need to be any swaggering boy child to find her way to the greatness that is her destiny." Hokanu raised open hands. He sat down heavily on a handy cushion, confused, tired, and heartsick with disappointment that he lacked the ability to convey. He wanted what he had lost in Ayaki and Justin, the comradeship of showing a boy the warrior's path and a ruler's perceptions and guile. He needed the heart bond he had lost with his brother, gone to the barbarian world, and the man's love he had known for his father, lately departed to Turakamu's halls. He could never have back those ties to family, but he had yearned to pass on their heritage after him to a son. "You don't understand," he said softly. "What don't I understand?" Mara cried back. She was very near to weeping. "Here is your daughter from my body. What more do you need in an heir?" "There," said Hokanu. "Mara, please, I have been thoughtless. Of course I can love Kasuma." He responded to the hurt behind his wife's anger and reached out in comfort. "Don't touch me!" Mara burst out, flinching away. "Touch your little girl and bid her welcome." Hokanu shut his eyes. Inwardly, he berated himself that his normally sharp perception should have deserted him in this most critical of moments. Better the Sagan Jan had fallen on him, or the Imperial Hedonra had prevailed, than to have burst into Mara's chambers and made such a botch of his greeting. He reached out, gathered the swaddled infant from his wife's stiff arms, and cradled her. His heart did warm to Kasuma's energetic thrashing. The little pink lips puckered, and the eyes opened to show him bright jet jewels in a wrinkled red face. She was delightful and beautiful, and, indeed, his heir. But she could not reverse his disappointment that she had not been born a boy. Hokanu considered his alternatives, since Mara could have no more issue. He could take a mistress, or a courtesan, and get a son for the Shinzawai. But the thought of another woman in his bed made him ache in fierce rejection. No, he did not wish to have women about for breeding. Most lords would not blink at that choice, but Hokanu found the thought repugnant. He looked up to find Mara weeping. "My wife," he said softly, "you have given me a perfect child. I had no right to be clumsy and spoil what should have been a joyous moment." Mara choked back a sob. After weeks in the Imperial Palace, attending the Emperor's Council and standing as his right-hand adviser, she was aware of the factions that sought to undermine the authority of the Golden Throne. She felt the tides of politics churning to upset new change and to bring back the older, bloodier order of the warlord's office. Like a blade against her neck, she sensed how near the nations were to outright civil conflict. Now, more than at any other time, they needed to present a solid front to the factions that favoured traditionalist rule. "Kasuma is part of the new order," she said to Hokanu. "She must carry the torch after us, and she will have Justin as her brother. She will lead armies if she must, just as he will strive to maintain peace without force of arms that will be needed to build a better future." Hokanu shared that dream. "I know that, beloved. I agree." But he could not entirely shut off his grief, and his disappointment that his dreams would not be shaped by a boy who could share his love of rough sports. Mara sensed the half-truth behind his tone. She hardened visibly as she took her child back, her hands stroking the blanket that covered little Kasuma. The fact that Hokanu could not embrace the concept of his firstborn as heir was not a thing she could readily forgive, unaware as she was that the priest of Hantukama had imparted the fact that she would have no other children. That bit of information Hokanu kept to himself, although he knew that to break his silence would bring Mara's immediate understanding. Looking at her, realizing that her cheeks were hollow and her face aged with worry after her stay within the imperial palace, he decided that the slight estrangement in their relationship would repair itself over time. But the grief that knowledge of her barrenness would impart might never leave her lifelong. Let her cling to hope, he decided, his gaze upon her and his newborn daughter grown fond but distant. "We will all manage," he mused, unaware he was thinking aloud. Then, mindful of the Great One Fumita's warning, he added, "Thank the gods, though, that the Shinzawai have no cause against Jiro of the Anasati. That would make a complication that none of us could afford." Mara was looking at him strangely. Her preoccupation with her infant was eclipsed by an unpleasant recollection, Hokanu saw as he looked across the sunny chamber and fully interpreted her expression. "What is it, my love?" he asked. Her former hurt was not forgotten, but only placed in abeyance, for she answered sharply, "Ill news. Arakasi completed his mission against the Obajan of the Hamoy Tong, and he brought that." She inclined toward the journal that lay upon a side table. Hokanu moved to inspect it. The writing was in a heavy black hand, and the words appeared to be in cipher. Hokanu was on the point of inquiring where the journal had come from and what was its significance when he noticed the watermark on the parchment that showed in slight relief where the sunlight struck it. The configuration of the pattern shaped the flower of the Hamoy Tong, and the scroll, with its ugly inked lines, could only be the record roll of purchased assassinations. Aware still and piercingly of his wife's gaze upon him, the lord of the Shinzawai said, "What is it?" Mara took a deep breath. "Beloved, I am sorry. Your father had enemies, many of them. His death was not due to old age or natural causes, but to an obscure poison delivered by a needle dart while he slept. Your father's death was executed by a Tong assassin paid for by Jiro of the Anasati." Hokanu's expression went wooden. The flesh over his skull taut as a drumhead with shock. "No," he murmured in disbelief, yet aware of the truth of Mara's statement. He considered Fumita's warning at the funeral in a fresh light, and knew that his bloodfather, a magician, had somehow known of the Tong's intervention in the natural order. Grief pierced him afresh, that Kamatsu's days had been shortened, that a wise and perceptive old man had been stolen away from his last days under sunlight. It was outrage, an insult to honour. A Kanazawai lord had been sent prematurely to the halls of the Red God, and, warning or not, assembly or not, Jiro of the Anasati must answer for the offence. Family honour and clan honour demanded a death to right the balance. "Where is Arakasi?" Hokanu said harshly. "I would speak to him." Mara shook her head sadly. "He delivered the scroll and broke the cipher so that we could read its secrets. Then he requested a leave from duty, a matter of personal honour." Mara did not mention the sum of money he had requested of her, or that the reason involved a young woman. "His coup against the Obajan was a brave and risky deed. He did well to survive. I granted his request." She frowned slightly, recalling the interview, and her thought then that he would never have asked her a boon at so precarious a time had the confusion in his heart not been compelling. "He will report back to us when he can," Mara concluded. None had been more aware than the spy master of the explosive potential of the contents of the Tong's record scroll. More than Komatsu's death had been listed, and there were other assassinations as yet incomplete on the rolls, alongside the monetary payments made by the lords who wished rivals or enemies dead. Assassination in any form was a dishonour, both to the victim and, if the truth were found out, to the family who paid for the deed. The scroll recovered by Arakasi contained enough sensitive information to plunge the Empire into a chaos of feuding families, all vengeance bent, as Hokanu was. But that Komatsu should have died by an assassin's dart was an outrage she could not let pass. Her words were hard as barbarian iron as she said, "My husband, we have no choice. A way must be found to evade the Assembly's edict and bring down Lord Jiro of the Anasati." "For Ayaki's sake also," Hokanu broke in. Never would he forget the sight of the boys dying with the huge black gelding broken with him. "No." Mara's word held gentle regret. "For Ayaki we have already paid." And tears in her eyes, she told Hokanu of the Obajan's personal feud with House Akoma, brought about by a forgery of Arakasi's that had caused 5 Minowanabe servants to be put to death to end a past threat of enemy spying. "The Tong took offence at the Akoma," she finished. "It acted on its own initiative to end my line, operating beyond the scope of the contract agreed to with Tasayo of the Minowanabe." Her last sentence came bitterly. "They failed. The Obajan is dead, fittingly, by Arakasi's own hand." Hokanu stared at her, hard as flint with her motherhood forgotten in the face of dark thoughts and bloody politics. Kasuma fretted at the lack of attention, her face screwed up in the beginnings of a loud cry. "My wife," he said, saddened and angered, and frustrated by the injustices of life. "Let us go home." His heart went out to her as her eyes turned to him, liquid with unshed tears. "Yes," she said, "let us go home." But it was not the beautiful lakeside estate that she thought as she said the word, but of the wide pasture-land estate where she had grown from childhood. Suddenly, strongly, irresistibly, she wished to return to the lands of her family. She wanted familiar surroundings and the memories of her own father's love, and a time before she had first tasted the heady wine of power and rule. Maybe on the land of her birth she could come to terms with the heartache and her fears for the futures of both House Akoma and House Shinzawai. Chapter 15. Secrets. Mara sighed. Hot, tired and discouraged after her journey to the original Akoma estates, she found relief from the noon sun in the Choja tunnels, a nearly forgotten haven. Her marriage to Hokanu and the close-knit rapport shared between them had come to replace her need for such solace. But before that, in her early years as ruling lady, the spice-scented dimness of the underground passageways with their scurrying workers had provided a sense of protection when seemingly insurmountable dangers had oppressed her on all sides. Yet her perils then had been from the plots of human foes. Overwhelming as her straits had seemed, unpleasant as her first marriage to an Anasati son had been at the time, she could not have imagined the trials that would beset her this day. Physical abuses had been replaced by wounds of the spirit, a betrayal by the only man who truly understood her heart. Whatever underhanded injury Jiro of the Anasati might contrive in the future, Her true enemies were the magicians, who might on a whim annihilate the Akoma name, even to memory of its existence. And it was their edicts that sheltered Jiro as he plotted. Komatsu's murder had left a hard knot of rage in Mara's chest. Fears that must never be spoken of for Surani and house pride caused a constant grinding of teeth. Mara had felt this way before as she faced enemies, but never over so long a period, and never for stakes so high. All that she loved was in jeopardy. Since Ayaki's loss, stress had become familiar to the point where she had forgotten what it was to sleep and dream without nightmares. The subterranean dimness shielded her. Isolated within her own silence, but not alone, she relaxed as her litter moved deeper into the familiar tunnels of the hive. Her bearers jostled past the bustling choja, surrounded by the high-pitched commands of soldiers and the clashing ring of chitinous forearms as patrol leaders slapped their midsection in salute to her retinue. Knowing her surcease was only temporary, Mara surrendered to the illusion of relief. For a space, she felt restored to past days when her responsibilities and her heartaches had been few. Her inner barriers loosened, and moisture gathered in her eyes. She bit her lip, but did not blot away her tears. In the Choja hive, scantily lit by the violet-blue glow of light globes, her weakness would pass unnoticed. The worry, the frustration, the daily ache of her helplessness to redress the wrongs done her family by the Anasati combined to oppress her. She could deny her emotions no longer. The death of 2 children, the break in rapport with her husband and closest confidant, threatened to overwhelm her. The years when Mara had grown in confidence and ability to control any situation seemed empty. Her emergence to dominance in the time-honoured game of the Council became a false achievement, the edict of the Assembly at a stroke preventing the established ways of avenging wrongs against honour. Politics and intrigues had taken a turn down non-traditional paths. The advantage that Mara had always enjoyed, a willingness to break with convention, was now lost to her, as every ruling lord in the Empire scrambled to contrive new ways to dominate ancient rivals. The old ways had all been upset. Even the destruction of the Hamoi Tong and the clear knowledge of where Jiro's true culpability lay brought little relief. For although one menace to the Akoma had been ended, the great ones yet prevented her from avenging a deep insult to honour. Mara's return trip by river barge to the homelands of her ancestors had been a stopgap effort to set hurt and confusion at bay, because, in truth, she had no sane place to seek solutions to the dilemmas that beset her. Mara closed her eyes, rocked by the slight sway as her bearers wended their way downward into the tunnels. The air here was warmer, thick with the alien scents of the hive. Light globes were spaced at wider intervals, and the throngs of scurrying workers thinned. The tramp of human sandals became more prevalent than the click of chitinous claws. Mara knew her retinue must be nearing the Queen's cavern, but the route was no longer entirely familiar. Since her last visit, walls and arches that had been roughly hewn were now polished smooth, or carved and overhung with richly dyed hangings. If the arrangement of colours and tassels was unusual to human eyes, the effect was prosperous. The differences here seemed strangely at odds with impressions like untouched memory. But for the silver hair beginning to show at her temples, Mara might have been revisiting her girlhood. The house where she had played as a child, where she had first married and given birth and acquired her taste for power, had initially appeared the same, until she remembered with a hollow stab to her stomach that silence ruled where once a young son had run roistering through the corridors. She had felt a pang of loneliness. Ayaki was not the only loved one lost to her. The all-too-familiar surroundings brought heartache along with solace,
By the gods, how she longed to see Nakoya, her one-time nurse and first adviser, whose scolding and sage advice had, more often than not, averted disaster. Another trail of tears seeped from Mara's eyes as she thought of her red-haired barbarian, Kevin of Zun, who had taught her the meaning of love and womanhood in the Kekali Gardens here. Although Kevin had often infuriated her with his headstrong, mannerless ways, and Nakoya's fussy proprieties had sometimes been a hindrance, she missed them both. The understanding she had shared with Hokanu, which had grown to replace those lost relationships, had seemed a bastion of infallibility until now. A shadow lay between them since his misgivings over the birth of his daughter. Still angry with him, Mara rubbed her cheeks on her fine silk cuffs. The fabric would water-stain, but she did not care. It had taken the near obliteration of her line to make Hokanu see her need to name Justin as Akoma heir. That she had needed to suffer the loss of their firstborn infant to convince him had caused less pain than this. Now, Hokanu's incomprehensible reluctance to accept Kasuma as Shinzawai firstborn was building another wall between them. A son, and only a son, would satisfy him, so it seemed. As if she could not bear a boy-child in the future, Mara raged bitterly, or as if he were not free to exercise his right as ruling lord to lie with a dozen concubines to give him issue. No. The message behind his behaviour was hurtfully clear. What he could accept in his wife, he found unimaginable in a daughter, that a woman could be worthy of ruling a great house. As she had so many times in the past when disheartened by despair, Mara had entered the Chojar tunnels seeking an alien perspective, a different point of view that could give rise to new ideas. A light touch roused Mara from reminiscence. Lujan nodded ahead, reminding that her retinue had reached the chamber of the Queen. As her litter was borne through the final arch with its squatting rows of sentries, so still they might have been polished black statues, Mara composed herself. Entering the huge cavern, she used an old silent meditation chant to shed her smouldering resentment. When, at last, her bearers lowered her down before the grand dais, she had recovered her proper decorum. The Chojar Queen dominated the chamber, her bulk supported by a massive pedestal of earth. Mara remembered how tiny the Queen had been when they had first met, far away in the hive when she had been hatched. The delicate creature had matured, coming to her full growth within the first year of her accouchment at the Akoma estate. Now she bulked many times the size of her attendants, dwarfing even the largest of her warriors, with just her upper torso and head retaining their original size. Workers scurried around her mammoth body, keeping her clean and comfortable as she produced the eggs that provided the different classes of Chojar warriors. Workers specialized in any of a dozen different crafts, and, should the hive become prosperous to the point of overcrowding, a new queen. Mara gave a bow of the head, as was proper between equals.
"Greetings, Lady of the Akoma, servant of the Empire,"
said the Queen, her high-pitched tones clear over the bustle of workers in the gallery.
"Honours to your hive, Queen,"
answered Mara, as Lujan provided a hand to guide her to the cushions waiting for her. The rapidity of Chojar communication was still a mystery to Mara. Somehow, the Queen always seemed to know in advance of her arrival, and, as much could be determined, the hive ruler seemed to enjoy these visits. Mara had ceased trying to understand the Chojar in human terms. Living with an out-world barbarian had taught her that persistently seeing through Sirani eyes kept her blind to refreshing insights. While Lujan oversaw the placement and disposition of her honour guard, her servants laid out sweets and Midkemian tea for her refreshment, and also to share with Chojar factors.
Against Jikan's pessimistic predictions after the poisoning by the false Midkemian trader, Mara had developed a fondness for the pungent drink. Never one to waste an opportunity, she had overcome her personal misfortune and had cornered the market in tea, coffee, and chocolate. Once the banalities of tea tasting and trade were concluded, the Queen tilted her head in what Mara had come to interpret as inquiry.
"What cause brings you to us, Lady Mara? The delicacies you have brought as samples could as easily have been sent by runner."
Mara floundered for a reply. Her hesitation was unusual enough that Lujan broke his warrior's formality to glance askance to ascertain nothing was amiss. Made aware by his lapse that her quiet might be misinterpreted as duplicity, Mara chose honesty, though she risked appearing foolish.
"I had no set purpose beyond a need for your wisdom."
The Queen was silent. Around her, the attendants scurried on about their tasks. The guard warriors remained squatting in immobility, but Mara knew how swiftly they could move upon command. Uneasy lest she transgress some alien point of etiquette, she resisted an impulse to follow up with excuses. If she should cause offence and then show weakness before Choja's strength, she might never escape these tunnels alive. As though the Queen sensed her guest's discomfort, she said,
"Many of your concepts are unknowable to us, Lady of the Akoma. This you name wisdom is such a thing. Your human tonalities indicate an idea handed down from a past generation to a mind of less life experience. Forgive me, I do not wish to imply that our kind are in any way superior to yours, but our consciousness is not isolated. The hive mind we share, by your terms, would span millennia. To us, your perspective is fleeting, tied as it is to the duration of one human life. Insomuch as we Choja can share a thing outside our understanding, we shall seek to give our aid."
Here, the Queen folded her tiny vestigial forelimbs to indicate patience and an attitude of waiting. Mara stared unseeing into the dregs of her tea. She was aware that a Choja's individuality was never separated from the hive mind. Personal autonomy played no part in their culture, and only centuries of interaction between species had allowed the insectoids to conceptualize any sense of a human identity apart and alone from the whole. Individuality, to hive thought, held puzzling and conflicting ironies. The concept of foolishness, of someone acting against his own best interests or those of his family, seemed an insanity of irredeemable proportions to Choja perspective. And, without foolishness, Mara thought wryly, the process of human learning could hold no meaning. The abstract term wisdom became too ephemeral for the hive mind to grasp. Mara frowned and tried afresh.
"In my brief experience, your counsel and that of other humans has taught me I live in a small world. Until recently, I thought I had some control over that world."
She need not repeat Ayaki's fate, nor any other event. Word of the Assembly's intervention between herself and the Anasati had spread to the most remote province of the nations, and although the Choja might not understand all the nuances of human affairs, they held an astute recollection of events. Perhaps the hive mind sensed that the interdiction of the Assembly lay at the root of Mara's inquiries. Certainly something warned them off. While the Queen customarily sat massive and unmoving, for the first time in Mara's experience, the attendants around her went from frenetic motion to utter stillness. All activity in that vast hall ceased, though no apparent order called for silence. Mara's uneasiness coalesced into fear. The Queen had long ago revealed that Choja alliances were sold as commodities.
Mara had paid lavish sums for the loyalty of the hives on both her estates. She shivered at the thought that the Great One's influence might extend even here, and that, in words or inference, she might call down their chastisement. A spell-wrought earthquake, even a fraction as violent as the one that had shaken the Holy City when the black-robed Milamber had unleashed his might, would utterly devastate these tunnels. Arches and vaults would crumble into dust, and tons of black earth would fall. Aware how her hands trembled, Mara thrust them into her sleeves. She must not think, only act. And, in truth, the Queen had not spoken to indicate which way hive allegiance might lie. All that could be done was wait. The silence became eerie in its intensity. In time, Mara's hyperextended senses detected a faint buzzing, high-pitched as the beat of insect wings. She wondered whether this sound might signal some sort of wide-ranging communication, then decided it indeed must, since the Queen spoke with the authority of one who had reached a decision.
Mara of the Akoma, you made a point which, if I venture to presume, your kind might call wise. You observed that you live in a small world. You would do well to redefine the boundaries of that world and look to other worlds that coexist with your own.
Mara chewed her lip, thinking fast. Behind the stilted, careful etiquette of the Chojar Queen's phrasing, she sensed reluctance. Alert for hidden opportunity, Mara pressed for more information.
What sort of worlds should I examine?
The workers remained frozen in postures of repose as the Queen said,
This world of Kelewan, firstly. You have visited with us often, something no noble of your people has ever done. Even at the dawn of nations, when our two races forged the treaty that still binds, no Surani lord tried this.
Mara raised her eyebrows. No scrolls of history she had seen ever mentioned any formal agreement between Chojar and human. Relations between Surani and Chojar were dictated by tradition, she had assumed, as were all other facets of her life and culture. And yet the nations extended back into antiquity. As the Queen so tactfully reminded, human memory was brief.
I have never heard of this treaty you speak of. Could you tell me more?
The Queen's massive bulk held so motionless she might have been a monument in black leather.
That is forbidden.
Astonished, Mara forgot the unearthly quiet and the frozen attitudes of the breeding workers. Her words echoed as she blurted, Forbidden? By whom?
That is forbidden.
Shocked back to caution by the Queen's whip-crack inflection, Mara analysed. If she had been rude, she had not yet been ordered from the royal chamber. Though Lujan's hands had whitened in alarm on his spear haft, the warriors of the Queen stayed crouched at rest. Pressed by curiosity and need to aggressive risks, Mara chanced that the Queen's reticence might stem from some outside source. At best, she had determined, the Chojar had no religion, no devotion to or belief in gods and forces beyond an earthly nature. If the prohibition were not from heaven, what remained? Tradition? Mara rejected that idea. The Chojar were mercenary in their interactions by human standards. Their consistency was due more to hive consensus than to habit. A covenant of secrecy seemed unlikely, since the hive consciousness disallowed the very concept. Privacy was only possible between individual minds. Choosing her way carefully, Mara ventured,
What of the Chojar, my queen? What is the history of your race?
The Queen clicked her front claws in response to some unknowable impulse. Except for the fact that her attendants stayed locked in place, her tone might have been conversational.
We come from the beginning, like any race, growing and gaining knowledge. There was a time ages gone when we lived simply. We were one of many intelligences that sought our place on a rich world, and who strove at the time that man first came.
The Golden Bridge, Mara interjected, trying to tie into what she knew of her own people's origins.
So our history tells us, said the Queen. Choja eyes did not witness the arrival, but one day there were no men, and the next day a nation of refugees was encamped upon the shore near the place you name the City of the Plains.
Barely able to hide excitement, Mara asked, "You have tales from before the Golden Bridge?"
Tales?
The Queen twitched a forelimb, as if in deprecation.
Your word translates to imply exaggeration or embellishment based upon imperfect recollection. Please take no injury at my bluntness, but our kind need not dramatize for posterity. We remember.
Mara felt her heart race. "Do you tell me that you have that record in the hive mind?" she said, probing carefully because she sensed something momentous was at issue here. "Or that you actually have recall, as if you saw with your ancestors' eyes?"
We are of one mind and one people.
At no discernible signal from the Queen, the breeding attendants surged back to their customary frenetic industry.
What is experienced by one is shared by all, save when one dies in isolation far from others.
Relieved to be restored to a less sensitive subject, Mara considered the implications. She had long known that messages seemed to reach other hives with unbelievable speed. But in her wildest imaginings she had not conceived that such communication might be simultaneous. "You can speak with the voice of one who was there?" Her mind fought to encompass the immensity of a consciousness that held complete recall of the past. The Queen clicked her mandibles, amused.
We were there, Mara. As you humans might frame the concept, I was there. Not this body, of course, or this mind, but we were there. What my forebears saw, I know as they knew.
Mara signalled a servant to fill her teacup, forgetting that the water by now was cold. Lujan suppressed a grin at her absorption. While not so nimble of wit as his mistress, he had watched her turn obscure knowledge into advantage in the political arena too many times to discount her fancies as whim. As no man's fool, he too could imagine the profound impact of the Queen's revelation. Whatever one Choja saw was remembered by all Choja, obviously over centuries. Intrigued, he observed as Mara turned the discussion once more onto sensitive ground. "What of the Choja since the coming of man?" The attendants kept up their ministrations as the Queen said,
We were first among many, though not so numerous as now. We were forced to contest with other races, the Thun, the Namangungnum, the Chardesh, the Sun.
Of those names, Mara knew only the Thun. She resisted the temptation to sidetrack in pursuit of details. If she survived to find means to secure her safety from the magicians, she would have years and leisure to pursue her fascination. As if the Queen sensed her guest's bent, or perhaps from other, more sensitive reasons, the facts she revealed remained general.
Our warriors are bred to protect. Choja is never set against Choja, save in times of starvation, when one hive may contest with another so that only the most vigorous line will continue. A hive challenge for survival is performed without hatred. Killing is not our preferred nature, but against other races we make war. for they have a different sense of their place in the worlds. Much hive life perished needlessly, for beings came among us who were terrible beyond intelligent lore, who slew for more than food or protection. They make war for the love of slaughter, it seems to us then and now. They seize land they do not need, and start battles to award themselves an essence of thought we cannot comprehend, called honour.
The blood drained from Mara's face.
Sirani.
Humans,
the Queen amended in gentle sadness.
You we see as different, Lady Mara. But the hive mind knows well. No other race upon this world you call Kelewan could match your people for viciousness. For men will fight without reason. As your empire grew over the years, we Chojar strove to see all issues between us resolved. Yet again and again humans would come, seeking this thing or that, this right or that. And when we refused to grant unreasonable terms, bloodshed would follow. Many times we quit the contest, thinking the issue settled, only to be assaulted yet again, for reasons that had no logic. In the end, we yielded.
Mara tapped her fingers on her cup, watching ripples flick across her chilled drink.
You were forced to treaty.
The chamber's occupant snapped to total stillness, and the Queen's ringing tone went icy.
That is forbidden.
Mara's eyes widened.
You are forbidden to speak by us.
That is forbidden.
Now convinced she had not offended, but that the Queen must be bound by some term the Chojar could not or had sworn not to violate. Mara let her thoughts leap ahead.
Who holds the power to silence you? The Assembly? The Emperor?
That is forbidden.
Mara unclenched her aching hand before she broke the fine porcelain cup.
Forgive my curiosity. I shall seek that answer elsewhere.
Trembling in apprehension and frustration, Mara tried a new thrust.
What other worlds should I know?
The tension in the chamber did not relent. Mara held her breath while the Queen kept silent, the subliminal buzzing again ringing down the tunnels. Eventually, she clicked her mandibles and spoke.
There are but two things I may tell you without violating my trust. First, there are those who, for their own purpose, seek to oppose you, against whom you must find protection. Hear well, for we know. There will come a day when you must defend your Akoma against powers considered supreme.
Mara released a pent breath, her stomach suddenly queasy. She set down her teacup before her fingers, nerveless, dropped it. The only powers considered supreme in Tiranuani were the will of heaven and the assembly of magicians. Since Chojar adhered to no religion, the Queen's reference could not be more fearfully plain. The Akoma must prevail against the Great Ones. While Mara struggled to stay poised, the Queen continued.
Perhaps, lady, you might ask yourself, if other worlds exist, where are they?
Mara struggled to reason past unknowable dangers that loomed deep as an abyss before her.
Do you mean Midkemia, beyond the rift?
You may cross there through the portal fashioned by the Great Ones, but where is Midkemia within the cosmos?
Mara straightened in astonishment. The last word was one she did not understand. Every Sirani meaning that she knew of translated to mean arch of the sky or star field. Did the Chojar Queen imply that Midkemia was placed in the sky with the gods? The concept was absurd, even laughable. Yet Mara had learned better than to make light of the beliefs of other cultures. A long-past war in the deserts of Subar had taught her so, as well as many a frustrating argument with her barbarian lover, Kevin. Though she tactfully kept her own counsel, her dubious surprise must have showed to the keener perception of the Chojar.
Would it challenge you less to think that worlds exist in multitudes, many no farther from here than you can walk in your lifetime?
The Queen inquired. Her attendants had awakened again from immobility and were once more scuttling to and fro through the curtained-off alcove that housed the egg chambers. Thrown completely off balance, Mara strove to find sense in the Queen's words. This was no mystery created by alien thought patterns. In human terms, the Queen almost seemed to be leading her in Cartago, a guessing game played between Sirani children, where hints and suggestions led two rivals in a race to name whatever object or animal or plant their opposing teams might choose. Mara decided she was being deliberately led around the subject the Queen had been forbidden to speak of. After deep consideration, she said,
I could walk many places beyond this empire's borders before my time came to die. Yes!
The Queen's mandibles shifted in parody of a human smile.
You could do so! Certainly!
Encouragement, if not direct confirmation. Mara's excitement grew.
The thrill!
The Queen stayed carefully non-committal.
There are others. Consider the boundaries of your nations.
Convinced now that the information she sought had been prescribed, Mara leaned eagerly forward.
Beyond. Of course. How naive she must seem.
Like most Sirani, she considered all nations to lie under the sway of the Empire, save the lost lands to the south and the Thuril to the east. Softly she asked,
Are there folk who live to the east of the Thuril Confederation?
Instantly, the Queen said,
They are called the Chadana.
Barely able to contain her excitement, Mara whispered,
Human? They are like unto you and the Thuril, my lady.
Mara glanced at Lujan, who looked as astonished as she felt. How provincial her people were, to count themselves and their empire the centre of all the worlds. Sirani philosophy could more readily accept humans living on another world across a rift than on other continents in Kelewan.
What lies beyond the lands of the Chadana? An expanse of vast waters, the Queen replied. They are salt, like the Sea of Blood, and are the home of the Igu.
Mara had never seen one of the Igu, the gigantic serpents that inhabited the depths of the oceans, but she had sailed and had heard deckhands describe fighting off the creature's depredations with lances tipped with fire.
Are there lands across those oceans? Many nations, lady, the Chojar Queen allowed. As many as the lands beyond the sea to our west.
Amazed to the point where he forgot protocol, Lujan risked a question.
Why do our people not know of these?
Quickly Mara nodded in allowance of his impertinence.
Why? That is forbidden.
Mara's thoughts crashed together. What was forbidden? Not the knowledge of the other nations beyond Zranuani, or the Queen could not have given even these sparse facts. Did those foreigners across the seas have knowledge that the black robes deemed threatening? Mara repressed a shiver. Such thoughts were too perilous to voice aloud even here. She and the massive Chojar Queen regarded each other through a silence made tense with frustration. If only their two species could speak plainly, so much might be understood. Still, the unstated implications piqued driving curiosity. Mara felt enlivened with fresh hope. For while the powers of the Assembly might yet prove to be omnipotent, and her family's name become forgotten to time, still she had been made aware of a larger world beyond the Empire. She could journey across the borders in search of new knowledge, and perhaps find an answer to her quandary. Suddenly awakened to the hours she had spent in the caverns underground, Mara longed to depart. If she intended to leave the Empire on a quest, subterfuge would be needed, as well as supplies and careful planning. Her enemies, particularly Jiro, must not get wind of her departure. And as she reviewed practicalities, it occurred to her that areas of her own culture remained for her to explore. She could start with the temples, whose priestly initiates were schooled in powerful mysteries, and there were also the practitioners of magic of the lesser path, adepts and sometimes charlatans who had not merited study in the city of the magicians. Anxious to get started, Mara prepared to end her audience with the Queen. "My Queen, the goddess of fate must have guided me here, for I have been given a fresh start on my difficulties." The Queen waved a forelimb.
"We are pleased, though we yet think it odd you should journey so many miles down river when we were so close at hand."
Mara raised her eyebrows.
"Then the mind of the hives is also one. I could address you by speaking to the Queen of the Hive upon the lands where I now dwell." "Always."
Hopeful of a way to maintain communication wherever her journeys might lead her, Mara said,
"If I were to leave the Empire, would I be able to consult you if I sought out the Choja in some distant nation?" "That is forbidden."
Mara straightened, tantalized again to the edge of discovery.
"One question, if you may answer. Why do you treat with me and others, we who were your conquerors?"
The Queen hesitated. Fearful that at last she had transgressed prudence, Mara dared not so much as breathe. Then, with the continued activities of the breeding attendants, she reassessed. The Queen was less angered than weighing words. For a while, Mara expected to hear that this answer also was forbidden. But the Queen relented, her head tipped slightly back, and her words stern.
"We are not a conquered people, Lady of the Akoma."
"The treaty?" A far step from understanding, Mara sighed in vexation. The Queen strove valiantly to clarify.
"Even a captive nation may bargain."
Mara rose from her cushions, so that the servants she had signalled to pack up the tea utensils could go about their duties without disturbing her.
"Why do you tell me these things, Queen?"
Black, multifaceted eyes fixed upon Mara, unknowable as the alien thoughts behind them. Then the Choja ruler spoke in what seemed almost wistful reminiscence.
"Before I merged with the hive mind, a young queen recalls a human girl who was kind and who said she was beautiful. Of all your nation, you alone come to us with the intent to create harmony. You bargain like others, but you are more. You are what I believe you humans would call a friend. If the burden that has oppressed my kind throughout this nation is ever to change, we will need friends with bold minds such as yours."
So, the treaty was not an accord after all, but a forced acknowledgement of terms. Mara sucked in her breath. She dared not press for more, not when the Queen had waved her force commander forward to usher her from the breeding chamber. The discussion was being brought to a close. Uncertain what the protocols might be for formal acknowledgement of friendship between races, Mara settled for the bow that denoted an alliance between houses, adding personal words of her own.
"You have always been a friend to me. I would accord your people the same considerations as I would any house within my clan."
After the Choja Queen had nodded her own form of acknowledgement and awarded the Akoma retinue her gracious leave to depart, Lujan offered his lady assistance into her litter. Gone was the lacklustre quiet that had marked her sojourn back in her childhood home. Now Mara's eyes shone. Her movements were eager as she gestured to her bearer slaves to take up the poles of her litter. The force commander donned his plumed helm and marched at her side from the breeding chamber. Companion of many years, commander of her armies, and one-time bandit, Lujan could not help but grin. Here went a mistress he would die for without hesitation, not just for the honour and duty due any ruling lady, but for love and pride as well. Despite the overwhelming threat posed by the assembly of magicians, Mara showed the indefatigable spirit that had captured his heart from the start. For where a tired woman of middle years had entered these warrens, a lady vigorous with renewed confidence at the height of her power would emerge. Against all probability, Mara had defied the limits of her circumstance. She had found a clear focus and a hope where none had existed, to find reprieve from difficulties that her culture believed unassailable. Many were the Sirani ruling lords who would have fallen upon their swords in despair at the breach of honour the Akoma lady had been forced by the Great Ones to swallow. Her late enemy, Tasayo of the Minwanabi, once the most powerful man in the nations, had committed suicide rather than endure beyond shame. It was not cowardice, but her own indomitable will that bound Mara to life. The assembly, Lujan decided in a moment of unabashed cockiness, had better look after its interests, though how his diminutive lady might find a way to face down powers of magic on a scale as vast as that commanded by the Black Robes, only the gods might know. Afternoon sunlight fell through the screens and striped the parquet floor, and the akasi vines beside the garden walk scented the air of the room that had served Mara as study in the original Akoma estate house. The Chojar-made clock still chimed softly on the hour. Mellowed now by layers of wax was the patch of flooring by the screen that had been sanded and refinished since the day her first husband had stomped indoors wearing studded battle sandals in the aftermath of a sarkat hunt. Older memories crowded behind, of Lord Sezu setting the family chop to documents while her brother Lanakota scrawled pictures in chalk on the floor by their father's feet. Mara recalled rubbing at the scribbled figures, her fat little girl's palms a smudged and dusty white. The smell of chalk filled her nostrils now, even as in those bygone days of her girlhood. But the baby by her knee was Kasuma, and the boy who scrawled pictures only he understood onto sanded wood, a fiery redhead of a barbarian father. Hers were the hands that set the Akoma chop in the ink to seal the last letter of the day. A bin of ribboned parchments beside her writing desk awaited the arrival of the messenger runner who would see them taken to the guild for swift delivery. Mara set aside the heavy chop and mentally reviewed her instructions for Jikan, Inkomo and Kyoke back at the lakeside estate. They would keep her affairs running smoothly through what might become a prolonged absence. Irilandi, her second force leader, was currently off with the Shinzawai, supporting Hokanu as he consolidated his control as ruling lord. There had been minor attempts by enemies and one or two ruptures of alliances caused by pressure from traditionalist factions. Hokanu had not yet sent formal reply to the Emperor's request that he assume his father's imperial post. In his letter to Mara, he had explained that his delay was a ploy designed to draw an unfriendly rival into the open. He had written, "My father's first advisor Dogondi is a treasure, fiendishly clever and a humorist. He likes to humble our foes by making them seem ridiculous. As he said to me the other day, 'Kill a man and you cede him honour in the eyes of the gods. Laugh at him and you shame him.'" Mara gave a half-smile in reminiscence of this truth. Then her pleasure faded as she considered the rest of her husband's missive. Although he was under much stress and subject daily to criticism from several jealous cousins, he still might have asked in more depth after the health of his daughter. That Mara proposed a long and possibly dangerous journey while the child still needed a wet nurse did not seem to trouble him. But then, in all fairness, Hokanu was not a man to harp upon his worries. He might be sick inside with concern, but not wanting to burden her. Mara might disguise her journey as a pilgrimage all she wished, and her traditionalist enemies might be fooled. The Anasati might swallow the ruse for several months before Jiro's first advisor discovered the truth. But the assembly of magicians would quickly sift through subterfuge if they perceived any reason to question her motives. Mara shut her eyes and rubbed damp hair back from her brow. She put aside the nightmare memory of the fiery rain that had beset the Imperial arena when Milimber had manifested his arcane anger. If the Blackrobes chose to stop her, all would be lost in one wrenching, brutal instant. She must not give them cause to suspect, and that meant weeks of careful planning. Again, Mara tried to thrust the horror of Milimber's destruction of the Imperial Games from her thoughts. The barbarian Blackrobe had been unruly, even stubborn, she had heard. The Assembly itself had exiled him after his acts, which had crossed the order of heaven by causing slaves to be freed. A thought occurred that perhaps this Milimber viewed life in the same quirky fashion her lover Kevin had. That life meant more than honour, and that religion did not rule the lives of men, but instead offered guidance. Mara frowned. If Milimber had been considered a renegade by his fellows, might he not be a source of inspiration in her present dilemma? Acting with headstrong inspiration, Mara clapped her hands. The boy appointed by the servants as her runner-slave appeared at the door, a tow-headed youngster scarcely 10 years of age. He had been promoted from the post of herd boy to that of house-slave, and still felt awkward wearing livery. Mara saw that he trembled in awe as he made his bow. She took pity. Though shy boys her sons were not, and she had better experience bullying young warriors into line than drawing a quiet one out.
"Kalizo," she said, "come here."
The boy scrambled back to his feet, all knees and wide eyes. He came to her, tripping awkwardly on the edge of the carpet. His sandals were new, the soles not yet softened with wear. Mara fished a chojar-made candy from the vase by her desk. She tossed it into the air and smiled as the boy shed his clumsiness and caught it.
"Kalizo, can you tell me when the next silk shipment is bound for the City of the Plains for export into Midkemia?"
"Next week, lady."
The boy had a lisp made more pronounced by his mouthful of hard candy. Mara debated a moment, then reached for her pen with shaking fingers.
"I have a letter to go with the factor," she instructed. "Fetch him here, for I would have words with him."
"At once, lady."
The boy bowed, spun, and departed with a speed that justified his appointment to his new position. Mara bit her lip as he raced out past the screen. Then she hastily sealed her brief missive, which was addressed to Milimber, Magician, Kingdom of the Isles, Midkemia. As she set the wax and inked the Akoma chop, she wondered whether, with the seal upon the letter, she was inviting her own doom. Then the silk factor arrived, escorted by Kalizo. Her misgivings fled before the need to give the man instructions that caused him to tremble. His evident nerves made little Kasuma fussy, and Mara had to call for the child's nurse. Justin tossed aside his chalk with a loud announcement that he was hungry. Straight and lithe, where Ayaki had been stocky, he sprang to his feet and challenged Kalizo to a race to the kitchens. Mara nodded dismissal to the runner-slave, who shouted and grinned, not at all abashed at the prospect of a contest. As the two boys bolted off at top speed, Mara half expected to hear a squawk of protest from old Nakoya. But those days were gone forever. Left alone with her thoughts as the sun dipped in the west, Mara called a servant to open the screens. Years had passed since she had seen the shatra birds fly at sundown over Akoma lands. Considered the lucky symbol of her house, the creatures were a source of delight to Mara as they greeted the night like a ritual with a celebration of flight and song. As her eyes followed the dance patterns of birds against gold-edged clouds, Mara thought more on her husband. He had not taken any concubines, nor had he made further issue of his disappointment at Kasuma's gender. Mara supposed the matter was left dormant deliberately. Hokanu's sole reference had involved the promise of a deep talk upon her return to the estates. A boat, he had said, with only themselves inside, and a tray of light supper and sah wine on calm waters. No slaves, no servants, only a lantern and himself at the oars. That he left the matter unexplored in his writing spoke volumes about his discomfort. Mara rested her chin in her hands and sighed. Whatever he had to say, it would be months before she had the liberty to meet with her husband on water or dry land. For all had been done to prepare for her departure on her quest to seek protection against the Assembly. All that held her now was a final consultation with Arakasi, who was due to report back at any time. Much later, when the study room was lamplit and the stars pricked the sky where the shatra birds had flown, Mara was disturbed in her reading by the door-servant, who brought word that a shabby itinerant poet had arrived to beg the lady's indulgence. Mara looked up from her scroll in mild interest.
"You did not send him on to the kitchen," she stated. "This poet, did he say he had verses for me in Somuta rhyming?"
The door-servant frowned, the academic reference beyond his education to fathom.
"Indeed, my lady. He insisted that would mean something to you."
His face creased with misgiving.
"I should have sent him off. He is very ragged."
Mara's expression warmed to a smile.
"Very ragged, unbathed, and perhaps with a woman in tow?"
The servant's eyes widened.
"You know him?"
"I do."
Mara rolled up her scroll, taut with anticipation.
"Have him shown in."
The door-servant bowed, still mystified.
"Your will, lady."
Presently the poet and his woman were brought into Mara's private study. Arakasi wore a mantle that looked as if it were fashioned out of moth-eaten blankets sewn over at the cuffs and hemmed with tawdry fringes torn off a floor carpet. His companion was muffled under a patched, sun-faded robe that had once been adorned with shell sequins. Most had been ripped off with wear, leaving a sad collection of hanging threads. Her feet were filthy, and her sandals in tatters. Mara, with one swift glance, clapped for attendance.
"Washwater, towels, soap, and something from my clothes chest that is pretty and clean."
She peered under the concubine's hood and glimpsed a shining sweep of hair so heavy and thick it looked as if spun from red bee honey.
"Make the colour green,"
she suggested to the maid. Then she smiled at Arakasi.
"How large a supper tray do you wish? As always you appear famished."
She raised a finger as her spy-master drew breath to speak.
"The verses can wait until after you are both refreshed."
Arakasi offered a performer's bow and raked back the hood of his mantle. In the lamplight, he looked exhausted, bruised in spirit, and held together by sheer nerves. Mara was taken aback. Then the concubine slipped off her overrobe, and the lady of the Akoma watched Arakasi look at her and understood all.
"You must be Camleo," she greeted. "I bid you welcome."
The girls started to sink into the deep bow that denoted lowly station. Mara fractionally shook her head, and, fast as reflex, Arakasi cupped the girl's elbow, stopping her obeisance by dint of her slight recoil from his touch. As though her gesture had not implied rejection, Arakasi addressed her quietly.
The mistress has bought your freedom, not your service. Your contract is your own to tear up or resell as you please.
His deft hand smoothed back the hood of her underrobe, bearing a face of breathtaking beauty and pale eyes as bright as sparks with resentment. Mara stifled an urge to recoil. So much did the manner of this girl remind her of another, a courtesan and a spy named Tiani, who had once tried to kill her.
Gods,
she whispered below her breath.
gods, take pity.
Her expression was for Arakasi and the tortured girl he had rescued from usage. Camleo spoke, her low, modulated voice perfectly tempered in hate.
I would hear such a promise from the lady whose senties have bought me.
Mara thrust aside her anger at the impertinence.
You may trust my servant Arakasi as myself in this matter, Camleo. I, too, owe him my life. I chose to accept that gift from him with joy. He may have found you, child, but never forget, it was I who bought you from bondage. You are not brought here as a reward for his service.
The lamplight glittered off the girl's eyes as she tensed. Mara sighed softly and continued.
You are your own woman, Camleo. Because of you, I have a son and a daughter who may survive and achieve their inheritance. My gratitude is unconditional. You may leave Arakasi, leave these estates, and go your own way at this moment. I will provide you with enough wealth to establish yourself in business as a trader, or simply to live in modest comfort for the rest of your life. Or you may use the gift as a dowry, should you seek a husband. However, should you wish to take service, I would be pleased to have you stay.
The faint hiss of the oil lamps filled the stillness that followed. Camleo's fingers clenched and unclenched on the ragged cloth of her gown. She did not smile or settle or relax, but stayed poised like a creature caught and cornered. Mara forced herself to meet that hostile gemstone gaze.
What is your desire, Camleo?
Plainly the girl distrusted kindness. Her eyes shone too bright, and her manner posed a defiant challenge as she said,
Good servant, great lady, I'd prefer to be alone. I do not wish a pretty robe, but an ugly one. I do not want the eyes of men upon me. I want a sleeping mat and a room to myself. As you ask, you shall have,
Mara allowed. She sent for her personal maid, Misa, who had been many years in Akoma service, and ordered Camleo shown to a guest chamber and made comfortable. When the girl had gone and the servant who entered with wash basins and towels had allowed Arakasi to refresh himself, she gestured her spy master to the nearest comfortable cushion. He sank into his seat as if his knees gave out. His eyes were sunken, almost haunted, and his mouth twisted crooked with irony. Softly he said, "Thank you, lady." Mara looked upon him with pity.
She means that much to you.
The spy master steepled his hands under his chin, an old habit he had when attempting a difficult explanation.
She has changed me. When I look at her, I see my mother sometimes. When she speaks, she reminds me of my sister. Both of them could be vicious at the moments they hurt the most.
He paused, then added,
She blames me for the death of her sister. Quite justly, I fear.
Quietly, Mara gestured to the servant who waited at the door with the food tray. As the man entered with his burden in deferential silence, she regarded the spy master whom she had known for years, but whose life remained a mystery to her. After the man had served them, Mara motioned for him to leave. When she and Arakasi were alone, Mara said,
You never mentioned any of your family to me before.
Arakasi's gaze flicked up, sharply defensive.
There was little of worth to mention. My mother was a woman of the reed life, disease-ridden, run down, and finally dead from her trade. My sister followed in her footsteps. She died at 18 at the hand of a violent client.
I am sorry,
Mara murmured, and meant it. She should have guessed, since Arakasi set such store by his house allegiance, that he had been born to an honourless family.
How did you come to take service with the Tuskai?
Arakasi made a self-deprecating gesture.
There was a warrior who frequented our brothel. He lay often with my mother. I was just 3, and was impressed with his loud voice and the sword he carried with a jewel set in the grip. Sometimes he gave me candy and ruffled my hair, and sent me on errands. I took them very seriously, only later coming to realize that he was just more tactful than most, sending me out of the way so he could take his paid woman without a foolish boy underfoot. At the time, I decided he was my father.
Mara did not prompt, but waited while Arakasi picked a stray thread from a rip in his mantle. After a moment he continued of his own accord.
When my mother died, and the soldier came to bed another girl, I climbed out a window and followed him to his barracks. He was a strike leader for the Tuskai. His wife was a cook. She fed me behind his back. I lived mostly on the streets, lurking around hostels and guild halls, keeping my ears open. I sold information to the Lord of the Tuskai's Hadonra and, over the years, became invaluable to him. When I alerted the Lord of the Tuskai to a plot against his life at the hands of the Minwanabi, he allowed me to swear to his service.
Quietly, Mara wondered how much of the spy net had already been in place when Arakasi had sworn to the Tuskai Natami. Probably most of the area around the Tuskai estates, for an honourless street boy to have caught the notice of a hidebound traditional ruling lord. It awed her to learn how far her spy master had risen from such humble beginnings. Now there was the girl, Camleo, whose fate had entangled itself with his in ways she did not want. As the servant poured sah wine and departed, Mara handed Arakasi a glass.
Drink, she urged. You need it.
In fact, he looked wretched and worn thinner than she had ever seen him. The spymaster returned her regard levelly, his lip curled in distaste. He disliked drinking. Alcohol dulled his reactions.
Lady,
he said in a voice that was rust and velvet,
I am not at all what I was.
Drink! That is a command, Mara snapped back. You are human and have a heart that can bleed, even if you only discovered that fact recently. And I say you are wrong. You are more than you were. The change that has happened is for the best.
Not if you wish me to continue in my post as spymaster.
The admission itself seemed to shake him. Arakasi reached out, took a goblet from the tray and downed it in one violent draught.
What would you know of best or worse?
He challenged.
Everything,
her tone reproached.
I had Kevin and lost him. I had the perfect husband who understood my heart until one foolish misunderstanding has set him at a distance. I had 2 children who are dead.
Shamed, Arakasi wrapped his long, expressive fingers around his glass. He said nothing, only stared at the rug. For a while, the lamplight revealed his rigid effort to keep his breathing steady.
I had hoped the example of you and Hokanu might open her eyes to a new life.
He shrugged fractionally, a self-conscious hitch of his shoulders.
You have both been my teachers, lady.
Mara regarded the man who sat hunched and tight before her. His competence at times had humbled her, until now when she realized how much of his achievements had been rooted in pleasureless, calculating logic.
Arakasi, set her free. Let her find herself.
As his eyes swept up to meet hers, beseeching, she found she needed wine herself. She reached out for a goblet, tasted its bitter-sweet edge.
Think, most cunning of my servants. You were never resentful because you did not love. Camleo can hate. She can feel bitterness because she can be hurt. Her basic nature is a caring one, or why should she defend herself so savagely?
His gaze dropped.
I pray to the gods you are right.
I am right.
Mara's conviction rang across the room's familiar dimness. But no truth could ensure the outcome. Whether Camleo could outgrow her past and survive without scars, only time would tell. Arakasi sat like a man tortured, twisting the fine-stemmed crystal around and around in his hands. It occurred to Mara, watching him, that he had lost his piercing insight. She spoke kindly, in reassurance.
Your little lady will not leave these estates. She will stay and serve here. That much I know.
Or else she would have left at once.
Arakasi released an edged laugh.
How can you be sure?
She would not have accepted my hospitality.
Mara smiled.
She has pride like fire.
She speculated,
In my years, I have come to judge human nature quickly. You are a fitting match for her.
He relaxed a little at that, setting the goblet on the polished floor empty and helping himself to a plate of fruit, cheese and bread. In a fast change of subject, he said,
I received your message, lady. I can guess why you called me.
He mashed the bread together over a thick wedge of cheese, his feelings for the concubine certainly not set in abeyance. But his voice showed none of his conflict as he added,
I can already assure you, the city of the magicians is impregnable. Send anyone there to attempt entry, and you will call down the assembly's wrath upon you. We have attempted 7 times to find entrance. 4 men are dead, the other 3 unaccounted for, and I number them also dead. None can be traced to us, but even so, another attempt may cause us to fall.
I supposed as much.
Mara watched him eat with an inner surge of relief. The day Arakasi ignored his appetite brought cause for major worry. While he chewed, she related her findings in the hive of the Choja, and then told of her plans to leave for the Thuril Confederation. Arakasi gave back a dry grin.
I did not think you seriously intended a pilgrimage.
Mara's brows arched.
I am devout. Did I not once plan to vow service to Lashima's temple?
A spark of irony touched her spymaster's eyes.
That, he allowed, was long before you met one red-haired Midkemian barbarian.
Mara coloured deeply.
True,
she laughed. Arakasi had always stimulated her wit. The heart he had kept hidden all these years was proving a delight to her.
I'll need you to hide my trail with subterfuge. Also, I want you to comb the Imperial archives for history texts that might show us what circumstances led to our mysterious treaty with the Choja.
She looked across the low table and realized Arakasi had ceased eating. The bread had fallen into crumbs between his fingers, and his eyes looked deep as pits. Gently, she asked,
What's wrong? Are you afraid to leave the girl?
No. The spymaster knuckled back his tangled dark hair. The poet's braid at his temple had slipped half undone, The violet ribbon that tied it frayed at the ends, and sun-faded.
I am no longer the best man for the job, my lady. My heart is no longer ruthless.
Was it ever? Mara countered. Arakasi looked at her, open and pained as he had been but once in her presence, at the time he believed he had failed her and caused old Nkoya's death.
Yes, lady.
Yes, it was.
Once I would have let Camleo die at the hands of the Tong without conscience. I have increased risk to you by returning for her. It took some persuasion and significant funds to extricate her from her existing term of employment. The transaction was far too public for my taste.
Mara considered the weight of his admission. She stared a moment at her wineglass, barely touched, and warm now in the soft evening air.
The Akoma have no one else to send,
she said finally, and hid from him the cost of that confidence. She had Justin and Kasuma to think of. If, as Fumita had hinted, her being servant of the Empire had been all that stayed the Assembly from annihilating her, she had to find the children protection, or they would be helpless, good for nothing, but to be puppets of the Black Robe's whim after she was gone.
Arakasi, let me tell you something the Choja Queen implied to me. What if, all along, it was not tradition that has held this empire static all these thousands of years? What if our people strove for growth and change but were kept from it? What if the great game of the council, our bloody, violent heritage of honor, was not ordained by the gods, but was used as a contrivance to keep us in our place?
Arakasi's left eyebrow quirked.
You claim to be devout,
he said in a low voice.
You know, beloved lady, that what you say is heresy.
I suggest, instead, Mara said, that our great ones have done more than keep the imperial peace. If I rightly understood what the Choja Queen tried to impart, the Assembly has held our whole culture stagnant. The Black Robes are the ones who barred us from change, not the gods, not tradition, and not our code of honor. That is why they intervened between the Akoma and the Anasati. For I have created too much change. I hold too much influence with the Emperor, and, as servant, I am too much a talisman of the people's luck. If what I think is correct, the magicians are not just hoping I will break their prohibition on making war upon Jiro. They are depending upon it. Some may even be contriving to bring it about. They are awaiting any excuse to step in and annihilate me.
A breeze through the screen caused the lamp to flicker, making Arakasi seem a shadow cut from stillness.
Hokanu will never let go of honor and allow his father's murder to pass unavenged.
Precisely,
Mara almost whispered.
That would be expecting too much, even for a man raised by the progressive thinker that his foster father was. His blood father, Fumita, as much as warned him at Kamatsu's funeral. I believe, as does Hokanu, that the Assembly knew of Jiro's contract with the Tong assassins. They did not act to stop him. Deliberately. It is me and my line they want dead. And sooner or later, fate will provide them with a reason.
The wick brightened. As the darkness shrank back, Arakasi sat staring at his emptied wineglass, his eyes fathomless as obsidian.
And so, you need me to sort through the Imperial archives and to cover your absence when you journey outside the Empire in search of answers.
His fingers tapped an agitated tattoo on the floor as he continued to think aloud.
You ask this of me not for the Akoma or the Shinzawai, but for the people of the nations, whose cause you have adopted for your own.
You understand.
Mara reached out for the carafe and refilled both of their goblets.
I do what I do for more than my name and ancestors, because I hold hope that slaves may one day be allowed to go free, and that boys such as you were and girls like Camleo may have the chance to earn honor through their merits.
A large task. I salute you, lady.
Arakasi tossed back his wine. He regarded her, his bearing still bleak, but his expression one of admiration.
Once I said I wished to follow in the wake of your path to greatness. I was arrogant and cold, and fascinated as a man who prides himself on solving puzzles. Now, I wish nothing beyond a house with warmth, and a woman to smile at who does not know the secret of joy. To my sorrow, I have learned. It is not a lesson to benefit a spy master who must act only for reason.
Mara returned the smile that softened the sharpened angles that trials and years had lent to her face.
Then, when we have found our means to defeat the Great Ones, we shall have to appoint you to a new post.
Arakasi released a cracked laugh.
What post? I have tried them all. Which shall I choose, when all of them suited me no better than a suit of borrowed clothing?
When the time comes, you will know,
Mara assured him. But the words were a banality. Arakasi looked like an unmoored boat that spun untended in a current. She worried for him, and for the jaded, bitter girl who slept in the Akoma guest suite. Arakasi set aside his glass. A moth spun in crazed circles around the oil lamp, sending shadows swooping and arrowing through the light. He felt as giddy. The time had come for him to take his leave. The food tray held only crumbs and a crushed crust of bread. His eyes stayed deep as he concluded,
I will undertake what you ask, for I see that you comprehend the price. But this once, I would dare to ask a boon from you.
Mara raised her wine-glass and drank to his health in return.
You have always had from me whatever you have needed without question. That has not changed.
Her spymaster looked up at her for the first time she could remember, showing nerves and uncertainty.
Take Camleo with you to Duril. Even the chance of a passing trader glimpsing her and remarking on her beauty in Sulanque might bring the tongue in search. By the time you return, the tongue should have begun to wither.
Mara's smile returned like the sun.
I was going to suggest that very course.
The hide-bound tenets of Surani culture had deprived the courtesan of hope. Camleo had been born as a pleasure toy for men to waste as they pleased. If she was going to come to her senses, if she was to escape becoming the twisted, tormented creature that Tiani had been, she must rediscover the stifled personality she had been trained since childhood to hide. The chance might come to her more quickly if she experienced a strange culture and customs outside her experience. Arakasi bowed deep in gratitude.
Gods bless you, mistress.
He looked as if he would say nothing more, but wound up by blurting,
Take care of her. The Akoma are my life, but she is my heart.
Then he arose to his feet, his poet's braid falling the rest of the way undone. He yanked off the violet ribbon as if it had offended him and made his way silently through the screen. Mara stared after him long after he had disappeared into the darkened hallway. Before her, the moth spun in one last suicidal circle and flared up as it passed through the flame.
Gods pity them,
Mara murmured to the empty chamber. Whether her words were for the courtesan and the spy master who loved her, or whether she referred also to her husband who was being made to dance to the tune of the assembly, was unclear. Chapter 16. Countermoves. The game ended. Chewmarker set down his sharp-piece with a click and a deep-chested sigh of satisfaction.
Checkmate, master.
The raw dawn light only emphasized his bright-eyed alertness. Perfectly groomed also, Jiro was once again chagrined to prove his servant's gossip that his first adviser's wit remained sharp even before daybreak and breakfast. The Lord of the Anasazi regarded the captured pieces clustered to one side of the game board. "You're filled with life this morning," he observed. "More so than usual, if I may speak my mind." Chewmarker rubbed his hands together.
Mara's spy net has become active again. I knew it was just a matter of waiting her out. Whoever her man in charge may be, he has just made a misstep. He thought to outlast me in this waiting game. But after years of dormancy, at last he has moved.
Jiro stroked his chin to hide a smile. "There are few servants like you who can bear to abandon years of work on the basis of mere suspicion." The Anasazi first adviser warmed to the praise. He slipped off his heavily embroidered morning robe and adjusted the thinner silk garment underneath to ascertain it hung without wrinkles on his narrow chest. On a plaintive note he added,
You invited me to your suite for breakfast. Do I have to beat you at a second round of sharp before we can eat, my lord?
His nervous, nail-bitten fingers reached to reset the board out of habit. Jiro laughed.
"You old Tigindi,"
he accused, comparing his adviser to a fox-like predator renowned for cleverness.
"You'd rather play games than eat." "Perhaps."
Chewmarker looked up, his eyes bright. Jiro signalled another game by inclining his head. "What's on your scheming mind, anyway?" Chewmarker slid the last piece into place and gestured for his master to make the first move.
"It's what Mara has in mind,"
he corrected. Knowing better than to interrupt with questions, Jiro advanced a pawn. Chewmarker's countermove was immediate. Forced to a brisk contemplation of strategy, Jiro wished he could match his opponent's penchant for following simultaneous topics as his adviser defined his comment.
"Later this week, your master engineer will be in Unterset, hiring carpenters and craftsmen to build war engines after the prototypes you have recreated from the ancient texts."
Jiro looked up from the game board, not at all intrigued. His siege weapons were his most coveted plan, a secret kept even from his closest allies, or so he believed. He did not like the topic bandied about casually, and his tone showed controlled irritation. "Mara can't have heard anything about our prototypes in the charcoal burners' sheds."
"In the forests north of Unterset,"
Chewmarker filled in, at his most irksome when he finished sentences out of sheer impatience.
"Yes, she has known for quite some time."
Chewmarker waved at the sharpboard.
"It's your move, master."
Jiro advanced his priest to a new square with a flick of one finger. A flush stained his cheekbones, and his eyes narrowed as he demanded, "How did she hear? Why didn't you tell me our security was compromised sooner?"
"Patience, my lord."
Chewmarker moved his Empress onto the front line.
"I tell you always when the timing is to your advantage."
Very near open anger, Jiro forced self-control. Chewmarker's cleverness at times could be excessive, as if the man could not resist playing the game within his master's household. But what Chumaka lacked in humility, he more than made up for in innovative service. The Anasazi lord pitched his pent-up fury against the shutboard and waited, icily quiet, for his impertinent adviser to qualify. Chumaka smiled with the glee a child might show at discovering an insect could evade his goading through flight.
My lord, it is good to see you have mastered the art of patience. We have allowed Mara's machinations against us to come to flower, the better to spoil her design. She has conceived a cunning plan to infiltrate your craftsmen at the construction site with a few of her own. Once there, they would work very handily to be sure your great siege engines have design flaws. We then use them in battle, or so the Mistress of the Akoma hopes, and the mechanisms will misfire and cause damage to our own troops, or at the least simply not function, leaving you with some very expensive kindling wood outside the walls of the city.
Startled into inadvertent admiration, Jiro raised his eyebrows. Mara came up with such a plot.
A master toy-maker in her employ.
Chumaka moved another shah piece and placed Jiro's priest in jeopardy.
It's quite an amusing plan, really.
Frowning, inconvenienced by the game, but unwilling to concede himself outmatched on both fronts, the Anasazi lord considered his next move with thinned lips. His first adviser's tendency to keep secrets bordered on disrespect, but Jiro held back from criticism. His weakness at Shah was his desire for fast conclusions. He needed Chumaka's love of intricate plotting, which was content to spin webs and set traps against enemies long years in advance. Jiro chose to save his priest from attack. Today his mood was prudent.
What move did you have in mind, first adviser?
Chumaka gave back a reptilian smile.
Why, to steal Mara's gambit from her. I have a list of her infiltrators' names. We can arrange to have them hired on, bring them deep into Anasazi territory, and then have them disappear.
Kill them! Jiro's distaste for crude measures diverted his attention, and he had to force himself to keep pace with Chumaka's next move. The first adviser advanced another pawn, setting two of his master's pieces under threat.
I'd like to take the infiltrators quietly.
He spoke as he did when contented, low-pitched as a cat might purr.
Not kill them. They may have useful information for us. I'd like to know just how Mara's toy maker planned to sabotage our siege equipment, for one thing. I'm sure the modifications will be very clever to elude the notice of those overseeing construction. That's more idle curiosity than anything else. But far more important, if we can force one man to talk and learn their method for passing information as well, we can send back false signals through the Akoma spy net. The lady will not know her plot has been spoiled until the actual day we take the field against the Emperor. When our engines assault the walls of the Imperial precinct, she will expect them to fail and cause us chaos, and she will have her forces arrayed to take advantage of that situation.
With an almost sensual glee at the possibility of reversing Mara's plot, Chumaka said,
Instead, our new equipment will function flawlessly, and the Akoma will find themselves upon a field outside the walls, while we are already securing our position within.
Jiro sacrificed his fortress and tipped his head to concede his first adviser his argument. I will leave you to oversee the arrangements. Extracting information by force from a captive was not a detail he relished thinking about. He did not have a weak stomach. Torture simply did not interest him. The treatises he had read told as much as he cared to know on the topic. And, as far as Ichindar is concerned, I thought we'd agreed I should goad a traditionalist fanatic into assassinating him, rather than take him head-on with an army. Almost spitefully, Jiro finished, The Black Robes seem to dislike the idea of a civil war.
Of course. Nothing is more destructive to any society.
Chumaka advanced another piece and looked up to accept the satchel of new correspondence brought in by his assistant.
But, as we discussed, even a dead emperor will have supporters. They will hole up behind walls with his heir. If you, as the nation's savior, step in and divert chaos by restoring the office of warlord, you must also seize Jehilia as your power base. Even without Mara and Hokanu's resistance, you will need to break the city's defenses to get to the Imperial First Daughter, before someone else does.
But for the gleam that wakened in his eyes from review of future hopes, Jiro seemed absorbed in the Shah game. Chumaka turned from the board and riffled through the rolled dispatches. He selected one, squinted to be sure it had not been tampered with, then split the seal. He scanned the lines, not needing to pause to interpret the cipher.
Interesting,
he mused to himself. Idly, he wondered how irritated his master was likely to become when he learned of the ex-Minwanabi warriors that Chumaka maintained in secrecy in a remote northern province. If they became useful in arranging Mara's downfall, Chumaka decided, he would receive a citation for them. His lips quirked. How he wished he belonged to a household that did not have touchy internal politics, or a master of such heated pride. As Jiro completed his next move, Chumaka flicked his empress to a new square. He speculated whether a woman's rule would follow the same fashion as a man's. Was Chumaka's spymaster counterpart in the Akoma household permitted a free hand with his work? Only exceptional brilliance could keep such a network intact past the fall of House Tuskai. And Mara's willingness to take masterless men into service had shown the falsehood of counting such without honour. Certainly, those who had laboured as spies for the Lord of the Tuskai seemed even more diligent on behalf of the Akoma. Or had the creature who directed them been Lord Sezu's man all along? Chumaka judged not, since Mara's father had dealt straightforwardly in council and on the battlefield. The Anasati First Advisor stroked his chin, peripherally aware of his master's expletives over the shahboard as he saw his attack plan threatened. He set aside the dispatch and reached for the next, the contents of which caused him to snap off his cushions with a thoroughly uncharacteristic oath. Diverted from his straits on the shahboard, Jiro raised his eyes in languid inquiry.
What passes?
The devil! Chumaka gestured with the parchment scroll, which appeared to contain random squiggles.
I've miscalculated, maybe. Underestimated him, almost certainly.
Who? Piqued, Jiro pushed the board out of harm's way as his advisor began pacing. Do we have a problem? A setback? Chumaka looked askance, his eyes deep as still pools.
Maybe. The Obajan of the Hamoy Tong has been assassinated in his pleasure harem.
Jiro gave a small shrug. So what?
So what?
Chumaka curbed his agitated movement. Seeing Jiro's darkening expression at his sharp tone, he said,
Master of the Obajan,
was one of the best-guarded men under heaven, and he has been stabbed to death. What's more, his killer escaped. Clean, very professional work.
Chimaka consulted his scroll more closely. In dawning astonishment, he added,
"It says here that the Tong Brotherhood have disbanded. They are now masterless men, grey warriors."
It pointed to one possible conclusion. That can only mean their records were lost? Jiro's voice was forced and level. The contents of the Tong's accounts could dishonour his house several times over, not least for the latest cash outlay to buy an attempt on old Frasai of the Tommagu, who lent his ear to Hopara of the Zacatecas too often when he wanted advice on policy decisions. As long as Frasai remained alive, Kamatsu's death would serve traditionalist causes very little. Hokanu would stand in his father's post soon enough, but his tie to Mara and the Akoma would hamper him against any move made by Jiro's allies only when Frasai's vote of support was eradicated. If the Imperial Overlord fell, the Imperial Chancellor would find his powers in the Emperor's Council crippled at a stroke. But Jiro needed Frasai's death to be caused in discreet fashion. Killing one's own clansman, especially one's own clan war chief, was an extreme act even by Surani standards. Chumaka responded, bemused with thought.
"The secret accounts were stolen, or so every rumour-monger in the Holy City now reports. I wonder if Mara has the Tong's records."
She must, he deduced. If an ally had access to such sensitive secrets, Anasati agents would have been informed. A foe would simply turn the information to immediate advantage, unless the only enemy the Anasati had that was under constraints not to initiate conflict was the Akoma Shinzawai faction that centred on Mara. Chimaka stroked his chin, the Shah game utterly forgotten. What if he had miscalculated? What if the Akoma spymaster was a better player than he? What if a trap yawned under Anasati affairs, just waiting for a misstep to snap shut? "You're worried," Jiro observed, in his best tone of false boredom. Observing that his master was hiding extreme displeasure, Chimaka did his best to wave the matter away.
"I am careful,"
he allowed, self-aware enough to know that his worst nightmares seldom resolved in daily life. His active imagination helped make him master of his job. In his eagerness to close with his Akoma opponent, he could easily have been drawn into carelessness. He must pull back, wait and watch like a patient hunter. The trainees of Mara's toy maker must be taken with utmost caution. Then, as if a sixth sense reminded him that he had been still too long, and that his master's restless intellect was on the verge of expressing annoyance, Chumaka smiled brightly.
"Shall we eat, or shall we finish our game, which you are very close to losing?"
Jiro glared at the arrangement of the players on the game board. He made a deprecating gesture that turned into a clap to summon servants. 2 defeats on an empty stomach are more than any master should face before daybreak. He must have followed that observation with thought of the dead Obajan, for he looked nettled enough to eat floor pegs. "Damn her," he murmured in a voice he thought too quiet for his first adviser to overhear. "If not for the Assembly's protection, I'd see her shamed and begging." The gardener blotted his brow. Leaning in apparent idleness on his rake handle, he surveyed the surrounding flower beds under the afternoon sunlight. The blooms were the brilliance of rainbows, no dried seed pods or wilted petals left shrivelling in the heat to mar their freshness. The soil was level and weed-free, as it had been since the hour the worker had started. Each shrub was trimmed to provide beauty at an economy of space. The retired imperial officer assigned to this household used his apartment infrequently. Since he valued peace and silence, his gardens had been arranged to set the bustle of the holy city at a distance. Half blind from cataracts, he tended to forget the faces of his gardeners. Hence his lovely, private little garden across from the city library offered the perfect rendezvous point for a spy master who desired clandestine exchanges of information bought through a bribe to one of the archivist's copyists. Arakasi spat on his palms, as any diligent gardener might do, and again took up his rake. His sun-browned hands looked as if he had practised such labours lifelong, as he scratched parallel rows in dry soil. Except for his eyes, which kept covert surveillance on the entrance to the archives across the thoroughfare, he assumed his role to perfection. In this, he was even more meticulous in his caution than usual. After the change in outlook triggered by Camleo, he distrusted his reactions. He no longer held confidence in his ability to act with his former speed. As he raked, he worried. Would emotion make him hesitate? He no longer saw people, even enemies, as ciphers on a game board. His personal conscience, as opposed to his duty as a servant, posed a conflict he feared to put to the test. Since his thwarted attempts to infiltrate an agent into the City of the Magicians, he understood that any inquiry into old texts on arcane subject matter, or probing into prescribed eras of history, might draw notice. Also, the libraries were Jiro's passion, and Anasati spies comprised half the staff. Since the Imperial Archives were rarely visited except by students of history, most of them initiates at one temple or another, any stranger sent in as agent would cause inquiry. Since Ichindar's ascension to absolute rule, the Day of Appeals had become the place to air disputes over obscure points of law. The High Council no longer sent couriers to peruse the stacks of fading parchments for clarification on the fine points of tradition under debate by merchants or guilds. Arakasi had been hard-pressed to find a student initiate whose loyalty was not already compromised. In the end, he had needed to call in a favour from the acolytes of the Red God, who felt they owed Lady Mara their favour. As the spy master raked and darted surreptitious glances at the carved doorways across the thoroughfare from the garden gate, he felt disquiet over how useless his established operation had become. He dared not try calling upon his resident agents in the palace, since by now, Arakasi assumed, they were all under Chumaka's surveillance. Enough signs had arisen to indicate that the palace branch of his network was compromised. So Arakasi had sent in an otherwise harmless student to lead Chumaka's agents off the trail. The Akoma spy master knew the enemy could not be misled for long. 2 priests of Turakamu and a student acolyte bearing sealed requests from the High Temple had all recovered texts on the subjects Arakasi had requested. His nights had been spent by candlelight, reading lines in faded ink. Each dawn he had sent coded messages to Mara at the old Akoma estate, narrowing down the possibilities. The time of the conflict that had resulted in the secret treaty with the Chojar could have been tied to a civil disruption 1800 years earlier, 2 centuries after the founding of the empire, or to another period 400 years afterward, when no war was mentioned, but a review of family pedigrees showed inheritances passing to first and second cousins, and an inordinate number of underage heirs. If a plague was responsible for such breaks in otherwise established dynasties, the texts of the time held no reference to such. The tax rolls of those times had also shown increases in levied funds. Treasury ledgers held strange gaps, blank lines, for entries showing how such wealth had been spent. Now, Arakasi waited to receive the list of imperial commissions for the 2 periods under examination. If the Emperor's Seneschal had paid sums to guild artists to paint battle scenes, or sculptors to design commemorative victory arches, surely there would have been a war. Temple records could then be followed up for prayer gate donations sent in by wealthy widows who wished the spirits of husbands departed on the battlefield to be kindly judged by the gods. Arakasi frowned over his raking. If he could establish proof of a war, he could root through family records and perhaps in the private sector ferret out facts or entries in the diaries of dead rulers telling of a conflict that might have been excised from the public record. Mara had been circumspect in her instructions, most likely out of deference to her spymaster's misgivings over continued pursuit of his trade. She had no illusions. She knew, as he did, that his tie to Camleo left him vulnerable. But spare his heart and his talents, and the Akoma would fall to the greater, more sinister design of the Assembly of Magicians. For more and more the fact emerged, the black robes prevented change. They had allowed Ichindar's ascension because it suited them to balk Tasayo of the Minwanabi. But sooner or later they were going to support the traditionalist view and a resurgence of the warlord's office, forcing Ichindar once more to a role of religious ceremony. Resisting an urge to wipe his sweating forehead, Arakasi scraped his rake through the earth in an inward storm of resentment. His studies of the record showed by omission, in subtle twists and turns, just how the Great Ones had directed the Empire to stagnation. It did not take a historian to ferret out the unexplained holes in the fabric of Sirani history. Like a weaver worrying a tangle of threads, picking apart one knot at a time, Arakasi followed from one cryptic reference to another to map out a report conspicuous by its absence. His pulse quickened as it never had throughout his hunt for the Obajan of the Hamoy Tong. All objectivity was displaced by recognition that he was involved in the greatest match of his life, for while he ached to restore the feelings of the girl who had captured his affection, he must aid his mistress to challenge the mightiest body the Empire had ever known. The Assembly of Magicians. Arakasi shied away from contemplation of the future. He saw each day as risk. He knew, as Mara did, that he could no longer continue as her spymaster in the unlikely event that her house could stand against the Assembly's will and survive. Adjusting the sash that bound his smock and brushing the weapon belt beneath that held his hidden knives, he regarded the swept walkways and the rows of fragrant flower beds. If fate should destroy the Akoma, or if, when he resigned his post, Mara should have no honourable position to offer him within her household, he had his labourer's skills to fall back on, he thought on a note of black humour. Inspecting his hands, thick with dark soil that hid the calluses of a dozen trades, he considered there were less worthy pursuits than tending growing things. Killing was certainly one of them. His decoding of the Tong's record scrolls had nearly made him ill at their dispassionate listing of generation after generation of death and cruelties. Mara had been right to use him as her own ruthless instrument to destroy the Hamoy Brotherhood at their root. But her rightness did not make Arakasi any more able to forgive himself for such usage. Where Sirani ways admitted only honour won for his mistress, his interaction with Kevin the Barbarian had tainted his thoughts. Mara's own forgiveness of his very human failure in the bleached heat of a Kekali garden had shocked the first cracks in his outlook. The bastions of his isolation had crumbled since, until now, naked of self-deceit, he saw. He had trained himself to be set as a weapon against others of his own kind. Kevin was right. The Chojar were right. Mara and Hokanu were right to desire change in the stagnation of old ways. Although unconditional consent had been the way between master and servant for all of the Empire's long history, Arakasi had seen the evils of such thinking mirrored in Camleo's hardened eyes. His awakened vision showed him guilt. "I am not what I was," he had said to his mistress in their meeting after his successful assassination of the Obajan. It had been less a statement than a bearing of his spirit to her view. He sighed, profoundly saddened that, through the hours he had spent gardening in the past, he had never paused to appreciate the results of his labours. Now he saw the neat rows of young blossoms with changed perspective. Feeling a strange tightness in his chest, the spymaster considered that the lowly gardener might be closer to finding balance upon the wheel of life. Certainly, it was pleasant to imagine a life in constant harmony with the universe. Arakasi rubbed his hands and returned to work. His awakened awareness here became a liability. Despite the apparent tranquility surrounding him, destruction was very close. The day waned. Reddened sunlight fell through the pillared entrance to the garden. An elderly hawker pushed his cart along the street outside, his sing-song patois offering bundled tansy bark to the wives of the free workers headed homeward from the temples to the dockside quarter. Shabby, just one step higher than slaves, such families burned tansy to sweeten the air and mask the stinks of the fisheries on the riverfront side of town. Incense wafted from the square of the 20 gods, where the priests threw open the massive doors of the temples. Sundown rites drew the aristocracy out to worship when the streets were cooler and the merchants departed. The first lacquered litters of the nobles swept by, interspersed with the rumble of the empty costermongers' wagons returning to the farmlands after the day's market. The hour just before sundown was a time when all classes of people mingled in the streets, when couriers removed their headbands and guild badges and walked home to their wives and supper, whistling. Arakasi fetched his wheeled barrow and began to gather up his hoe, rake and trowels. He watched the arched doorway of the library keenly, anticipating the distractions of the hour to cover the emergence of his errand boy. Workers were wearied from their labours and thinking of the evening meal, while the curtains of the nobles' litters would be drawn closed to sequester them from the gaping of commoners. The moment the youth appeared, Arakasi would leave the garden, pushing his barrow, and the scribe would pass him but for a brief moment, close enough to deposit his report among the tools. Arakasi heard the sound first as a distortion upon the air, almost dismissed amid the rumble of a wine-broker's dray that ground over the cobbles beyond the gate. Then, instinct had him ducking down behind his wheelbarrow before the vehicle passed, and his ears identified the disturbance for what it was, the bone-aching, arcane buzzing that preceded the appearance of a great one. An icy sweat drenched the back of his neck. Had they come for him? Traced his presence to a ploy of Lady Mara's? Habit alone held Arakasi to his cover, that of a sunburned gardener putting up his tools at the end of his day's labour. His heart raced, and his hands shook like those of a man with the palsy. He had known fear in his life many times, but never before had it held any power over him. It had never, until Camleo, breached the guarded inner core of his heart. The pair of black robes appeared an eye-blink later. The unnerving buzz died away, leaving a silence no longer filled with the drone of foraging bees. The sounds of the street seemed strangely removed, as if the world began and ended at the marble pillars that flanked the garden gates. Arakasi did not have to feign awe as he threw himself down behind the wheelbarrow, his face pressed against the dusty furrows his own rake had scribed in the earth. The Great Ones took no heed of him. As though he were no more alive than a carved statue, they moved down the garden path toward the gateway and stopped under the shadow of the arch. Their eyes stayed trained intently on the library's front stair across the street. Their backs were turned. From Arakasi's vantage, their feet were shod incongruously in velvet shoes, better suited for carpeted indoor floors. They ignored the common gardener crouched behind them as if he were but another feature of the surroundings, not a person able to overhear them. One dark, hooded head bent close to that of his comrade. He should be along any moment now. The scrying showed he would cross the street and head in this direction. The magician so addressed returned a barely perceptible nod. Arakasi felt little relief when he realized that the black robes had not come for him. Still trembling, nearly paralyzed with fear, he dared a peek outward. Above the tines of the rake, framed between the enigmatic black forms of the magicians standing under the arch, he saw his messenger at last emerge from the library, a laden satchel slung from a strap across his shoulder. "There!" The Great One who had spoken pointed at the young figure of the scribe as he moved at a normal pace down the steps. "There he is." A nod of the second hooded head answered, and, in an unusually deep voice, "As you guessed, his satchel carries scrolls." "Subject." The first magician's voice was curt. His fellow closed his eyes, placed one hand against his forehead, and gestured in the air with the other. His passes perhaps described a spell or a symbol or some incomprehensible ritual of power. The spymaster felt his flesh prickle as the tingle of magic visited him. The low voice rumbled as the magician said, "It's a list. The imperial requisitions for funds for the arts, victory arches, commemorative statues, memorials." A pause while the two black robes seemed to ponder this. Then the cold-voiced one said, "The time period of these lists is sensitive to our interests. Very." Arakasi clenched his hands in his plain worker's smock, fearful that the drum roll of his heartbeat could be heard over the stillness of the garden. A lady's litter passed, hurried along by bearer-slaves adorned with silk headcloths. Delayed by the traffic, the scribe paused on the other side of the street. Traces of a woman's perfume twined over the scents of blooming flowers and the earthier odour of Nidra soil left by animal-drawn conveyances. The black robes whispered, craning their necks to regain sight of Arakasi's messenger, who, all unsuspecting, now crossed the teeming main thoroughfare with the jaunty stride of a boy who anticipates a reward in centes to spend at the taverns. "Certainly he should be questioned," said the magician with the cold voice. "It's unlikely the boy is conducting such research on his own. We must detain him and find out whether anyone might have hired or forced him to ferret out such facts." The other Great One murmured agreement. Arakasi felt a jolt of near panic. If the scribe were forced to talk, his cover would instantly become forfeit, and even before Camleo, even without his awakened sense of vulnerability, the spymaster understood he would have no chance of keeping secrets through an interrogation by those able to read thoughts. Mara's hand would be revealed, instantly and inescapably, and the continuance of the Akoma be put in jeopardy. He must act. Cold under his worker's smock, Arakasi felt the metal of his throwing knives. Propped up on one forearm, he groped to loosen his sash. His hands felt sweat-slick and numb as he reached under his robe and grasped the ebony handles of two blades, one for the hapless scribe, the second for himself. He must kill an innocent man in cold blood and immediately cut his own throat. After that, he must hope the Red God would take him before the magicians could bind his wal to his body and force him to speak in betrayal. The black robes had stepped together, obscuring Arakasi's view of the street. Fear bound his chest like a rope. The blade in his trembling hand, poised to throw, felt like a dead thing, a splinter. His belly was on fire with nausea. Almost he hoped the worst might happen, that the magicians would not move, and that the scribe would step in through the arches to his garden rendezvous unknowing. "He comes," murmured the first magician. The pair moved apart, deeper into the shadows. Like still, hooded statues on either side of the gateway arch, they waited for the man who wove across the busy thoroughfare. The press momentarily thinned. A cake seller walked by, trailing the scent of cinnamon. Two boys ran, chasing each other and shouting, while a puppy gambolled in and out between their legs. The scribe dodged around a portly water seller, his expression preoccupied and his ink-stained fingers taut on the flap of his satchel. He stepped into the shaded walkway before the garden gate. Arakasi fought back revulsion. He had killed many times. Never had he reacted like this. Mortality had held no meaning to his stone-hard heart, and he had felt no weakening rush of empathy for his victim. His will faltered, even as he cocked his arm to throw. Sunlight flashed silver on the knife blade, drawing the scribe's notice. His eyes widened, even as the Great One stepped into view, clearly intending to intercept him. Arakasi bit his lip. He must act. He measured distance, aimed, and battled to banish his inner sickness.
"Halt!"
the leftmost magician commanded in his ringing, metallic voice. The scribe did as bidden, paralyzed with terror.
"We would question you,"
said the second magician, his voice a gritty bass. In a state of trembling pallor, the scribe said, "Your will, Great Ones!" Gripping the wheelbarrow, as though his fingers might punch through weathered wood, Arakasi forced his clamour of feelings to stillness. Murder must have shone in his eyes as he rose to one knee to throw, for the scribe staggered back, panic written plain on his face. He saw certain death in Arakasi's hand and in a knife blade flashing downward into the beginning of a throw. He broke and spun. His satchel banged against his hip as he dodged in desperation back into the crowded street, running as though his heart might burst. The deep-voiced magician stiffened in surprise. The other shouted, outraged, "He defies us!" The black-robe nearest the gate raised his hands. A crash like thunder shocked the air, rattling the tools in the wheelbarrow and flattening the flowers in a suddenly scything breeze. Arakasi was thrown flat against the earth. He shoved his blades under his prostrate body and hid his face behind his hands, while blast after blast shook the garden, accompanied by flashes like lightning. Screams erupted in the street, and sounds of fleeing footsteps and the bawl of terrified Nidra. A carter snapped his goad to whip up a laden wagon, and the puppy that had been frolicking with the beggar boys began yelping. Shivering uncontrollably, Arakasi peered between his fingers. Except for the passer-by who ran helter-skelter away from the garden entry, the street looked little different. The setting sun still cast red light across the library stair, and temple incense wafted upon the air. Except that its sweet odour now mingled with the scent of charred meat, and a pitiful smoking lump lay on the cobbles, unrecognisable as anything human. Nearby, untouched by the blast, rested a spilt satchel of scrolls that turned and rolled, their ends flapping in the dying eddies of wind.
"Why would the fool have run?"
ruminated the magician with the low voice. To his companion he added,
"You should have not been so quick to burn him to a cinder tupic. Now we have no idea who employed him. This time you have indulged your temper at the cost of information."
The other Great One defended his act in disgust.
"There are only two possible suspects, the Akoma or the Anasati. No one else has a motive to send for inquiry into the archives, and it is unthinkable that any lesser man should defy us and be allowed to disobey."
He turned from the gate, his down-turned mouth clearly visible beneath his hood. His gaze flicked over the wheelbarrow and the gardener's tools and settled ice-hard upon the prostrate figure of Arakasi. Mara's spymaster felt the touch of that stare like a spear thrust in the back. He could not stop trembling, nor did he dare to move. With the breath stopped in his throat, he held his pose of submission. The magician stepped closer. Velvet-shod feet stopped bare inches from his face. Mingled with the dust and the wet green scent of broken flowers, Arakasi could smell the pungency of ozone.
"Did you know that man?"
demanded the Great One. Incapable of speech, Arakasi shook his head. The second black robe moved up to join his companion.
"He could be lying. We must be sure,"
he said, his voice a thunder of doom in Arakasi's ears. He stepped nearer. Arakasi sensed motion, as if the magician made a pass with his hands.
"Who was that man?"
came the deep voice of the mage.
Answer!
The honed edge of spellcraft cut through the spymaster's mind. Trapped by undeniable power, he felt his lungs expel air and his lips and tongue forced to speech.
"He was but a scribe,"
he heard himself say.
"His name was unknown to me."
Arakasi closed his eyes in fear. Sadness at never seeing Camleo again clashed against his most vivid memory of that afternoon they had shared in physical love. Her languid smile and hard eyes trapping his heart forever. Across his jumble of recollection, the voice of the Great One said,
"His mind is chaos. He thinks we shall kill him, and he longs to see a woman."
Harsh laughter escaped the magician.
"The fool dreams of a beautiful young courtesan he once knew. His only thought is to see her once more before he dies."
Arakasi felt the compulsion born of magic dispel from his mind and body, even as the other Blackrobe said,
"A guilty man would be thinking of his master or escape."
That Arakasi remained too stunned to move lent credibility to Tupek's conclusion.
"No, he is not our man. The scribe's contact fled, no doubt. This witless old gardener knows nothing."
His manner shifted toward irritation.
"You were correct to chide me. Still, we now know someone seeks forbidden knowledge. We must return to the assembly."
The pair stepped away. His sweat-drenched body coated with clinging dust, Arakasi lay still. His ears recorded the sharp buzzing sound and the inrush of air as the Great Ones departed. But it was dusk before his strength returned. He rose shakily to his feet and stood for a long time with his weight braced against his wheelbarrow. Outside the gates in the street, Imperial Whites were directing slaves to clear away the remains of the scribe. A drudge hovered to one side with a bucket and brush, to scrub the charred mark from the cobblestones. Around this tableau, the fine sequin litters of the nobles carved a wide berth. The ragged street boys that gathered to stare at anything unusual were tonight nowhere in evidence. Arakasi sat on the edge of his wheelbarrow and listened to the rasp of night insects, while the afterglow faded from the sky. The moon spread copper light over the wilting heads of shorn blossoms. He did not need to see the scrolls that the scribe had died to bring him. The presence of the Great Ones confirmed the truth behind his hunches concerning the histories. Soon he would have to slip away and make a report to Lady Mara. Worse was the inward uncertainty born during the heat of his peril. Even now he could not determine whether he actually could have fulfilled his duty. Even now he did not know if he would have followed through and thrown the knife.
"Mara,"
Arakasi thought to himself,
"Lady, I have become a liability to your cause."
But in the cool night no answer came. He could do no more than his best, for his lady had no one else who could approach the measure of his skills. And, as well as he knew her, Arakasi believed that if his mistress were to face him now, there would be no reproach in her eyes. She understood his conflicts. The gift of that in a ruling mistress almost moved him to tears. As he shifted to his feet and raised the dew-wet handles of the wheelbarrow, Arakasi wondered whether his lady's compassion would be great enough to break through Camleo's bitterness. Almost he laughed at his thought, in terrible, edged self-reproach. How very near the assembly had come to learning everything about his lady's plot to thwart their decree. Long before Camleo might find herself, all of them might be dead, charred and smoking like the corpse in the street, and with as little warning. Chapter 17. Advice. Mara sat quietly, her daughter a warm weight clasped against her shoulder. Fat baby hands tangled in her hair, reaching for the carved bead earrings she wore. Kasuma was enchanted by anything red, and if she could close her hand around whatever object held her fancy, she would determinedly try to stuff it into her mouth. The Lady of the Akoma rescued her jewellery from the tiny Shinzawai heir by sliding her downward and bouncing her on her knee. The child's coo of delight mingled with Justin's shouts that drifted in through the screen. The boy continued to study a warrior's skills and, under Lujan's unforgiving tutelage, was swinging a practice sword at a Pell. Impatient as his barbarian father, the boy insistently cried to his teacher that wooden posts were stupid, that he should be permitted to strike at something that could move. Like the jiggerbirds he had been punished for harassing yesterday, Mara thought with a half smile. The cooks would as soon be quit of Justin's pranks. The lady savoured the moment. Since her parting from Hokanu, rare intervals like these brought the only happiness she knew. Kasuma gave her a wet smile. Mara touched the baby's nose, intentionally slowing her movement to allow the little hands that thrashed to catch her bracelets and make them chime. Today, along with her everyday jade, she wore the priceless copper wristband once given her by Cipino of the Zacatecas expressly to please her child. Kasuma's glee warmed her. "Is this how my mother would have felt?" wondered the Lady of the Akoma, looking down into my face. How different the course of her life might have been had her mother lived. Would she have stayed on and vowed service in Lashima's temple while Lady Oskiro became ruling Lady of the Akoma? Would her mother have ruled as Isashani had, through gentle female wiles? Or would desperation have driven her to try dangerous innovations? Mara sighed. This endless circling of supposition served nothing. All that she knew of her mother was a painted portrait Lord Sezu had commissioned before the lady's untimely death in childbirth. From the yard outside, Lujan's voice called in reprimand, and the whack of Justin's practice strokes resumed at a steadier rhythm. Mara could not hear the clack of a wooden sword without being reminded of Ayaki. While Justin looked nothing like her departed firstborn, there came the odd moment when a glance, a turn of the head, or boyish laughter would call his older brother to mind. Ayaki would have passed his manhood ceremony, Mara realised. That many years had gone by. He would have been fitted for battle armour, not the pretty ceremonial regalia given to young boys. She twisted her thoughts away from useless dreaming. Aware of Kasuma's fingers picking at her bracelets, Mara had to force herself not to brood upon the other child by Hokanu, the one taken before birth by the Hamoi Tong. In another hour, her two remaining children would be gone, sent on the road with a trusted retinue to the imperial household in Kentasani. They would be safer there until Hokanu won free of his Shinzawai obligations and was able to return home to the lakeside estate. Mara shut her eyes. Tomorrow would see her off on her own journey, one that would begin in known territory, but that could lead her far beyond the familiar. She took this last interval to savour her little daughter. The gods only knew how long she might be away. The years of Ayaki's growing that she had missed while away on war campaign in Dastari hurt her the worst in retrospect. Now that the boy was gone, she resented the years that politics had forced her from his side. Worst, most poignantly, she did not want Kasuma growing up with no memory of her mother beyond a painted image. A soft baby foot thumped her in the chin. Mara smiled, opened her eyes, and sighed to see the wet nurse return to collect her daughter. The day was passing too quickly. The large woman bowed, brisk in the face of her duty. Plainly, she did not enjoy being witness to a mother's parting from her child. "It's all right," Mara reassured her. "I know there are things to pack, and Kasuma should have a chance to nap before she is bundled off in a litter with her brother.
Justin won't let her sleep. He'll be so busy brandishing his stick sword at make-believe robbers through the litter curtains.
The nurse's sternness softened.
My lady, your little ones will both be well and happy. You must not worry.
Don't let the Emperor spoil them, Mara warned, hugging Kasuma so tightly the baby wailed in protest. He's terrible with children, always giving them sweets or jewels that the babies only end up putting in their mouths. He'll cause one of the poor things to choke one day, unless one of his silly wives finds nerve enough to teach him what's safe for an infant.
Don't worry,
the nurse admonished once again.
Personally, she thought it was greed that kept the imperial mothers from restraining their consort's generosity. She held out huge, warm hands and accepted Kasuma from her mother. The child cried harder, reaching chubby fingers toward the retreating clink of the bracelets.
Shh, 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 shh. There, little Blossom,
crooned the nurse.
Give your mother a smile to take with her on the road.
That moment, while Mara fought a sadness that pressed her near to tears, a single chime cut the air. In the courtyard, the clack of Justin's practice stopped abruptly. By his howl of annoyance, Mara presumed Lujan had reached out and caught the stick in mid-swing. Her eyes locked with those of the nurse, sick with hidden fear.
"Go," she said. "Quickly. Buy what you need on the road, if you must, but head straight for the litter. Lujan will bring Justin and assemble an escort and bearers if it is not already too late."
The nurse gave a quick, scared bow. Kasuma's cries muffled against her shoulder. Then she bolted for the door. As well as her mistress, she knew. The chime that had sounded heralded the coming of a great one. Mara shook off paralysis. Heart pounding in apprehension, she shoved away the wrenching grief that she had not been able to say farewell to her son. Although logic insisted that if the Great Ones chose to act against her, the boy would be no better off on the road, a mother's instinct would not be denied. To send the children away from pending trouble as fast and as far as possible. She wrenched her eyes from the empty doorway where the nurse had disappeared with her daughter and clapped for her runner-slave.
"Summon my adviser, quickly!"
She started to ask also for her maid to bring a fresh robe and a comb to repair the tangles left by Kasuma, but stopped herself. The rare metal she wore on her wrist was sufficient to impress, and she doubted her nerves could withstand even the minute of stillness required to have a maid tidy her hair. Barely able to master her dread, Mara left the comfort of the garden outside her quarters. She hastened down dim hallways, the waxed wooden floors sounding strangely hollow under her tread after the stone she had grown accustomed to in the lakeside manor to the north. Every estate house had a room with a pattern inset into the floor, which provided a place for the magicians of the assembly to arrive by arcane means. While the decor of such chambers varied from plain to ostentatious, the summoning symbol was unique to each. Mara stepped through the low doorway into the five-sided room. She took her place just outside the mosaic in green and white tile that depicted the chatra bird that was her family symbol. A stiff nod was the best she could manage to acknowledge the presence of Sarek and Chubares, the Hedonra appointed by Jikan to manage her ancestral estates. At the sound of the chime, both had presented themselves, as was appropriate to a Great One's appearance. A moment later, Lujan arrived, breathing hard, his gaze fixed and his grip taut on his sword. A second chime sounded, signalling the moment of arrival. A crack of displaced air ruffled Mara's loose hair and twisted the plumes of Lujan's formal helm. Mara clenched her jaw and forced her eyes straight ahead. In the centre of the pattern stood a bearded man in brown robes. He wore no ornaments. His garments were not of silk, but of woven wool, clasped at the waist with a leather belt and a brass buckle of barbarian design. He wore boots, not sandals, and, in the close heat of the windowless chamber, a flush touched his pale skin. Sarek and Lujan both hesitated halfway into their bows. They had expected a man in black, a Great One of the assembly.
No magician they had heard of wore other than the traditional jet robe, and certainly none sported a beard. Mara bent in obeisance, prolonging the motion to allow for furious thought. The city of the magicians might lie to the north of Ontoset, but the climate was not cold enough to freeze. Only one reason could account for the dress of her caller. He was not Surani born. Her impulsive note sent across the rift the month before must have attracted an answer. Before her stood the barbarian magician Milimber, whose powers unleashed in wrath had once freed slaves and devastated the Imperial Games. Mara's fear did not lessen at her deduction. This Midkemian's beliefs were unknown to her. She had witnessed the violence of his acts, which had culminated in exile from the assembly that had given him his early training. His loyalties and his volatile temperament might still be theirs. His swift and direct arrival after her vague overture was disconcerting when Mara had anticipated no reply more elaborate than a letter. Although Milimber would not be here on direct business of the assembly, there was no guarantee he would not react in the interests of his Surani counterparts. Events between the worlds since his disgrace had caused him to work in league with them. Mara arose from her bow.
"Great One,"
she opened in the steadiest voice she could manage,
"you honor my house."
The dark eyes that met Mara's seemed to hold veiled amusement. "I am no great one, Lady Mara. Just call me Pug." Mara's brow creased.
"Did I mistake? Is your name not Milimber?"
Busily studying the unfurnished wood-panelled room, Pug answered with an informality that typified most Midkemians. "It was, but I prefer to be known by the name given me in my homeland."
"Very well, Pug."
Mara introduced her first adviser and her force commander. Then, left at a loss as to how she should behave, and unwilling to be first to broach deeper matters, she said,
"May I offer you refreshments?"
Pug's attention swung back, disconcertingly intense. But the hands that had raised such fearful powers of destruction in Kentasani remained still at his sides. He did nothing more than nod his head. Mara led the way down the wooden stair through the dim inner corridors to the great hall. Sarek, Lujan, and her Hadonra followed at a respectful distance, their eyes alive with curiosity and awe. The Akoma First Advisor had heard his cousin's account of the destruction at the Imperial Games many times over Huat beer. Lujan moved on his toes with alertness, aware that he dared not so much as think of handling his weapons before a man of such power. Sarek sized up the barbarian magician, wrinkling his nose at the strange, musty odours of birch smoke and tallow that clung to the man's clothing. Pug was a man of normal height for a Surani, which made him short by the standards of his homeland. He looked unassuming, except for his eyes, which were deep in mystery and terrifying for their pent power. As the party entered through the wide doors leading to the great hall, Pug said, "A pity you're not at your usual abode, my Lady Mara. I had heard of the great hall of the Minwanabi when I lived within the Empire. The descriptions of the architecture fascinated me." In an almost amiable tone, he elaborated, "You know, I also built my estate upon the property of a fallen family, near Ontoset, the former home of the Tuskai." Mara glanced at her guest. There was nothing friendly about his eyes, which looked deeply into hers. If he was indicating he knew something of her household, her first commander, first adviser, and spy master all having served the Tuskai, he showed only a pleasant facade. Always moving, Pug's glance roved over the room where Mara's Akoma ancestors had held court. Typical of most Surani halls, it was open on two sides, screens leading to a shaded portico. The ceiling was vaulted beam, roofed over with wood and tile, and the floors waxed parquet that showed the wear of generations. "Impressive," he added, in reference to the war standards strung in rows from the rafters. "Your family is among the oldest in the Empire, I understand." He smiled, and years dropped away from his face. "I assume you've changed the decor since taking possession of your other abode. The late Lord Tassaio's tastes were said to be execrable." His bantering tone set Mara at ease. Though she suspected that this was his purpose, and was loath to put down her guard, she was grateful to let taut nerves loosen. "Indeed, my late enemy liked his cushions in leather and fur, and his tables inlaid with bone. There were more swords and shields decorating the walls than Jikan inventoried in the Minwanabi armory, and the only silk we found was in the battle streamers and war trappings. The guest rooms look like an officer's barracks, but how do you know so much of my dead enemies?" Pug laughed with such openness that it was impossible not to share in his mirth. Hotcha Pepper, the old gossip officiated at Tassaio's ritual suicide, and if you recall, he is quite portly. His letters to me held complaint that there was no seat in Tassaio's household that was not hard, upholstered with wooden tacks, and narrow across the cushions, as if made for a man in battle trim. Mara smiled. "Kevin of Zun often told me that the most subdued art here would be counted garish in your land. One might argue that tastes are a function of perspective." The lady of the Acoma waved her guest toward the circle of cushions that lined the dais where the ruler in residence held court. "So I have learned over the years, yet so often it is easy to forget." Pug deferred to her, allowing Lujan to see her seated first. As a great one, he would have been entitled to be shown that honour, but up close he was unassuming as a commoner. Mara found it difficult to equate this affable man with the figure of towering pride and power that had single-handedly ruined a former warlord. But it took more than appearances to settle her adviser and her force commander. Sarek and Lujan waited until the magician had made himself comfortable before they sat themselves. Her more retiring Hadonra looked as if he were on trial for a capital crime. Servants hurried in with trays, offering meat and cheeses and fresh fruits. Others brought hot water and an assortment of beverages. Pug helped himself to a plate with sliced jamach and, before Mara's trained staff could offer, poured himself what he must have presumed would be chochar. He sipped, and the half-moons of his eyes visible over his cup widened in surprise. "Tea?" Mara fussed in worry. "Did you wish something else? My cook can have chochar brewed shortly if that is your wish, Great One." Pug held up his hand. "No, tea's fine. I'm startled to find it here." Then his eyes narrowed as he added, though, by all reports, little to do with the lady of the Acoma should be surprising. Infused with sudden uneasiness, particularly that he should be acquainted with her affairs across the rift, Mara drew breath to demur. "Great One," Pug interrupted. "Please, I renounced that title when it was offered, at the time the Assembly asked to reinstate me." At Sarek's startled lift of brows, the Midkemian magician nodded. "Yes, they retracted my order of exile after the conflict with the enemy that came to threaten both our worlds. I am now also a prince by adoption into the royal family, but I prefer Pug, Magician of Stardock, to any other title." He helped himself to more tea, then loosened his wool collar to ease himself in Kelewan's warmer climate. "How is Hokanu? I've not seen him since—" A frown knitted his brows. "Since just after the Battle of Sethanon." Mara sighed, hiding sadness as she nibbled a bit of fruit from the tray. "He is well, but contending with some unpleasant rivalries among his cousins since he inherited his father's title." Regret played across Pug's expression as he set down his cup. The jamach lay untasted beneath his hands, which were fine-skinned, the nails impeccably manicured.
Komatsu was one of the finest men this land has known. He will be missed. In many ways, I owe him for what I am today. Then, as if uncomfortable with dark thoughts, Pug grinned. Has Hakanu developed the same passion for horses that consumes his brother? Mara shook her head.
He enjoys them, but not nearly so much as Kasumi did.
Quietly, sadly, she added,
Or Ayaki.
Pug focused on the reference with the open, barbarian sympathy that in Kevin had so often been disconcerting. The death of your son was a tragedy, Mara. I have a boy close to his age. He is so bursting with life. He broke off, fingering his sleeves in discomfort. You have been very brave to endure such a loss without becoming callous or uncaring. It was uncanny how much this barbarian magician knew of her affairs and her heart. Mara flashed a glance at Sarek, who looked on the verge of comment. She signalled her wish to speak first, before courage forsook her entirely.
Pug, she opened, the familiar address coming awkwardly. I sent you that message out of desperation.
Pug folded his hands in his cuffs and regarded her utterly still. Perhaps it would be wise to start from the beginning. His eyes were old, as if he had beheld vistas wider than the human mind should encompass, and griefs more terrible than the loss of a single child. For an instant, Mara glimpsed past his mystery to the powers that coiled within this man, whose manner seemed easy as a chatty cousin's. She recalled the black-robed figure that had single-handedly destroyed the Imperial arena, a gigantic stone edifice that had taken decades to build. Hundreds had died, and thousands had been injured in a fearful explosion of power, all because Milimba the magician had objected to the brutality of human combat as a display. Despite his everyday appearance and warm manner, he was a mage of unknowable dimension. Mara shivered sharply, feeling like a girl before the awareness of leashed might that this man seemed to hide so adroitly. And yet it must equally be recognised that, alone, Pug had flown in the face of tradition and had earned himself exile for deeds the Assembly could not countenance. If the Akoma were to gain protection, he was a potential key to knowledge. Mara chose to risk all. She dismissed Lujan and her advisers, and when she was alone with the barbarian magician, she spoke freely. She began with the year the death of her father and brother forced her to assume control of her house, and recounted the triumphs and defeats that had followed. She spoke without pause, neglecting her tea and the food on the tray for a long time, finally ending with her confrontation with the Anasati that had brought intervention by the Assembly. Pug interrupted with a question. From that point forward he asked often for clarification of a thought or enumeration of a detail, or probed her to learn the motive behind an action. Mara was impressed at the quality of his memory, for he often asked for more information on something mentioned more than a half-hour prior. When Mara mentioned Arakasi's latest findings concerning the lapses of continuity in ancient documents in the Imperial archives, Pug's questions became yet more pointed. "Why did you wish my help in these matters?" he asked at last, his tone deceptively mild. Mara knew nothing would suffice but total honesty.
"It has become apparent that the Assembly might oppose me, not to keep peace, but to arrest change within the Empire. Great ones have been reining the nations back from growth for more than 1,000 years, if my advisers and my spy master's assessments are correct."
Although she might be judged and destroyed for the boldness of her accusation, Mara shed her uncertainties. If she backed away from this chance to gain knowledge, the Akoma were lost anyway. She forced herself to frame in clear words what had become a lifetime's dedication since Ayaki's death.
"Your Midkemian ways have shown the time-honored traditions we Surani most revere become destructive when they result in stagnation. We have become a cruel people since the Golden Bridge. Merit has been replaced by elaborate codes of honor and by a rigid caste system. I would see change and an end to merciless politics for personal honor. I would see our lords become accountable for their actions and our slaves set free. But I suspect the Assembly would prevent even the light of heaven enacting such shifts in policy.
Mara looked up to find Pug staring into his empty teacup. Late sunlight slashed the wooden floors, and the cheeses had half melted on the food tray. Hours had passed, all unnoticed. Ruefully, Mara realized that the Midkemian magician's questioning had not only caused her to reveal more than she had planned, but also had crystallized her thinking, ordered her mind, and delineated exactly which problems lay ahead of her. More in awe of the barbarian magician than before, since she had not noticed his moulding of her thoughts, Mara clenched her hands together. In a fever of anxiety, she awaited his terrible judgment or the gift of his understanding. For a while, nothing moved in the great hall but the war banners stirred by the breeze. At last, Pug broke his silence. Much in what you say puts me in mind of things I have felt, things I have done. Nervously, Mara said,
I don't follow.
Pug smiled. Let us simplify by saying that the Assembly is filled with disagreement. From without, the Society of Magicians might seem a monolithic entity, a body that occasionally intervenes in the affairs of the Empire but habitually keeps itself separate. He gestured widely, as folk from his culture were wont to do. That is far from the case. Each Great One may act as he sees fit upon any occasion, for his training is predicated upon serving the Empire. Mara nodded. Pug's gaze caught hers, dark with an irony that might have been amusement had the topic been less grave. However, there are times when two magicians may have radically different views of how best to serve. On rare occasions, disagreements give rise to conflict. Mara dared a supposition.
Then some of the Great Ones may not sanction the intervention in my war against the Anasazi.
They would be the minority, Pug allowed. Perhaps his own memories of exile from the Assembly came to mind, for he seemed to weigh Mara's eagerness. I am also sure that others argued that your death would solve the matter quickly. Deliberately careful in his wording, he neither confirmed nor denied her speculations concerning the Assembly's hold over the Empire's development. In bald fact, he had told her little that Fumitar had not already hinted to Hokanu at Komatsu's death rites. Mara restrained her frustration as Pug rose, plainly with intent to end the interview. Desperate not to lose her hope of aid, she blurted, I wrote you on the chance you might know how I may defend myself against the Assembly if the need arises. I thought as much. Suddenly hard as barbarian iron, Pug laced his hands together under his wide sleeves and regarded her as she too arose to her feet. Walk with me to the pattern. Mara waved back the servants who closed in to collect the food tray and the two warriors who moved from their positions by the outer door to accompany her as escort. Aware that Pug could depart from any place in her house, she surmised that his request stemmed from a wish for privacy. As she led from the great hall into the dimmer inner corridor, Pug drew her to his side with a touch upon her arm. Why should you have concern for your safety, Mara of the Akoma? Softly, he added, if you were a good child who ceased troubling your parents, you would have nothing to fear by way of punishment. In better times, Mara might have smiled at the image.
The last agent I sent into the Imperial Archives to research significant financial discrepancies in certain historical periods was destroyed outright by the Assembly.
As if Pug had been born knowing the halls of a strange house, he turned up the steps toward the pattern room. Knowledge can be a dangerous thing, Mara of the Akoma. He did not ask which years her agent had inquired into, or what findings he had unearthed. His silence on those points only underscored Mara's fears. She stepped into the pattern room at the magician's side. Pug turned and closed the door. She did not see the pass he made with his hands, but her flesh felt chilled, as if a cold wind blew across her, and she knew that a spell had been invoked. Pug straightened, his expression grave. For a few minutes, no one, not even the most gifted of my former brethren, can hear what you say. Mara's face drained of colour. Great ones could listen to what passed in my great hall. Pug smiled in quick reassurance. Most likely it never occurred to any of them to try. It's considered a breach of proper behaviour, though I can't guarantee that much for Hotchapepper if the matter is weighty enough. He's a bit of a snoop. The last was said with affection, and Mara realised that the portly magician must have been one of Pug's friends and supporters after the upheaval in the Imperial arena. As much as any black robe could be, this Hotchapepper might be sympathetic to the Akoma cause. Pug's next question caught her back from speculative thought. Mara, you realise that the changes you work for will turn the Empire upon its collective ear. Tired to her bones from the strain, Mara leaned back against the wood-panelled walls and regarded the Shatterbird symbol inset into the floor. Should we continue as we have, and be ruled by men who murder children, and let good people become beaten down and ruined by servitude when their talents and efforts deserve better? Jiro of the Anasati and the faction he leads would see petty power struggles take precedence over all else. It is heresy for me to say so, but I no longer can believe that the gods endorse such waste. Pug made a deprecating gesture. Well, then why concern the assembly? Have an assassin dispose of Jiro. You certainly have wealth enough to buy his death. The ordinary callousness of his statement at last disarmed her. Mara forgot he was a magician, forgot his terrible powers, forgot all but her own bitter anguish. Gods, don't speak to me of assassins. I destroyed the Hamoy Tong because they were too readily available as a weapon for grasping ruling lords to further their own selfish causes. The Akoma have never dealt with assassins. I will see my line dead and lost to memory before I begin such practice. 7 times have I been marked for death. 3 times the lives of my loved ones have been sent to Turakamu's halls by the Tong in my place. I have lost 2 sons and the mother of my heart to its bloody hands. Then, reawakened to awareness of whom she addressed, she finished. There is more to this than my hatred of assassins. Jiro's death might settle honour, but that ends nothing, solves nothing. The assembly would still seek to ruin my house, because Ichindar and Hokanu and I myself, as servant of the Empire, all seek to replace what is missing from our lives. Missing? Pug prompted, as he folded his arms across his chest. Within us, within the Empire. Go on. Mara looked deep into Pug's eyes. Do you know Kevin of Zun? Pug nodded. Not well. I first met him here. When? Disrupted utterly from her train of thought, Mara's eyes widened in disbelief. You never called upon me. Surely I would have remembered such a momentous event. Pug regarded her with bitter humour. I was of a somewhat lower station at that time, being one of Master Hokanu's slaves. Kevin and I exchanged only a few words, but I have seen him once since his return to the Prince's court in Krondor, in a reception for the border barons. Mara repressed a wild leap of her heart. In a tight whisper she asked,
Is he well?
Her eyes pleaded. Pug nodded, aware of the deeper emotions behind that simple question. In answer to a need her pride would never acknowledge, he volunteered, Kevin has made a name for himself in the service of Prince Aretha. Third sons of minor nobles need to find their way by their wits. From what I've heard and seen, he does well indeed. He serves in the north of the kingdom with Baron Highcastle and has advanced in rank several times, I believe. Mara's voice fell, and her eyes lowered as she softly said, Has he wed? I do not know, I'm sorry to say. Stardock is far from court, and detailed news does not always reach us. When Mara raised her gaze, Pug observed, Though I'm unsure which answer would please you most, yes or no. Mara loosed a rueful laugh.
I do not know either.
Golden light seeped under the door as a servant lit lamps in the hallway. Dusk lent purple shadows to the closed confines of the pattern room. Suddenly reawakened to the passage of time, Pug said briskly, I must go. He forestalled Mara's second attempt to delay him, saying, I have no gift for you of magic or wisdom, lady. I am not of the assembly, but even still, the oaths I swore when I was admitted to its brotherhood bind my mind, if not my heart. Even with my powers, some training is difficult to disobey. I cannot aid you in your struggle, but I can offer this. You are wise to seek counsel outside the Empire, for you will find few allies within. Mara's eyes narrowed as she realised that he knew of her secret preparations to journey over the borders. But how had he found out? Or what made him able to read beyond what she had taken pains to conceal as a pilgrimage? She could not guess.
So, it's true, the Chojar may not aid me.
Pug's face split into a grin. He moved away from her side, almost boyish in his delight. You are further along in unravelling the great mystery than I would have thought. His expression returned to a neutral mask as he finished. Those within the Empire who might wish to be your allies are prevented. No, you must seek outside the nations.
Where?
Mara pressed.
The Kingdom of the Isles?
But at once she knew the lead she suggested was a false hope. Already she spoke with the most powerful man from beyond the rift. Pug stretched his arms out, letting the sleeves of his brown robe fall away. Obliquely he said, Did you know my wife was Thuril? Interesting place, the Highlands. You should visit them sometime. Give my regards to your husband. With no further word, he raised his hands above his head and vanished. The inrush of air into the space he had occupied filled the silence, while the chamber dimmed into the darkness of coming night. Mara sighed and opened the door. Blinking against the sudden dazzle of lamplight, she saw Sarek and Lujan awaiting her. To her adviser and her first officer she said, Nothing has changed. We begin our pilgrimage tomorrow. Sarek's eyes lit with excitement. After a glance to be sure no servants lurked within earshot, he whispered, We go beyond Lepala. Mara bit back an answering smile, careful not to show more enthusiasm than a pious journey might warrant, though she too was excited and curious at the prospect of crossing the borders into unknown lands. By fastest ship, but we must visit the temples before we travel east. If we are to gain by our visit to Thuril, we must be circumspect in our departure. The preparations left to be made before dawn demanded attention, and Lujan and Sarek took leave of their mistress to attend them. As they departed, alike in their movements as only blood-kin could be, Mara looked after them and sighed. The house seemed empty and quiet without the children. Regretting she had lost her chance to bid them a proper farewell, she moved in the direction of the stair and her study, where the servants would be bringing her evening meal. first light would not come soon enough to soothe her unsettled nerves. Now that her path was clear, she was anxious to be away. She could not surmise what lay in store for her across the border in the lands of a people who had been enemies of the Empire through years of wars and skirmishes. The treaty that bound the current peace was an uneasy one. The Highlanders of the Confederation were quick to offend and belligerent by nature. But the most powerful magician of two worlds had circumspectly encouraged her exploration. If nothing else, Mara sensed that he, alone of any, fully understood the stakes. More, he knew the terrible scope of the perils she needed to surmount. As she moved past bowing servants toward the comfort of her quarters, she wondered what Pug's appraisal of her chances at success might have been. Then she had second thoughts, and decided she was wise not to have asked. If the barbarian magician had answered at all, his words would surely have taken the heart from her. The priest shouted. Echoes reverberated off the massive vaults of the temple ceiling, which towered above carved wooden pillars and buttresses. The assembled circle of red-robed acolytes answered in ritual chant, and a rare metal chime sounded to signal the ending of the morning ceremony. Mara waited quietly in shadow at the rear of the chamber, her honour guard surrounding her, and her first adviser at her side. Sarek looked absorbed in thoughts far removed from religion. His fingers tapped a tattoo on the Kukara shell bosses on his belt, and his hair looked rumpled, as if he had raked his fingers through his bangs in impatience. While none of her warriors disclosed any sign of discomfort, their stiff postures indicated that they were less able to turn their minds to other matters while in the Red God's sacred precinct. Most of them offered inward prayers to the deities of luck and fortune that their final meeting with the Death God would be long in coming. And, in truth, Mara thought, the Temple of Turakamu was not a place designed for comfort. An ancient altar, once the site of human sacrifice, and still such, rumour ran, squatted on the raised platform at the chamber's centre. Stone benches surrounded the site, worn by the feet of many worshippers, and grooved with drains that led to recessed basins at the feet of statues that were centuries old, their surfaces smoothed and stained by the touch of generations of hands. The walls behind their niches were painted with human skeletons, demons, and demigods with multiple legs and arms. The figures writhed or danced in postures of ecstasy. Despite their grotesque aspect, they reminded Mara of other icons and paintings that adorned the House of Fruitfulness, one of the many shrines of Lashima, visited by women who prayed for conception. Yet, while Turakamu's temple depicted no sexual overtones, there was a sybaritic quality to the murals, as if those hideous intertwined figures were celebrating, not suffering. Awaiting her audience, Mara considered that while the Red God's priests were frightening, in conversation they insisted that as all people meet their end at the feet of Turakamu, death was a fate not to avoid, but rather to be accepted with understanding. The circle of acolytes reformed into a double column, wreathed in the twining smokes of incense. Mara saw the caped figure at the head of the procession pause to address a supplicant who begged the god's mercy for one recently departed. A writ, crusted with seals, changed hands, most likely a draft from the family offering a generous contribution to the temple if its bequest was answered. As the paintings farthest from the sacrificial altar showed, humans with beatific expressions bowed before the Red God's throne to hear divine decision concerning rebirth into life, their next station on the wheel designated by the balance of their debts against honour. The recently departed, it was believed, could be enhanced in the eyes of the Red God through prayer, and, while the poor came on foot to make obeisance and light cheap clay lamps, the rich came in litters, bearing lavish sums for private temple rites. Mara wondered whether such practices influenced Turakamu, or were the encouragement of earthly priests who desired rubies for their mantles and comforts for their refectories and sleeping cells. Certainly, the massive gold tripods that supported the lamps by the altar amounted to the wealth of a kingdom. Although each temple of the 20 gods had costly trappings, few were as sumptuously appointed as the smallest ones dedicated to Turakamu. A voice roused Mara from reverie.
"Good servant, you honor us."
The procession of acolytes had reached the rear door and was filing slowly out, but the high priest in attendance had stepped out of the column and approached the Akoma retinue. Under his paint and his feathered cape, he was a man of medium stature, aging but bright of eye. Up close, it was apparent that he was taken aback, and his nervous hands moved up and down the bone wand with its skull bosses that he had flourished during the rites.
"I knew you were going on pilgrimage, Lady Mara, but I had presumed you would visit the great shrine in the holy city, not our humbler abode in Sulankur. Certainly I did not prepare for the honor of a personal visit."
Mara bowed slightly to the high priest of Turakamu.
"I have no wish to stand upon ceremony, and, in truth, my trip here is for reasons other than plain devotion. Rather, I have need of your counsel."
The high priest's brows rose in surprise and disappeared under the chin of the skull mask he wore, perched on the crown of his head now that the ceremony was ended. He was not stripped nude and stained in red body paint, as was customary for rites performed outside sacred ground, but his hair was braided with relics that looked like bits of dismembered birds, and the accoutrements visible beneath his cape of scarlet feathers seemed even less inviting. As if aware that his formal dress was not conducive to interviews, he passed his wand to the boy acolyte who waited in his shadow and doffed his robe. The crossbelts on which his relics hung were of ancient design, and 2 other attendants rushed forward and removed them from his shoulders with reverent care. They bore the regalia off, chanting to its place in locked closets, hidden away in a warren of passageways. Left in a simple loincloth, his eyes still striped with paint from the ceremony, the priest seemed suddenly younger.
"Come,"
he invited Mara.
"Let us retire to more comfortable surroundings. Your honor guard may come along, or they may await your pleasure in the garden inside the gates. It is shady there, and a water boy will answer their needs for refreshment."
Mara waved Lujan and Sarek to her side and indicated that the rest of her retinue might retire. None of the warriors looked relieved, but their steps were animated as they wheeled in formation and headed for the doorway to the outer garden. Men in martial professions were never comfortable with Turakamu's followers. Superstition held that a soldier who spent too much time in devotion to the Red God risked attracting that deity's favour, and those whom Turakamu came to love would be taken in their youth from the battlefield. The high priest led the way through a small side doorway into a dim corridor.
"When not in formal guise, I am called Father Jahadaha, good servant."
Half smiling at his formality, the lady replied,
"Mara will do, Father."
She was ushered into austere quarters with walls of unadorned panelling and unpainted screens. The prayer mats were dyed red for the glory of the god, but those used for sitting were woven of natural fibre. Mara was shown to the plumpest of a poor lot of cushions, threadbare with use but clean. She allowed Lujan to seat her and offered a hasty inward prayer for Turakamu's forgiveness. Her thoughts had been wrong. Plainly, in the temple, the Sulankur priests used the monies given by petitioning families only to adorn those chambers dedicated to their god. Once Lujan and Sarek had placed themselves at their mistress's side, the high priest sent his servant for refreshments. A body servant with a bad scar and one eye saw to the removal of his ceremonial paint and brought him a white robe with red borders. Then, over a tray of chochar and small cakes, the high priest addressed his visitor.
"Mara,
What service may the temple of Turakamu offer you? I am not certain, Father Jadaha.
Mara helped herself to a square of sweet cake out of politeness, while Sarek poured her chocha. She added,
I seek knowledge.
The priest returned a gesture of blessing. What poor resources we have are yours. Mara let her surprise show, for his quick acceptance was unexpected.
You are very generous, Father, but I humbly submit you might wish to hear of my needs before you make sweeping promises.
The high priest smiled. His one-eyed servant retired with evident respect, and, given a view of a face cleansed of paint, Mara saw that the chief devotee of the death god was a pleasant older man. Slender and fit, he had a scribe's beautiful hands, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence.
What should I fear in making promises, Lady Mara? You have shown your mettle in your great service to the Empire. I much doubt your motives now are selfish at heart, not after the behavior you demonstrated after the demise of House Minwanabi. More than generous, your actions were unprecedented. Not only did you observe correct forms in removing the prayer gate Desio erected in dedication to your death, you selflessly made sure that no dishonor was implied to the temple in asking the prayer gate to be relocated off your lands. It is we priests who are in your debt for your part in ending the tyranny of the High Council. Once again, our guidance is allowed proper influence over the course of daily life.
The priest gestured ruefully and helped himself to a huge slice of cake.
Changes in the power structure happen slowly. Those ruling lords who resist our influence are close-knit in their opposition. Still, we are making progress.
Mara now recalled the words of the delegate from Turakamu's temple, who had officiated at the relocation of Desio's prayer gate. At the time, overwhelming emotions had caused her to dismiss the priest's remarks as ingratiating flattery. Only years later did she appreciate his sincerity. The discovery of support in a place she had not expected bolstered her courage.
I need to inquire about the nature of magic.
The high priest froze, with his cup of chocha halfway to his lips. He blinked once, his thoughts distant. Then, as if the lady's request had been commonplace, he resumed sipping his drink. He allowed the beverage to linger on his palate before he swallowed, perhaps because he wished to buy time for consideration, or, as Sarek's wicked insight might infer, to forestall an unseemly fit of choking. Whatever his priestly motive, his manner was calm when he set down his cup.
What would you know of magic?
Doggedly, Mara pursued the topic, though it was dangerous.
Why are such powers considered the sole province of the assembly? For I have seen priests who could wield them.
The high priest regarded the small, determined woman who was acknowledged to be the second most influential figure in the Empire after the light of heaven. His eyes held unfathomable shadows, and a coldness not there the moment before.
The sanctions imposed by the Assembly upon your dispute with Jiro of the Anasati are well known, Mara. If you are seeking to arm yourself against the Black Robes, you embark on a ruinous course.
He did not use the honorific Great Ones, and that nuance was not lost upon Mara and her advisers. As with the Choja, was it possible the temple hierarchies felt less than enamoured of the magicians?
Why should you assume that I plot against the Assembly?
Mara asked, with impolitic bluntness.
Father Jadaha seemed unperturbed by her directness. My lady, service to Turakamu
leads my kind to know the darker side of human nature. Men long in power do not care to be shown their vulnerabilities. Few demonstrate wisdom when confronted by change and self-recognition. Sadly, many react in defense of positions that have lost their meaning, simply because they fear to see their security undermined, even for growth, even for the betterment of their lives. They resist change simply because it is outside the comfort they know. You represent luck and hope and good fortune to the folk of these nations. You have been their champion, unwittingly or not, because you opposed tyranny and cruelty when you brought about the abolishment of the warlord's office. You have successfully questioned the long-standing power structure that rules this land. That must be interpreted as challenge, whether you will such or not. You have grown to great heights, and those who see you as their rival have felt your shadow fall across them. Two powers, such as the Assembly and the Servant of the Empire, cannot exist without conflict. Thousands of years in the past, the Black Robes perhaps earned their place outside the law, but now they interpret their omnipotence as their God's-given right, their sacred honor, if you will. You represent change, and they the very fabric of tradition. They must defeat you to maintain their ascendance. This is the nature of Surani life. Father Jadahar glanced through the screen, cracked open to admit the outside air. The snap of a carter's whip drifted in from the street, overlaid by the cry of a fishmonger selling that morning's catch. As if the intrusive sounds of ordinary life set mortal bounds to his thinking, the priest sighed. Once, we who swore service to the gods held influence and great reach, Mara of the Akoma. Once we were able to encourage our rulers for the betterment of all men, or at least use our influence to curb excessive greed and evil. He fell silent, his lips thinned with what may have been bitterness. Then he said, There is nothing I can offer that will help you against the Assembly. But I have a small gift for your journey. Mara repressed apprehension. Journey? Had her subterfuge been so transparent that even this high priest in Sulankur saw through the purpose of her pilgrimage? Stiff-faced, silent, and reminded by a touch from Sarek that she must not tip her hand through an assumption, Mara watched the priest arise and cross to an ancient wooden chest. To find what you seek, you must travel far, Mara of the Akoma. He unlocked the catch and raised the lid. I believe you already know that. His incongruously graceful hands rummaged through the contents of the chest. Mara caught a glimpse of parchments and the ribboned edges of seals through a puff of disturbed dust. The priest muffled a sneeze in his sleeve. Your pardon. He flapped an ancient treatise to clear the air, then resumed his train of thought. The gossip mongers on the streets say you carry enough baggage to return to the sandy wastes of the lost lands. Anyone with a shell senti can buy that fact from them. Mara smiled. She found it difficult to reconcile the priest who had officiated at the morning rites to the most feared god on Kelewan with a man who might buy gossip on the street. Ruefully she said, I had hoped to imply that we carried great tribute to offer the temples where I will pause to pay my respects to the 20 gods. In truth, though, you are right. My pilgrimage will lead me to board ship and travel downriver to Jamar. The high priest straightened from the chest, a smear of dust on his nose and a twinkle in his eyes. He held an ancient parchment, cracked and flocked with age.
I would be a poor counselor for the afflicted if I could not read through subterfuge. But we priests do not see through the eyes of rulers. It is our business to interpret with an eye to understanding. He offered the document to Mara. Read this. It might yield you some insights. Sensitive to the finality in his tone, Mara handed the parchment to Sarek to store in his satchel. She pushed aside her cake plate and rose. Thank you, Father. The priest held her eyes as Lujan and Sarek moved in response to her intention to depart. Do you seek answers in the lost land, Mara? Wise enough to know when not to be circumspect, Mara said, No. We leave from Jamar for Lepala. As if the topic she addressed held nothing more momentous than small talk, the priest waved away a small insect that alit upon the rim of the cake plate. Then his hands folded comfortably in his sleeves. This is good, daughter of my god. The shamans of the desert are unreliable. Many of them treat with dark powers. Sarek could not restrain a small exclamation at this. The priest responded with a chuckle. Your first adviser seems surprised. Mara nodded her permission, and Sarek made hasty apology. Excuse my apparent disrespect, Father, but most would consider your master a dark power. The high priest's face crinkled with silent laughter. Believe me, that misapprehension often has its advantages. But death is just another side of the mystery of the Wheel of Life. Without its portal into Turakamu's halls, wherein all spirit finds renewal, our current existence would be a mindless endeavour lacking soul. The high priest moved to usher Mara's party from his quarters, but he continued speaking. Our magic, as you would call it, is no unnatural power. He pointed his finger at the insect that circled over the cake platter. A sharp, almost subliminal shadow seemed to cross the air, and the creature plummeted to the floor. We use this aspect of nature sparingly, to ease the suffering of those who are near their end, yet unable to release their own hold upon flesh. The spirit of life is strong, sometimes mindlessly so.
Such could be a powerful weapon,
observed Lujan in a voice deeper than usual. Mara realized that, though he hid it well, he was as apprehensive of Turakamu's servants as any one of his warriors. The priest shrugged. Never that. With no more ado, he pointed his finger at Lujan's breast. The Akoma Force commander made a visible effort to keep from flinching, and sweat sprang along the band of his plumed helm. Nothing happened. Even Mara realized her heart had raced in fear as the priest added quietly, It was not your time to meet the Red God, Force Commander. Mine are the powers of my god. I could not send you to his halls on my own authority. Sarek, to whom all of life was a puzzle to be solved, was first to overcome his apprehension. But the insect, this was its time. The priest almost sounded weary. To make a point, I expect. Sobered, Mara bade the priest thanks for his advice and good wishes. She and her party were shown from the temple by the one-eyed servant. At the base of the marble stair they were rejoined by her honour guard. Mara stepped into her litter, lost in thought. She did not at once give the command to her bearers to rise, and in that interval a ragged street urchin raced from a side alley and crashed squarely into Lujan. The force commander swore under his breath. He righted the youngster, crinkled his nose at the smell of unwashed clothes, then abruptly became expressionless. Mara stifled her amusement. Under the noise of another street hawker, this one peddling cheap silk scarves and perfumes suitable for women of the reed life, she whispered,
"Another of Arakasi's messengers."
Sarek pricked up, while Lujan stuffed the note he had palmed into his belt under pretence of wiping his hands.
"Vermin,"
he said loudly after the fleeing child. Dropping his voice so only Mara and Sarek could hear, he added,
"Where does the man find such filthy creatures to do his bidding?"
Mara was unwilling to disclose that her spy master had once been such a luckless boy, and that his use of them as his message-bearers might be twofold. They would not be marked by other men's spies, because they were of little account, and they could not read. Since Arakasi had encountered Camleo, Mara additionally suspected that pity entered in, since her spy master might wish to justify spending the centis to allow those less fortunate youngsters a chance to buy themselves a meal they did not steal. In a non-committal voice she said,
"Did he find one?"
Sarek gave her a stern look, aware that she referred to a magician of the lesser path, which Arakasi had set out to find since the misfortune that had ended his search through the archives. The first advisor snapped Mara's curtains closed. He said in his most infuriating tone of familiarity, "The sooner we move out to find a tavern for your nap, the quicker you will find out."
"We will call on the man after dark,"
Mara whispered through the cloth. Sarek and Lujan exchanged glances of fond exasperation. Their mistress seemed giddy as a girl. Plainly, she found the challenge of her pending inquiries into the forbidden exhilarating after long months of frustration. As the bearers raised the litter, Sarek and the Akoma force commander fell into step together.
"Was she like this when you left for the campaign in the desert?"
the first advisor murmured to the officer who was his cousin.
"Not then."
Lujan pushed back his helm with a smile.
"But Kyoki told me about the wild march cross-country into the territory of the Inradaka to win the alliance of the Chojar Queen. By his account, then she was worse."
"God save us," Sarek said, making a sign to avert misfortune. But his eyes were laughing, and his stride, like his cousin's, was springy with excitement.
"Your curiosity will kill us all one day,"
Lujan murmured.
"It's a damn lucky thing for my recruits that you gave up your warrior's sword for the mantle of an advisor."
Then the honour guard and litter-bearers set off for the tavern where Mara would reside while in Sulankur. Chapter 18. Evasion. The door flap stirred. Jamel, the lesser path magician, started at the sound, his sweaty hand gripped tight to the knife he held to his breast. He had only seconds to act, he knew. His body would take a while to relinquish life after he fell upon his blade. Apprehension for the agony he would suffer made the little man hesitate. He shifted his wet fingers, biting his lower lip. He must summon courage. The black robes had spells to command the wall to remain enfleshed. If he was not before the red god's divine judgment by the time the magicians arrived, his torments at their hands would be worse than painful death. For he had defied them, blatantly, in speaking with Lady Mara of the Akoma. The magicians had been direct in their orders concerning the good servant. She was not to be told anything of magic, even should she come with bribes in hand to inquire. Feeling the pouch of metal centis against his skin, Jamel repressed a sour laugh. He would never have the chance to spend them. Much as he might wish for the time to give them into the hands of the street girl down the way who was his friend, fate would not allow him even the grace of generosity. He had chosen his path. Too late now to wish words unsaid and resolves undone. One last time Jamel ran his gaze around the cluttered hovel that had been his home. Here he had made many marvels to delight the children of the rich. But how much different his life might have been if his powers had not been confined to the fashioning of toys. Hungry for the knowledge he had been denied, thirsty for the testing of limits that he had never been permitted to attempt, Jamel loosed a bitter sigh. "Gods go with you, lady servant," he said fearfully. "And may the curse of Zagorli, god of ill luck, permanently visit the assembly." So saying, he threw himself down onto the floor before the cushions where Lady Mara's officer had sat. The knife against his heart bit deep, and his agony, at the end, was brief. Blood soaked into the dry earth of the floor. The ragged edges of torn cushions showed seeping crescents of scarlet where the warm, wet flow had been dammed, then absorbed by the fabric. Jamel's quivering, clenched fingers fell lax, and his opened eyes shone motionless in the glow of the brazier's coals. The next instant, a stir of air swept the chamber, fanning the curled ash of the parchment that had contained notes to Mara before it burnt. The collie-bird feathers in the urn by the clothes chest streamed in the disturbance, and the bells of an unsold child's toy chimed their priceless song into the stillness. Outside, in the dark of the night, the mongrel dog still howled. Then, over the rush of air came a faint buzzing, and the hovel of a sudden was not empty. Next to the cooling corpse of Jamel appeared two black-robed figures, both of them thin as misers, though one was old and one young. Shimon pushed back his head, his jutting nose outlined in red by the dying coals of the brazier. He glanced around the hovel, taking swift inventory of every item amid the clutter. He paused and sniffed thoughtfully. His slippers were damp, and the puddle he stood in was warm. The corpse might have been just another item of bric-a-brac for all the reaction he gave. His deep eyes flashed as he glanced to his companion.
"Too late,"
he said. Tapek shoved Jamel's body with his toe, and his thin lips turned down in disdain.
"If the wretch had not found his nerve for just a minute longer."
Shimon shrugged. His thinning silver hair caught light like a coxcomb as he roved the width of the hovel, tracking sticky footprints as he examined the shelves, the bins of faded scrolls, and the battered chests with more care.
"She was here. That is enough."
He reached out one finger and jingled the doll with her priceless headdress of metal bells.
"And anyway, the wretch is dead. He saved us the bother, really."
Tapek's heavy, cinnamon-coloured brows gathered into a frown.
"Is it enough?"
He stepped over the unfortunate Jamel and blocked his companion's restless pacing.
"What did the dead man tell her? That's the issue. We know Jamel broke his obedience. He could have said anything before he drove that knife through his heart."
The slight hiss of the coals was now the only sound in the night. The dog had stopped barking. Even the far-off rumble from the dockside ceased. The commonplace noises of Sulankur had quieted for an instant, as if the city held its breath. Shimon reached out a finger like a twig and touched Tapek on the breast. He moved his hand. No spell arose, but, as if it had, the younger magician stood aside. As Shimon moved past to continue his examination of Jamel's belongings, he said,
"You want to know what she asked? See then. But I think we waste our time. She knows now what she knows. That cannot be changed, but only acted upon."
Tapek rolled his shoulders, clearing his wrists from his sleeves. His eyes, pale as oil, threw back the hot light like a fanatic's.
"Indeed, we will act. But it is proof of Mara's defiance of our edicts that will move the likes of Hotchopepper off his enormous ass. We need consensus within the assembly, and he and his faction work to prevent that."
Ocho is not a procrastinator,
Shimon defended, his voice made faint by the fact he had stooped to peer into the dusty cranny under a shelf.
"Well,"
Tapek said hastily,
for he was not deaf to subtle chastisement.
What lesser path mage would not speak to Mara? She is revered by commoners. They would give her anything she asked just to win grace in the eyes of the gods. If she corrupted Jamel, what more proof would Hochopepper and you need to condemn her to death?
Shimon straightened, absently dusting blood and dirt from his sleeve cuffs.
Jamel was hardly such a fool. You will see. I will see!
Insistently, Tapek raised his hands. He flashed a last glare at his colleague, whose behaviour had been difficult if not obstructive. While a long-time friend of Hochopepper's, Shimon had always seemed reasonable.
You will see,
Tapek added. Then he began to murmur the incantation to summon back in spectral form the actions of the immediate past. Cold seemed to weave through the close atmosphere of the hovel, though the air itself remained still. Shimon stopped his inquisitive poking through the objects on the shelves. He thoughtfully bent and closed the eyes of the corpse. Then, bright in movement as a bird, he stood back against the wall with folded arms to observe the result of Tapek's spell. The younger magician's incantation drew to a sibilant close. His raised hands held steady, as if to focus his will and powers. Light glowed beyond the brazier that was not cast by fire or coal. It brightened to an icy silver blue, then spread into a hazy translucence that slowly sharpened in outline to show the form of Jamel seated, his face turned expectantly toward the door flap. Moments later, visitors entered, Mara and her 2 officers. Conversation began between the parties, eerily soundless. Shimon seemed as attentive to the noises outside in the poor quarter as to the unfolding of Tapek's truth spell. Lip-reading showed the contents of the discussion to be petty. Mara's concerns centred on the estrangement of her husband, which had begun months back at the birth of her daughter. An innocent enough tableau, except that Jamel began, most irritatingly for the magicians assigned to this inquiry, to fuss and toy with a length of silk. Conveniently often, it seemed, the cloth obscured sight of his mouth. By the ripple of the silk caused by his breath, it was evident that he hid speech. But no spell of past recall could recover the sound of his words. The imprint of light striking objects in the room could be summoned back into coherent form to be read for many days after, but sound was too fragile to endure more than seconds. Tapek swore. Fixed as a relay, he watched as Jamel arose and conducted Mara toward the wall. There they turned their backs to the room, and to appearances the lesser path mage proceeded in all seriousness to instruct the lady in just the sort of fakery, passes in the air with his hands, motions that meant nothing but were intended to impress the ignorant folk who came calling to buy this or that change in their miserable lives, that demeaned the reputation of magicians as a whole, and that Tapek scorned. His hands shook with anger as he maintained the forces that drove his spell, and he said acidly,
The lady seems remarkably stupid all of a sudden.
Is this the 4th repetition of this rubbish, or the 5th? To his fury, Shimon appeared to be laughing. Not outright, that was never his way, but his deep eyes seemed dancing with light.
I warned you, Tapek. Jamel was not an idiot, and the lady is certainly not stupid.
The veiled disapproval in his colleague's tone renewed Tapek's frustration. Still, out of determination and pique, he endured the spectre's charades until Jamel finished tracing meaningless symbols and resorted to scribbling on a parchment, hunched over it to conceal the writing. Since the spell only recalled the imprint of past events as if the observer were standing in the room, no matter where Tapek moved, Jamel's writing could not be read.
Tapek glared at the brazier, only to realise that Shimon had spied the ashes of the burned parchment already, probably soon after their entry into Jamel's abode.
"Indeed," observed the older magician in answer to Tapek's thoughts. "The words were lost before we ever arrived."
Tapek released his spell the instant that Mara received the carefully folded parchment and took her leave. Unmindful of blood-wet earth or sodden cushions, Tapek stamped in leashed temper around the brazier, every inch of him tense.
"Gods! But if only I could stand where that wall is and recast my truth spell, I'd learn much, for you could see by their stances that the lady and our dead man spoke openly when facing the shelves."
Shimon, ever the realist, shrugged.
"We're wasting time."
Tapek rounded on his colleague, who stood now like an elderly lord, impatiently suffering the slowness of an inept servant.
"Mara!" Tapek exclaimed. "We shall ask her."
As if released from thought into action, Shimon stalked toward the door. He twitched aside the flap of hide and stepped through into the hardly less cloying stink of the alley, saying,
"I wondered when you'd finally think of that."
Leaving the corpse of Jamel where it lay, Tapek barged through on the heels of his companion. His red brows jutted in a thunderous frown. If he had dared to speak freely upon the subject, he would have accused Shimon of obstructing him. The old mage was a companion of Hotchopepper, and the two of them often championed strange causes. Together, had they not defended Milimber after that disastrous scene at the Imperial Games? It mattered little to Tapek that Milimber had later proven his worth to the Empire by warning the Emperor and the Assembly of the danger the enemy presented. His feelings regarding Elgahar, the magician who had imprisoned Hotchopepper and tortured Milimber, were mixed. Elgahar had been mad, of course, but he had done as he had thought best for the Empire. But Milimber had destroyed him, and along with his other outrages had demonstrated the risks brought by radical departures from tradition. Tapek was convinced Mara's recent actions were, if not proof, then a strong indication she plotted to defy the Assembly. And that was an affront to tradition that made the pale magician tremble with ire. Deep in outraged speculation, Tapek all but ran into Shimon, who had stopped in the street and, to all appearances, was listening to the wind.
"Which way are you going to look?"
Shimon inquired. Tapek's scowl deepened. It demeaned him to act the part of underling, but if he did not summon another spell to recall the past, and left that bit of business to Shimon, plainly the old fellow would meander through the process and contrive to waste half of the night. There followed several frustrating hours while Tapek, worn by the effort of sustaining the spell, conjured the phantom image of Mara and her two officers. These, her first adviser and another wearing the plumes of a Coma force commander, escorted their lady on a meandering ramble through the back streets of the poor quarter. Their path circled, even doubled back. Tapek fumed. Dogged as the possessed, he followed, and was forced to wait while the lady paid a business call upon a cloth merchant. Money changed hands. A package, sealed and wrapped, was passed to her adviser. Then the parade began afresh. At last the lady returned to the square where her attendants and escort awaited. She got in her litter. To his annoyance, Tapek realised that the town watch called out the hour of 3 o'clock. Even fat old Hotchopepper, he decided, would have wasted less time than the confounded servant of the Empire. The spectral image of Lujan paused, reached up to adjust his helm. The set of the feathers seemed not to suit him, and he twisted them this way and that, his wrist obscuring his face, while he gave elaborate instructions to the strike leader in command of his mistress's honour guard. Then, at long last, the ghostly ice-pale replica of the litter rose in the grip of its spectral bearers. The cortege floated on across the darkened streets of Sulankeu, with Lujan and the first adviser taking the wrapped package upon an unspecified errand, their lips moving in a crossfire exchange of doggerel whose content was obscene. Shimon, in his maddening, obtuse way, was chuckling over the humour, which was straight from the gutter. He almost seemed reluctant to pursue Mara's litter, which, thought Tapek, steaming, was what they had been sent from the city to do in the first place. Several times Tapek had to refocus his concentration as he pursued the phantom image. On the wide boulevards, the surrounding buildings and the busy streets gave back muddled images overlaid with hundreds of others. It took great energy of the mind to track the chosen party. Only because the few people still about in the early hours before dawn immediately gave way to the black robes could Tapek keep the illusion of Mara's litter in sight. And she was taking the most damnable rambling course. Tapek was nearly exhausted when the spell led at last to the steps of the temple of Turakamu. There, the phantom figures and the litter they carried merged outlines as past converged with present, and Mara's slaves lowered their burden to the ground. Tapek waved his hands and dispersed his spell. The blue glow faded, showing Mara's litter parked on the pavement, empty. He blinked to dispel the fatigue that slowed the adjustment of his vision. Mara's guard and servants were gone, presumably to take their ease in some tavern while their mistress attended business within. The stars overhead had begun to pale with false dawn, and Tapek was in a sore mood from stubbing his toes on the cobbles. He scared the wits out of the slave, who was sweeping the red god's front stair, and sent the wretch scurrying for the high priest. A great one was free to move as he chose, but even magicians observed tradition. By custom, no one entered a temple without permission. Shimon was silent throughout. Thankfully, the wait was brief. The high priest of the death god was robed still from his visit with Mara.
"How may I serve you, great ones?"
His bow was formal, precise in degree of deference for one of his exalted rank. Tapek reined back his annoyance.
"We seek the Lady Mara for questioning."
The priest straightened up with an expression of consternation.
"That is regrettable, great one. The lady arrived here not long ago, troubled in spirit over personal matters. She took counsel from me, but was not consoled. By her wish, she retired into the inner sanctum of Turakamu's temple. She has gone into seclusion, great ones, for meditation and peace. It is to be hoped that my god will inspire her to overcome her difficulties."
Tapek felt enraged enough to yank out his hair, but settled for tossing his hood back from his head.
"How long will she be? We shall wait."
The priest trembled, perhaps with apprehension, though his eyes seemed supremely untroubled as he replied,
"I'm sorry. I much doubt Lady Mara will be coming out this night, nor any night in the near future. She left instructions with her bearers to remove her litter to her Sulankeu estate in the morning, for she would stay in seclusion for some time. Weeks at the least. Perhaps months."
"Months?"
Tapek shifted from foot to foot, then directed a glare at the priest.
"Months!"
he exclaimed again, his voice echoing down the empty square. The black robe continued his tirade with venom.
"I hardly believe that so contrary a woman as Lady Mara would be concerned for her spiritual state at this advanced hour."
The priest tugged his robes around himself as if gathering his divinely bestowed dignity.
"Great one, a mortal may be concerned for the state of her soul at any time,"
he corrected gently, then folded his hands in a beatific attitude. Tapek surged forward as though he would storm up the stair and violate the peace of the temple precinct. But Shimon shot out a hand and restrained him.
"Think,"
said the older magician, his tone snapping.
"The sanctity of the temples extends back thousands of years. Why break such a time-honored tradition as sanctuary, Tapek? Mara must come out sometime. And if she does not, our ends are met. Not so?
The fire-haired magician looked as if he had bitten into sour fruit.
You and Hochopepa and Fumita are fools to seek to protect her,
he said in a furious whisper that only his colleague might hear.
She is dangerous. As dangerous as a public confrontation between the Assembly and the temples?
Asked Shimon, his voice menacing. Tapek seemed to cool slightly.
You are right. She is not worth making into a public issue.
Shimon nodded, silent but satisfied. A faint buzzing had begun upon the air, and by the time the priest realized the confrontation was over, the two black robes had vanished in an inrush of breeze and the lingering echo of Tapek's anger. The clack of the capstan on the decks of the trader ship Kolteka slowed and stopped with a jar against wood as the heavy, leather-wrapped stone anchor thudded home against the cathead. The captain bellowed orders for the sailors in the rigging to loose the brails. The squeal of halyards followed as yard arms lifted and brightly painted canvas bellied to the sea wind. Confined below decks, Mara paced across the tiny stern cabin. Against her every wish and instinct to be in the open as the vessel set sail, her concealment was necessary. Still, after weeks denied fresh air and sunlight, Mara chafed. She flashed a glance at her force commander, whose normally weathered face also had grown pale during their journey through the Chojar tunnels from the city of Sulankeur to the remote peninsular port of Kolth. Mara had never journeyed through the southernmost reaches of Haqqani province, but she had heard second-hand descriptions from Jikan, and balked curiosity left her irritable. How she would have loved to have stolen above ground, even in the dead of night, to view the city of the plains. The great rift that led to Midkemia was located there, where Kevin had been sent back to his homeland, as well as the mansion-like stone guild halls that were the hub of southern imperial commerce. But the Assembly's anger was not to be risked for frivolous whims. Luck and Lujan's ingenuity had left a false trail that ended with the Lady of the Akoma in apparent seclusion in Turakamu's temple in Sulankeur. If the black robes were even to suspect they had been deceived, if one lowly beggar on the street chanced to recognize her as servant of the Empire, her life and the lives of her family could immediately become forfeit. And so Mara had done the unthinkable by the mores of Surani aristocracy. She had donned the robes of a slave woman and left Sulankeur in the company of Lujan and Sarek, both wearing the unmarked armour of mercenaries. The farmers and merchants who were abroad before dawn had assumed she was a battle prize. They had not thought to question her slave's grey, but stared openly at her slim figure and lustrous hair. A few had called ribald comments, to which Lujan, with strength of imagination, had responded in kind. His shocking coarseness had hidden that Sarek at first had been unable to shed tradition for an act, and had stiffened at the insults to her person. A message left with an agent of Arakasi's network had brought quick action. When Mara and her 2 officers had reached the Chojar hive on her estates, she was joined by 10 hand-picked warriors in armour without house markings, and another, a dock worker she had never seen before, who spoke Thurul as his birth tongue. With them came Camleo, clad again in the rags in which Arakasi had delivered her, and made sullen by the prospect of travelling underground with the insectoids who terrified her. The journey south had been trying. Weary from nerves and confinement and the alien experience of being stared at as chattel, Mara threw herself down in the cushioned alcove she had once shared with Kevin on a long-past journey to Subar. In these familiar quarters, the loss of him stung deep, as if their parting had happened yesterday. Almost she regretted her long-ago purchase of the Kolteka. Why had she not had the sense to let go of sentiment and buy some other blue-water trader? Yet the Kolteka had been available. She had acted without consulting Jikan. The ship was lucky, she felt. Her triumph with Lord Zacatecas in Dastari still held the admiration of the nations, and now that she had such dire forces as Jiro and the Assembly arrayed against her, she needed every reassurance to bolster her, even those rooted in superstition. Kevin might have laughed at her irrationality. Impatient with herself for dwelling in the past when all the future lay in jeopardy, Mara turned from memories of her barbarian lover, only to find herself worrying for Hokanu. Her husband did not know where she was, and must not, for safety's sake, receive even clandestine word until she was deep into Thuril territory. Sharply, Mara regretted that she had had small opportunity to speak with him since their unhappy meeting after Kasuma's birth. Now, more than anything, she longed to confide in Hokanu, to receive his steady understanding and his apt insights. She worried for him as he dealt with relations who sought to move up in the family hierarchy. Contentions inevitably arose after the deaths of strong ruling lords, when others, who saw themselves as rivals to the heir, emerged to assuage their ambitions. Mara sighed. She hoped, if Hokanu chose to accept the staff of office offered him by Ichindar, that he would visit their children in the imperial court. Kasuma should not grow older without knowing the love of a father, and Justin certainly was more of a handful than any of the imperial servants had backbone enough to handle. Again, Mara sighed, wondering if she would return from Thuril with aid against the fearsome might of magic, only to be bested by two little ones who had turned into spoilt brats. "You're thinking that maybe this whole voyage was a mistaken endeavour?" observed a quiet voice by the companionway. Mara looked up, surprised to find Sarek standing in the doorway to her cabin. The creaking sounds of the working ship had masked her advisor's approach, and the plain robe he wore made him blend into shadow. Mara smiled wanly. "I'm thinking we could have done without Camleo's sullenness," she said, not wishing to divulge her true thoughts. Sarek returned the mercurial triangular grin that showed when his mood was mischievous. "Certainly, from that one's complaints over sleeping arrangements, one would have thought she was the great lady and you the browbeaten servant." Mara laughed. "Have I been so dour?" Our adviser folded himself onto a sea chest with neat grace. "Have you felt so dour?" he asked. "Yes." Suddenly aware that her heart had lifted with the motion of the ship's sailing, Mara raked the pins out of her hair and let it unfold down her back. She gestured around the dim cabin with its brightly woven cushions and its beaded curtains, bought from a desert trader, that clacked and rattled with each heel of the ship. "I am tired of close walls and secrecy." She did not add that she was nervous. To go into a foreign land bearing none of the grand trappings of her rank, and with only 10 soldiers and a guide who had been born a beast herd, this was not at all the same as her past trip into Dastari, when she had moved in the company of her own loyal army with her command tent and all of her accustomed comforts at hand. Sarek gave her a wry look. "You are wishing you had given in to risk and bought another litter in Kolth?" The sparkle in his eye indicated he had more to say. Mara withheld comment until her first adviser raked back his straight-cut bangs and added, "Lujan did try the markets, you know. He found a used litter, an immense black lacquered affair all set with river stones and fringes." A storyteller's pause developed. "Go on," Mara prompted, skillfully distracted from ill temper. "Why did our brave force commander not buy the monstrosity?" Sarek's smile widened with devilry.
No bearers in the slave market had enough meat on their bones to lift the damn thing, and we'd not have enough hands free for swords if your honor guard was left to take the burden. Besides, Lujan said if you and Arakasi's courtesan were mewed up in that thing together for more than an hour, you'd wind up fighting like Tasishas.
Mara's jaw dropped at his allusion to the cat-like creature known for combativeness between females.
Lujan said that.
Sarek said nothing, which gave her an inkling.
Lujan said no such thing,
she cried back in indignation.
Are you trying to brew up mischief again and see your cousin disgraced?
Sarek had the honesty to look sheepish.
Out!
His mistress cried.
Leave me and send in Camleo. If she doesn't want a bath, I most certainly do, before we have passed so far beyond shore that the seas become too rough for a basin.
As my lady wishes, Sarek said, smoothly arising for his bow. As he stepped out, not at all shamefaced, his lady realized that he had accomplished his objective. Her downcast mood had lightened. She might have missed the City of the Plains and the excitement of embarkation from Kolth, but she was headed for territory no Akoma in her memory had ever trodden. All of the mountains of Thuril lay before her, and her heart leapt in anticipation of unknown adventure. Later, bathed and scented, if plainly clothed, Mara stood in the bow of the Kolteka, watching the splash and tumble of foam and the leaping play of the iridescent jailer fish. She laughed in delight at the flash of their scales in the sunset, oblivious to the piercing regard of Camleo.
What do you see that is amusing in those desolate waters?
The one-time courtesan asked sourly. Deliberately, it seemed, she omitted the honorific of lady, as if daring Mara to take umbrage.
I see beauty,
Mara replied, as if the question had not stemmed from bitterness.
I see life. Our moments of peace between contentions are to be cherished. This I have learned since I came to be ruling lady.
Lujan approached from amidships, his plumeless helm taking on a cobalt gleam from the deepening sky overhead. He bowed to Mara and said,
"We make good speed, mistress."
Mara raised her eyebrows.
Have you become a sailor, Force Commander?
Lujan smiled, his expression less devious than Sarek's, but every bit as jaunty. Mara was struck afresh that this was a moment to be treasured.
"No,"
her officer admitted.
"But the captain said as much."
Removing his helm with a grimace, for it did not fit as well as the more elaborate one he had left behind in Soulanceur, he raked his fingers through damp hair and breathed deeply of the sea air. Disregarding Camleo's uninterested presence at her side, Mara observed,
"The voyage brings back memories."
Lujan peered up the height of the foremast to the gaudy spread of canvas that netted the last golden sunlight.
"I miss the barbarian too, mistress, even if he did spend half the last voyage with his face buried in a basin."
Mara couldn't resist laughing.
"Hard-hearted soldier," she accused. "One day a storm will get the better of your stomach, and then you will stop thinking seasickness is funny."
"Gods,"
Lujan said with bitter pungency,
"don't wish such a fate upon me with my cousin aboard. He would cook me soup with fish scales in it as a remedy, and then tell all of my favourite reed girls what I look like with green skin."
As Camleo stiffened in silent antagonism, Lujan turned toward her the charming grin that lured half the prostitutes in the province to lean dangerously far over their gallery railings to call to him.
"No offence, lovely flower, but my girls all adore their jobs. They don't begrudge me their favours, and I don't treat them as property. I am not the merchant who bought and moulded you for bed sport, and neither am I one of the masters who used you. Hear wisdom, and stop looking for those others in the face of every man you chance to meet."
Camleo looked as though she might spit venom. Then she shook back her pale gold hair, gathered her tawdry patchwork robe, and swept away in stiff-backed silence. She did not turn her head a hair at the whispered comments and admiring looks of the sailors, but hustled down the companionway into the mate's cabin she had been given for her quarters.
"Don't say it,"
Mara murmured quickly, as she sensed the epithet her force commander was about to utter under his breath.
"You would certainly antagonize her less if you ceased calling her lovely flower."
Lujan looked pained.
But she is one. If she were to tear her face and become scarred, her body would still make a man itch and sweat.
Then he reddened at his frankness of speech, as if only then recalling that the person he so addressed was female and his mistress. Mara touched his arm in reassurance.
"I am not offended that you speak intimately with me, Lujan. You have become like the brother I have lost since the hour you took service in that distant glen."
Lujan jammed his helm back over untidy hair.
"I know you, lady, as I know my own heart. But that Camleo confounds me. I don't know what Arakasi sees in her."
"He sees himself," the lady replied. "He sees things he recalls from his past and wishes to spare her the pain he once suffered. That is a powerful attraction."
She stared off into the gloom, wondering if that was also the reason she ached so sorely from her strained relations with Hokanu. Silently, she pondered whether Lujan, as another man, might understand the reason for her husband's cold reaction to the birth of his daughter. Were Lujan a brother, and not her force commander, she might have asked him. But here, in public on a ship's deck, traditions and appearance prevented her. The falling dark spread around them like a curtain of privacy. Mara studied her face commander's face in the gathering twilight. He had new lines and the beginnings of white at his temples since she had taken him from his life as a grey warrior. Without her noticing until now, she saw that his face had begun to weather with the hours he spent drilling troops. More and more, his complexion was growing as leathery as Kyoke's.
"We are growing older," Mara thought sadly. "And what have we to show for our days and our labours?"
Her children were no more secure than she had been from their enemies. And if Hokanu had been less skilled at command, he might have had to shed his own family's blood to keep his pack of cousins at bay. Mara sighed, knowing that if her brother had survived to inherit instead of she, the Minwanabi would very likely have succeeded to the warlordship, and the precarious changes won by the shift in power to the Emperor would never have happened at all. Sometimes Lujan's teasing humour recalled Lanakota. But her brother had been barely into his manhood, just testing himself against the challenges of life, when she lost him. This man at her side was fully come into his power and maturity as a warrior. The hardness ingrained through his outlaw years had never entirely left Lujan, despite the fervour of his loyalty and the affection he had won from his predecessor, Kyoke. Struck that such a fine man should have sons, Mara said impulsively, "You ought to marry, you know." Lujan set his back to the rail and grinned at her.
"I have thought recently that it might be time to have a son or daughter."
Made sensitive by what had happened between Arakasi and Camleo, Mara wondered suddenly if he did have a love, but perhaps one that was not freely his to ask.
"Have you a woman in mind?"
Laughing, regarding her fondly, Lujan said,
"I am down to fewer than a dozen."
Aware that she had been mildly baited, Mara said,
"You will always be a rogue. Find an understanding woman, else she will take you to task for your flirting ways, Lujan."
"She would scold me anyway," the force commander admitted. "I have this terrible habit, you see, of wearing my weapons while in bed."
He was only halfway joking. Events through the years since she had come to power as ruling lady had caused all her warriors to take on a battle-ready alertness. There had simply been too many attacks from too many unseen sources. Now, worst of all, no sword in the nations could save her. Mara lost her inclination toward humour. She stared ahead, toward the horizon, and wondered if she would find what she desperately needed to ensure Akoma's survival on that distant, unseen shore. The lookout cried from the crosstree, "Land ahead!" Mara rushed to the rail, her cheeks flushed in the morning breeze. Even Camleo, who moved nowhere with enthusiasm, followed. Off Kolteka's eastern forequarter lay the faintest hump of indigo, the first shoreline anyone on board had glimpsed through the days of a brisk but uneventful passage.
"Honshoni," said Lujan. "They say the red bee honey from those hills is sweeter than any in the Empire."
Lepala also was famous for silks and exotic dyes, and the beautifully patterned weaving such luxuries encouraged. Mara sighed, longing with girlish curiosity to pause and explore the wharf markets of the south. Zula, Lepala, and Rujija were places of enchanting tales of spired buildings and scarlet-railed gantries. Lords of Lepala were said to keep rare fish in pools, and harems numbering in the hundreds. Homes there had pierced shutters to shade from the sun and break the force of the sea winds, and gardens with huge hot-climate flowers which bloomed only at dusk, but which filled the evening air with exotic fragrances until night's chill caused them to close up again. The streets were paved in a stone that shone like gold when damp. The sailors' gossip made the vendors' stalls and bordellos seem exotic. They spoke of drinks of prodigious potency, inns filled with colourful caged birds, and eating establishments where customers were cooled by pretty girls and boys with large feather fans. But Kolteka would not make port in any of these busy cities of commerce until Mara's party had been safely seen ashore in a secluded, uninhabited cove far inside the bay between Honshoni and Sweto. Only a few fishing villages dotted the north and south shorelines. The Thuril Confederacy claimed the eastern edge of the bay, its only access to deep water. And since the magicians of the Assembly were apt to appear and disappear at whim anywhere within imperial borders, Mara had agreed with her advisers that she must not risk an unnecessary landfall. Kolteka's legitimate cargo would be offloaded on her return trip north, and if the Black Robes or any lurking Anasati spy should come to suspect the deviation in her normal sailing course, the lady would already be away, deep into foreign territory, and, if the gods were kind, beyond reach. The landing, when it happened a few days later, was in as bleak a sight as anything Mara might have dreamed in a nightmare. The beachhead, where the longboat delivered her, was deserted, a grey-blue crescent of flinty, sea-smoothed shale alive with the scything forms of birds. As Lujan lifted her over the thwart and carried her ashore, white and indigo shorebirds circled overhead. Their cries echoed mournfully above the wind and the crash of breakers. Dust blew across the rugged hills beyond, scrub-covered and forlorn, and high above these, turning grey-blue with distance, rose the tables of the highlands, bordered at the horizon by mountains whose peaks were lost in brooding masses of cloud. The slate-backed spine of the range had proven a fortress impregnable for the Sirani, who had attempted to make war upon Thuril. Time and again, the Empire forces had invaded these inhospitable lands, only to be harried back through the foothills by the fierce, naked swordsmen with their dyed skins and their barbarous war cries. Short, soft-spoken, and wrinkled like the skin of a dried fruit, the guide passed before her and said in his stilted accent,
"Lady, it were best you command your people to stand out of plain sight."
"I will need to give them a reason," Mara responded. They are honourable warriors, and would take it ill if they were told they must sneak about like thieves, particularly when there is not so much as a dwelling, even a fisherman's shack.
The guide licked the gap where 2 of his front teeth were missing. He shifted from foot to foot, obviously uncomfortable, then bobbed in a quick bow.
Lady, the peace between the Empire and Taro is uneasy. Only formal envoys and licensed traders cross the border, and only at designated checkpoints. Were your people to be seen within 2 days' walk of these shores or anywhere near the imperial border, you would be taken as spies.
Whatever the Thuril did to punish spies, by his tautness of expression, it was not pleasant. Knowing that her own people took captured Thuril for the games in the imperial arena, Mara no longer argued the need for secrecy. She beckoned Lujan over to her and murmured in his ear,
Force Commander, we will sorely need the knowledge you gained as a Grey Warrior to keep our presence here secret until we have made our way far inland.
Beneath the straggle of hair that escaped the brim of his helm, Lujan gave her a wild smile.
Ah, lady, the last of my guileful ways will be known to you. When you learn how well honourable warriors can be made to skulk, will you ever trust them again to guard your valuables?
They may have my valuables with all my blessing if the purpose of our mission is successfully accomplished.
Mara replied, too grim for humour, and recognising the first taste of the hardships to come on these strange shores. There followed several days that put Mara in mind of her race cross-country before her first marriage to win the alliance of the Chojar Queen. Then, as now, she had slept with minimal shelter on hard ground amid a small retinue of warriors. Parts of that trip she had travelled on foot, the trail being too rough for her litter. Then, too, there had been urgency as her party crossed the estates of enemy lords in the deeps of the night. But in Kelewan, there had been dense forest, almost jungle, to hide in. Low-lying mists had concealed her party at dawn and dusk, and provisions had been carried by her bearers. In Thuril, the stony soil grew only sparse bushes and grass, providing scant cover. At times, she had to hike in gullies, chilled by the winds of these higher altitudes, her thin sandals soaked from standing amid peaty clumps of moss. Her ankles became scratched from the sharp-stemmed sedges, and her hands calloused from using a walking stick to keep her balance. Once they passed a village, skulking through pastures on their bellies under the moon. Dogs barked at them, but sleeping herd boys did not rouse. Mara grew accustomed to the taste of tough game brought down by the bows of her warriors. She developed aches in muscles she never knew she possessed from long hours and miles on her feet. In a strange way, she revelled in the freedom and in the deep cloud-scattered bowl of the sky. But her warmest pleasure was watching Camleo. The girl let her long hair twist and tangle, uncared for by maids for the first time in her life. She stopped tightening her lips and looking white when the warriors spoke to her. The few who approached her had been rebuffed, and unlike other men she had known until Arakasi, they left her alone as she asked. She went by herself to wash in the icy streams, and shyly began to offer to help at the fireside, where it became plain that she had a knack for cooking. She also asked Lujan to teach her self-defence with a knife. These lessons commenced in the half-dark each night, when Camleo's dulcet tones sharpened in a fishwife's cursing as she missed her throw and tried again. Lujan took her shrewish mood in stride.
"Really?"
he said one evening, when she seemed to be having a particularly difficult time.
"You should ask Arakasi to show you knife work. He is a master and knows the best ways to use the wrist."
Camleo spun in such fury that the force commander grabbed her hand just behind the bare blade of her weapon, unsure she would not sink her knife in him.
Gods! Camleo cried, venomously offended. It was that one I sought to defend myself from. She tore away and flounced off into the dark. Lujan watched her go, clicking his tongue in reproof.
Woman, against our spymaster, nobody wins at knives.
As she vanished, he added softly,
You need nothing of defense against him. If you chose to carve out Arakasi's heart, I believe he would stand still and let you.
Much later, in the depths of the moonless night, Mara awoke to hear the girl sobbing. Softly she said,
You need never see Arakasi again, Camleo. And that is the problem, is it not?
The former courtesan said nothing, but her sobs eventually wore themselves out in sleep. The next morning dawned cloudy and chill. Camleo returned red-cheeked from gathering wood, her eyes red-rimmed as well.
He killed my sister.
She spat at the Lady of the Akoma, as if in continuation of the words shared in the night.
He killed the Obajan of the Hamoy Tong on my orders, Mara corrected. The Obajan's own darts killed your sister. Camleo threw down her armload of wood onto Lujan's fledgling fire, sending up a cloud of sparks and smoke. The herder, who was their guide, cursed in Thuril.
Foolish girl! Your pig could cost us our lives!
Lujan reacted first, ripping off the cloak he wore over his armour. He cast it over the tiny fire, then leapt and grabbed the water bucket nearby, dousing the cloth before it could flare up. Dull wisps of steam seeped from the folds amid the stink of burned quadidra wool.
Up!
He snapped to his sub-officer.
Break camp. No breakfast, and we march at once. That smoke could have been seen, and, for Our Lady's sake, we must take no chances.
The little herdsman threw the Akoma Force commander a grateful glance for his good sense, and within minutes Mara's party was back on the trail, hugging gullies and what cover the meagre landscape could offer. 4 days later, the guide deemed it safe to travel more openly. He accepted coin from Mara and dared descend into a narrow, smoke-filled valley to buy supplies from a village market. The imperial centis were suspect, but they had value, and the country folk in their simple needs did not care to question the origin of the currency or those who spent it. Mara suspected she was not the first Sirani the guide had brought this way. Smuggling between the Empire and Thuril was risky, but highly profitable. It seemed a reasonable vocation for a man of mixed heritage who could pass in both cultures. The herdsman returned with 2 hide bags of provisions, jerked meat and a cloak of hill weave to replace the one Lujan had damaged in the campfire. The burdens came back into camp lashed to the back of a small grey beast, horse-like in shape but with long ears and a tail like a paintbrush.
Donkey!
The herdsman guide replied in answer to Mara's curious question. His bird accent accepted the word awkwardly, but Mara recognised its origin as Midkemian. The presence of an animal that could only have come from the other side of the rift through the Empire made it clear smuggling was a major trade of this region.
Less ornery than Querdidra, lady, and sturdy enough for you to ride.
At this, Mara raised her eyebrows.
Me? Ride that? But it's barely as big as a newborn Nidra calf.
Walk then,
the herdsman said in less than respectful tones.
But the shale in the heights could twist your ankles, and your warriors would quickly tire if they had to carry you.
For Camleo, he had bought boots with stout soles laced up the front and topped with fur. Mara eyed the ugly footwear with distaste and the donkey with trepidation. Then, with a sigh, she surrendered.
I'll ride, she said, Show Lujan how to help me mount.
The herdsman bobbed another of his fast bows that Mara swore were his way of hiding amusement.
Don't feel apprehensive,
Lujan teased as he arrived at her elbow to help her astride.
Think how I felt on that day in the desert when I had to mount a choja. They're slippier for one thing, and I was panicked I would fall off and land on my own sword.
That was Kevin's idea, not mine,
Mara said in her own defence, then steeled herself as her force commander lifted her strongly and set her down like a feather in the dyed leather hill saddle strapped to the beast's back. The animal was small, Mara tried to reassure herself, and the ground no more than a cloth yard away. If she fell, the worst she could get would be bruises. Small price to pay if she could find protection from the black robes in these strange, barren hills. And in fact, the gait of the donkey was not so hard, it being short of stride and its feet marvellously sure as it plodded along. Mara found her perch upon the creature's back less than comfortable, but she hid her soreness with Surani implacability as her party wound ever higher into the forbidding hills. In the afternoon, when she dismounted and the beast was led off to water, she confided to Lujan that had she known what sort of creatures donkeys were, she would never have permitted their importation.
Small horse indeed,
she had snorted as she settled stiffly on the ground to share a meal of hard bread and sour cheese. Lujan only grinned.
They are most reliable, I am told. Already the man who sells them across the borders in Honshoni is seeking another herd, for they far outshine the Quadidra as beasts of burden.
With this, Mara was forced to agree, despite her aching posterior. She had endured the company of the foul-smelling, evil-tempered Quadidra as she had traversed the mountains of Subar on campaign against the raiders of the desert. But, as the donkey raised its stringy tail to dump manure, she kept her opinions silent. If it was a superior creature to the temperamental six-legged native pack beast, it certainly was no cleaner in its habits. Suddenly, the herdsman who was their guide spun around, his crust of bread forgotten in his hand. Facing the wind, his eyes narrowed. He scanned the bleak, scrub-covered hills as if he could read their rocken vegetation like a scroll page.
We are being watched,
he said in a low voice to Lujan.
I suspected as much since we left that village.
The force commander pointedly kept chewing his food. As if there were no immediate peril, he asked,
Should we arm ourselves?
The herdsman faced around in shock.
Not if you wish to live. No. Keep on. Act as if nothing were wrong. And if anyone approaches, make no threatening move, no matter what is said or done to provoke you. Ensure no hothead among your men speaks or draws his sword.
Lujan gave back an even smile that only Mara could read as a false show of humour.
Have some cheese,
he invited the herdsman. But no one had any stomach for eating, and within a short time the company regrouped and started to move on. They had gone barely a dozen paces when a shout rent the air. A man with black braids and a great billowing cloak of the same dull green-grey as the soil leapt directly above the lead guard onto a large rock that overlooked the narrow trail. Lujan held up his hand as Mara's guards tensed. But none of the warriors forgot their orders not to draw weapons, despite their surprise. The Thurul Highlander had appeared as if from nowhere. Dressed in his native kilt and double-cross belts hung with 2 swords and several knives, he called out,
Why do you invade the land of Thurul, Sarani?
His thick accent made his demand nearly unintelligible, and his tone was unmistakably belligerent. Mara kicked the little donkey to overcome its reluctance to move forward again. Before it could stride out, the little herdsman sprang to its bridle to restrain it. He replied to the challenge prompted by the custom of the land.
I am Iayapa, warrior,
he said in the Thuril tongue.
I speak for the Lady of the Akoma, who has come on a mission of peace.
The man leapt down from the rock, his cloak billowing and his kilt flipping up to bare an expanse of muscled thigh. The cross-garters of his sandals were tasselled below the knee, and his weapon harness chinked with stone talismans. Up close, it could be seen that his head was shaved, save for a round patch at the crown, where his braids had been allowed to grow since childhood. They tumbled as long as his waist as he landed, their ends also tied with talismans. Into his mistress's ear, Lujan said softly,
He is not dressed for war, lady.
Mara nodded. She had read that the Thuril shed their clothing when fighting, going nude but for their battle harness, feathered helms, shields and weapons, for they took pride that their manhood was not shrivelled by fear and ensured their enemies knew this. The man swaggered toward Mara, who was now slightly ahead of the others as the donkey sidled nervously. Mara sawed at the reins, frantically and silently reminding herself to act as if nothing were wrong. The Highlander said something in his coarse dialect and grabbed the donkey's bridle. He breathed into its nose, and for some strange reason the creature quieted. The man then rattled his knuckles through his talismans and stepped around the donkey's head. Coming face to face with Mara, he leaned forward until his nose missed touching hers by a hair's width.
Iayapa called, Good servant, make no move. He tests your mettle.
Mara held her breath and forced herself not to close her eyes. Peripherally, she was aware of her uneasy men, their hands itching to draw weapons, and of Camleo, who had forgotten her distaste for men and had crowded close to the nearest warrior in fear. But the Akoma discipline held. Her warriors kept still, and when Mara refused to lower her gaze or pull away, the Highlander released a great garlic-scented breath and withdrew. He grunted, allowing that her courage was sufficient.
Who speaks for you, woman?
Before Iayapa could stop her, Mara spoke. I lead here. The man bared white, even teeth in an expression that was no smile. Browned by strong sun, his face wrinkled in contempt.
You have sand, woman. I'll allow you that. But lead these men. You are female.
To Lujan, who was nearest, the Highlander rephrased his question.
You! I do not answer a woman's tongue, and I would know, what brings you to come with warriors into our land? Do you seek war?
This last seemed to be a joke, for he burst out in raucous laughter. Mara waved Lujan to silence, and as though the brawny man did not stand at her donkey's shoulder, addressed her herdsman guide. This Highlander seems amused. Does he think our presence funny, or does he intend to slight our honour? But whether he followed his own advice or was simply cowed to silence, Iayapa said nothing. Mara frowned, forced to rely upon her own judgment. By Sirani accounts, the Thuril were bloodthirsty warriors, quick to attack, savage in fighting. But the opinions of an invading army were suspect, Mara felt. The only other Thuril she had observed had been captives sent into the arena. These men had proven themselves to be assertive, independent and courageous. They had suffered beating by Sirani overseers rather than fight as a spectacle for their captors' amusement. Mara addressed the man again. I seek your chieftain. Much as if an insect had spoken aloud, the Highlander looked surprised.
You seek our chieftain?
He stroked his chin as if thinking.
What cause have you to disturb him? He already has a woman to warm his nights.
Mara bridled, but held back her temper in time. She gestured to stay Lujan, who was poised to rush forward to answer the insult.
Mara forced herself to calm study of this brash Highlander. In truth, he appeared young, barely more than 25 years of age. By Surani custom, he was just old enough to inherit, and like those of a boy given first responsibility, perhaps his manners were all swagger to make himself seem important in a larger world.
"I do not speak to boys. Take me to your chieftain now, or I will ask that you be punished for your rudeness when I seek him out myself."
The man stepped away in a mock show of intimidation.
"My lady, but of course."
He spun on his heel in a swirl of cloak and kilt and set 2 fingers to his lips. His whistle pierced the air, causing Mara's warriors to start.
"Draw no swords,"
she commanded in a low voice to Lujan. Her force commander gave a hard look to his men, willing them to hold fast, even as, in a scrabble of rocks and gravel, more than a score of men sprang into view around their position. All were heavily armed, from bows, spears and swords to bristling rows of throwing knives. Not a few of the fiercest and largest carried double-headed axes. Mara's small guard was outnumbered 3 to 1, and if it came to a fight, the trail where they stood would become a slaughter ground. Prepared for death, Lujan murmured,
"They may not have been looking for trouble, but they are ready should it find them."
The Highlander on the trail glanced to his circle of supporters. He grinned wickedly.
"You heard the female. She thinks to command our chieftain to have me beaten for rudeness."
Rough laughter greeted this statement, punctuated by the hiss of swords being drawn. Mara swallowed hard, aware that she must either fight or stand down before her men were killed out of hand and she and Camleo were taken for gods only knew what fate. She forced her dry tongue to shape speech.
"I said we came on a mission of peace. To prove this, my men will disarm."
At Lujan's incredulous glance, she added,
"Do so."
Obedient to a man, the Surani guard loosened their sword belts. The clatter of weapons sheaths striking hard stone seemed pathetically swallowed by the wide expanse of sky. The young warrior's grin became predatory. He reached up, jerked off the hide tie that secured his braid, and snapped it taut between his hands.
"Bind them!"
he rapped out. He looked at Lujan as he added,
"You are Surani, enemies of my people. We shall see whom my chief shall order beaten."
Mara closed her eyes as the ring of the Thuril rushed in upon her defenceless party. But she did not react soon enough to miss the lecherous looks the nearer men shot toward Camleo. Her ears still heard their comments in a strange language, but derisive in tone. Gods protect us, she thought. What fate have I commanded for my people? For by every tenet of honour and every belief of the religion she was born to, she should have seen all her warriors dead to a man and herself killed before she consented to surrender.
"You did right, great lady,"
Iayapa said urgently. But as rough hands dragged Mara from her perch on the donkey and greasy leather thongs creased her wrists, she was not reassured. More than a coma shame was at stake here, she reminded herself as her warriors endured in silence as they too were trussed hand and foot. Honour, pride, even peace would mean nothing if the assembly was not challenged in its omnipotence. But as she and her people were pushed and prodded and jeered at like slaves, she was not sure she would not rather be dead. Chapter 19. Captive. Mara fell. The Highlander who had shoved her into the line of march laughed as she landed on her knees on rough stones. He caught her arm, jerked her painfully back to her feet, and pushed her ahead again. She stumbled into Sarek, who stood firm to support her, his horrified outrage barely kept under control.
"My mistress should at least be permitted to ride on the donkey,"
he protested,
knowing by his lady's grim expression that she would not speak out of pride. He bit off each word as if it were a curse.
"Be silent, Surani dog! The beast will be put to better use."
The Highlander who appeared to be in charge beckoned and gave instructions to an underling. Mara held her chin high, trying not to look at Lujan's bleeding face. He had refused to raise his wrists to be bound, and, although he had not fought, it had taken coarse handling to force his hands behind his back to lash them. His eyes were dark with rage as he saw to what better use their small beast of burden would be put. Camleo had caught the fancy of these barbarous Thuril. Her beauty was considered a prize, and it was she, not Mara, who was to ride. When Sarek again dared to protest, he was struck in the face and shouted at him broken Surani.
"The dark-haired woman is nearer the end of her childbearing years. She is of little value."
Mara endured this additional shame, her cheeks burning. But as her kilted captors organised her party for the march, she ached inside with uncertainty. She had no clue what these Thuril might do with her and her men. But after what she knew of Surani treatment of Highlander captives, she expected her fate would hardly be pleasant. The Thuril hurried their prisoners upward into the highlands. Mara slipped and stumbled on the slick shale and splashed through knee-deep becks that tumbled out of the heights. Her wet sandal straps stretched and her soles wore to blisters. She bit her lip, holding back tears of discomfort. If she flagged, one of the Highlanders would shove her on with an elbow or the flat of his sword or axe. Her back bore unaccustomed bruises. Was this misery what Kevin and others of his countrymen might have felt while being driven in coffles to the Surani slave market? Mara had thought she understood when she had decided that slavery was a wrong against humanity. Now she gained first-hand insight into the suffering and the fear such unfortunate folk must feel, subject to the whim of others. And while her plight was perilous, she was still a free woman and would be again if she survived. But what must it be to know that there is never a hope of escape? Kevin's deeply personal anger on the subject no longer mystified her. Camleo sat on the donkey. The former courtesan's face was pale, but her expression was impassive, a proper Surani's. But, as the girl glanced her way more than once, Mara saw terror and concern behind her mask. Something in Camleo had begun to awaken if she felt concern for the mistress who tripped and pressed forward on foot by the donkey's tail. The lowland hills became craggy as the day wore on, and the Thuril pressed their captives ever higher into the plateau country. Through the discomforts of sweat and exhaustion, Mara reminded herself of the higher purposes that had caused her unconditional surrender. But moral abstraction seemed to take on less importance as thirst dried her throat and her legs began to tremble with the exertion of a forced march. Again, she tried to stiffen flagging resolve. She must discover the secret behind what the Chojar and the lesser magician had named the Forbidden. A puzzle lay before her in this hostile land, all the more maddening in that the solution lay outside Surani experience. Mara had no hint of what to expect when and if she should gain the ear of someone in authority. She did not even know the Thuril language, far less what questions to ask. How arrogant she had been when she had boarded the Kolteka, in the belief that she might journey to these alien shores and, through talk and force of personality, make a sufficient impression to be heard in courtesy by her people's enemies. Born to power, never in her life deprived of the privileges of her rank, Mara perceived how foolish her presumptions had been. As exalted servant of the Empire, revered by her people, she had never once considered that foreigners might act differently. The lesson she had learned from Kevin of Zun should have warned of the differences between peoples. Would the gods ever forgive her stupidity?
Fear preyed increasingly on her mind as her captors drove her without rest through a high pass in the hills. The donkey plodded ahead, oblivious to human concerns and content to be what the gods had made it, a beast of burden. No less a burden do I carry, thought Mara, tripping again and feeling the wrench in her tied wrists as she fought to keep her balance. Lost in miserable thought, she did not note Sarik's and Lujan's tortured looks of worry. The fate of more than her family rested upon her strength. Captivity taught her a painful lesson. No man or woman should live at the whim of another. But that was not the only way to describe the wretched lives of Sirani common folk. Their fate, and that of the lowest slaves, depended upon her as much as the fate of nobles. But reform in Siranuani could not be begun until the Assembly's omnipotence was broken. Bitter possibilities surfaced to harry Mara's brave resolve. That Kasuma might be her last child, that separation from Hokanu might last for the rest of her life, that she must leave unsettled his reluctance to name a daughter as his heir. Kevin's contrary nature had well taught her that loving a man did not guarantee peace with him. No time in her life had been more sorrowful for her, and few more regretted than the moment the imperial decree had forced her to send the barbarian away. She feared that Hokanu might lose her in as abrupt a manner, leaving unsaid all that meant the most between them. Mara swallowed, fighting despair. If she could not reason with these Thurl, if they traded or sold her into bondage, then if Hokanu was to have a son, another woman must bear his child for him. That thought caused worse pain than any physical discomfort. Mara fought tears. Only belatedly did Mara realise that their march had slowed. Her captors paused in a vale between hills, purpled with the shadows of late afternoon. Down the slopes ran a company of younger Thuril warriors. In a swirl of cloaks they brandished weapons and laughed boisterously. A jubilant rendezvous engulfed the party who shepherded the smaller band of prisoners. The newcomers viewed Camleo with raised brows and hoots of appreciation. They fingered Mara's plain robe, loudly talking, until the lady grew annoyed at being stared at. "What do they say?" she demanded sharply of Iayapa, who stood with his head hanging. He shrank still further at Mara's imperious address.
"Lady," admitted the herdsman, "these are rough men."
Derisive shouts arose at his deferential manner, and someone said in gruff and broken Sirani,
"We should call that one answers to women, eh?"
Whoops and laughter arose, nearly drowning Mara's furious inquiries and Iayapa's desperate appeal.
"Lady, do not ask me to translate."
Behind her, one of the young men was gripping his crotch and rolling his eyes as if in pleasure. His companions found the remarks he uttered hilarious, for they clapped each other's shoulders and chuckled. Iayapa said over their din,
"You would be offended, great lady."
"Tell me," Mara demanded, as Sarik and Lujan shuffled closer and took their accustomed positions at her sides to shield her from the taunts of the foreigners.
"Lady, I mean no disrespect."
Had his hands been free, Iayapa would have prostrated himself. Bound, helpless, he could only look strained.
"You order me." "The first one, the fellow with the green cloak, he asked our guide if he had taken you yet."
Mara said nothing but nodded. Iayapa sweated, despite the cool highland air.
"The one who guides us says he is waiting for us to reach the village, for you are bony, and he needs many cushions and furs."
Almost blushing, he blurted the rest.
"The third one, who grabbed himself, says that a man has answered to you. That might mean you are a witch. Does the one who guides us not take a risk? should he attempt to touch you, that you might rip off his manhood and feed it to him. The others think this is very funny indeed.
Mara wrenched in annoyance at the thongs that tied her wrists. How could she answer such lewdness with dignity, bound as she was like livestock? She considered for a moment, glancing at Lujan and Sarek. Both men looked fit to murder, but they were as helpless as she. Yet nothing under heaven would cause her to endure such abuse from strangers without even token resistance. Left only her tongue, Mara raised the most scathing shout she could muster. These crude barbarians might not understand Surani, but by Turakamu they could comprehend her intent by her tone.
You!
She snapped out, jerking her head in the direction of the Highlander leader who had taken them.
What is your name?
The crag-nosed man at the head of the troop stiffened and, almost before thought, turned toward her. The younger man beside him left off clutching his crotch and stared at his elder in astonishment. He said something to which his leader made a gesture of incomprehension. Instead, he addressed Iayapa in his own language, and the others laughed. Mara did not wait for translation.
This swaggering fool, with no more brains than the beast who carries my serving girl, now claims he cannot understand me.
Her consonants sharpened with malice.
Even after he exchanged words in Surani down the trail from here?
Several of the Highlanders turned at this, some revealing surprise. So, Mara thought, there are others who can speak our tongue, albeit badly. She must make the most of this. Mara played along with the embarrassed Highlanders' charade and addressed Iayapa alone.
Tell this buffoon who forgets words as well as his mother forgot the name of his father exactly what I say.
Mara paused, then added into shocked silence.
Tell him he is a rude little boy. When we reach his village, I shall ask that his chieftain beat him for inexcusable manners toward a guest. Inform him further that should I seek company for my bed, it would be with a man, not a child still longing for his mother's shriveled breast, and more, that should he touch me, I will laugh when his manhood fails to rise. He is as ignorant as a Nidra and smells worse. He is uglier than my most disreputable dog and worth less, for my dog can hunt and has less vermin. Tell him his very existence brings shame upon his already honourless ancestors.
Suddenly, inexplicably gleeful, Iayapa translated. Before he had finished the first sentence, the eyes of every Thurul warrior fixed upon the Lady of the Akoma. By the time the translation of her tirade was completed, their stony stillness frightened her. Her heart banged in her chest. They might easily kill her. Any Surani lord so addressed by a captive would have had her strung up by the neck and kicking. But fate could hardly hold worse than to be dragged into slavery, Mara felt. Whether or not these men would hang her in total dishonour, she showed them nothing but the face of haughty contempt. Then the mood broke. All but the target of Mara's insults exploded into knee-slapping peals of mirth.
The shrew has a tongue for words! Did you hear?
Someone cried to the insulted man in accented Surani. This confirmed that he spoke the language well enough to realise what had been said of him before Iayapa's translation. Several of his companions were laughing so hard they had to sit down lest their knees buckle. The warrior Mara had berated studied her then, as colour rose into his cheeks. He nodded once. Lujan pressed closer to Mara's side as another of the Thuril warriors shouted, waving his bow at Mara in salutation. Made aware by the man's grin that she was not going to be summarily executed, Mara said, "What did he say?" Iayapa shrugged.
That you know how to insult like a man. It is something of an art among the Thuril, Mistress. As I learned well at my mother's knee, they can be a most irritating people.
In time, the pandemonium subsided. The younger troop banded together and took their leave to resume duty, some still chuckling as they took the outbound trail. Mara's captors, including their red-faced leader, hustled their Surani charges around the next bend toward home. Late sunlight slashed across a meadow. Beyond the open ground lay a wooden-walled town of steeply peaked roofs. Curls of smoke rose from stone chimneys, and the spears of sentries could be seen on the wall walks. The town's position guarded another trail that wound into the hills. The Highlander warriors quickened the pace in a hurry to bring in their captive prizes. "Strange," murmured Sarek, his indefatigable curiosity still evident despite the rigour of their march and the uncertain fate awaiting him. Unlike any Surani, these Thuril seemed indifferent to chatter between their prisoners. "While this grass offers good grazing for livestock, it is not eaten short, but only cut across by the paths of the flocks and herders." At this comment, the Thuril leader glanced over his shoulder, his lip half curled in contempt. In blatant contradiction of his earlier claim of ignorance of the Surani tongue, he said in a mangled accent, "You should be glad to have an escort through this meadow, Surani dog. Without us to show you which path to tread, you would be lost, for this ground is still trapped from the last visit your kind made to our hills." Lujan answered thoughtfully,
"You mean your folks still maintain fortifications from the last war?"
"But the fighting ceased more than a decade ago," Sarek objected. Lujan confided softly to his cousin,
"Long memories."
Behind his insouciant tones lay foreboding. That the Thuril kept their village guarded with lethal deadfalls after so much time revealed a resentment that would complicate any overtures toward negotiation. As soldier, Lujan had heard the tales told by veterans of the ill-conceived invasion into Thuril. A man was better dead than taken prisoner, to be turned over alive to the vengeful treatment of Highlander women. But he concealed his fears from Mara as they were herded past the deadly meadow and on over a wooden bridge that spanned a moat fed by a swift-running river. The water rushed over rock snags and whirled in black eddies through pools too swift for a swimmer to cross. As Lujan's eyes measured the possibility of escape across the current, the leader of the Highlanders noticed. He waved a leather-gauntleted arm at the rock pools.
"Many Surani warriors drowned there, sword captain. More broke their necks on the stone, trying in vain to build a rope bridge."
He shrugged, and his grin returned.
"Your commanders are not stupid men, just stubborn. In time, they threw platforms across there."
His cloak fringes danced as he pointed to a ledge by the lowered bridge.
"And there."
He indicated another outcrop further down. Then, as if warriors from the past still screamed battle cries into the dusk-grey air, he glanced up at the looming wall of the palisade.
"It was a near thing."
Mara had pushed through her fatigue to follow the conversation.
"You must have been a very small boy in those times. How do you remember?"
Distracted by vivid recall, the Highlander leader forgot that he answered a woman.
"I was up on the battlement, bringing water to my father and uncles. I helped carry the dead and wounded."
His face twisted into long-nurtured bitterness.
"I remember."
He jabbed Lujan forward with a blow and led across the bridge. The looming shadow of the gateway cut off all view of sky and fortifications. The leader answered to a challenge from an unseen sentry, then hustled the Surani captives through. Lujan took note of the log battlements, faced on the outside with smooth boards, but left unfinished inside, with bark and stubs of branches still left on the trunks, as if the defence works had been erected in haste.
It must have been a fierce battle.
The leader laughed.
Not that fierce, Surani. We were up in the hills by the time the third attack came, and your soldiers seized the palisades. Our leaders aren't stupid either. If your people wanted the village so much, we would let you have it. Taking a place is one thing. Holding it is another.
With a sneer of contempt he added,
We wouldn't let you have the hills, Surani.
He waved broadly toward the peaks that notched the sky above the wall.
There is our true home. In these valleys, we might build halls and houses to meet and trade and celebrate. But our families are raised in the high country. That is where your soldiers died, Surani, as we attacked your foragers and patrols. Hundreds perished in our raids until your kind tired of the highlands and went home.
By now, past the fortifications and into the avenue of commerce, the party of prisoners attracted notice. Women beating their laundry clean with stones in a wide public basin paused in their work to point and stare. Urchins in coloured plaids screamed and ran to look, or stared wide-eyed from behind mothers who carried cloth-wrapped loaves of bread from the bakers. Some of the dirtier, wilder children capered about the bound strangers, shouting. Afraid some might fling stones, Lujan jerked his head at his warriors, who jostled closely around their mistress to give what protection they could. But no hostilities were offered, beyond glares from middle-aged women who perhaps had lost sons or husbands to imperial warriors in battle. The donkey bearing Camleo caused the most furore as children swooped close with excited chatter. The Highlanders fended them off with mock gruffness. Still the little ones shouted, "It has only 4 legs! Why doesn't it fall down?" cried another, about the age of Ayaki before he died. The soldier who led the beast took the din in good stride, giving the children outrageous answers that made them squeal and scream with laughter. After a studied silence, Mara observed, "If these noisy barbarians intended to kill us, surely the mothers would not let their little ones mingle, but would be hustling them away home." Lujan crowded nearer to his mistress.
"Gods grant that you are right, my lady."
But his thoughts remained apprehensive. He could see the covetous glances Camleo attracted from the men who passed on the street. The women who bundled up their washing looked sharp-faced and unfriendly, and a groom carrying a water pannikin spat in their direction in contempt. The Thuril were a fierce race, the veterans who had returned alive from fighting in these hills had insisted. Their young were toughened at the knees of mothers who were rewarded as battle prizes or carried off by force in raids. As the Highlanders brought their captives to a halt in the square, it could be seen that the entire village consisted of a ring of buildings built against the wall, leaving an open-air market at the centre with portable tent stalls for traders and palings of thorny stakes to enclose livestock. Mara's party was driven into the largest of these pens, while onlookers laughed and called out in derision. Iayapa refused to answer Sarik's requests for translation, and Mara herself was too weary to care. She longed only for a patch of clean ground to sit down. The dirt she trod was thick with droppings left from its animal occupants. She envied Camleo her seat on the donkey, until she looked over at the younger girl and realised by her pinched pallor that she probably had sores from sitting so long in the saddle. The men did not let her down, but tied her mount to a pole by the gate, then leaned on folded arms against the posts and murmured in appreciation of her loose golden hair and her beauty. Furious that so little care had been taken for even their most basic human needs, Mara shouldered past her officers. At the gate, where the Highlanders clustered, she demanded in a loud voice, "What are you going to do with my people?" Trembling with anger that was fueled the more by fear, she tossed her head to shake tangled hair from her eyes. "My warriors require food and water and a decent place to rest. Is this the hospitality you show to strangers who come on a mission of peace? A slave's bonds and a livestock pen? Shame to you, carriers of vermin who were spawned in the dirt like pigs!" Here she borrowed the Midkemian word for a beast whose habits were considered reprehensible. The foreign word seemed to upset the Thuril, who scowled as their leader stamped forward. Red with anger or maybe embarrassment, he shouted to Lujan,
"Silence the woman, if you wish her to live!"
The Akoma force commander glowered back. He said in a voice that could easily be heard on a battlefield,
"She is my mistress. I take my orders from her. If you have the wits not to make water in your bedding at night, you would do the same."
The leader of the Highlanders roared in fury at this insult. He might have drawn his sword and charged forward, but one of his companions caught him back. Words were exchanged in Thuril. Lujan could only stand in dumb but dignified incomprehension as the irate leader allowed himself to be placated. The Highlander muttered something short and guttural to the spokesman who had restrained him. At length he loosed a huge guffaw that cut off as the men around him snapped into attentiveness. "That must be their chieftain," Sarek murmured. He had moved up to Mara's shoulder, unnoticed until he had spoken. Mara noted that their escort all looked toward a cloaked man who had emerged down the wooden stair of the most imposing building that edged the square. Street children scattered from his path as he crossed the open expanse, and the women carrying their loads of damp wash homeward averted their faces in deference. The newcomer was old and hunched, but he moved with a sureness that could still negotiate the roughest trail. Mara estimated his age to be about 60 years. Tokens of Korkara, carved by Surani hands, were woven into his braid, no doubt worn as battle trophies. Mara repressed a shiver as the elder neared enough for her to make out that the buttons of his cloak were fashioned of polished bone. The tales were true, then, that Thuril believed that an artifact taken from a dead foe would lend them strength in life. Her finger bones could as easily wind up as an ornament in some warrior's attire. The Highlander chief paused to share words with the squad captain who had charge of the prisoners. He pointed to the golden-haired courtesan and the donkey, said something else, and smiled. The squad leader saluted, plainly excused from duty. By his look of self-satisfaction, he would now be going home to his wife. Mara seemed worn and disheartened, and driven by sympathy for her, Sarek shouted, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" The Highlander officer froze between strides. His men and his chieftain looked on in bright-eyed interest as the man considered whether he should reply to the hail of a prisoner. Then, in bird accent, he called back, "Introduce yourself, Surani. Your woman seems capable enough with her tongue." Another of the Highlander warriors offered with malicious amusement, "Our captain is Antaha, guide man of the Loso. I give you his name so that when you appeal to our chieftain to have him beaten, he will know whom to seek out." The interruption was greeted by uproarious laughter, shared by the old chief and even the street children and the women by the washing well. Irked past restraint by these strange, annoying people, Mara again pressed to the fore. To the chieftain, who chuckled and slapped his knees, she called imperiously, "I am Mara, ruling lady of the Akoma, and I have come to the Thuril Confederacy on a mission of peace." The chief lost his mirth as if slapped. Shocked to silent anger, he regrouped.
A woman, standing in credidra droppings, comes claiming to be someone of rank and an emissary of peace.
Mara looked whitely furious, aware that she neared her breaking point, and that to insult this chieftain in public would earn her certain reprisal. Lujan turned desperately to Sarek.
We must act, even if only to distract her.
But the young first advisor stepped forward without seeming to hear. As Mara opened her mouth to speak, Sarek broke protocol and shouted down her voice with his own.
Chief among the Thuril, he cried, you are a fool who offers Our Lady of the Akoma no better hospitality than a livestock pen. You speak of Mara, servant of the Empire, and a member of the Emperor Ichindar's royal family.
The chieftain jerked up his square chin.
She!
If his words seemed filled with contempt, Sarek's statement was not entirely wasted. The elderly man did not add any derogatory comment, but summarily waved Antaha back to duty. This time, the chief's words were rapid and commanding, and Iayapa, under pressure from Sarek, translated.
He says that if Antaha should bring animals into camp, then he must look after them, feed them, water them, and give them bedding. Not too much, though, for straw is scarce, and the gods do not love waste. The girl on the donkey is to be sheltered in a hut. Her beauty is great, and should be treasured for the man who will win rights to claim her to wife.
Iayapa looked troubled, for at this Mara's eyes seemed to bore into him with the hardness of flint. But her command held no personal resentment, as she said, "Finish?" Iayapa nodded and bleakly licked his lips.
The chief of the village says also that he has heard of the servant of the Emperor, who is family to the Srani Emperor. He adds that Ichindar is ruled by women, and that he, a born Highlander, will not deign to speak with a woman of any claim to royal lineage on the open street. But, because of the existing treaty between Sranwani and the Confederacy, neither is he free to authorize his village men to claim Mara as spoils.
Hoots of disappointment ran through the squad of Highlanders who had escorted the lady's party in. Two of the more impudent ones made obscene gestures. Then the chieftain turned toward the captives in the pen and addressed Mara's force commander in Surani that was accentless, learned during former wars.
If you have a need that is not met, Antaha is charged responsible. Tomorrow he will gather an escort of 20 warriors and take you and your females on to the High Chief at Darabaldi. Judgment, if such is called for, will be dealt by the council there.
Sarek looked thunderous, but he listened when Iayapa touched his arm in entreaty.
First advisor, do not provoke these men or their chieftain any further. They are not a people in love with arguments over points of etiquette. They mete out deaths very swiftly, and do not regret. Morning could have found all of us lying here with cut throats or worse. To be sent to Darabaldi rather than parcelled out among those who captured us is, in fact, a great concession.
Sarek regarded the dung that crusted his sandals and exchanged a disgusted glance with Lujan, whose fingers seemed lost without sword to hand in his scabbard. "Cousin," the Akoma advisor said gravely, "if this is a great concession, dare we even speculate what a small one might have been?" The strain told, but could not entirely vanquish the spirit of Mara's force commander. He broke his Surani facade of impassivity and stifled a deep chuckle.
God's man, you'll be speculating on points of philosophy in the smoke of your funeral pyre, I know it.
Then, as one, he and the first advisor turned to tend their mistress, who to their experienced eyes looked small and disheartened and alone, though her back was straight and her face as imperious as always. She was watching an enterprising group of Highlanders taking charge of Camleo and the donkey. "Do you think they will harm her?" she demanded of Iayapa, and to the ears of those closest to her, anxiety coloured her tone. The one-time herdsman shook his head.
"There are never enough women of childbearing age in this harsh land, and Camleo is beautiful, which makes her doubly valuable. But the chieftain of this tribe must grant his approval before any man could bargain for her as a wife. Lacking his consent, she may be admired, but not bedded. All the unmarried warriors know that to trouble her now would forfeit any chance to ask for her as a mate. Since many single men in the Highlands die without ever winning wives, even so small a chance to claim a woman is not to be risked."
Mara swallowed.
"Do they have no courtesans in this land?"
Iayapa looked offended.
"Only a few in Garibaldi. Not many women choose that life with no honor to their tribe. The young men may go to them once or twice a year, but that gives no comfort during long winter nights."
Over the little herdsman's head, Lujan and Sarek exchanged glances.
"Funny place, this,"
Sarek muttered, again glancing sourly at the dung-littered ground upon which, it appeared, they must all wait out the night. These Thuril thought nothing of stealing a girl or a woman from her home in a bloody raid. Even the most repressed Sirani wife had the right to be heard in public by her lord. "Barbaric indeed," Sarek muttered. Then he shivered as a cold wind cut down off the heights. He glanced at his diminutive lady and admired the grit that enabled her to keep her dignity. That she should be bound and handled and treated no better than a slave by total strangers made him furious enough to kill. As if she read his thoughts, she turned to him that sweet smile which never failed to inspire loyalty and pride.
"I will manage, Sarek. Just keep that warrior cousin of yours from losing his temper over things that do not matter.
For this—" She raised her hands, still tied with rawhide strips. "And this—" she scuffed her foot at the soiled ground— "are unimportant. The assembly of magicians would do worse. If I can speak to the Thuril High Chief at Garibaldi, that is all that must concern us." Then, as the gloom deepened and tallow candles shed an orange glow behind the oiled hide windows that fronted the square, she bent her head and appeared to be meditating as the priestesses of Lashima's temple had taught her during a girlhood that now seemed far in the past. Warmed by Sarek and Lujan pressed close, and protected from the cold and filthy ground by the cloak her force commander had insisted upon lending her, Mara awakened to a touch on her shoulder. The sleep of total exhaustion left her slowly. She blinked, stirred, and opened her eyes to darkness broken by a thin glow cast from the few windows still lighted across the square.
"What is it?"
Her body was stiff and aching with every bruise and sore she had gotten in the days-long march.
"One comes,"
Sarek whispered, and then she too saw the cresset that weaved across the square. The cloaked figure who carried it was a woman. She bobbed her head, but did not speak to the sentry who guarded the pen. A token changed hands, a flash of carved shell reflected briefly by flamelight. Then, with a rich laugh, the sentry admitted her. She stepped into the livestock compound, her lantern held high over her hooded head. She scanned the rows of Mara's warriors, roused from their rest, and banded together in wary defensiveness.
"Lady of the Akoma?"
Her voice was gruff and rich, not that of a young woman, but one that had seen many years of life and laughter.
"My lord has relented, and says you may shelter for the night with your servant in the hut with the unmarried women."
Dare you trust her? Sarek said in his lady's ear. This could be a ploy to separate you. Well, I know it, Mara whispered back. Then, loudly enough to be heard, she said, If your intentions are honest, cut my bonds. The Thuril woman stepped closer with the torch, lighting a path for herself between Mara's warriors.
But, of course, Lady Mara.
She reached inside her cloak with her free hand and removed a dagger. Mara felt Lujan flinch taut against her at the sight of the bared blade, but, with his hands tied, he could do little to defend her. He watched in sick anxiety as the Highland woman reached down and deftly cut the rawhide that bound the lady's hands. Mara rubbed her wrists, forcing her face not to reflect her discomfort as the circulation returned to her cramped fingers. Free my officers and men also, she demanded imperiously. The woman stepped back, sheathing the knife at her belt.
I may not, Lady Mara.
Then I do not come, the Lady of the Acoma said icily in return. The cloaked woman shrugged, indifferent.
Stay out here, then. But your servant girl has need of you. She will not stop shaking.
Fury flowed through Mara. Has Camleo been hurt? Pride held the Highland woman silent, and from the dark outside the ring of torchlight, Iayapa said,
Good servant, you offer insult. This is the chieftain's wife, come to offer you better hospitality, and to imply harm to your serving girl is to give affront to all in this tribe. Her gesture of kindness is genuine, and I advise you to accept.
Mara drew in an icy breath. It was all very well to allow these barbarians their own honour, but what of her own? To leave her warriors here in this dung pit shamed her as their lady. Sarek felt her uncertainty through the contact of her body with his.
Lady, he said in a low voice, I think you must trust her. We gave up our option to fight already. As prisoners, what can we do but chance the consequences of that earlier decision?
At heart, Mara knew her adviser was correct, but the part of her that was born and raised Sirani refused to yield so easily to such honourless practicality. Lujan elbowed her gently in the ribs.
My lady, do not worry for your warriors. They will sleep in this Quedidra pen as an honour in your service, and if any complain of it, I will see him whipped as a man in need of toughening. I have brought my best soldiers as your guard into this land. Each of them had to prove himself to be here, and I expect them all to die on command if need be.
He paused and added wryly,
To lie in a little dung is a lot less painful than a trip at a sword's point to Turakamu's halls.
True, Mara agreed, too sore and heartsick to raise a laugh at his attempted humour. To the torch-bearing woman she said, I will come. Stiffly she clawed her way to her feet. Her blistered soul stung as she stepped forward, and with an exclamation of sympathy, the chieftain's wife reached and steadied her. Slowly, Mara limped across the pen toward the gate that the sentries held open. One of them commented in Thuril as she and the chief's wife passed. The Highland woman did not turn at his noise, but instead said something back in contempt.
Men,
she confided to Mara in fluent Sirani.
A pity it is that their brains are not as quick as their organs to rise when the occasion warrants cleverness.
Surprised enough to have smiled had she felt less miserable, Mara gave in to curiosity. Is it true your people take their women to wife by stealing them from their families in a raid? The cloaked figure by her side turned her head, and Mara received the impression of a visage lined by hardship and amusement.
But of course, said the Thuril chief's wife.
Her tone was half laughter and half blistering scorn.
Would you lie with a man who had not proven himself a skillful warrior? A man to make his enemies afraid and a handy provider?
Mara's eyebrows rose. Surani girls, after all, sought the same qualities in a husband, even if they held different rites of courtship. The Lady of the Acoma had never thought to view a custom she had presumed barbarous in such a light. But, in an alien way, this woman's words made sense.
"Call me Okata," the chief's wife said warmly. "And if I am sorry for anything, it is that it took me this long to drum sense into my silly husband's head to allow you reprieve from the cold."
"I have much to learn of your ethereal ways," Mara admitted. "By the talk of your warriors and your chief, I would have thought that women held little influence in this land."
Ukata grunted as she assisted Mara up the low wooden steps of the centremost house in the square, a long beamed hall with a thatched roof. The smoke from the chimney smelt of aromatic bark, and strange fertility symbols were scratched into the doorposts.
What men claim and what they actually are make different tales, as you must know at your age.
Mara held her silence. She had been blessed with a husband who heard her as an equal, and a barbarian lover who had shown her the meaning of her womanhood. But she was not unfamiliar with the lot of others whose men held dominance over them. The most unfortunate were little Camleo, helpless to gain influence over decisions that affected them. The best were formidable manipulators, like Lady Isashani of the Zacatecas. Men regarded her as the supreme example of the Surani wife, and yet neither lord nor ally nor enemy had ever gotten the better of her. Ukata raised the wooden latch and pushed open the door with a creak of hinges. Gold light washed out into the night, along with sweet smoke from the bark that burned in the stone fireplace. Mara followed the chief's wife inside.
"Here," said a kindly female voice. "Take off those soiled sandals."
Mara was stiff and slow to bend. Hands pressed her into a wooden chair. There, accustomed as she was to cushions, she perched awkwardly, while a girl with russet braids removed her footwear. The soft, woven carpet on the floor felt luxurious to her chilled toes. Weary enough to fall asleep where she sat, Mara fought to stay alert. She could learn a great deal about the Thuril people if these women were interested in talk. But listening to the bird accents and seeing shy smiles among the unmarried maidens whose home she would share, Mara realized she lacked Isashani's finesse when it came to gatherings among women. More at home with the politics of a clan meeting and the seat of rulership, the Lady of the Acoma rubbed one blistered ankle and strove for the inspiration to cope. She needed a translator. The unmarried girls at a glance all appeared to be under 16 years of age, too young to have lived at the time of the last war and to have learned any Sirani. Mara looked through the lamp-lit ring of faces until she located Ukata's grey head. As she suspected, the chief's wife seemed to be extricating herself for departure. "Wait! Lady Ukata!" Mara called, giving the address her own people would award a woman of noble rank. "I have not properly thanked you for my rescue from the livestock pen, nor have I had the chance to tell your people why I am here."
"Thanks are not necessary, Lady Mara,"
Ukata replied, turning back. The youngest girl of the company gave way to allow their elder a clear path until she stood before Mara's chair.
"Our people are not the barbarians that you Sirani suppose. As a woman who has borne children and seen them die in battle, I understand why our men still hold your kind in hatred. As to why you are here, you may tell that to our High Chief at Garibaldi."
"If I am allowed to be heard, Mara responded with a snap of acerbity. Your men, you must admit, have short attention spans. Ukata laughed.
You will be heard.
She patted the Surani lady's hand, her touch calloused but gentle.
I know the High Chief's wife. She is Mirana, and we were raised in the same village before the raid in which she was taken to wife. She is tough as old rock, and garrulous enough to break the will of any man, even that meat brains who is her husband. She will see that you are heard, or insult his manhood before his warriors until his sex parts wither from shame.
Mara listened with startled surprise. You seem very calm when you speak of the raids that took you from your home and family, she observed. And do your husbands not beat you for saying uncomplimentary things of them? A flurry of questions from the young girls and many cries of "Da! Da!" followed Mara's statement. Okata gave in and translated. This raised a round of giggles, which quieted as the chief's wife spoke again.
Raids to win wives are formal, a custom in these lands, Lady Mara. They stem from a time when women were even more scarce than now, and a husband established his standing by the age when he successfully stole a wife. Nowadays, women are carried off without bloodshed. There is much shouting and pursuit with terrible oaths and threats of retribution, but it is all for show. Once that was not so. The raids in past times were bloody, and men died. Now, a husband earns his accolades by how far afield he goes to bring home a mate, and how vigorously she was defended by her village. This house for unmarried girls lies deepest inside our defences. But also, you will note, only girls of an age and an inclination to have a mate come to live here.
Mara regarded the ring of young faces, smoothed and unmarked yet by life. You mean that all of you here want to be taken by strangers? At their look of blank incomprehension, Ukata answered in their stead.
These youngsters watch the lads who visit the village, who spy in turn on the girls.
With a smile she said,
If they deem a boy is lacking in grace, the girl will scream with conviction instead of the mock shouts of fear, and the suitor so rejected will be chased away by the fathers of the village. But few young girls would wish to be left when the warriors come naked to raid. To be overlooked is to be considered ugly or blemished. If a girl is not stolen by a raider, the only way she may win a husband is to wait until two suitors come for the same girl, then throw herself on the back of the one who failed, and ride him home without being pushed off.
Mara shook her head, mystified by such a strange custom. She had much to learn if she was to gain understanding enough to negotiate for help from these foreigners. Ukata added,
It is late, and you will be starting out early in the morning. I suggest you allow the girls to show you to a sleeping mat, and that you rest through the night.
I thank you, Lady Ukata. Mara inclined her head in respect, and permitted herself to be led into a small curtained cubicle that served as sleeping quarters for Thuril girls. The floor was lined with furs, and the small oil lamp left burning showed a drift of yellow hair scattered amid the bedding. Camleo lay there already, curled motionless on her side. Her fair skin showed no bruises. Relieved that Arakasi's pretty courtesan had taken no harm, Mara gestured to the Thuril girl who lingered that her needs were met. Then she gratefully slipped off her soiled robe. Clad in her thin silk underrobe, she crawled under the furs and reached up to extinguish the lamp.
Lady,
Camleo's eyes were open, watching. She had not been asleep at all, but only shamming. Lady Mara, what will happen to us? Leaving the lamp alight, Mara snuggled the furs around her chin and studied the girl who regarded her with eyes like luminous jewels. No wonder Arakasi had been overtaken by desire. Camleo was appealing enough to bewitch any man with her creamy skin and fine, fair colouring. As badly as the Lady of the Acoma wished to offer reassurance, she knew better than to lie. If her spymaster had been thawed into discovery of emotion by the allure of this courtesan, what might the Thurl, with their tradition of taking women by raiding, do to keep her? I don't know, Camleo. Mara's uncertainty showed through despite her best efforts. The ex-courtesan's delicate fingers tightened over the bedfurs. I don't want to stay among these people. For the first time when dealing with her personal wishes, her gaze did not shy away when she spoke. What would you do then? Mara seized upon the vulnerability that their straits as prisoners had created. You are too intelligent to remain in my service as a maid, Camleo, and too uneducated to assume a post of more responsibility. What would you like to do? Camleo's green eyes flashed. I can learn. Others have risen to rank in your service who were not born to it. She bit her full lip and, after a moment, some of the tension seemed to leave her, as if she let down some inner barrier by expressing ambition. Arakasi, she said uncertainly. Why did he insist upon asking you to buy my freedom? Why did you grant his request, if not to leave me to him? Mara briefly shut her eyes. She was too tired for this. One wrong word, one insufficient answer, and she risked all that her spy master hoped for happiness. Honesty was her best course, but how to choose the best phrases? Beaten down by a headache and by pain in every muscle, stiff from the day's forced march, the Lady of the Acoma found that, in fact, Isashani's tact was beyond her. The bluntness she had learned from Kevin of Zun must suffice. You remind him of his family, who were also born to a life that did not suit them, and who also never learned how to love. Camleo's gaze widened. What family? He told me that you were all of his family and all of his honour. Mara accepted the burden of that statement. I may have become so. But Arakasi was born masterless to a woman of the reed life. He never knew the name of his father, and he saw his only sister killed by a lustful man. The courtesan absorbed this news in silence. Watching, fearful that she might have said too much, but unable to stop short, Mara added, He wants your freedom from the past, Camleo. I know him well enough to vow to you this. He would ask you for nothing more than you would give him freely. You love your husband that way, Camleo said, in her words a cutting edge of accusation, as if she distrusted the existence of such relations between a man and a woman. I do. Mara waited, wishing she could lay her head down and close her eyes to lose this and all other problems in the oblivion of sleep. But Camleo's need prevented that. She picked nervously at the furs and, in an abrupt change of subject, said, Lady, do not leave me here among these Thuril, I beg you. If I were forced to become the wife of such a foreigner, I would never find out who I am, what sort of life would please me. I think I would never understand the meaning of the freedom you have given me. Have no fear, Camleo, Mara said, losing her battle against her overwhelming exhaustion. If I leave this land at all, I will bring all of my people out with me. As if she could trust this reassurance with her life, Camleo reached out and snuffed the light. After that, Mara could only suppose that the girls shared no more words in confidence, for the Lady of the Acoma slept without dreams in the close, herb-scented cubicle. When morning came, Lady Mara and her servant woman found themselves well treated to a warm bath in the women's quarters, followed by a breakfast of fresh breads and quadidra cheese. Camleo appeared pale but composed, yet Mara noted a fragility to her manner that she believed stemmed from worry rather than bitterness. Outside the hut, a great commotion of shouting and laughter issued from the vicinity of the village square. But Mara could not make out the cause through the blurry, translucent windows of oiled hide. When she inquired, the young women who were her hostesses gave her blank stares. Without Ukata present to translate, little else could be done but endure through the simple meal in politeness until an escort of Highlander warriors arrived at the door and demanded that the two Surani women come out. Camleo whitened. Mara touched her hand in reassurance, then raised her chin high and stepped outside. A wagon waited by the low stair beyond the door. It had high sides woven of withe and was drawn by two quadidra and the recalcitrant donkey. Its scrawny grey hide was flecked with spittle from the six-legged beast's spite, and in vain it tried to kick at the traces to retaliate. The quadidra blinked their absurdly long lashes and wrinkled their lips as if laughing. Tied to the wagon were Mara's warriors. They did not smell of the dung that had been their last night's camp, but were clean, if drenched. Lujan, as he saw his lady descend the stair, looked flushed with some inward satisfaction, and Sarek was stifling a smile. Startled by her warrior's neat appearance, Mara looked further and realised that the Thuril Highlanders who swaggered about on guard detail were eyeing her captive retinue with what seemed a newfound respect. Suspect though she might that somehow the pandemonium she had heard through the walls of the house might be connected, she had no chance to inquire. The Thuril warriors closed around, and she and Camleo were bundled up over the wagon's crude backboard into a bed lined with straw. The withe rose up on either side, too tightly woven for Mara to see out. The warriors lashed the tailgate firmly closed. Captive still, the women felt the jolt as the drover leapt up and gathered the reins, and then the creak of withe and wheels as he slapped his team with his goad and hastened them forward. The donkey and the quadidra pulled badly together. The wagon swayed and jolted over ruts, and the straw smelt of livestock, taken as it was from some good man's byre. Camleo looked so sick with fear that Mara bade her lie down in the straw. She offered the girl her overrobe, for the wind cut down off the heights in chilly gusts. "I will not see you abandoned, Camleo," she assured. "You did not come here to become some rough Thuril's wife." Then, too restless to sit still, Mara leaned against the withe on the side nearest to Lujan and demanded to know how her warriors had gotten their soaking. As before, the Thuril guard set over them didn't care whether their captives talked. Lujan was permitted to step close to the painted spokes of the wheel and answer his mistress all he liked.
We, complained that we did not care to march into their capital smelling of dung,
the Acoma Force commander said, his voice deep with choked-back amusement.
So, they allowed us to go under guard to bathe in the river.
Now a chuckle escaped Lujan's control.
Of course, our armour and clothing were soiled, so we stripped to clean that also. This caused a great commotion among the Highlanders. Iayapa said it was because they do not go naked except to battle. There was much pointing and shouting. Then someone called out in bad Surani that we were no sport for insults, being unable to understand the rasping grunts these folk call a language.
Here, Lujan paused. Mara leaned her cheek against the creaking withe.
Go on.
Lujan cleared his throat. Plainly, he was still having difficulty suppressing amusement.
Sarek took up that challenge, shouting to Iayapa to translate everything, no matter how ugly the words were or how obscene.
The wagon jolted over a particularly bad rut, and Lujan broke off his narrative, presumably to jump across.
Well, the words got very personal indeed. We were told by these Thurl how we got all of our battle scars. If they are to be believed, the women of the reed life in our land are practiced at putting our best soldiers to rout with their fingernails. Or our sisters all lie with dogs and jiggerbirds, and we scratched each other with our nails, all vying to have the best view.
Here Lujan broke off again, this time grimly. Mara gripped the withe tightly enough to whiten her knuckles. The insults Lujan had mentioned were shame enough to a man's honour to require vengeance, and the lady doubted her force commander had repeated the worst slander. Hoarsely, for she was sorrowful and angry that she had brought such brave warriors to such a disgraceful pass, she said, "This must have been terrible to endure."
Not so terrible.
A toughness like barbarian iron entered Lujan's voice.
I and the others. We took example from Papewayo, lady.
Mara closed her eyes in remembered pain for brave Pape, who had saved her life many times over and come as a consequence to wear the black rag of a condemned man for her sake, and then equally for her sake to forego the death by his own blade that he had earned, and to live on, his dark headcloth symbolic of a triumph that only his lady and those who knew him might understand. Lastly, he had died to save her life in an attack by a Minwanabi enemy. Mara bit her lip, jostled from her remembrance by the sway and jolt of the wagon. She hoped that these warriors, the finest and best of her honour guard, would not suffer the same untimely end. Old Kyoke, her adviser for war, had taught her well that death in battle on strange soil was not, as old custom held, the best end a warrior could earn.
Go on,
she said, hiding the tears in her voice from Lujan. Almost she could imagine her force commander's shrug.
Lady, there is nothing more to tell. Your warriors agreed not to take umbrage at empty words from the Thurl, and the Highlanders seemed surprised by this. They called down and asked why we did not bother to defend our honour. And Vananami called right back that we were your honour, lady. We would hear no word that was not spoken from your lips or the lips of an enemy. At that point, Sarek broke in and added that the Thuril were not enemies, but foreigners, and that the words of such were empty as the howl of wind over stones.
Lujan delivered his last sentence in wry amusement.
You know, the Highlanders stopped slanging us then. Our loyalty impressed them, I think, that we would not be baited, even when under command of a woman who was out of sight and a captive as we were. Iayapa said that many Surani in the times of the wars were taunted to take foolish charges, and so were killed off by Highlanders hidden in the rocks.
Lujan,
Mara said, her voice tremulous with gratitude, despite her wish to seem impassive.
all of your men are to be commended for their valour. Tell them I said so as you can.
For each and every one of them had stood firm beyond the call of duty, beyond the tenets of Surani culture that held honour above even life. Each of these men had given over their personal honour into her hands. Mara studied her palms, red-marked from her grip on the withe. She prayed to her gods that she would prove worthy of such trust, and not get them all sold into slavery that would be the nadir of dishonour. Chapter 20. Council. The hours dragged. Confined to the wicker wagon, exposed to buffeting winds and the sun that appeared and disappeared between the clouds that brooded over the highlands, Mara strove to keep her patience. But the uncertainty and the boisterous shouts of the Thuril escort warriors wore at her nerves. To pass the time, she asked Iappa to describe the lands they were crossing. He had little to tell. There were no villages, only a few isolated hamlets clinging to rocky hillsides, surrounded by scrub grazed thin by the herds. Over the purple hills at the horizon, larger mountains loomed, rock-crowned where they were not covered by cloud. Daraboldi, the city of the High Council of Chieftains, was said to lie in the foothills of the Great Range. When Mara asked Iappa to inquire on the length of their journey, she received in return only laughter and ribald comments. Driven at last to useless exasperation, she turned to teaching Camleo the calming techniques of meditation she had learned as a temple novice. Gods knew the poor girl might need all the solace she could learn to give herself before their fates were determined at the hands of these people, Mara thought. The Highlanders paused only to eat sausage, sour quadidra cheese and bread, washed down with a light sour beer that was surprisingly refreshing with the meal. These breaks were enlivened by loud boasts and sometimes wagers when warriors would contest at arm wrestling. Darkness fell, and fog settled in cold layers over the land. The donkey grew too tired to kick at the quadidra that shared its traces, even if the six-legged beasts still curled their lips at it and spat. Mara curled close to Camleo for warmth. Perhaps for a while she slept. The stars formed a brilliance of pinpoint patterns overhead when she roused to the barking of many dogs. Herd dogs, Iappa identified, not the larger, heavier breed of hound used for hunting. By the smoke on the air and the pungent smell of confined livestock, rotting garbage and curing hides, Mara presumed their party approached a village or larger habitation.
Daraboldi!
She received in gruff-voiced reply when she inquired. But when she pressed for information concerning when she might speak with the Council of Chieftains, her escort returned only coarse comment.
What does it matter, woman? Or are you eager to learn what man will buy you? Maybe you worry that he will be old and have no manhood left in him to rise.
To this outrageous statement, Sarek ventured a rough term in the Thuril's own language, perhaps learned by the bathing pool that morning. The Highlanders were not offended in the least, but laughed back and grudgingly appeared to allow her first adviser some respect. Torchlight spilled across the wagon. Mara looked up at a tall gatehouse topped by fat-soaked cressets that gave off greasy smoke. From battlements of stone and log, Thuril warriors in drab plaids called down to challenge the approaching party. Antaha shouted back, then launched into rapid-fire speech, accompanied by gesticulations, some of which were crude. From the evident amusement of the sentries and their glances in her direction, Mara presumed their captor gave account of her capture. The bathing scene by the river was apparently not omitted, for the sentries elbowed one another in the ribs and hooted at Lujan and Sarek. Then the guards and their Surani captives were waved on through, and the wagon jerked forward with a bray from the donkey and shrill squeals from the quadidra. "Well," Mara commented to Camleo, "everyone in town will know we are here by the fanfare of our draft beasts." More than ever she wished that the withs were low enough to allow her a view, but changed her mind a moment later at a pattering sound that might have been thrown stones or dried dung striking the sides of the cart. Shouts in Thuril blended with the screech of children caught at mischief, and the barrage stopped. Looming over the top of the withs, Mara saw two-storied stone buildings and signboards painted in dull colours swinging in the wind. The galleries and sills of the windows all had carved totem posts and peaked gable roofs that looked strange to Surani eyes. The eaves were also carved in what looked like runes or writing beneath roofs of weathered thatch. Windows seemed to be shuttered and barred, except for one stuffed with plump-cheeked women who called out and made obscene gestures of welcome.
Hos,
Camleo judged in edged bitterness. Mara could see her unspoken fear that such a garret might become her future home. Mara bit her lip. She knew that Camleo was far more likely to become the woman of a chieftain's son, but she could not stop herself from wondering, if her spy master were to find himself masterless again, would he swear service to the Shinzawai, as Hokanu must surely request, or would he remain a free agent and come to these hostile hills, searching a succession of Thuril towns for the girl who had stolen his heart? Given a wager, Mara would have guessed he would come searching for Camleo. The wagon jounced over what might have been a stretch of cobbles or stone paving, then lurched to a halt. The With tailgate was opened by a blonde Highlander who grinned to show missing teeth, and Mara and Camleo were beckoned to step down. Beyond the Thuril guard and onlookers who clustered around, a long house backed up to the village wall. To Mara's quick glance, it seemed a small fortress. The bossed wood doors of the structure stood open, but the entrance was hung with cloths woven of animal wool into patterns of squares and lines. Before Mara could observe more, a Thuril warrior shoved her toward the blanket flap. Camleo, Sarek, Lujan and Iayapa were singled out to follow. As she reached the threshold, Mara marvelled at the softness of the fabric she brushed past. Then the others clustered at her heels. She was inside, blinking at the sting of smoky air in a windowless room. The gloom was pierced by the reddish gleam of banked embers, kept more for cooking than for warmth in close air that was pungent with wool, boiled stew, and pent humanity. Upon an upraised settle before that immense stone hearth, an old woman sat cleaning quadriga wool on a card of bone nails. Little more than a silhouette on the floor below, an older man crouched cross-legged on a woven withe stool. As Mara's eyes adjusted, she saw he had grey hair. His mouth was deep-cut and sullen, framed by a long moustache that hung down his pouched jaw. The ends flashed with coloured beads that rattled as he lifted his chin. Iayapa spoke quickly in a hushed voice to Sarek, who, in turn, murmured, "This one wears the face hair of a chieftain. By the talismans of rank dangling from it, he could be the High Chief himself." Mara smothered her surprise. She had expected a great personage, not an ordinary-seeming fellow in an unadorned green kilt. The bowl he ate from was crude wood, his spoon a battered implement of kokara shell. Taken aback by his lack of ceremonial trappings, the lady of the Akoma almost missed noticing the other men, seated as they were in shadow in a semicircle, their conversation fallen to a hush at the entrance of her party. For an interval, the incoming Thuril and their captives regarded those seated, who stared back silently, unmindful of the meal they had been eating scarcely a moment before. Astonishingly, it was the old woman who stopped her carding and broke the silence first.
"You might ask them what they want."
The man with the chief's moustache spun in his seat, jabbing in her direction with his spoon. Gravy flew in spatters from the bowl and struck with a hiss into the coals.
"Shut up, old hag! I don't need you telling me what to do."
As Mara again raised her brows, startled by both the lack of propriety or any sort of formal ceremony, the chief of the Thuril spun back. His beads and his moustache whipped outward with a clatter as he jerked his chin at Sarek, who was closest.
"What do you want, Sirani?"
When Sarek wished, he could be masterful at misleading expressions. The half-light thrown off by the coals showed him stone still, as if the Thuril High Chief had addressed the empty air. Mara took her adviser's cue and stepped forward. Into silence she said crisply, "I have come to your land, seeking information." The Thuril chief stiffened as if slapped. His eyes jerked to the lady who stood before him, then flinched away. He seemed to stare over her head, and so could not miss the wide grins of Antaha and the other warrior escorts.
You stand there and allow a woman captive to speak out of turn?
He roared in a battlefield bellow. Not the least nonplussed, although his ears stung from the shout, Sarek pushed forward. Despite his bound hands, he executed a creditable bow.
Antaha does so, worthy chief, because the lady is Mara of the Akoma, servant of the Empire and family to the Emperor of all Sranuani.
The chief stroked his moustache, twirling the beads at the ends.
Is she so?
His paws extended through a clatter of wooden plates and spoons as his cronies all set down their meals.
If this woman is indeed the good servant, where are her banners, her army, her great and illustrious command tent?
A sneer developed in the chief's deep baritone.
I have seen how many Sirani nobles travel in foreign territory. They carry half their possessions along with them, like merchants. I say you lie, Outlander. Or why is she,
he made a derogatory gesture toward Mara,
attended by so few guards? We are enemy countries, after all.
At this, the old woman by the settle tossed down her carding, her face crinkled in disgust.
Why don't you ask her yourself? She said she came seeking information. It must be very important to her. Shut your great cave of a mouth, old woman!
Explosive in his indignation, the chief jabbed a hand that still clutched a crust of bread at Mara's party, not at all willing to address the lady directly.
We are not the barbarians you Sirani suppose you know.
Mara's composure snapped. Are you not? How she wished she could speak the Thuril language. As it was, her own must suffice. And do you call bedding my honour guard down in a livestock pen civilized? In my land, not even slaves live so meanly. Taken aback and embarrassed by stifled chuckles from Antaha and his warriors, the chief cleared his throat.
You were asking me about information.
His eyes narrowed.
Enemy, by what right do you come here making demands?
But before Mara could answer this, Iayapa thrust between her and Sarek, bristling with purpose.
But Lady Mara did not come here as our enemy. Her warriors disarmed at her command, and not once did they call back in insult, though the villagers and the guards at the Loso did their best to revile them.
He speaks truth, Mara cut in, unwilling to accede to the silly Thuril custom that a man should not acknowledge public speech from a female. As if in admiration of her spunk, the old woman by the settle smiled. Mara continued. Now, as to the information I seek... She left her question hanging. While the chieftain looked uncertain, the old woman thumped him from behind with her toe.
She is waiting for you to tell her who you are, you wool-brained fool.
Turning to glare at the woman, who could only be his wife, to escape punishment for such liberties, the chieftain shouted,
I know that woman!
He twisted back to Mara, sucking himself up straight in self-importance.
Yes, it must be important information.
Your name, the old woman prodded calmly. Still unmindful of his morsel of bread, the chieftain shook his fists.
Shut up, woman! How many times must I tell you to keep silent in the lodge hall? Plague me again, and I'll beat your fat backside with a thorn switch.
The woman ignored the threat and took up her neglected carding. The chieftain puffed up his chest, which only displayed to plain view the gravy stains of varied ages on his vest.
My name is Hotaba. I am chieftain of the 5 tribes of the Malapia, and for this season, High Chief of the Council here in Darabaldi.
Pointing at the man sitting farthest from him, also wearing a warrior's scalp lock and moustache, he said,
This is Brazado, chieftain of the 4 tribes of the Suwaka.
Then, pointing at the last man, who wore no moustache, he said,
This is Hidoka, his son.
His eyes shifted past Mara's shoulder to fix upon Sarek as he finished.
My own son, Antaha.
Acerbically Mara cut in,
We've met.
Now the High Chief crashed his fists to his knees in anger. Crumbs flew as his crust broke to bits under the blow, and his brows lowered into a fearsome frown. Mara resisted a shaky urge to step backward. She had gone too far in her boldness, and this time these Thuril would retaliate for her interruption. But the old woman on the hearth cleared her throat loudly. Hotaba's glare shifted in her direction, then vanished as he shrugged in resignation.
That loud-mouthed, interfering female is Mirana, my wife.
As if in afterthought, he added,
If she were not so good at cooking and sweeping, I'd have had her cut up for dog meat years ago.
And Taha said,
The chief at Losso thought it best to send these captives directly to you, rather than await the next trading caravan, father.
The chieftain tapped his moustache to a clink of beads.
Little need for guards these days, eh? What with the Surani being meek like little gachagas.
Mara recognized the term, and knew it was unflattering even before the worried glance Iayapa shot toward Lujan and Sarek. But after what they had endured at the river pool that morning, both showed indifference to being compared to grain-stealing rodents. While the High Chief was still waiting for reaction to his derogatory comment, Mirana interjected.
You still haven't asked Lady Mara what she wishes to know.
Hotaba sprang to his feet, looking for all the world as if he were about to commit murder.
Will you shut up, woman? You continue to speak in council. I should have you stewed and thrown to the carrion birds, and raid for myself a young, obedient, silent wife.
The other Thuril men in the long hut seemed as unconcerned by the threat as Mirana did. Her hands never broke rhythm in their work, and only her foot tapped as if in pent-back impatience. As if Hotaba saw her quiet as a warning, he took a breath, and, through clenched teeth, said to Mara,
What do you wish to know, Surani?
Mara glanced at Lujan and Sarek, both of whom impassively observed the exchanges. Her adviser gave back a slight shrug. He could hardly guide her through this negotiation. By Surani standards, the Thuril were rude and unruly, given to theatrical displays of emotion and utterly uncouth. The past day and a half in their presence had only further mystified them about what constituted an unforgivable outrage. No sleight of language seemed to faze these folk. The worst insults seemed but jokes to them. Honest courtesy was the safest approach, Mara determined.
Hotaba, I need to speak with one of your magicians.
Hotaba's puffed cheeks went flat. His ruddy colour subsided, and he seemed to notice the mashed mess of crumbs in his fist for the first time.
Magician?
As plainly as Mara could read a foreigner's expression, he seemed flabbergasted. She pressed ahead.
There are things I need to know that only a magician who is not part of the assembly within our empire can tell me. I have come to the Thuriel Confederation because I was given to understand that answers may be found in your nation.
Hotaba's expression of surprise dissolved and turned shrewd. He was not anxious to attend to the subject she had broached, Mara saw, as his bright eyes darted back and forth, studying her companions. She edged sideways, trying to shield the girl who cowered behind her, but Camleo's wind-blown drift of pale hair was conspicuous even in shadow. Worse, Antaha saw the direction of his father's gaze and snatched the opening to gain favour. He pushed forward, dragging Camleo ahead by her arm until she stood at the fore.
"Father, behold! We have a prize of these Sirani."
Mara stifled white-hot outrage, both for Camleo's shrinking discomfort and for the brusque sweeping aside of the subject she had risked all to broach. Yet, from the lust that flashed in the old chieftain's eyes, she saw that she dared not take umbrage lest she force a display of male pride. Low-pitched whistles of admiration erupted from the other council members. All stared at the courtesan with hungry, appreciative eyes, and not even Mirana's sour glare could dim the interest of her husband. Hotaba let his gaze wander over Camleo's ripe curves, like a man about to be served a delicacy. He licked his lips.
"Nice," he murmured to Antaha. "Exceptionally so."
He inclined his head to his son.
"Remove her robe. Let us see what delectable fruit it hides."
Mara stiffened.
Hotaba, you may tell your son that neither I nor my serving woman Camleo are to be considered his prizes. We are not your property, Thuriel Chief. Camleo's flesh is her own, as her service is mine, to do with as I bid, and I do not bed her with strangers.
Hotaba stared as if slapped from a dream. He looked at Mara, assessing. Then his sour, loose mouth tightened into a smile of malice.
"You are in no position to make demands, woman."
Mara disregarded the statement. As if her officers did not stand bound like slaves at her shoulder, and as if she did not stand dishevelled and entirely without the ceremonial state due a great Sirani lady, she let the fury of the moment stiffen her spine. Her composure made an impression, if not the best. Hotaba's smile widened. Even Mirana stopped her carding as a charged and dangerous stillness gripped the airless room.
"Lady,"
the High Chief announced in edged sarcasm,
"I will offer you a bargain. The information you seek against the person of your yellow-haired maid. A more than fair trade, I deem. The woman is of inestimable value, as rare in her beauty as practitioners of honest magic are among your kind. Surely the knowledge that you came to find is worth the flesh of one servant, when upon your estates in the Empire you command many thousands of souls."
Mara closed her eyes against sickness, and her teeth against a sharp desire to shout useless imprecations. Her mouth felt dry as ashes. Who was she to barter Camleo's life and happiness away, even for the good of her family? Though, as ruling lady, Mara held that right within Empire law, still she had to force speech.
"No."
She at least sounded decisive, if her mind seethed with doubts. Gods, what honourless being had she become, to set the life of one difficult servant before the well-being and survival of her house, her husband, and her children? What was one wretched courtesan before all of her honour, all of her loved ones, and, ultimately, the power base of Ichindar himself? Yet, where once she would have commanded a servant or slave to do as these Thuriel bid, today, when all depended upon her one word, she could not demand the sacrifice. Into that charged stillness, while the men were too stunned to react, and Sarek fought back an expression of outright astonishment and dismay, Mirana spoke. As if matters of household were of more account than lives and fates, she announced,
"I am done with my carding."
But her hands were shaking as she set woolen tools back in the basket by her knee, Mara saw. Hotaba merely turned and nodded once to his wife. The old woman rose, furled her shoulders in layers of fringed shawls, and motioned for Mara to follow her. The lady of the Akoma hesitated. She thought to insist that she should stay with her officers and people to oversee their disposition as their ruler. But Mirana gave a slight shake of her head, as if she could guess Mara's thoughts. Sarek received hasty words of counsel from Iayapa, and he bent his whispered advice.
"Go, my lady. This culture is not as ours, and your point has been made. You will perhaps hurt the cause you came for if you stay to argue your point. Iayapa agrees that Mirana knows her husband well. Follow her lead, he thinks, and I concur."
Mara flashed a last haughty glance at Hotaba, making him aware that she acted for her own reasons and not those of any Thuril. Then, stiff-backed, she joined Mirana on her way to the door. When Lujan stirred to follow, Mara gave back a gesture to keep him in place. None of them were safe here, among these barbarians, and, weaponless, there was very little that any warrior could do to protect his mistress before the Highlanders overpowered him. Mirana seemed to understand this, for she raised her voice one last time.
"Stay here with my husband and lie about how fierce you are in battle and bed, soldier. I shall not keep your mistress long."
To Mara she added,
"Your serving girl will not be touched, rest assured, until this matter is settled."
Then, with surprising strength, Mirana clamped down on Mara's arm and hustled her outside. The colder air hit the women's faces with a sharpness that reddened the skin. Mirana moved at a brisk pace, forcing Mara away from the long hut with no chance for change of mind. She ducked down an alleyway where bakers finished their day's work by the smell, and a small dog devoured crusts from the hand of a girl with plaited hair. Reminded of her own daughter, who might never grow old enough to own a pet, Mara stumbled. Mirana jerked her forward.
"None of that,"
she said in sharply accented Sirani.
"You were strong enough to leave your homeland, to challenge the assembly and come here. Do not fall victim to self-pity now."
Mara's chin snapped up. Startled, she said, "What is my fate to you?"
"Very little,"
Mirana said, matter-of-factly. Her dark eyes fixed on the lady of the Akoma, watching for some sort of reaction. Mara gave none. After a moment, the chieftain's wife added,
"Very little, if you were like other Surani we had known. But you are not. Hotaba ascertained as much when he offered you the bargain for your servant girl."
Mara's chin went up another notch.
"She is not mine to offer, even for the chance of rescue from the perils that threaten my family. I gave her a choice, and she remains with me of her free will. She is not a slave."
Mirana gave a shrug, which set her fringes swinging and tangling in the cold, sharp breeze.
"Indeed. By our laws also, she is not yours to bargain. But the lords in your land do as they will with the lives of their servants, slaves, and children daily, and think the gods gave them the right."
"They believe so,"
Mara said carefully.
"And you?"
Mirana's question came sharp as the stroke of a quadridra quirt.
"I do not know what I believe,"
Mara admitted, frowning.
"except that, as servant of the Empire, I once set my nationhood above my own blood. Now I can no longer count my own blood above that of any other man." Camleo is with me because of a pledge I gave to another to shield her as he would. My honor is no less than that of the man who entrusted her safety to me. There is honor that is mindless obedience to tradition, and there is honor that is more.
Mirana's regard grew piercing.
You are different,
she mused, as much to herself as to Mara.
Pray to your gods that such difference will be enough to win your freedom. You will have my support, but never forget that in Thuril the men will talk more freely and give more favours when women are not present. Ours is a harsh land, and the man who shows himself as too soft will not keep the wife he has raided. Another man would steal his woman away?
Mara asked in surprise. Mirana's withered lips cracked into an unabashed grin.
Perhaps. Or worse, his woman would leave his house and hearth and stuff his blankets with snow for his folly.
In spite of her worries, Mara laughed.
You do that here? Oh, yes.
Mirana observed that her guest was chilled. She slipped off one of her shawls and wrapped it around the Akoma lady's shoulders. It smelled of wood smoke and, more faintly, of unbleached greased fleece.
Let us visit my favourite bread shop, where the sweet rolls will be hot and fresh baked at this hour. I will tell you what else we do here, besides pretending to take the jiggerbird crowing of our men very seriously.
Where the atmosphere in the council house had been stifling, the air in the bread shop held the sharp, dry warmth of the ovens, comforting in the damper climate of the highlands. Mara sat down awkwardly on the hand-hewn wooden chair. The stone floors in these chillier hills did not make Surani cushions practical. Shifting from one seat bone to the other to try to find a position of comfort, Mara resigned herself to another evening filled with light social chat. Like the chieftain's wife in Losso, Mirana seemed content to hold conversation to light matters, while the council of the town's elders went on without her.
Men can be such children, don't you think?
Mara forced a polite smile.
Your husband seems an angry child, then?
Mirana laughed, settling on the chair opposite a wooden table whose surface was grooved where shop patrons had sliced into fresh loaves over a chat with friends. Shedding several layers of shawls and revealing white hair tied with braided cords of wool, Mirana sighed her indulgence.
Khotaba, he's a windbag, but I love him. He's been threatening to beat me to silence for 42 years, almost since the day he hoisted me onto his shoulder and raced over the hills to escape my father and brothers. He hasn't laid a hand on me in anger yet. We are a people for great threats and insults, Mara. Boasting is an art here, and a well-fashioned insult will earn the slighted man's admiration rather than scorn.
Here she paused, while a young boy in a spun-wool smock paused by the table with a tray. Mirana switched languages to order hot sweet bread and mulled cider. Then, after a glance at Mara's dark-circled eyes, she asked also for wine. The boy accepted 3 pierced wooden tokens from Mirana's hand and scurried off, head turned over his shoulder when he thought the chief's wife might not be looking, so he could stare at Mara's outland clothing. Mirana filled the interval with small talk, while the boy came back with food and drink, and Mara made a pretence of eating. Nerves kept her from hunger, though the coarse brown bread smelt wonderful, and the drink was not the sour vintage that Surani veterans of the Thuril Wars claimed these hill folk produced. Outside, the streets deepened into darkness as a cortege of young girls passed by chattering, overseen by young men, servants or maybe brothers, who carried smoking torches to light their way.
Behind the shop's crude tables, the baker's boy scraped out the ovens and the coals beneath greyed over with films of ash. Warmed by the wine, but with her hands in a cold sweat with worry, Mara chafed. While she exchanged inane social chat, where was Camleo? What would happen to Sarek, Lujan and her warriors? Worse, did Hokanu even have a clue where she had gone since the day she had left the Akoma estates for a visit to Turakamu's temple? Her departure then seemed a dream. So far removed did affairs of the Empire seem from this place with its loud-voiced, boastful men and cloudy uplands.
"Why did you come here looking for practitioners of magic?" Mirana demanded with a sudden disconcerting directness.
Mara started, almost dropping the crockery mug that held the dregs of her drink. The small talk, she suddenly sensed, had been but an excuse to bide time. She had no reason left to withhold the truth.
"I have learnt over the years that the Assembly of Magicians keep a stranglehold over the Empire's culture. Our traditions maintain injustices that I would see changed. Although the magicians have set restraint over House Akoma because of a feud with House Anasati, the sanctions are not held fairly over both sides. Anasati has been allowed to set assassins on allies of my people. Sadly, my husband's father has been killed. The Great One's edict against Akoma vengeance is proven now to be pretense, an excuse to obscure the true issue. I will bring change against the Assembly's wishes, and for that I find myself and my children endangered."
"So, these lofty aims are really simply the needs of survival?"
Mara looked hard at the old woman, realizing that here was as sharp a mind as Lady Isashani's.
"Perhaps. I like to think that I would have pursued the proper course for my people's best interests, even if my own house and loved ones were not at risk."
"You turned outside your lands to Thuril," Mirana broke in. "Why?"
Mara turned the near-empty mug between nervous fingers.
"The Choja gave me riddles that pointed to the east. A lesser-path magician who had a bitter heart toward the Assembly pleaded that I search here for answers. I came to Thuril because my line will die if I do not find answers, and because I have seen too much misery in the name of politics and the game of the council. Many I have loved are in the Red God's halls because of our lust for power. Injustice and murder in the name of honor will not cease if the Assembly is allowed to overrule the Emperor and reinstate the warlord's office."
Mirana seemed to ponder this, her eyes on the crumb-littered table and her hands quietly folded. At length she reached some inner decision.
"You shall be heard."
Mara was given no time to puzzle over how Mirana might influence the men's council. Neither did she see any sign exchanged or sent. But the next minute, the flap door to the bread shop swept open, admitting a gust of icy air. 3 of the oil lamps that lit the empty bread shop extinguished in the blast. An ancient Highlander in a heavy cloak entered. Backlit by the remaining lamp, the newcomer's features were only faintly discernible by the rose glow of the oven's dying embers. Multiple layers of woolen robes smelt of quadidra, and the ears just visible beneath the hood were hung with discs of kokara shell that twisted and flashed at each step. Of the face, Mara could see little but wizened skin under the hood's enveloping shadow.
"Stand!"
Mirana whispered urgently.
"Show respect, for come to hear you is the Kelewan."
Mara raised eyebrows at the unknown foreign word.
"Kelewan
is the traditional name for the strongest among those versed in the mysteries,"
Mirana explained to ease her confusion. The cloaked figure stepped closer, and a sparkle and flash showed the mage's mantle to be bordered in costly rare sequins of silver. The patterns seemed to form runes, or maybe totems, of a more complex sort than adorned the doorposts of the houses. Mara bowed with the same respect she might show to a great one come to visit her estate. The Thuril magician did not acknowledge with any gesture beyond raising one withered hand to claw back the voluminous hood. Mara saw revealed a shock of silver hair looped into braids like Mirana's, but knotted in ritual bindings. Beneath this crown-like arrangement was the aged face of a crone. A woman! Forgetting manners, the Lady of the Akoma gasped, "Your Assembly of Magicians allows females." The ancient woman tossed her head with a click of her heavy earrings, her manner dangerously vexed.
"We have nothing like your assembly in this land. Thank the gods, Mara of the Akoma."
Two townswomen appeared at the bread shop door to complete a late errand. On the point of entering, they spied the cloaked enchantress, bobbed a hasty obeisance, and backed out into the street in silence. A young man on their heels also turned and hurried away. The hide flap slapped shut, but the room felt drained of warmth.
"Forgive me," Mara murmured, almost stammering. "Lady Kelewan, I am sorry, but I never guessed—"
"I have no title. You may address me as the Kelewan,"
the crone snapped back, seating herself with a swish of robes. She arranged her long sleeves, folded tiny hands, and suddenly looked very human and sad.
"I know that your empire's assembly," she all but spat the word, "kills all girls who are discovered to have the talent. My predecessor in this office was a refugee from Lash Province who barely escaped with her life. Her 3 sisters were not so fortunate."
Faintly ill from nerves and wine that did not sit well with worry, Mara bit her lip.
"I was told such by a magician of the Lesser Path who hated the assembly, but in my heart I could not force myself to believe it."
The Kelewan's pale eyes were deep as she locked her gaze with Mara's.
"Believe it, for it is true."
Shaken and infused with fresh fear for the loved ones left behind, Mara locked her teeth to keep from shaking. Though the Kelewan was slight and bundled up like an aged grandmother in layers against the draught, her presence radiated a power sharper than the bite of any mountain frost. Aware that her every word would be weighed in judgment, Mara spoke before the last of her courage ebbed away.
"I was told the assembly fears you. Why?"
"Truth?"
the Kelewan rapped back. She loosed a cracked cackle that inspired chills.
"In your empire, slaves are mistreated and told it is the will of your gods. Your lords contend and kill for honor, and what do they accomplish? Not glory, not the favor of heaven, no. They lose sons, engage in war, even fall upon their swords, and for nothing, Lady Mara. They have been duped. Their vaunted honor is naught but the shackle that keeps the power of the nations fragmented. While house contends against house in the game of the council, the assembly is left free rein. Its power is vast, but it is not without limit, nor has it always been so strong."
Touched by hope in the light of such a frank admission, Mara said,
"Then you might help me."
At this, the Kelewan's face became a mask of inscrutable wrinkles.
Help you? This has yet to be determined. You must accompany me upon a short journey.
Afraid to leave Lujan, Sarek, and, worst of all, Camleo in the hands of Highlander captors without her, Mara knew a stab of dread.
"Where would we go?"
There are things you must see. A council of my peers must hear your reasons and your history, and question you.
Then, as if sensing the source of Mara's discomfort directly, the Kelewan softened her unequivocal demand.
We shall be gone no longer than the time it takes two women to talk, lest your warriors become fearful for you and try something stupid in desperation.
"I am in your hands, then,"
Mara said, her resolve forced over the indecision in her heart. Sirani in upbringing, and not yet so immersed in desire for change that she could discount all the codes of her people's honour as false, still she could not escape the awareness that she would not be offered another chance. She embraced the Kelewan's option in desperation, but was unprepared for how swiftly her acquiescence would be followed up. The Thuril crone reached across the narrow table, took Mara's wrist in dry, sure fingers, and spoke a word. Mara heard only the first sibilant syllable. A rushing in her ears drowned the rest, fierce as the buffet of a sea gale. The floor dropped away from her feet, as did the chair she perched upon. The shadowy walls of the bread shop also vanished, replaced for an eye's blink by an expanse of a howling grey void. Time froze. The air went icy and thin. Mara might have shamed her ancestors and cried out in terror for her life, but the passage through the void ended suddenly, leaving only an impression. Restored jarringly to firm soil, she found herself standing in a plaza lit by chojar globes. Her wrist was still clasped by the Kelewan's hand, which was steady, whereas her own shook like storm-blown reeds. Where Sirani cities were built upon level ground, the buildings here had been carved in tiers into the steep granite face of the hills. On the valley floor, the open square that surrounded Mara was circled by terraces, each level fronted by doorways, windows and shops. Her eyes lifted to follow the lines of columns, buttresses and arches arrayed in breathtaking artistry against the backdrop of night. Totems supported galleries with wood and stone railings, some carved into dragons or the great serpents of sea and sky that figured prominently in Thuril myth. Spires and domes speared upward against starry skies or pierced through lamplit streamers of mist. Mara caught her breath in delight at a beauty her Sirani-bred mind could not have imagined. Never had she expected such a city in these barren uplands. The streets were peopled with Highlanders in plain kilts and trousers. Most young warriors went bare-chested, despite the evening chill, but a few sported brightly woven shirts. Women wore long skirts and loose-fitting overblouses, the youthful ones offering glimpses of slender arm or rounded bosom to draw admiring glances from passing young men.
"What is this place?"
Mara murmured, drawing in a deep breath of incense and staring upon wonders like a farm yokel on her first trip into town.
"Dorales," said the Kelewan. "You are the first Sirani to see this city, perhaps."
More ominously she added,
"You could be the last as well."
The enchantress's quaint phrasing caused Mara a shiver. She felt as if she were dreaming, so alien was this place and so vast, like a vision too beautiful to be real. The slender spires, the thousands of brightly lit windows and doorways, the leering totems, and the press and jostle of street life all lent a feeling of precariousness, as if at any moment she might be swept unconsenting into nightmare. Amazement and uneasiness would have held the lady frozen in place had the Kelewan not tugged her forward with the same brusque impatience a mother might show a reluctant child.
Come! The circle of elders expect you, and there is no wisdom gained by making them wait.
Mara stumbled numbly forward.
You say I am expected? How?
But the Kelewan had little patience for what to her ears were aimless questions. She towed Mara through the crowd, drawing much attention in the process. Bystanders stared and pointed, and not a few spat in contempt. Sirani pride caused the Lady of the Akoma to ignore such insults as beneath her dignity, but she was left in no doubt that these people considered her an unforgiven enemy. Dreadful, creeping doubt plagued her that imperial lords should in contemptuous ignorance have dared call the Thuril barbarians. This city, with its marvels of engineering, most emphatically proved otherwise. Curious, even through shame, Mara asked,
"Why did my people never hear of this place?"
The Kelewan hustled her past a painted wagon pulled by two sour-tempered quadidra and driven by a wizened man wearing a cloak of patchwork colours. He carried a strange musical instrument, and passers-by tossed him coins or called out cheerful encouragement for him to play. He gave them back colourfully pungent imprecations, his red cheeks dimpled with a smile.
Those of your people who would hear of this place, your assembly would kill to keep silent,
the Kelewan replied tartly.
The towers you behold, and all of the carving of the rock, were done by means of magic. Were you to be permitted entry to the city of the magicians in Sranuani, you might see such wonders. But in your land, the great ones keep the marvels their power can create to themselves.
Mara frowned, silent. She thought of Milimber and his reluctance to speak of his experience as a member of the Assembly. After witnessing the fearful powers he had unleashed in the Imperial arena, she was struck by the conclusion that the oaths that bound him to the Assembly must have been fearfully strong to force one of his stature to keep silence. She knew nothing of the characters of the magicians, but from Hokanu she had come to understand that Fumita was not a greedy man. Powerful, yes, and steeped in mystery, but not one to place selfishness above the common good of the nations. As if the Kelewan held uncanny means to read Mara's thoughts, she shrugged under her heavy cloak.
Who knows why the magicians of your land are so secretive? Not all of them are bad men. Most are simply scholars who wish only to pursue the mysteries of their craft. Perhaps they first formed their brotherhood to ward off some threat, or to suppress the wild, dangerous magic of renegade magicians who refuse to be trained to control, or who use their powers for ill. The gods alone might say. But if there were good and cogent reasons for such a course of action in the past, time has seen them corrupted. That thousands of daughters have been murdered to suppress their talents is utterly inexcusable by thorough law.
Touched by an unpleasant possibility, Mara asked,
"Am I being held on trial for the injustices of all Sranuani?"
The Kelewan bobbed her head and fixed her with a glance that itself inspired dread.
In part, Lady Mara. If you wish our help against the Assembly, you must convince us. If we act, it will not be for Akoma survival, nor for your personal gain, nor even to make the Empire a fairer nation. For to us, the honor of your ancestors and even the lives of your children are as meaningless as dust in the wind.
Mara might have slammed to a stop at once for what was more innocent than the lives of her baby daughter and her son. But the crone's grip bound her like fetters and dragged her inexorably toward the looming arch of an imposing many-tiered building.
What does move your people, if not the lives of the young?
Despite all effort, Mara's dismay showed through. The Kelewan's reply stayed as impersonal as the grind of waves on the beach.
If we mourn, it is for the loss of the mages who died with their talents untried. With each one of them, irrevocable knowledge was lost, and if we despair, it is for the Choja masters beyond our finest initiates of mystery that in your land are disbarred from the magic that is the glory of their race.
The Forbidden!
Spurred to excitement, Mara forgot for a moment to fear.
Was it arcane power that the Choja Queen meant when she spoke of the Forbidden?
Lost in shadow as she stepped under the massively carved arch, the Kelewan answered obliquely.
That, Lady Mara, is the secret you must unlock if you are to survive in your contention against the Great Ones. But first, you must convince the Elder Circle of Thuril of your worthiness. We will hear and judge. Choose your words carefully. For once you have seen this place, the perils you face are redoubled.
Beyond lay a maze of corridors, vaulted like tunnels and lit with rows of Choja globes. The floors were marble. The artistry of the fluted pillars took Mara's breath away. Not even the Emperor's palace held stonework polished to such a lustrous shine. The people who congregated in antechambers and doorways wore beaded costumes, headdresses of feathers, and some the plain kilts of servants. Others in white robes the Kelewan named acolytes of the craft. All, without exception, bowed to her passage, and Mara felt their stares upon her back like the touch of heated coals. There was magic here, a weight of power upon the air that made even echoes seem oppressive. Fervently, Mara wished herself home, surrounded by familiar walls and by customs she understood. The Kelewan guided her into a wider hall that led into an echoing antechamber. Thousands of tiers of candles lit the expanse, burning Mara's eyes with intense light. Beyond lay a yet more immense room, surrounded by pillared galleries, carved and pierced in arrays of intricate patterns. There dozens of robed figures crowded landings that circled the room, rising 6 levels high. Ladders and successions of narrow spiral stairs provided access to the topmost floors.
This is our archive, the Kelewan explained. Here we house all of our knowledge and copies of all writings upon the subject of our craft. It serves also as our meeting hall on those occasions when the magicians of Thuril gather together, which is as close as our kind come to being organized. We have no fellowship such as your assembly, and keep no formal officers beyond the Kelewan, who is empowered only to act as spokeswoman.
Mara was led through a gap in a railing on the lowest level. Her elbows brushed against walls inlaid with kokara shell and ebony in spiralling patterns that made her uneasy. The newel posts were carved totems, beaked, clawed, and fierce of expression. The creatures were scaled or winged in feathers, and their eyes were cut with the predatory slant of a snake's. The Kelewan ushered Mara across an intimidating expanse of bare floor. There were no furnishings, not even patterns beyond a circle that lay at the centre. Its perimeter seemed to be marked out in golden light, unmistakably the effect of some spell. Aware of the levels above now crowding with robed forms who all faced her way, the Lady of the Akoma felt like an object of sacrifice before the ritual that would seal her final fate.
There!
The Kelewan pointed at the magical circle.
Step in and stand if you have the courage enough to be judged. But be warned, Lady Mara, servant of the Empire. Lies and deceit are impossible for any who cross that line.
Mara tossed back her hair, fallen loose over her shoulders in the absence of the accustomed attention of her maids.
"I do not fear the truth," she said boldly.
The Kelewan released her restraining grip.
"So be it,"
she said, a look near to pity in her eyes. Mara moved toward the line without trepidation. She did not fear the truth in the moment she raised her foot to step across the bar of yellow light. Yet, in that instant, she felt pierced by a force that negated all of her will, and by the time her foot struck the flooring on the inward side of the spell, every vestige of her self-confidence was torn from her. Halfway across the line, she could not retreat. The part of her body that lay within the spell circle was frozen in place as if shackled. She had no choice but to raise her other leg and enter fully, though to do so now terrified her beyond thought. Helplessness acquired new meaning. Her ears held no sound, and her eyes saw nothing but the shimmering golden web of force. She was physically unable to move or sit or clasp her arms close about her chest to quell the thump of her fast-beating heart. Slavery itself seemed a freedom before the magic that ringed her into confinement. Her very thoughts were held prisoner. Mara fought despair, even as someone high up in the galleries called down a question. The Kelewan repeated the query in the Sirani language.
"Lady of the Akoma, you have come here asking for power. You claim you will use it to defend, to aid the common good. Show us how you came to hold this belief."
Mara tried to draw breath to answer, and found she could not. Her body would not answer her desire. Magic held her from speech. Panic drove her to anger. How could she defend her intentions if the spell prevented her from speaking? The next moment, she discovered that her thoughts had also escaped her control. Her mind seemed to overturn, then to spin like a pinwheel toy made for a child's amusement. Memories sifted past her inward eye, and she was no longer in the chamber of the magicians in Dorales, within any magical circle. She was seated in her study in the old Akoma estates, arguing hotly with Kevin the Barbarian. The illusion of his presence was so real that the tiny part of Mara's mind that retained separate self-awareness longed to take shelter in his arms. In dawning trepidation, she realized the intent of the Thuril truth spell, that she would not be permitted to answer any inquiries verbally. These mages would ask and take their answers directly from her experience. She would be given no chance to justify, to reconcile the outcome of any event with explanations. These magicians would observe her actions as they happened and then judge. She was in fact put on trial, her only defence the acts that comprised her past life. Mara realised this much in the instant before the spell claimed her wholly, and she was in the study on that long-past day with Kevin, facing him in heated anger as he cried, "You push me about like a chess pawn! Here, there, now here again, because it suits you. But never one word of why, and never 1 second of warning. I have done as you've bid, not for love of you, but to save the lives of my countrymen." Then Mara herself replying in red-faced exasperation, "But I gave you promotion to slave master and allowed you charge of your Midkemian companions. You used your authority to see them comfortable. I see they have been eating jiggerbird and nidra steak and fresh fruits and vegetables, along with their thaisa mush." On the memory played, as real as the moment it happened, even to its ending in a flushed entanglement of passion. Mara knew a wrenching moment of disorientation as, one encounter after another, her relationship with Kevin unfolded, each day bittersweet with joys and frustrations and difficult lessons. Forced to see again in retrospect, she recognised her own narrow-minded arrogance. How miraculous it was that Kevin the slave had been anything in her apparent hard-heartedness to love and nurture at all. The days unreeled in staggering jumps as the magicians manipulated her recall. Again, she endured the horrors as wave after wave of assassins were repulsed from her town apartments on the night of the bloody swords. Again, she stood on a Butana-whipped hilltop and exchanged words with Tasayo of the Minwanabi. She saw the Emperor Ichindar break the staff of the warlord's power, her assumption of the title Servant of the Empire. Again she saw Ayaki die. There followed another question, mercifully, and the scene changed to the fragrant noon heat of a Kikali garden, where Arakasi abased himself before her, begging leave to take his own life. Again she shared the scented, dry evening air in Lord Cipino's command tent on campaign against the desert men in Subar. Time whirled, turned, backtracked, and scene overlaid scene. Sometimes she was sent back into childhood, or to the silent halls of meditation in Lashima's temple. Other times she suffered the brutality of her first husband. Again she faced his grieving father over the wrapped bundle of a grandson, now dead also by equally treacherous means. Wrenchingly, she shared afresh her relationship with Hokanu and his uncannily accurate understanding. Through the eyes of the Thuril magicians, she came to realize that his rare perceptions were in fact an unfledged aspect of talent. A near miss of fate might have seen him a member of the assembly rather than as husband at her side. How much poorer her life would have been without him, she realized. A part of her heart ached for the distance grown between them, and between the manipulations of the truth spell, she vowed she would remedy the misunderstanding that lingered since Kasuma's birth. Lastly, Mara saw herself in Hotaba's long house, delivering a flat refusal to trade her servant Camleo for freedom to pursue her business in Thuril. A probe like a needle pierced her, but found only sincerity in her heart. The spell's reel of memories lagged for a stretch, and words leaked through, spoken by she knew not whom. They were in Thuril, but understanding of their meaning came to her. Said one voice,
"She is indeed different from other Surani. To see honor in a slave, and to recognize the rights to freedom of a servant above her blood family."
And the Kaliane replying,
"I believed so, or I would not have brought her."
Upon the heels of that first thought came,
"Yet do we concern ourselves with Surani well-being?"
Another voice of the mind answered,
"Justly governed neighbors are to be desired, and perhaps..."
Yet another mind spoke,
"But there is an opportunity to put right the great wrong."
More words that seemed to blur together. Someone mentioned risk, and someone else spoke of the Chojar Empire. Mara's hearing faded. She felt suddenly weak in the knees, and then the golden ring of light that held her imprisoned melted away, and she felt herself collapse. The Kaliane's strong hands caught her.
"Lady, It is over.
Weak as a baby, and shamed to discover she had been crying in the throes of the spell, Mara fought to recover from the shambles of her composure.
Have I convinced you?
No. That will be argued through the night,
the Kelewan admitted.
Word of our decision will reach you at dawn. For now, I will return you to Mirana, who will see you are given a chance to rest.
I would prefer to wait here,
Mara protested, but she lacked the will to resist. Strength left her, and she knew no more beyond darkness like the night between stars. Chapter 21. Decision. Mara awakened. It was dark. She breathed in the scent of burning beech logs and the mustier odour of quadidra wool. There were wooden rafters over her head, faintly picked out of shadow by the weak red light from the hearth. Blankets covered her. They constricted her limbs as she rolled over, puzzled as to her whereabouts. Her head ached. Memory of events returned slowly, and then in a rush, as she saw the basket of carding Mirana had carried from the long house and the council with her Thuril husband. Now Mara remembered the excursion to the bread shop and the dreamlike visit to Dorales in the company of the Kelewan. Suddenly stifled by the dark warmth and the blankets, she pushed herself erect.
Lady?
Ventured an uncertain voice from the shadows. Mara turned to see Camleo's oval face alert and watchful with concern.
I am all right, little flower,
she murmured back, unthinkingly using Lujan's nickname. This time Camleo did not flinch at the diminutive. Instead, she shed her own bedclothes and prostrated herself in abject abasement against the sanded boards of the floor. Mara was not flattered, but disturbed, though servants and slaves had made such gestures to her lifelong. Such was the Sirani way, to give total loyalty to please one's master. However, after the experience in the golden spell circle, the tradition left Mara sickened.
Get up, Camleo, please.
The girl did not move, but her shoulders spasmed under the river of pale hair.
Lady,
she said miserably.
Why did you set me before your very family? Why? I am not worth so much, surely, that you could not trade me to these Thuril to keep your children safe.
Mara sighed, bent her tired back, and caught Camleo's outstretched wrists. She tugged, ineffectively because she was left weak from the truth spell.
Camleo, please arise. My concern for my children is paramount, truly. But the life of another free individual is not mine to bargain with, even for my loved one's survival. You have not taken my honor for your own. You are not obligated to House Akoma.
Camleo allowed herself to be coaxed upright. Swathed in a nightrobe borrowed from the Thuril that was overlarge for her slender curves, she crouched on the edge of her cot. Her eyes were deep as pits in the dimness. Mara saw they sat in what must be Mirana's sewing room, by the loom frame tucked in one corner and crates of cloth strewn about. She was still trying to reorient her nerves from the trauma of reliving the past brought on by the truth spell when the ex-courtesan spoke.
Arakasi,
Camleo said, in halting and pitiful certainty.
You did this for him.
Weary to the bone, but compassionate, Mara shook her head.
I did nothing of the sort for Arakasi, though he has sacrificed again and again for my family.
Camleo did not look convinced. Mara twisted a fold of blanket around her shoulders and perched on the edge of her own cot, facing the girl.
You are not in any way indebted to my spymaster.
The Lady of the Acoma gestured emphatically.
"I'll repeat this if I must until you are old and deaf, or until you see fit to believe me."
Silence followed Mara's stab at humour. The coals in the hearth hissed against the whistle of wind around the eaves. In the Thuril uplands, the breezes played endlessly, dying out only at dawn. The hour of the night could not be determined, but the fact that in Dorales the magicians and the Kelewan yet debated upon their decision played upon Mara's nerves. She focused upon Camleo's troubles to stave off her own worries.
"Harakasi,"
the ex-courtesan repeated, a frown marring her forehead.
"Whatever does he see in me? He is clever enough, surely, to win any woman to his bed."
Mara considered carefully.
"I can only offer conjecture,"
she ventured at length.
"but I believe he sees his salvation in you, a healing, if you will, for certain of life's disappointments, and I equally suppose that he wishes to give you in return what he could not give his own family: happiness, security, and a love neither bought nor bargained for." "You found such love with Hokanu?"
Camleo observed, her tones spiked with accusation. Mara forced herself not to feel ruffled.
"Partly. In Hokanu I found near-perfect understanding. He has been my spirit's companion. In another man I found the love that I believe one such as you might discover in Arakasi. As to any other woman sharing our spy master's bed, I avow not... I honestly do not know his appetites and passions, but he is not a man who shares his feelings or his affections easily. Arakasi offers you a very solemn trust, and would never have done so, as reticent as he is wont to be, if he did not first believe you worthy." "You sound as though you admire him,"
said Camleo.
"I do."
Mara paused in recognition of this truth.
"For a man of formidable cleverness, who lived his life as a grand game of strategy, I would guess it took great courage to take the step to acknowledge compassion. Though one who knew always where he stood, able to second-guess most of the moves of his fellows, Arakasi now is like a sailor adrift upon an unknown sea. He must draw his own chart to see his way back to familiar harbour. He has thrown away competence for self-discovery. For one such as he, it must be as frightening an undertaking as any he could imagine. But I have never seen him run from a challenge, even those that other men would consider impossible."
Looking for a moment into the girl's eyes, Mara added,
"These words make a poor substitute for the experience of knowing the man himself."
Camleo digested this information slowly. Her small hands worried at her robe, twisting the fabric into wrinkles.
"I cannot love him,"
she admitted, the words wrung from her as cruelly by circumstances as she herself treated the hapless cloth.
"Nor any man, I think. His hands once gave me pleasure, true enough, but bedsport for me is an empty pastime."
Her eyes seemed unfocused in distant memory.
"I grew to hate the hour of sundown, when my master would come to me."
She paused, then added bitterly,
"There were times when I felt like a performing dog. Fetch this robe, rub this place, turn this way."
Looking again to Mara, she said,
"There is nothing of feeling or love in knowing a man's body, lady, for one such as me."
She lowered her eyes.
"I confess, the real attraction in taking a younger lover was in the danger. Arakasi brought me to Pleasure Lady because he risked death to do so.
Moisture gathered in her eyes.
Gods, lady, do you see what a twisted thing I've become? There were whole months when I considered suicide, except that I felt too low, too honorless to sully a blade with my blood.
Surani pride, Mara thought. She longed to reach out and reassure the tortured girl. Except that to Camleo, touch of any sort on her body was divorced from emotional contact. Though words alone seemed cold, Mara had no other comfort to offer.
Arakasi understands this far better than you think.
She waited a moment for this to sink in. Thoughtfully, Camleo nodded.
It is true that he did not once try to touch me since the hour he bought my freedom. Since you told me he was a reed woman's son, I realize why. But at the time, I was too furious over the death of my sister to notice.
Mara took this for encouragement.
If you cannot love him, be his friend instead. He has a lively intellect and piercing wit.
Camleo looked up, her eyes sparkling with held-back tears.
He would settle for so little from me? Try him.
Mara smiled.
Love doesn't demand, it accepts. It has taken me my life to learn this.
Lowering her voice, she added,
and the gift of 2 exceptional men.
Looking at Camleo directly, she took on a conspiratorial tone.
I have seen nothing and no man living who was capable of shaking Arakasi's nerve. The challenge of your friendship might teach him some much-needed humility.
Camleo flung back her glorious light gold hair, her expression turned impish.
Are you implying I could get back at him for his presumption where I am concerned? I am thinking you could learn from each other,
Mara finished. Then she glanced around the room.
But that depends on us returning from these highlands alive.
Camleo's brief happiness drained away.
They could force you to trade me.
Mara's insistence came back whip-crack sharp.
No, I am a lady and Surani. I stand by my word. Your life is not mine to bargain away. Either I win my requests upon my own merits, or I face whatever fate the gods intend. If it comes to your continued captivity, Camleo, hear now that I give you my blessing to take your own life by the blade, or to escape into freedom as you can. You are a free woman. Let there be no question that your blood or your desires are any less honourable than Lujan's or Sarik's, or those of any other warrior of my honour guards.
Suddenly overwhelmed by how tired she was, Mara stifled a yawn behind her blankets.
But I do not think things will come to that. The later events of my evening caused me to surmise that Hotaba's offer was a test. My test. If I won any concessions, we will not know until the morning. Sleep now, Camleo. For the rest of this night, we can only patiently wait for the outcome.
Daybreak, and the silence as the wind stilled, found both lady and courtesan sleeping. Mara lay curled in a tangle of black hair, the blankets twined tightly around her shoulders from restless dreams. She started upright on a sharp intake of breath at the touch of Mirana's hand.
"Lady, arise and dress quickly,"
softly urged the chieftain's wife.
"The Kelewan has returned to announce the decision made in Dorales."
Mara threw herself out of the cot and gasped at the chill in the air. The hearth fire had gone out during the night. While she pulled on her ice-cold robes, Mirana rebuilt the blaze with kindling so that Camleo might wake up in better comfort. The crack in the shutter showed grey. Clouds or mist obscured the sunrise, and Mara felt stiff in her joints. There were silver hairs in her comb as she finished making herself tidy. Her heart beat too fast in apprehension, and her thoughts circled again and again back to home and the children and Hokanu. Would she ever regain the chance to repair her marriage? Gods, she prayed, let me not die on foreign soil. Let Camleo return home for Arakasi. For the first time where the girl was concerned, Mara saw hope in the doomed tie to her spymaster. Thuril captivity had shaken the child from bitter cynicism, made her re-examine her self-worth and those bits of her life that were now her own to control.
"Hurry!" Mirana urged quietly, so as not to wake Camleo. "The Kelewan is not known for patience."
Mara laced her cold feet into her sandals, the leather worn thin now, and stretched out from wetness and sliding on the shale of the mountain paths. One of the toes was frayed out. Who in the Empire would recognize her for the good servant, with her face unpainted and her robes as plain as a pot girl's? Rising and walking out the door to meet the Kelewan without even token appearance of her rank took a shameful amount of courage. Mara strove without success to feign unconcern. But her palms were sweating, and her hands trembled, and she had to be grateful to the horrid, clammy mist for hiding the moisture in her eyes. Her memories brought back within the golden circle troubled her more than she cared to admit. Were Kevin here, he would have commented in atrocious humour even in so tense a moment. Mara missed his irreverent sense of mistiming that no amount of chiding had ever managed to correct. Long before she was ready, she found herself chivied by Mirana into the wide main square, where the tatterdemalion person of Hataba waited, along with a figure hunched under layers of robes whose person emanated presence more awesome than the Emperor's. Old clawed hands tugged her erect.
"Lady, stand upright. Here, obeisance is an insult."
The Kelewan regarded the Akoma lady with a stare as piercing as the bits of glass Jikan used to magnify questionable guild seals to check their authenticity.
"Lady Mara,"
said the enchantress in her dry crone's voice,
"our decision has been made. We have decided to support your cause in this way. You will be granted permission to journey along with the one of your company that you designate. You will be shown through the high passes to the gates of Chakaha, the Choja city, wherein dwell their masters of magic."
Mara's eyes widened. The forbidden, she thought to herself. If Choja could breed mages, and the treaty with the assembly forbade them to practice within the borders of Suranuani, much of the Choja queen's reticence was explained. Her excitement mounted. The Kelewan seemed to sense this, for her next words were stern.
"Lady Mara, know that the cause of the Surani people is not our cause. Thuril made war only when our lands were invaded. We do not hold it to be our duty to concern ourselves with the politics of an enemy nation. However, the Choja may see their part differently. Their people within Surani borders are a captive nation. You will be given your chance to be heard by them, and to win their alliance if you may. But be warned, the Choja hive will view you as an enemy. Our people can conduct you in safety to the hive's borders and no farther. We cannot act as your spokesman, neither can we intervene to spare you if the Choja receive you with enmity. Understand me clearly. You could die for your good intentions.
This was an uncertain step forward, Mara assessed in the split second that followed, but a step nonetheless. Clearly, she said,
I have no choice. I must go. I will take Lujan, my force commander, and, in his absence, my advisor Sarek will captain my honor guard.
The Kelewan's eyes flickered with what might have been guarded admiration or maybe pity.
You have courage, she admitted, and then sighed. You also do not know what you face. But, very well. Be assured that your servants and warriors will be shown the hospitality of guests until your fate is known. If you return, they will be restored to you. If you die, they will bear your remains back to your homeland. So say I, the Kelewan.
Mara inclined her head to seal her agreement that these arrangements were satisfactory.
Well, Mirana snapped from the sidelines. Husband, are you going to stand there gaping in disappointment because you could not wrest away the gold-haired lass for our son? Or are you going to go to the soldiers' compound and roust out Force Commander Lujan?
Shut up, old woman! The peace of the dawn is sacred, and you profane life itself with your noise!
He squared his shoulders and glared until the Kelewan cast him a glance of disapproval. Then he hurried off at a shuffling, comical run on the errand that his wife had bidden him. As he vanished, the Kelewan gathered her robes against the streaming mist. To Mara she said,
You will leave as soon as supplies can be gathered for your journey. You will go on foot, as the uplands are too rough for other conveyance.
She paused, as if assessing some inward thought, then added,
Gitania, one of our acolytes, will act as your guide through the passes. May the gods smile upon your efforts, Lady Mara. It is no easy task you have set for yourself, for the Choja are a fierce race, with a memory that does not readily allow forgiveness.
An hour later, following a hot meal, Mara and her one-man delegation were ready to set off. A small crowd of noisy children and idle house matrons, headed by Hotaba and his council, gathered to see them off. They were joined by the acolyte Gitania, who proved to be a slight, mousy-haired girl who looked lost in the voluminous folds of the cloak of her order, a knee-length garment woven in blinding patterns of red upon white. She had flushed cheeks, a sharp nose, and an irrepressible smile. Where the sober, broken colours of Thuril plaids tended to blend with the landscape, Gitania's garb would mark her like a target. Lujan was quick to comment upon this.
Perhaps,
he philosophised in rare reflection,
she wears her gaudiness like those birds or berries that are poison, a warning that her magical powers bring retribution to any who might attack her.
Although he spoke quietly, the acolyte heard him.
Actually not, warrior. We who take vows as apprentices are marked apart because we wish to be seen. For the years of our learning, we are bound to serve any man or woman who needs assistance. The cloaks serve as badges of recognition, that we may be easily found.
Huddled against the streaming mist, Mara asked,
How many years do your kind apprentice to the masters?
Gitania gave back a rueful grin.
Some up to 25 years, others never reach passage and wear the white and scarlet for life. The youngest master on record held apprenticeship for 17 years. He was a prodigy. His accomplishment has stood unbettered for 1,000 years.
The requirements of your peers are tasking indeed,
Lujan observed. Since war was a young man's trade, he could hardly contemplate the patience it must take to spend half a lifetime in study. Yet Gitania did not seem resentful of such arduous standards.
A master wields great power, and with it tremendous responsibility. His years as an acolyte teach temperance, patience, and, above all, humility, and provide time to develop wisdom. When one has tended sick babies at the bequest of every herder mother in the fells, one learns in time that the small things that count for as much as, or perhaps more than, the great affairs of rulership and politics.
Here the girl paused for a saucy sidelong grin.
At least, of this my elders assure me. My years are too few yet to understand the significance of a baby's rash in all the great turnings of the universe.
Tired as she was, Mara laughed. Gitania's outgoing honesty was a pleasant change after Camleo's difficult moods and sullen bitterness. Although the lady had fears enough concerning the outcome of her forthcoming encounter with the Thuril Chojar, she looked forward to the journey as a time to settle her worn nerves and to contemplate how she would handle her audience with a strange Chojar queen. Gitania's blithe humour would certainly be a balm to ease the strain. The Kelewan had silently observed the conversation, while the bundles of food and water skins were made ready on the back of a quadrilla.
The Chojar are secretive, untrusting,
she confided in last-minute counsel.
Once this was not so. Their masters and ours mingled freely, exchanging ideas and knowledge. In fact, much of our foundational training as mages derives from Chojar philosophies. But the war centuries ago between Chojar and Sranwani taught the creatures that men with power can be treacherous. Since then, the hives have been reticent and contact reluctant to non-existent.
She moved to stand before Mara and said,
I do not know what you will face, good servant, but I warn you one last time. Surani are anathema to these Chojar. They do not forgive what has happened to their counterpart hives across the border, and they may well hold you accountable as if you had been the very one who forced the treaty upon them.
At Mara's expression of surprise, the Kelewan reacted sternly.
Believe me, Lady Mara, Chojar do not forget, and to them good does not tolerate the presence of repression or evil. Right-thinking men, they would say, would have dissolved the so-called treaty that forbids Surani Chojar their rights to magic. Each day that passes without such remission keeps the crime fresh. To them, the insult of centuries past is as one committed this moment. In the hives of Thuril, you might find no ally against your assembly, but only a swift death.
Sobering the words might be, but Mara was not deterred.
Not to go is to embrace defeat.
With a nod to Lujan and a wave to Gitania to indicate her readiness, she faced the town gates. From behind, Camleo watched her mistress's departure with wide eyes. Mara had captured her admiration. Had the lady looked back, she might have seen the ex-courtesan's lips move in a vow that, should any of the Acoma party survive to return to the Acoma estates, she would give the lady what she so plainly hoped, an attempt to be friends with Arakasi. Camleo bowed her head as Mara became lost to view and Lujan's plumes disappeared in the mists. She swore her oath, humbled that the fears that seemed overwhelming to her had little substance when compared with the dangers that Mara strode to meet with straight back and raised chin and no sign at all of trepidation. The journey through the Thuril High Pass proved an arduous trail. After one day's travel, the terrain steepened. Gorse-covered highlands reared up into rocky outcrops, scoured clean of moss by wind. The sun seemed always scudded over by clouds, and the valleys swathed in streamers of mists that twined over the courses of becks and streams. Mara managed the stony footing with difficulty, helped over the rougher patches by Lujan's steadying hand. Her sandals became scuffed on the shale, and she had no breath to spare for talk. Gitania seemed as untroubled by the territory as the Quadidra billy they brought to carry their supplies and bedding. She chattered almost constantly. From her comments as they passed by this valley or that, which sheltered its little village or cluster of herders' hamlets, Mara learned more about Thuril life. The Highlanders were a fierce race, wedded inseparably to their independence, but, contrary to the opinion held by most Surani, they were not warlike.
"Oh, our young men play at battle,"
Gitania allowed, leaning during a rest break upon the tall herder's staff she used to steady her walking. Lujan also guessed she knew how to use it as a weapon if it did not also serve as a staff for magic. But that assumption was shattered when Gitania accidentally broke the wood and, without ceremony, bought another stick from a man who trained herd dogs. Now her fingers ran up and down, stripping off the rough bark that might give blisters.
"But raids, fighting, these are things that young men do to gain the skills to steal their wives. A few boastful ones venture into imperial lands. Most do not return. If they are caught and fight, they have broken the treaty and are outlaws."
Her face darkened as she said the last. Mara recalled the captives condemned to die as sport for Surani nobles in the arena, and was shamed. Did any of the games masters who staged such atrocities have a clue that the men they sent out to duel were just boys who might have first committed no worse a mistake than a prank? Had any imperial warrior or official ever troubled to question the ones who strayed across the border, naked and painted as if for war? Sadly, she thought not. Gitania seemed to notice the lady's melancholy contemplation. She gestured with her staff over the scrub-covered valley, dotted here and there with the Quadidra herds bred for cheese and wool.
"Mostly, we are a nation of traders and herdsmen. Our soil is largely too poor to farm, and our strongest industry is weaving. The dyes, of course, are very costly, imported as they are from your warmer lowlands and from Suba." Gitania chided herself for rambling talk and urged Mara and Lujan to set off once again. The pace she set was brisk. Days were shorter in the uplands where the high crowns of the hills pushed the sunsets earlier. The place where at last they made camp was in a hollow between two rock-crowned knolls. A stream gushed from a spring there, and short wind-stunted trees offered shelter. "Wrap well in your blankets,"
Gitania urged as she and Mara scoured the dinner utensils clean in the icy water.
"Nights get cold in these highlands. Even in summer there can be an occasional frost."
Morning saw leaves and grass etched in a silvery patina of ice crystals. Mara marvelled at their intricate patterns and admired the fragile beauty as a chance ray of sun fired the edges like gilt. Barren this land might be, but it had a wild grace all its own. The trail steepened. More and more Lujan had to assist Mara in the climb, as his studded battle sandals gained better purchase than hers, which were sold in plain leather. The roof of the cloud seemed close enough to touch, and the Quadidra herds thinned, forage being too sparse to sustain them. Here, the splash and tumble of spring-fed streams formed the sole sound, beyond the whip and moan of the wind. The pass itself was a winding ledge that snaked between steep slate faces that glistened black where water seeped from the earth. Mara gulped deep breaths of the thin air and commented on the strange, sharp smell that seemed to ride the gusts. "Snow," Gitania explained, her cheeks nipped red by the chill, and her smile the warmer by contrast. She tugged her scarlet and white sleeves down over her hands for comfort, and added, "Were the clouds thinner, you might see ice on the peaks. Not a sight you Surani are accustomed to, I'll warrant." Mara shook her head, too breathless to speak. Hardier than she, Lujan said,
"There are glaciers in the great range we call the High Wall. Wealthy lords in the northern provinces are said to post runners into the hills to gather rare ice for their drinks. But for myself, I have never seen water harden from the cold."
"It is a magic of nature," Gitania allowed, and seeing Mara's distress, called for another short rest. The passes fell behind, and the trail descended. On this side of the mountains, the lands were less arid, and the plant life thorny and leaved in silver grey. By Gitania's explanation, more rain fell here. "The clouds will thin before long, and then we will be able to see the Chojar city of Chakaha in the distance." No Quadidra herds grazed these slopes, the vegetation being too thorny to be edible, but a few families eked out a living by harvesting plant fibres to twist into rope. "A hard living," Gitania allowed. "The cordage is among the best available for strength and longevity, but this valley is a long, difficult distance from the seaside markets. Carts cannot cross the pass, so all of the haulage must be done by pack-beast or on the backs of strong men." It occurred to Mara that the shore-legged Chojar might handle such a burden over the rugged trails with an ease unmatched by any human, but she was too unsure of what relationship the Thuril hives might share with humans to offer any such suggestion. And then the thought left her mind, for the trail crooked and dipped down, and the clouds thinned and parted to reveal the valley below, spread out like a tapestry beneath a high pale green Surani sky. "Oh!" Mara exclaimed, utterly forgetful of protocol. For the sight that greeted her and Lujan was a wonder more overwhelming than even the intricate beauty she had witnessed in Dorales. The mountains fell away, thorny growth and stony washes descending into a lush, tropical valley. The breezes carried the scent of jungle vines, exotic flowers, and rich earth. Frond trees raised fan-like crowns skyward, and beyond them, more delicate than the gold filigree wrought by the most skilled of the Emperor's jewellers, arose the Chojar hives. "Chakaha," said Gitania. "This is the Chojar's crystal city." As if spun from glass, finger-like spirals rose from pastel domes that sparkled in all colours, like gems in a crown. Rose, aquamarine, and amethyst arches of impossible delicacy spanned the gaps between. Shiny black Chojar workers, looking like strings of obsidian beads in the distance, scampered across these narrow catwalks. Mara feasted her eyes upon the gossamer, sparkling architecture and was further astounded. In the air above, winged Chojar flew. They were not the jet black she was accustomed to, but bronze and blue, with accenting stripes of maroon.
"They are so beautiful," she breathed. "Our queens in Sranuani birth only black choja. The only colour I ever saw was the shade of an immature queen, and she darkened like the rest with her maturity."
Gitania sighed.
"Choja magicians are always brilliantly marked. You have none in the Empire because they are forbidden there. To our sorrow, good servant, and your everlasting loss, they are wise in their power."
Mara did not immediately answer, entranced as she was with Chakaha. The glass spires were backed by a blue range of mountains whose tops sparkled white against the sky.
"Ice,"
Lujan surmised.
"There is ice on those peaks. Ah, but I wish Papewayo were here to see this wonder. And Kyoke. The old man will never believe what we saw when we return home to tell him."
"If you return home,"
Gitania said in uncharacteristic acerbity. She made a shrug of apology to Mara.
"Lady, I may go no farther. You must follow the trail into the valley from here and seek your way to Chakaha on your own. There will be sentries. They will intercept you long before you reach the crystal gates. Gods go with you, and may they allow you audience with their queen."
The acolyte fell awkwardly silent as she reached into her mantle and pulled out a small object oblong in shape and heavily dark as obsidian.
"This is a reading stone," she explained. "It carries a record of the memories the Kelewan's council called from you within the Golden Truth Circle. It shows why we granted you passage through our lands and gives our advice to the hives of Chakaha. The Choja magicians can interpret its contents if they choose."
She pressed the object into Mara's hands with fingers that were cold with nerves.
"Lady, I hope the memories recorded in the stone will help. The Kelewan spoke of some of them. They form an eloquent testimony on behalf of your cause. Your danger will be in establishing contact, for these Choja can kill swiftly." "Thank you."
Mara turned the stone over in her grasp, then tucked it into her robe. Glad that her force commander's weapons had been returned, for she disliked the notion of walking unarmed into a potentially hostile camp, Mara took her leave of Gitania.
"Please give your Kelewan my thanks also. With the grace of the gods and good luck, we will meet again."
So saying, she nodded to Lujan and stepped off toward the lush lowland valley where the city of Chakaha awaited. Neither she nor her handsome force commander looked back, Gitania saw. That saddened her, because over their 3-day march she had come to like the good servant, whose curiosity held so much compassion for others, and whose hope was to change the course of Suranuani's future. The trail descended sharply over stones that were loose underfoot. Lujan steadied his lady's elbow, and though his touch was sure, Mara still felt the precariousness of their position. Each step forward carried her farther into the unknown. Brought up in the crowded sprawl of the Akoma estates, accustomed to the throngs of Surani cities and to the presence of servants, slaves, and the numerous officers that made up the households of the noble-born, she could not recall a time in her life when she had been so alone. Her meditation cell in the temple of Lashima had been isolated from others only by the thickness of a wall. And during the most solitary of her evening contemplations at home, a single word would bring servants or warriors instantly to attend upon her needs. Here, there was only the wild sweep of fog-shrouded stone slopes behind and the jungle ahead, with its indigenous population of Choja, whose culture was other than the safe, treaty-bound commerce she knew with the insectoids upon her estates. Never in her life had she felt herself so small and the world she trod so large. It took all of her will not to turn back, to call after Jitanya and ask to be guided back to Thuril territories, which now did not seem strange or threatening, but simply and understandably human. But back in the Thuril village awaited the rest of her honour guard and Camleo, dependent upon her efforts, and linked to them, her family and children and all of the lives upon 3 sprawling estates answerable to Shinzawa and Akoma. She must not let them down, must secure them haven against the wrath of the magicians to come. Mara faced resolutely forward and resorted to conversation.
Lujan, tell me, when you were left the life of a grey warrior and had no hope for a life of honour, how did you cope?
Lujan's helm tipped as he looked askance at her. In his eyes she saw that he too sensed the immensity and emptiness of the landscape surrounding them, and that he was Sirani enough to be uneasy as well with the solitude. How much we have grown to understand each other, Mara thought. How the difficulties of this life have woven our efforts together into a relationship that is special and cherished. Then his reply stopped her introspection.
Lady, when a man has lost everything that his peers and fellows consider to be important, when he lives a life that is meaningless by the tenets of his upbringing, then all that is left is his dreams. I was very stubborn. I held to my dreams. And one day I awoke to find that my existence was not all misery. I realized that I could still laugh, I could still feel. Feasting on wild game could still ease my belly, and a tumble with a kind woman could still make my blood race and my spirit soar. An honourless man might suffer in the future, when Turakamu took his spirit and the wheel of life ground his fate into dust. But day to day, honour does not add to joy.
Here, the man who had led the Akoma armies for close to 2 decades gave an uncomfortable shrug.
Lady, I was a leader of thieves, brigands, and unfortunates. We, as a band, might not have had the great honour that house colours may give a man, but we did not live without creed.
Here, Mara could see that her force commander was embarrassed to silence. Aware that his discomfort stemmed from an issue that was central to the man himself, and aware, too, that more than curiosity prompted her, she urged gently,
Tell me, certainly you realize that I do not hold to traditions for their own sake.
Lujan gave a small laugh.
We are alike in that more than you know, my lady. All right, the men that I led swore a covenant with me. Outcasts though we were, and cast off by the gods, that did not make us less than men. We formed what might be called our own house, swore loyalty to ourselves, and added that what befell one would be shared by all. And so you see, Mara, when you came and were willing to embrace us all in honourable service, we could not have accepted save as a whole. When Pape devised his clever ruse to find distant kinship so that we might be called to Akoma service, had one man been refused, we all would have turned away.
Mara looked at her force commander in surprise, and by the sheepish look in his weathered face deduced further.
This covenant you speak of, it still exists.
She did not ask, but stated. Lujan cleared his throat.
It does. But when we swore you our loyalty by the Akoma Natami, we added a coda, that our wishes, needs, and honour came second after yours. But within your loyal army, there is still a band of us who feel a special kinship to one another, one we cannot share with your other soldiers, no matter how honourable they may be. It is a badge of honour unique to us, as was Papawayo's black band of condemnation his own peculiar accolade.
Remarkable. Mara fell silent, her eyes downcast as if she negotiated a particularly hazardous step, but the footing was less rocky now, the trail of beaten soil bordered by the first fronds and greenery that edged the jungle. The glass towers of Chakaha had disappeared with the loss of altitude, eclipsed by the dense high crowns of tropical trees. Their danger was not lessened but increased, and yet Mara spared a moment from worry to ponder what her force commander had revealed. That he was a leader born, and that his loyalty was rare and deep. That even after advancement to a high post he had kept his word with the ruffians-turned-soldiers that he had once commanded. It was noteworthy, Mara thought, that the man at her side had an inborn sense of himself and his personal responsibilities that ran deeper than in most lords who ruled in the nations. All this Lujan had done without fanfare, without recognition, without even the knowledge of his lady. Until now. Mara glanced aside at him, and saw his face had resumed the mask of Surani inscrutability appropriate to a warrior in house service. She was glad the opportunity had arisen to learn what had passed between them. All that remained to be asked of the gods was the opportunity to ensure that such special qualities and talents that Lujan had revealed might be brought to full flower. If they survived, Mara decided, this was a man who deserved rewards above and beyond the ordinary recognition for exemplary service. Then her thought was interrupted by a rustle in the undergrowth. The first of the high trees lay ahead, their trunks ancient and wide enough that 5 men with linked hands would have difficulty girdling their circumference. As their deep shade fell chillingly over Mara and Lujan, a ring of Chojar sentinels arose seemingly out of nowhere. Silent, shiny black, and naked but for their natal armour of polished chitin. Bladed forearms were turned outward at an aggressive angle. Lujan jerked Mara to a stop. His second instinctive movement to thrust her behind him and away from the danger, and then to draw his sword, was checked as he saw that they were surrounded. These Chojar wore none of the human-like accoutrements of rank that their counterparts in the nations affected, and they moved in uncanny silence. For a moment, the 2 human invaders and the insectoid sentinels stood motionless. Mara was first to break the tableau, giving the full bow an envoy might use to greet a foreign delegation. "We come in peace." Her words were punctuated by a snap as, in unison, the sentinels raised forearms to guard position. One among them advanced a half-step, its faceplates unreadable. These Chojar of Chakaha made no effort to mimic human expressions, and the result left Mara uneasy. These foreign insectoids might attack and butcher them both where they stood, and not even Lujan's fast eye might detect the signal that started the slaughter. "We come in peace," she repeated, this time unable to keep the tremble from her voice. For a drawn-out moment, nothing moved. Over the drone of insects in the jungle, Mara thought she detected the high-pitched buzzing she had earlier experienced in the chamber of the Queen, who inhabited her home estate, but the sound ended before she could be certain. Then, one who had stepped ahead and who might be classified as their strike leader spoke out.
"You are from the Empire, human. Peace to your kind is but a prelude to treachery. You are trespassers. Turn and go and live."
Mara sucked in a shaky breath. "Lujan," she said in a tone she hoped sounded convincing, "disarm yourself. Show that we mean no harm by surrendering your blade to these whom we would call friends." Her force commander raised his arm to follow her order, although she could see by his tension that he disliked the idea of giving up what small defence he might offer her. But before he could set hand to sword grip, he heard the snap-snap as the Chojar left guard position and angled their weight forward to charge. Their spokesman said,
"Touch your sword, man, and you both die."
To this, Lujan jerked up his chin in a flushed blaze of anger.
"Kill us, then,"
he half shouted.
"But I say that if you do so when my intent is to surrender, you are cowards all. With my sword or without it, at your first charge we are dead."
Here, he glanced at Mara, asking unspoken permission. His mistress returned a stiff nod.
"Disarm," she repeated. "Show that we are friends. If attack follows, then our mission is wasted effort anyway, for the Lady of the Akoma and the Servant of the Empire does not treat with a race of murderers."
Slowly, deliberately, Lujan reached for his sword. Mara watched, running with sweat, as his hand touched then closed over the weapon hilt. The Chojar did not move. Perhaps above the drone of the insects, their buzzing communication gave them discourse with their queen. But Mara could not tell. Her ears were numbed by nerves and the fast, loud pound of her heart.
"I will draw and set my sword upon the ground,"
Lujan said tightly. He kept his movements careful and seemed outwardly confident, but Mara could see the drops of perspiration sliding down his jawline beneath his helm as, ever so slowly, he drew the sword from the scabbard, took hold of the blade with his bare left hand so that his intent not to fight could not possibly be mistaken, and placed the weapon point toward himself upon the earth. Mara saw the Chojar shift their weight forward as one, a movement she had seen before. In another second they would charge, despite her pleading for peace. As loud as she could make them, she mimicked the sounds of greeting she had learned from the Hive Queen upon her estates, a poor human attempt at the clicks and snaps made by the Chojar throat. Instantly, the Chojar stood like statues, frozen a heartbeat away from murder. Yet, when Lujan's sword rested upon the ground, and he straightened, defenceless, their postures did not ease. Neither did the leader of their party speak out. Instead, a great gust of air arose, lashing Mara's hair into disarray and causing Lujan to squint through watering eyes. Down through the canopy of jungle descended a Chojar form, leanly streamlined and brilliantly striped. It possessed an unearthly beauty that was somehow almost dangerous, and above neatly folded limbs, its seemingly delicate weight was suspended upon crystalline wings that beat up a storm of wind. A Chojar magician had come. Mara drew breath to exclaim in involuntary delight, but her throat gave no voice to the sound. The air around her seemed to shimmer suddenly, and the forms of the Chojar advance guard shattered into patternless colour. Her feet lost contact with the ground, and Lujan's presence became lost to her. There were no trees, no jungle, no sky. Nothing at all could her senses detect that was familiar, but a chaos of whirling light. She found her voice, and her cry became one of terror. "What are you doing to us?" A reply boomed back from nowhere, echoing in her mind.
"Enemies who surrender become prisoners," the voice admonished.
And then all of Mara's perception drowned in a great tide of darkness. Chapter 22. Challenge. Mara awoke. Her last memory of open air and lush jungle and a patrol of Chojar sentinels did not mesh with her present surroundings. A narrow, hexagonal chamber of windowless, featureless walls. The floor was of polished stone, the ceiling fashioned of a mirror-like substance that threw back the light of the single Chojar globe that drifted unsupported at the chamber's centre. Mara raised herself on her elbows, then her knees, and discovered that Lujan stood behind her, awake and visibly battling against a restless bout of nerves.
"Where are we?"
asked the Lady of the Akoma.
"Do you know?"
Her force commander spun to face her, pale with anger only barely held in check.
I don't. The where hardly matters, though, because we are being held as enemies of the city-state of Chakaha.
Enemies? Mara accepted Lujan's hand to help her rise. She noticed his scabbard was empty, which partially explained his edginess. We were brought here by means of magic, then? Lujan raked back sweat-damp hair, then, from habit, tightened the strap that secured his helm.
Magic must have conveyed us from the glen, and only magic can secure our release. If you look around, you will see there is no door.
Mara quickly checked. The walls arose, sheer and smooth, unbroken by any sort of portal. At a loss to account for the freshness of the air, the lady deduced that the chamber must be entirely wrought of Chojar spellcraft. The conclusion made her tremble. She was no longer dealing with humans who might by their nature share some empathy. Cold with foreboding, Mara knew she and Lujan had become embroiled in the unknowns of the hive mind. More than ever, she was confronted by the incomprehensibility of an alien species whose memory and experience spanned millennia, and whose framework of reason would be judged only by collective prosperity and survival. Worse, unlike the hive she had conversed with inside the Empire's borders, these free foreign Chojar had never been forced to coexist with humanity, except on terms they chose. There would be not even the imperfect understanding she shared with the Queen, with whom she had exchanged companionship over the years. Lujan sensed his lady's despair.
We are not without hope, my lady. These are civilized creatures who hold us captive. They must be disinclined to kill out of hand, or we would have died on the trail.
Mara sighed, and did not voice her following thought, that if they were adjudged enemies, it was not for their individual deeds, but for the actions of all Sirani over every age of history. The past records of sincere treaties broken by bloody betrayals were too numerous to count. And within Mara's lifetime, the tenets of the game of the Council had many times caused sons to kill fathers, and clansmen to rend clansmen. Her own hands were far from clean. Her first husband's ritual suicide had been manipulated by her. So even if the hive mind were to measure her by the acts she alone had authored, contradiction would be found in abundance. Between the vows she had sworn in marriage and the hatred she had felt in her heart for Jiro's brother, and in her betrayal of Kevin, the barbarian she loved, then sent away against his will, ignorant she carried his child. It occurred to her, as she bit her lip to keep back tears born of shame, that it was not the Chojar way to learn by mistakes, for all of the errors made by ancestors were available to living memory. They were a race for whom the past did not fade. Forgiveness for them would not be the ever-renewable resource it was for humankind. Grudges might be kept for millennia. Lujan. The echo of Mara's voice in that confined chamber was hollow with fear. Whatever should become of us in the end, we must find a way to be heard. Her force commander spun in a frustrated circle.
What is left to do for you, lady, but to pound on these walls with my fists?
Mara heard the desperation he tried to mask behind bravado. His distress sobered her. Ever since leaving the Kolteka, nothing of Lujan's training as a warrior had served him. He had held no army to command. The day the Thuril first arose in ambush upon the trail, she had forbidden him to defend her. At Losso, he had suffered insults that he would have spilt blood over rather than endure. He had been humiliated, driven in bonds like a slave, separated from his warrior companions. He must find his circumstances incomprehensibly bleak. Lujan had humour and cleverness and courage, but he owned none of Arakasi's detached fascination with the unknown. Sobered to acknowledge the demands she had placed on her force commander's loyal spirit, Mara touched his wrist.
Bide patiently, Lujan, for either we are near to our end or our goal is just within reach.
Striking to the core of her thoughts, Lujan replied,
I feel most worthless, my lady. You would have done better to bring Arakasi, or to have kept Sarek at your side.
Mara attempted humour.
What? Endure Sarek's questions, even when the gods themselves impose silence? And Arakasi? Lujan, do you suppose that he could have watched Camleo led away without flying weaponless in the face of armed guards? Unless, of course, she had clawed him to ribbons on the Kolteka before we even saw landfall. No, I do not think I would wish either Sarek or Arakasi with me at this time. The gods work as they will. I must trust that fate brought you here for a reason.
The last line was false conviction. In truth, Mara knew only foreboding. Still, her effort had coaxed a quirk of a smile from her officer. His fingers had ceased drumming against his empty scabbard.
Lady,
he allowed wryly,
let us pray you are right.
Tedious hours passed, with no daylight in sight to reveal the passage of day to night, and no interruption or sound to break the monotony. Lujan paced the tiny chamber, while Mara sat and unsuccessfully tried to meditate. Tranquil thought evaded her, torn through again and again by longing for her children and husband. She fretted, afraid she would never again have the chance to make peace with Hokanu. Irrational worries gnawed at her, that if she failed to return home, he would marry and beget sons, and little Kasuma might never inherit the legacy that was her due. That Justin might be killed before manhood, and that the Akoma line would fail. That Jiro, with the backing of the Assembly, would topple Ichindar's new order, and the golden throne of the Emperor become relegated to a seat for a slave to religious ceremony. The warlord's office would be restored, and the game of the council resume with all its internecine feuding and bloodshed. Lastly, the Chojar of the nations would forever remain bound to subservience through unjust treaty. Mara's eyes snapped open. A thought occurred, and her heartbeat accelerated. These Chojar might not be moved by a Sirani, a sworn enemy, but would they turn their backs upon their fellows in captivity within the Empire? She must make them understand that she, as the only opponent of the Assembly with the rank and influence to threaten them, offered the Chojar within Suranuani their first hope of change.
We must find a way to be heard,
Mara muttered, and she joined in step with Lujan's pacing. More hours passed. Hunger began to trouble them, along with the urgency of bodily needs too long denied. To this last, Lujan remarked wryly,
Our captors might at least have equipped our cell with a latrine. If they leave me no better choice, I shall have to shame my upbringing and empty my bladder upon their floor.
Yet, before that point of crisis could arise, a flash of intense white light smote the eyes of the lady and her officer. Blinking against temporary blindness, Mara realized that the walls that held them appeared to have dissolved. She had discerned no moment of disorientation, nor heard any whisper of sound, and yet, whatever spell of release had been keyed, she found herself no longer confined. Had their prison been an elaborate illusion, she wondered? Daylight fell through a high, transparent dome tinted soft purple. She and Lujan stood at the centre of a patterned floor, the tiles fashioned of glass or precious stones, and laid with a breathtaking artistry. The mosaics Mara had seen in the hall of Suranuani's emperor seemed clumsy as a child's scrawls by comparison. The beauty might have held her staring in wordless admiration, but a double-file escort of Chojar warriors prodded her forward. Frantically, she glanced around for Lujan. He was not with her. She had been mesmerised by the floor, and if he had been led away, she had not seen where. Another prod from her escort sent her stumbling ahead. Leading the column of warriors, she saw a chojar with yellow markings on its thorax. By the tools hung in the satchel at its belt, it appeared to be a scribe, and it followed on the heels of another figure of towering height that trailed what Mara had at first presumed to be some sort of gossamer mantle. More careful inspection revealed wings overlaid in elaborate folds as a lady's train might be. They slid with the faintest of rustles over the polished floor, emitting sparkles of light that danced and died in the air. By the palpable sense of power that chased prickles over her skin, Mara understood she beheld a chojar magician up close. Awe held her tongue tied. The creature was tall. Built with slender, stilt-like limbs, it moved with a grace that recalled to her Kevin's long-ago description of the elves that inhabited his world of Midkemia. But this alien being owned more than beauty. Its sleek, wide head was crowned with antennae that at times gave off glow. Its foreclaws were ringed with precious metal, silver and copper and iron. What from a distance had looked like striped markings were actually more intricate, a maze of thread-fine lines that almost seemed to have meaning, like temple runes or text beyond the ken of human perception. Curiosity warred with Mara's fear, until only uncertainty for her fate held her silent. Upon her rested the future of the Empire, and, as had those predecessors named servant by past emperors, she felt that responsibility weigh upon her. She was ushered down a passageway and through an outer door that led out onto a catwalk of dizzying height. It crossed in an arch between two spires, affording a dramatic view of the glass city, its surrounding jungle, and the teeth of the mountain ranges that hemmed the valley around. Mara saw more of the chojar magicians in flight over the city's towers, before her escort of warriors hastened her ahead. She was urged across the catwalk, which had no railings, but was surfaced with a strange, almost tacky substance for secure footing. The pillared entry at the far end opened into another wide, domed chamber. Here, more chojar squatted in a semicircle, these marked similarly to the one she had guessed to be a scribe. Their colours were baffling, accustomed as she was to the unadorned black of the creatures in her own land. She was led into the centre of their congress, and there the tall magician swept around and fixed ruby eyes upon her.
Sirani human! Who are you?
Mara took a deep breath.
I am Mara, Lady of the Akoma and servant of the Empire. I come to you to plead for Sirani human!
The magician interrupted in a sonorous boom.
These before you are the judges that have already convicted you. You are not brought here to plead, as your fate has already been determined.
Mara went rigid, as if struck a blow.
Convicted? Of what crime? The crime of your nature, of being what you are. The actions of your ancestors were your testimony. I am to die for what my ancestors did ages past.
The chojar magician ignored the question.
Before your sentence is read, and for the sake of Suranuani, the human hive home that birthed you, our custom holds that you shall be granted the right of testament, that your kind not be deprived of such wisdom you choose to impart. You are granted the hours until nightfall to speak. Our scribes will record what you say, and their writings will be sent to your hive home in the hands of the thrill traders.
Mara regarded the patterned features of the chojar magician, and rage took her. Like Lujan, she desperately needed to attend to the functions of her body. She could not think with a full bladder, and she could not accept what the magician's short speech had implied, that she was just one member of a hive, and that her permanent absence held no more consequence than knowledge gained or lost. The ruby depths of the magician's gaze showed no quarter. Argument would be futile, she knew. The bluster that had won her through to audience with the Thuril Council would here gain her nothing. Humbled by feeling that this civilization made her empire's achievements seem less than the efforts of a human babe to make order in a sandbox, she repressed her desire to shout in frustration at her fate. In the eyes of this race of beings, she was an infant, a dangerous, murderous infant, but a child nonetheless. Well then, she would indulge the curiosity that plagued her. Perhaps there would be inspiration to be gained. Pressed by a white heat of impulse, Mara put aside her concern for her family and country. She gave in to the instincts of a child.
"I have no great legacy of wisdom,"
she announced in a bold voice.
"Instead of giving knowledge, I would ask, in my birthlands, there is a treaty that holds the Choja nation captive. In my land, to speak of it or to impart knowledge of the war that gave rise to its making is forbidden. If the memory of this great battle and the terms of its peacemaking are recalled in Chakaha, I wish to be told of these events. I would ask to know the truth of the past that has condemned me."
A buzzing murmur arose among the tribunal, a sibilance that grew into a cacophony that set Mara's teeth on edge. The Chojar guards squatted behind her, motionless as though they might hold their position until the end of time. The scribe that stood by the magician twitched once, then shifted its stance, as though with uncertainty. The magician itself did not stir, until, suddenly, it raised its wings. Gossamer folds unfurled with a gusty hiss of air and snapped taut with a crack that silenced the chamber immediately. Mara stared like a peasant shown wonders, noting that the wings somehow connected to the forelimbs and hind limbs of the creature, almost like webbing, but vast as sails. The forelimbs were many-jointed and extended high overhead until they nearly touched the roof of the dome. The magician turned on its stilt-like legs. Its now heated gaze swept the still tribunal, and as it turned full around, it glared again down at Mara.
"You are a curious being,"
it said. Mara bowed, though her knees threatened to give out on her.
"Yes, Great One."
The Chojar magician hissed a high-pitched breath of air.
"Assign me not the title your kind awards to those perpetrators of treachery, your assembly."
"Lord, then," Mara rang back, "I offer my humble respect, for the oppression of the assembly has been mine to suffer also."
A twitter from those assembled arose at this, then stilled. The magician's glare seemed to sear through Mara's skin and touch the core of her thoughts. Swept by a sense of violation and a moment that rang like fever or the pain of contact with flame, she cringed and choked back a scream. Then the sensation passed, leaving dizziness. She fought to keep her balance and stay upright. When her senses cleared, the Chojar magician was speaking rapidly to the tribunal.
"She speaks truth."
Its tone had turned musical, perhaps resulting from surprise.
"This Surani has no knowledge of the doings of her ancestors. How can this be?"
Mara mustered the tatters of her dignity and answered for herself.
"Because my kind have no hive mind, no collective memory. We know only that which we experience or are taught by others within the span of the days of our lives. Libraries preserve our past history, and these are mere records, subject to the ravages of time and the limitations set upon them by those factions who set down their contents. Our memories are imperfect. We have no...
Then she intoned the click-chuck that the queen on her land had used to indicate the hive consciousness.
Silence! Sirani!
The magician furled its great wings with a sigh of air currents and a sparkle of light that arose from no visible source.
We are not children. Humans have no hive mind, this we know. The concept is awkward, a thing that ill fits our thought processes. We understand you use libraries and teachers to convey your hive nation's wisdom through the generations.
Mara seized upon what appeared to be a moment of neutrality.
One of your kind once told me that the hive mind of the Choja resides with the queens. What one queen knows, all experience. But I ask, what happens if a queen is to die with no successor? What becomes of her workers and her males and all the individuals that make up hive society?
The magician clicked its mandibles.
Her subjects have no mind,
it allowed.
Should mishap kill a queen, her Irari, those of her chosen breeding attendants, will behead her survivors out of mercy, for, mindless, they would rove and aimlessly die.
It stated this without guilt, the concept of murder being different than that for a human.
Then,
Mara surmised boldly,
they would not forage for food or sustain themselves to survive. They could not.
Metal flashed as the magician made a curt gesture with its forelimb.
They have no purpose beyond the hive. I am no different. The queen who bred me is all of my guiding directive. I am her eyes, her hands, if you will, and her ears. I am her instrument, even as this tribunal is her arm of judgment. Part of me is conscious, and I may act in independence if it is of benefit to the hive. But all that I am, all that I know, will remain with the hive when this body no longer functions. Well, I offer that we humans are not like Choja subjects. Even as do your queens, we each have our own mind, our own purpose, our own directive for survival. Kill our rulers and lords, and we will each go on with our affairs. Leave but one child alive, or one man, and he will live out his days according to his own wishes.
The Choja magician seemed bemused.
We have thought for generations that the Sirani hive is insane. If it must answer to teeming millions of minds, we know why.
That is individuality,
Mara said.
I have little of importance to offer the Sirani nation as one person. Instead, I repeat my request to know the actions of the ancestors that have caused your tribunal to condemn me without hearing.
The scribe-like creature at the magician's side peered at Mara and, for the first time, spoke.
The telling might take until nightfall, which is all of the time you are allotted. So it must be,
Mara said, steadier now that she had been able at least to open conversation with these alien Choja. Of more immediate concern were the bodily needs that had been denied, and how much longer she must be forced to put them off. But the Choja, after all, were not entirely insensitive. The magician's scribe spoke again.
Your will shall be granted, along with whatever comforts you may require to keep your ease through the hour of sundown.
Mara inclined her head in thanks and then bowed. When she arose, the magician Choja had departed without sound, without ceremony, as if it had melted away into air. The scribe-type Choja remained, directing a sudden influx of unmarked workers who were dispatched to attend Mara's needs. Later, refreshed and fed from a lavish tray of fruits, breads and cheeses, Mara reclined on fine cushions while, still before the tribunal, she was given the services of a Chojar orator whose task was to fill in for her those gaps in empire history that were forbidden within the borders of the nations. Relieved of discomforts, Mara waved for the Chojar orator to begin recitation. While the afternoon spilt purple shadows through the pillared windows and the sky above the crystal dome deepened toward sundown, she shared a tale of great sorrow, of hives burned by hideous crackling bolts of magic, and thousands upon thousands of Chojar subjects mercilessly beheaded by the Rirari of slaughtered queens. She heard tell of atrocities, of eggs stolen, and Chojar magicians put to useless torture. Chojar in those times had been ill-prepared for the realities of an arcanely waged war. They had magic with which to build marvels, magic to adorn nature with the beauty of intelligent artifice, and magic to bring fortune and favourable weather. In such peaceful arts, the insectoid mages held the accumulated wisdom of centuries, and the oldest among them had carapaces whirled and stippled with the patterns of 1,000,000 spells. Here Mara dared an interruption. "Do you mean that the markings on your mages are badges of experience?" The orator bobbed its head. "Indeed, lady. Over time they become so. Each spell that they master becomes inscribed in colours upon their bodies, and the greater their powers, the more complex are their markings." The orator went on to emphasise that the Chojar mages from the era of the Golden Bridge held no spells for warlike violence. They could cast beneficial wards to protect, but these were no match for the aggressive magic of the Assembly. The wars involving magic were not battles, but massacres. The treaty that bound the Chojar of the nations to subservience had been submitted and sworn into being entirely out of need to survive. "The terms are harsh," the orator finished on a note that might have been sorrow. "No mages are to be hatched within Sranuani. Chojar there are forbidden to wear the markings that show age or rank, but must be coloured black in adult life, even as your Sirani slaves who are human are restricted to garments of grey. Commerce with Chojar outside your borders is not allowed. Exchange of information, news, or magical lore being specifically forbidden. It is our suspicion, if not the sad truth, that the queens within your nations have been forced to excise from hive memory all record and means of Chojar magic. Were you Sirani all to perish and the Assembly's edict become obsolete, it is doubtful if an empire-bred queen could still create the egg to hatch out a mage. And so, the sky cities of our kind are forgotten, reduced by human decree to damp warrens beneath the earth. Our proud brethren are forced to become grubbers in soil, with their arts of spell-building forever lost." By now, the sky beyond the arch had darkened under twilight. The tribunal, who had heretofore sat in perfect stillness, arose while the orator, in obedience to some unspoken signal, fell silent. A Chojar sentinel at Mara's back prodded her up from her cushions, and the magician's scribe tilted its head her way in a manner that suggested regret. "Lady, your time of last testament is now ended, and the moment for your sentencing is come. If you have any last bequest, you are urged to state it now." "Last bequest?" Wine and sweet fruit had dulled the edges of Mara's apprehension, and the familiarity shared with the orator throughout the afternoon made her bold. "What do you mean by this?" The magician's scribe shifted its weight and became implacably still. The tallest of the tribunal, Chojar, delivered her answer.
Your sentence, Lady Mara of Sruarwani. After your last testament is given, it will be formally read that you are to be executed at tomorrow's dawn.
Executed!
A jolt of adrenaline and fear caused Mara to square her shoulders, and ire lit her eyes. She abandoned protocol.
What are your kind, if not barbarians, to condemn an envoy unheard?
The tribunal members twitched, and the sentinel Chojar angled forward aggressively, but Mara was already frightened witless, and she did not take any note.
It was a queen of your own kind who sent me here to treat with you. She held hope for those Chojar who are a captive nation within our empire's borders, and she saw in me the chance to rectify the human misdeeds of the past. Would you execute me out of hand when I am the opponent of the assembly? Come here to ask aid against their tyranny.
The tribunal regarded her with identical sets of gem-hard eyes, unmoved.
Lady,
rang their spokesman.
State your last bequest if you have one.
Mara closed her eyes. Were all of her efforts to end here, with her life? Had she been servant of the Empire, wife to a fine lord, ruling lady of the Akoma and advisor to the Emperor, only to die in shame on foreign soil? She repressed a violent shiver and stayed the hands that itched to scrub the sweat of outright terror from her brow. She had nothing left to her at this moment beyond the dignity of her people. Her honour she no longer believed in, after hearing of what her forebears had done on the battlefield against a peaceful civilization. And so her voice rang out oddly steady as she said, "Here is my last bequest, that you take this." She held up the magical token given her by Gitania, which should have been her testimony to these hostile aliens. She forced herself to press on.
"That you take this record and incorporate it into your hive memory along with the details of my execution, so that all of your kind to come will recall that humankind are not alone in the perpetration of atrocity. If my husband and my children, indeed, if my family that serves as my hive must lose me in retribution for the treaty of the assembly, then at least my heart's intentions must survive in the hive mind of my killers."
A buzz of noise met her statement. Mara yielded to reckless, icy resolve.
"This is my last bequest. Honour it as my death wish, or may the gods curse your kind unto the ending of time for perpetrating the very injustice you deplore in us."
Silence!
The command rocked the chamber, reverberating off the crystal dome with force enough to deafen. Cringing from the sheer volume of the sound, Mara took a second to realize that the command did not arise from the tribunal, but came instead from a Chojar magician that had materialized out of nowhere at the chamber's center. Its wings were deployed to full extension, and its markings were complex enough to lose the eye in dizziness. It stalked toward Mara, hard turquoise eyes like the ice that sheathed the distant mountains. When it halted before the lady, its stance was menacing.
"Give me your token,"
it demanded. Mara offered the object, certain she should not have done otherwise, even had she had the mind to resist. There was magecraft in the Chojar's tone that compelled response from her flesh. The Chojar mage scooped up the token with a touch that barely grazed her skin. Ready with an appeal she had no chance to deliver, Mara was startled by a blinding flash. Light enveloped her, densely implacable as suffocation, and when her senses recovered from the shock of spellcraft, the domed chamber of the tribunal was gone, swept away as though it had never been. She found herself returned to the hexagonal cell, windowless and doorless as before. But now the stone floor was scattered with coloured cushions and a pair of Surani-style sleeping mats. On the nearest of these crouched Lujan, his head resting in his hands and his mien one of total despair. At his lady's arrival, he started to his feet and gave a warrior's obeisance. His bearing might be correct to the last detail, but hopelessness lingered still in his eyes.
"You have heard what is to become of us?"
he asked of Mara. There was a whip-snap of fury in his tone. The lady sighed, too discouraged to speak, and unwilling to believe that she had come all this distance to be summarily consigned to an unjust fate.
"Did they ask your last bequest before they read your sentence?"
Lujan asked Mara. Numbly, she nodded. And between hopelessness and grief, she thought of one small detail that offered comfort. The Chojar of Chakaha had not read her sentence. Somehow the token and the disruption caused by the reappearance of the Chojar mage had interrupted the formal proceedings. Unwilling to read hope into that small anomaly, Mara made conversation. "What did you ask for as your last bequest?" Lujan gave back an ironic smile. As if nothing were wrong, he offered his hand and helped Mara down to a more comfortable seat amid the cushions.
"I did not ask," he allowed. "I demanded. As is a warrior's right when condemned by the state for crimes committed by his master, I claimed death by single combat."
Mara raised her eyebrows, too sober to be amused, but wildly seizing upon the implications of this development. Right of death by combat was a Surani custom. Why should these Chakaha Chojar honour such a tradition? "Did the tribunal that judged you grant your request?" Lujan's crooked grin of irony told her as much before he answered.
"At least I shall have the opportunity to chop at some chitin before they have my head."
Mara stifled an inopportune rise of hysterical giggles at his vehemence. "Who have the Chakaha Chojar selected as their champion?" Lujan shrugged.
"Does it matter? Their warriors all look the same, and the hive mind most likely ensures that they are of equal ability. The only satisfaction I may have is that I will be chopped to pieces in combat before their headsman gets his chance to cut my neck."
He loosed a bitter laugh.
"Once, I would have considered such a death in your service to be a warrior's honour, and the Payans that would have greeted me upon my entrance to Turakamu's halls would have been the only reward I desired."
He fell silent, as if in deep thought. Mara ventured conclusion of his statement for him. "But your concept of honour has changed. Now a warrior's death seems meaningless beside the opportunities offered by life." Lujan turned a tortured glance to his lady.
"I could not have summed up so neatly, but yes. Kevin of Zun opened my eyes to both principles and yearnings that the Surani way can never answer. I have seen you dare to challenge the course of our entire culture, as no male ruler might have done for fear of ridicule by his peers. We are changed, lady, and the Empire is poised on the brink of change with us."
He glanced around, as if to savour what life was left to him.
"I care not for my own life. Who have I to mourn after me, who will not soon follow me into death if we fail?"
He shook his head.
"It is the frustration of losing any opportunity to somehow pass along what we have learned. That these insights will not perish with us.
Mara spoke insistently to cover her own pang of fear.
Hokanu will be left, and our children, to carry on after us. They will somehow rediscover what we have and find a way to act without blundering into this Choja trap.
She let out a long sigh. Looking at her old companion, she said,
My largest regret, most strangely, is that of a wife and a woman. I'm everlastingly sorry that I cannot return to make peace with Hokanu. He was always the soul of sensitivity and reason before... Something of importance must have prompted his behavior toward Kasuma. I maligned him unfairly, I think, by accusing him of a prejudice his nature would not allow. Now it's too late to matter. I must die with the question unasked that could restore our understanding. Why, when I could easily bear another child that is male, did Hokanu act so aggrieved when he learned that his firstborn was a daughter?
Her eyes sought Lujan's in appeal.
Force Commander, you are a man who understands the game between sexes well, or so I have been informed through kitchen gossip. The scullions never tire of describing the serving girls and ladies of the reed life who languish for your company.
She gave a wry smile.
Indeed, if they are to be believed, there are droves of such women. How is it that a husband as wise as Hokanu should not be gladdened by the birth of a healthy, unblemished daughter?
Lujan's demeanour softened, very near to pity.
Lady, did Hokanu never tell you?
Tell me what?
Mara demanded sharply.
I was harsh with my husband and bitterly outspoken. So deeply did I believe his behaviour was in the wrong, I drove him from me. But now I regret my hard-heartedness. Maybe Kamleo taught me to listen more carefully. For like these Choja of the Thuril territories, I condemned my husband without ever asking his testimony.
Lujan stood a moment looking at her. Then, as if reaching some decision, he folded to his knees before her.
Gods forgive me,
he murmured softly.
It is not my right to break confidence between a lord and his wife, but tomorrow we will die, and I have always been your loyal officer. Lady Mara, I would not have you pass this life without the understanding you desire. Hokanu was stricken with a grief, but he would never have spoken of its cause even had you returned and begged to hear. But I know what sorrow afflicted him. I was in the chamber when the healer of Hantukama informed your husband of what he, in his kindness, swore he would never reveal to you. That after the poisoning by the tongue that cost you your unborn babe, you should bear but one more child. Kasuma was your last issue. Hokanu kept the secret because he wished you to hold the hope of another pregnancy. His daughter is a joy to him, never doubt, and his consecrated heir for the Shinzawai mantle. But he knows and is saddened that you will never give him the son he longs for in his heart.
Mara sat stunned. Her voice came out small.
I am barren. And he knew.
The full import of Hokanu's courageous resolve struck her, sharp as the most stinging thorn. He had been raised motherless, and his blood father had been taken beyond reach by the assembly of magicians. Hokanu's whole world had been one of male camaraderie, with his uncle, who became his foster father, and his cousin, who became a brother. This was the root of his longing for a son. But he was also a man of rare sensitivity and appreciation for the company of intellectual minds. where another lord with less heart would have taken on courtesans as his God-given male right, Hokanu had loved her for her mind. His craving for equality in companionship had become realized in marriage to a woman with whom he could share the most inspirational of his ideas. He spurned the usage of concubines, the company of women of the reed life, the pleasures to be found with bought creatures like Camleo. Now Mara understood how he had been faced with a choice abhorrent to him. To take another woman to his bed, one that meant nothing beyond her capacity to conceive and breed, or to go without a son, to forego the fraternity he had shared with his adoptive father, his brother, and Justin, whom he had given back to Mara for the sake of a coma continuance. Gods, Mara all but wept, how stone-hearted I have been! Instantly, Lujan was beside her, his strong arm supporting her shoulder. Mara sagged against him.
"Lady,"
he murmured in her ear,
"you, of all women, are not insensitive. Hokanu understands why you reacted as you did."
Lujan held her as a brother might, in undemanding companionship. As she ran through all the details to the half-painful, half-hopeful conclusion that if she died here, her beloved Hokanu would have Kasuma for his heir, and freedom to take another wife to bear him the son he longed for. Mara clung to that thought. At last, to escape her own woes, she said, "What of you, Lujan? Surely you do not contemplate the leaving of this life without regrets?" Lujan's fingers stroked her shoulder with a rough tenderness.
"I do have one."
Mara turned her head and saw that he seemed to be studying the woven patterns of the cushions. She did not press for his confidence, and after a moment he gave a wry shrug.
"Lady, it is strange how life shows us our follies. Always I have enjoyed the favours of many women, but never held the desire to marry and be content with one."
Lujan stared fixedly, self-conscious, but oddly freed from embarrassment by the fact that with the dawn he must face an ending of life, an ending of dreams. The nearness of his accounting with Turakamu lent them both the solace of honesty.
"Always I told myself my roving ways were the result of my admiration for you."
Here his eyes flashed toward her in a glance of truthful adoration.
"Lady, there was much about you for a man to appreciate, and a toughness that made other women seem, if not lacking, then at least smaller of stature."
He made a tight gesture of frustration at the inadequacy of words.
"Lady, our journey into Toril has taught me to know myself too well, I think, for ease of mind."
Mara raised her eyebrows. "Lujan, you have never been less than the exemplary warrior. Kyoke overcame his distrust of grey warriors to choose you above others to fill his former post as force commander. In these late years, I believe that you have come to hold as much of a place in his heart as Papewayo did."
"Now, there is a tribute."
Lujan's lips quirked toward a smile, and then hardened.
"But I have been less than honest with myself. Now that my spirit lies near to its reckoning, I am sorry this night that I never found any woman to share my hearth and home."
Mara regarded the bent head of her force commander. Recognizing that in some manner Lujan wished to unburden himself, very gently she said, "What kept you from starting a family and raising children?"
"I outlived my master of the Tuskai,"
he admitted, with a tightness in his throat.
The misery of a grey warrior cannot be described, for his life is outside society. I was a young man, strong and skilled in arms, and yet there were moments when I very nearly did not survive. How would a child or a woman fare when they were to be left houseless? I saw the wives and children of my fellow warriors driven away as slaves, forever to wear grey and answer to the needs of a master who cared little for their comfort.
Lujan's voice sank almost to a whisper.
I see now that I was afraid that someday those children would be mine, and my woman become some other man's to use as he chose.
Now, Lujan looked his mistress squarely in the face. There was an unnerving depth to his eyes, and a ring to his voice as he added,
How much simpler it was to admire you from afar, lady, and guard your life with my own, than to live the possibility of the nightmare that even yet wakens me sweating from my sleep.
Mara reached out and touched his hands, then kneaded them until they relaxed their furious grip. Neither you nor any unborn child of yours will ever in this turn of the wheel of life go masterless, she said softly. For I very much doubt that either of us will escape this prison with our lives. Now Lujan did smile, a strange serenity to his bearing that Mara had never seen.
It has been my pride to serve you, Lady Mara. But if we do live past tomorrow's dawn, I ask a boon of you, that you command me to find a wife and marry. For I think that with the magicians as your enemy, such straits as these might easily be repeated. And if I am to die in your service, I should prefer not to face the death god with the same regret in my spirit a second time.
Mara regarded him with a smile of deep affection. Lujan, knowing you as I do, I doubt I shall have to command you to do what is clearly in your heart to do. But we must win past tomorrow's dawn. Crossing her arms, as if to ward off cold, she said, We must sleep, brave Lujan, for tomorrow will come,